In a previous life, Su Jingning was the sole legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, possessing unparalleled beauty. Yet, she was blinded by her infatuation, failing to discern the true nature of others. For the sake of a hypocritical man, she defied her parents and devoted 5 years to orchestrating his rise to power. Unbeknownst to her, her meticulous plans culminated in the destruction of her family and her own tragic demise filled with resentment. Upon her rebirth, she vowed to safeguard her family from any misfortune, to preserve the century-old glory of the Duke's residence, and to ensure that those who betrayed her in her past life pay 100-fold for their treachery. In the 21st year of Longan, during a frigid winter with snowflakes drifting like geese, a new emperor ascended the throne. The Su family, once a pillar of the state for a century, was suddenly condemned for treason, leading to the annihilation of 9 generations, instilling terror throughout the imperial city.
Molink.
Do you truly believe that by exterminating my entire Su family, you can secure your position? We both know the truth. Your current status was achieved through my efforts. Without me, without the Su family, you are but a pitiful insect, cowering in the shadows, dependent on the whims of others. On the walls of the imperial city, Su Jingning stood at the edge clad in a pale moon-white gown, her delicate figure teetering on the brink, her demeanor cold and resolute. Gazing at the distant figure of a man, both refined yet terrifyingly indifferent, alongside the vulnerable girl in her arms, she realized that her entire life had been filled with missteps, ultimately leading to the demise of her family.
Shohinnin.
The Duke's residence has long since fallen. For the sake of our past ties, if you willingly hand over the Su family's battle formations and military tokens, I shall spare your life, Mu Ling said, his expression filled with disdain as he regarded Su Jingning as if she were something exceedingly unclean. Ha ha ha, what difference does it make now that I am dead? Having annihilated the Su family, you must understand that throughout this lifetime, the Su family's battle formations and military tokens shall remain beyond your grasp. Without the Su family's assistance, I wonder how you intend to maintain your grip on the vast empire of the Great Zhou. Su Jingning gazed at him, her heart heavy with sorrow and regret. This was the man she had loved for 5 years. Her lifelong infatuation was indeed laughable. As the sole legitimate daughter of the prestigious Duke of the State, she had been cherished since childhood, while he was merely a prince, born of a humble mother and largely overlooked at their first encounter. To be with him, she defied her parents and turned her back on her family. In her quest to elevate him to greatness, she concealed her identity, strategizing for 5 years, vanquishing gods and demons alike, eliminating his adversaries. Just as she was on the verge of achieving success, he conspired with Su Ruofu, the adopted daughter of the Su family, to frame the century-old Su clan for collusion with foreign enemies, branding them as traitors and leading to the horrific demise of hundreds within the family right before her eyes. Su Ruofu, no matter how splendidly you adorn yourself, it cannot alter the deeply ingrained inferiority that defines your character. For your entire life, you shall dwell in my shadow, like a rat in a sewer, forever deprived of the light of day. She regarded the elegantly poised Su Ruofu with a cold, proud pity, as though it were not she who was ensnared, but the two before her. The delicate and gentle woman in Mu Ling's embrace winced in pain, her complexion pale, yet she spoke with calm resolve. Su Jingning, do you know what I despise most about you? It is your serene and indifferent demeanor. By what right? You were born the esteemed daughter of the Duke of the State, elevated in status, cherished by your family, and even when you turn your back on them, they still protect you. Meanwhile, despite my relentless efforts, I remain empty-handed. I have endured years of living under the mercy of others, relying on their goodwill. You deserve to suffer. They deserve to perish. Now, I stand victorious, I am the Empress of the Great Zhou, and you have lost. Su Ruofu, the adopted daughter of the Su family, is the offspring of Vice Minister Chen, whose inept leadership led to the tragic demise of countless soldiers at the frontier. It was her father who risked everything to protect her, raising her as his own cherished daughter, only to unwittingly nurture a viper that would bring ruin to the entire Su family.
Ha ha ha.
I, Su Jingning, have never lost in my lifetime of schemes, nor shall I ever. Mu Ling, you have yet to secure your position in the Great Zhou. How dare you betray me, betray the Su family? Su Jingning laughed heartily, tears of mirth glistening at the corners of her eyes. Mu Ling gazed at the radiant Su Jingning, whose beauty was ethereal, her white garments enhancing her otherworldly grace. Yet, a chill crept into Mu Ling's heart. What could she possibly mean? Mu Ling, I can elevate you to the throne, yet I can also strip you of everything. Su Jingning slowly turned away, her nonchalant voice reaching Mu Ling's ears. As she looked towards the approaching dark line in the distance, the light in her beautiful apricot eyes gradually faded away. "Shouhinmin, what have you done?" Mu Ling finally realized the presence of the imposing army that had silently appeared before the imperial city, along with the man seated regally at the forefront of the ranks. Clad in an elegant black fox fur, the man exuded an air of aloof nobility though devoid of armor. He could not conceal the bloodthirsty aura of a sovereign. Mu Ling's complexion turned ashen. How could such a vast army have manifested beneath his very nose? This must be intricately linked to Su Jingning. "Shorofu,
Mu Ling.
I demand that you accompany me to the depths of hell, to accompany the Su family in their burial." Atonement. Su Jingning glared fiercely at them, her eyes reddening with a fury that seemed poised to overflow. She had entrusted the Su family's military talisman and formation to Gu Yanan, the man she had feared for half her life. "Gu Yanan, you are plotting rebellion," Mu Ling exclaimed in panic, rushing to the edge of the city wall to shout at the man leading the distant troops. "This realm, if I desire it, shall never be within your reach," the man declared, his countenance strikingly handsome, ethereal as if descended from a celestial realm. He cast a cold glance at the flustered new emperor atop the city wall, his gaze unyielding. Then he turned to Su Jingning, who stood on the wall, her white gown swirling in the wind, as if she might vanish with the next gust. Her hand tightened around her Buddhist prayer beads. "Gu Yanan, I remember you once promised me that whenever I needed, you would fulfill one wish. I demand you uphold that promise today. Avenge the Su family by slaying Mu Ling and Su Ruofu." Su Jingning regarded the distant figure of the man, who had always been proud and aloof, wielding immense power. Had it not been for Mu Ling, they might have forged a bond of friendship rather than enmity. If given the chance to live again, she would safeguard the members of the Su family and preserve their century-old glory, vowing never to repeat past mistakes and allow tragedy to unfold once more. "Gu Yanan, farewell." Su Jingning smiled at Gu Yanan, her smile sincere and pure, as radiant as a sacred lotus blooming in the snowy realms. With that, she leapt gracefully from the city wall. The sound of beads scattering echoed as the prayer beads entwined around her slender, fair fingers suddenly broke apart, tumbling onto the ground. Gu Yanan watched in despair, his heart heavy as the girl he had silently protected for half a lifetime, without a hint of hesitation, leapt from the wall before him. This cold-hearted and proud lord of Beijiang, the lofty regent of the Great Zhou, found himself utterly discomposed in front of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, stumbling towards Su Jingning's side, his steadiness lost. As he gazed upon the radiant woman lying in the snow, a pool of crimson beneath her, her eyes tightly shut, Gu Yanan's gaze turned red with anguish. Trembling, he gathered her into his arms, his voice quaking. "Shouhinmin, please wake up. Shouhinmin." "Awaken. I'm sorry for my tardiness." A tear fell suddenly, landing between the brows of the slumbering beauty. In the aftermath, the regent of the Great Zhou, long stationed in Beijiang, led his army to storm the imperial city of the Great Zhou, imprisoning the new emperor and empress in a dark dungeon. They endured every form of torment known to the Great Zhou for over a month, before being hung upon the city walls, left to die a slow, agonizing death, exposed to the elements, their demise marked by extreme cruelty and bloodshed. Once again, he personally re-examined the treason case against the Duke of Jinhua, seeking to rectify the injustices faced by the Duke's estate. He posthumously conferred the title of King of Jinhua upon Su Bo, the Duke himself. Subsequently, when everyone anticipated that the regent would ascend the throne as emperor, he unexpectedly adopted an 80-year-old child from a collateral branch of the imperial family and proclaimed him as the emperor. From that moment on, he vanished without a trace, disappearing from the realm of Dezhou. Chapter 2. The souls return. In the serene and elegant rear courtyard of the Duke's residence, the Lanya pavilion exuded a delicate fragrance. The golden silk charcoal burned brightly within, effectively isolating the chill of the outside world. The warm chamber was adorned with a plethora of exquisite paintings, ancient texts, and rare artifacts, all meticulously gathered by the Duke and his sons for the young lady. A maid clad in pink entered from outside, warming herself before the fireplace to dispel the cold before proceeding further inside, careful not to transfer the chill to the girl who lay in slumber. "Yin Qing. Has the young lady awakened today?" "Not yet. This is the third day. The young lady's high fever persists, and her cold has recurred just as she was beginning to recover. It is uncertain when she will awaken," replied the maid named Yun Qing, who had just administered medicine to the slumbering girl. Her expression betrayed deep concern as she gazed at the pale-faced figure on the ancient bed. 2 days prior, during the old matriarch's birthday celebration, the young lady had accidentally fallen into the water and had remained unconscious for a full 2 days. In this frigid winter season, when she was rescued, she was already in a state of unconsciousness. To make matters worse, it was now rumored within the Duke's household that the young lady had attempted to take her life by jumping into the lake due to her desire to marry Prince Ling, a union opposed by the Duke. Indeed, the young lady had harbored affections for the talented Prince Ling, leading to conflicts with her parents. However, she had always been composed and prudent. It was inconceivable that she would resort to such an outrageous act. In recent days, the entire Duke's residence had been shrouded in a pall of cold and somber emotions, with everyone on edge, fearful of making mistakes that might invite punishment. Please.
No, don't.
Su Jingning suddenly sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat, her heart twisted in pain, her mind clouded from prolonged slumber. Miss, you are awake. Yunya exclaimed joyfully, leaning closer to Su Jingning, then turning to Yun Qing, quickly summon the physician, tell him the young lady has awakened and needs to be examined. I shall do so at once. Yun Qing replied, her face alight with happiness as she dashed out. Miss, do you feel unwell? Yunya asked, her gaze filled with concern for the bewildered girl on the bed.
Junda?
Am I dead?
Su Jingning murmured to herself.
Miss, what nonsense are you speaking? Have you perhaps lost your wits? Yunya said, hastily feeling Su Jingning's forehead. The fever has subsided. I'm not dead? Su Jingning looked at her delicate, fair hands. Something was amiss. Her hands had once been rough and calloused from years of wielding swords, yet now they appeared soft and tender, reminiscent of her youth at 16 or 17. Could it be that she had been reborn?
Yunya, what year is it now?
She asked urgently. It is the 16th year of Long and Miss. What troubles you? The 16th year of Long. She realized she had been given another chance at life. The heavens, moved by her resentment and hatred, had bestowed upon her a new beginning. She had returned to the 5th year before her demise. At 16, none of the tragedies had yet unfolded.
Ningea, Ningea.
A gentle, anxious voice accompanied hurried footsteps from outside the room. Su Jingning recognized that familiar voice, her body momentarily still. It was her mother. She looked up to see a woman clad in a light purple silk robe, her hair elegantly styled in a simple yet graceful manner, exuding an air of gentle beauty, with eyes that betrayed an unmistakable worry. Mother! Su Jingning could not help but choke with emotion. I'm so glad you've woken up. Are you feeling unwell at all? Lady Su, Jiang Shi, gazed intently at her daughter, her heart, which had been heavy with worry for days, finally finding some relief. I'm so sorry, Mother, Su Jingning said, her eyes welling with tears as she took in her mother's anxious expression and reddened eyelids, recalling the myriad of mistakes she had made in her past life. And the sight of her mother perishing before her, a pang of sorrow twisted within her. Unable to contain herself, she threw herself into her mother's embrace, repeatedly apologizing for her past transgressions. Lady Su held her daughter tightly, her heart aching. Her daughter had always been frail, and now, after slipping into icy waters during the harsh winter, the illness they had worked so hard to alleviate had returned. It's all right. It's all right. I am here for you. If you truly have feelings for Prince Ling, I shall intercede on your behalf. As long as you are happy, my dear Ninger. Hearing her daughter's choked apologies, Lady Su ultimately relented. Very well, if you genuinely care for him, I shall allow it. No, Mother. I no longer have feelings for Prince Ling. I was foolish before. It was my mistake, Su Jingning replied, withdrawing from her mother's embrace. Tears still glistening in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, yet her expression was resolute. Lady Su was perplexed. Just days earlier, her daughter had been adamant about marrying Prince Ling. Is that truly the case? Indeed. This experience of nearly drowning has made me realize much. Prince Ling is not a worthy man, Su Jingning stated earnestly, looking directly at her mother. Upon hearing this, a pang of pain shot through Lady Su's heart. Her daughter had truly come to understand. Very well, my good child. I shall certainly find you a better suitor in the future. Madame Su gazed at her daughter, with a face full of emotion. Her daughter wished to stay with her parents, not wanting to go anywhere. As long as you are content, Ninger, she said. You must express your heartfelt gratitude to Ah Fu for saving you from drowning. Had she not called for help, you would have been in grave danger. You have always been wise. Why did you allow yourself to become so ensnared in this predicament, resorting to such desperate measures? Madame Su looked at her daughter's pale complexion, relieved that help had arrived in time. Desperate measures? What do you mean by that, mother? Su Jingning feigned confusion. In her previous life, Su Ruofu had schemed against her, causing her to fall into the water during her grandmother's birthday celebration, and then, taking advantage of her unconsciousness, spread rumors that she had sought to pressure her father into requesting a marriage decree from the emperor due to her infatuation with the Ling prince. Subsequently, under the guise of concern, Su Ruofu had daily sent inquiries in the name of the Ling prince, leading her to pretend as if she genuinely desired to coerce her family into allowing her to marry him. However, her father had only grown more furious, confining her for 2 whole months. As a result, she became the subject of ridicule in the capital, losing face entirely. You did not jump into the lake to compel your father and me to consent to your union with the Ling prince, did you?
Madame Su inquired curiously.
I suffer from a cold condition. Why would I risk my life by leaping into the icy depths of a Shinshin lake for a mere man? I accidentally slipped off the bridge. Where did you hear such an absurd notion? Su Jingning's voice was soft yet slightly hoarse. Strangely enough, that day, the bridge planks had seemed as slick as if greased, causing her to slip and fall. Su Jingning furrowed her brow, reflecting on the details of that fateful day. Upon your mention, Madame Su also found it rather peculiar. That day, everyone was gathered in the banquet hall, and the garden was devoid of any presents. I managed to suppress the incident of your fall into the lake. How could outsiders possibly be aware of it? Whence did this information leak? In recent days, due to her daughter's persistent unconsciousness, Madame Su had been in a state of distress. Upon further reflection, she felt an unsettling sense of suspicion. As if someone had deliberately sought to publicize the affair between Ning and Prince Ling. Contemplating this, Madame Su's expression darkened, as if she had come to an understanding. Ning, rest assured, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. I am determined to uncover who wishes to harm my daughter.
Madame Su gently caressed Su Jingning's head.
Her countenance shadowed, fury surging within her. She remained by Su Jingning's side until the physician arrived, examined her, and assured that with ample rest, she would be free from serious concern. Only then did she feel relieved, imparting numerous instructions to Su Jingning before taking her leave. After her departure, Su Jingning dismissed all attendants, slowly untangling her chaotic thoughts in solitude. Gazing into the bronze mirror, she beheld her fair visage, adorned with exquisite features and an ethereal grace. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon her lips. At merely 16 years of age, the events of her past life had yet to unfold.
Shorofu. Mulink.
Since heaven has granted me a second chance, I shall cherish this opportunity and delight in playing with you. I will lead you step by step toward perdition, ensuring you shall never rise again. The anguish you inflicted upon me in my previous life, I shall reclaim 1,000-fold from you. Third miss, you have arrived. A voice from outside announced, belonging to Yunqing. Yes, I came to see my second sister. I heard she has awakened? Su Ruofu donned a flowing azure gown reminiscent of a serene lake, her hair elegantly styled in a cloud-like fashion, her countenance strikingly beautiful.
Epan mentioning Su Jinning.
Her expression turned exceedingly anxious. Third miss, please wait. The young lady is resting and has instructed not to be disturbed. Yunqing politely declined Su Ruofu's request. Yunqing, allow her to enter, came a frail and delicate voice from within. Yes, third miss, Yunqing complied. Su Ruofu lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Sister, you have finally awakened. I have been worried sick these past few days. You cannot imagine how concerned His Highness, the Prince of Ling, has been for you. Observing Su Ruofu's beautiful visage, imbued with genuine worry, Su Jingning felt a surge of disdain. The performance was indeed remarkable. In her previous life, she had been gradually deceived by this very person, treating her as a beloved sister, only to discover that this individual was akin to a venomous serpent that could not be tamed.
Su Jinning suppresset her hatret fierse.
Fearful that she might succumb to the urge to tear her apart. Startled by the intensity of Su Jingning's gaze, which bore a chilling and bloodthirsty intent, Su Ruofu blinked, and her expression softened back to its usual gentle demeanor. Had she misinterpreted something? Sister, it is truly wonderful that you have awakened. His Highness, the Prince of Ling, has grown worryingly thin these days due to your unconsciousness. You cannot fathom how heartbroken he is. Su Jingning regarded her as she rambled on, choosing to remain silent until she heard the faint sound of footsteps outside. With a gentle yet distant tone, she finally replied, I apologize for causing you concern. I have come to understand that father has his reasons for not allowing me to marry the Prince of Ling. Henceforth, do not mention him in my presence. Ah, sister.
Why not?
The Prince of Ling is such a wonderful person, treating you with such kindness. You have been in a coma for so many days, and your father has been greatly worried. If you plead with him once more, he will undoubtedly agree to advocate for your marriage. Furthermore, the cold book banquet in the imperial capital is just 2 days away. We shall attend together, as His Highness Prince Ling specifically instructed me to bring you along. Su Ruofu's expression was sincere as she continued to persuade Su Jingning, yet the schemes glimmering in her eyes could not be concealed. Su Jingning scoffed inwardly. In her previous life, she had been swayed by her words, dragging her ailing body to implore their father, threatening him with her life. Despite his anger and anxiety, he still refused to consent to her union with Prince Ling. Eventually, her health deteriorated, and she attended the cold book banquet, where she was discovered meeting with the prince, bringing disgrace upon the Duke of the State's residence. This incident shattered her familial ties, leading to a cascade of irreparable consequences. It seemed her sister was quite familiar with Prince Ling. Su Jingning refrained from responding, merely arching her brows, her dark, cold eyes fixed intently upon her in suspicion.
Sister.
She attempted to continue her persuasion, but was interrupted. Has the younger sister awakened? Ah Fu is here as well. A clear and gentle voice resonated.
Shuhin-chen?
Clad in a gray-blue brocade robe, exuded warmth and elegance, standing tall as he entered, his sharp gaze smiling at the visibly anxious Su Ruofu. Behind him stood the Duke of the State, adorned in a purple official robe, his features striking and resolute, radiating an aura of authority cultivated through years of high office. Father, elder brother, Su Jingning called softly. As the year-end approached, their father and elder brother had returned to the capital to report on official duties and celebrate their grandmother's birthday, only to be met with scandal due to her actions. Father, elder brother, have you come to see second sister? Su Ruofu suppressed the tension in her heart and smiled as she inquired politely. They did not overhear our earlier conversation, did they? Indeed, I heard that Ninger has awakened, so my father and I came to check on her. Su Jingchun replied with a smile. As Su Ruofu observed the Duke of Zheng was still dressed in his official robes, a pang of jealousy stirred within her. Clearly, her father was quite concerned for Su Jingning. I shall not disturb my sister any longer. Please, take your time conversing with father and my elder brother, she said, relieved to see her brother and father displaying their usual demeanor. Very well, the roads are slippery in the snow. Do return carefully and avoid any falls. The Duke of Zhenghua advised kindly. Yes, elder sister, I shall take my leave now, Su Ruofu said, bowing to the three before departing. Su Jingchun watched her retreating figure, his expression darkening slightly. At last, you have awakened. You cannot imagine the worry that has enveloped our home in your absence. Always so willful, you must have suffered this time, he said, gazing tenderly at the pale girl before him. I am sorry for causing you concern, elder brother. Su Jingning murmured, her gaze cast down, afraid to meet the Duke's eyes lest they discover the redness around her own. You ought to apologize not to me, but to father, Su Jingchun replied, his expression laden with complexity. It was perplexing that his sister would choose to harbor affection for the Prince of Ling, a figure perceived as weak and ineffectual. Yet, born into the imperial family, he had navigated the treacherous waters of court intrigue to survive. He was far from an inconsequential character. The intricacies of royal life were daunting, and he wished to shield his sister from such entanglements. Su Jingning remained silent, her head bowed, which only served to exacerbate the Duke's distress. Believing that she was merely sulking, one could not discern from whom she inherited such stubbornness. Observing his daughter, who had been pampered and cherished since childhood, now degrading herself for the sake of a man, he felt a pang of sorrow mingled with helplessness. Alas! That Prince Ling. Are you aware of the reasons behind your father's disapproval of your association with him? Though Prince Ling may not command the emperor's favor, he remains the son of the sovereign. The Su family commands the loyalty of countless soldiers in the Great Zhou, and as your father, I possess only you as my legitimate daughter. If you were to pursue a relationship with him, do you grasp the enormity of the implications? A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences for our family. The Duke of the State sought to counsel his daughter with earnestness, only to be interrupted by Su Jingning's actions. Su Jingning propped herself up, kneeling on the bed before the Duke, and bowed her head in deference. Father, I am sorry to have caused you worry. It was my immaturity, but I no longer harbor feelings for Prince Ling, and from this moment forth, I shall not mention this matter again. This unexpected gesture startled the Duke, who exchanged a glance with Su Jingchen, both filled with skepticism. He stepped forward to assist Su Jingning, grasping her shoulders, and gazed intently into her eyes. Is it true? Yes, daughter no longer cares for him. Su Jingning feigned a look of sorrow as she replied. Very well. If you do not care for him, there are countless admirable men in the world. Prince Ling is unworthy of my precious daughter. The Duke dared not inquire further, fearing that his daughter might change her mind again. Indeed, only a father would dare declare that the Emperor's son is unworthy of his own daughter. Father, sister has just awoken. Let her rest properly for now. Noticing his sister's weary countenance, Su Jingchen wished to avoid further disturbance, gently pulling his father to take their leave. Ning Ning, be sure to rest well. One must prioritize their health above all else. With that, Su Jingning watched as the two departed before lying back down. She truly felt fatigued. Her body was generally well, yet it remained somewhat frail. The cold illness she had carried since childhood proved to be an insurmountable ailment. She refrained from mentioning the earlier matter, for she was aware that her elder brother had begun to harbor suspicions regarding Su Ruofu. Although her brother presented himself as cultured and amiable, few recognized that the heir of the Duke of Zhengua possessed a sharp wit concealed beneath a gentle demeanor, especially when it came to his only sister. Su Ruofu, have you not always feigned the appearance of being well-mannered, obedient, and kind-hearted? I shall gradually unravel the facade you have so carefully constructed. Chapter 3. The Truth of the Lake Father. Do you truly believe that Ninger fell into the lake because of Prince Ling? Although she may be occasionally willful, she is unlike the noble ladies of the capital. Ninger would never risk her life for a mere man. Su Jingchen strolled alongside the Duke of Zhengua in the garden of the Su residence, a pensive expression clouding his eyes. I certainly do not believe it. Ninger has endured more than others since childhood, and she is both astute and wise. How could she resort to such an act of desperation? The Duke of Zhengua, with his hands clasped behind his back, concealed a flicker of pride for his daughter behind his resolute countenance. I, too, cannot fathom that my sister would commit such an act, Su Jingchen replied with a smile, though the corners of his lips subtly faltered, as if recalling something. However, it seems that Ruofu has changed considerably over the years. You must investigate thoroughly into Ninger's incident, as well as the origins of those inexplicable rumors. We cannot allow Ninger to suffer unjustly. The Duke of Zhengua, who had raised Su Ruofu as his own daughter, felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart. Su Jingchen nodded in agreement, accompanying the Duke for a while longer in the garden before parting ways. As he made his way back to his Qingzhou courtyard, he deliberately detoured to the spot where Su Jingning had fallen into the water. Yet he found nothing of significance. Just as he was about to leave in disheartenment, he noticed something nestled in the grass by the bridge. Approaching it, he bent down to retrieve it and discovered it to be a smooth stone, no larger than a fingernail. A smooth stone? How could such a thing be found within the estate? He approached the bridge once more, meticulously observing every detail. Indeed, upon the bridge planks, he discovered a trace of white powder that had yet to be thoroughly cleaned, talcum powder. The incident of his sister falling into the water was, without a doubt, a malicious act. The image of his sister, pale and afflicted by her cold-induced illness, flashed through Su Jingchen's mind, casting a shadow over his handsome features. How dare someone bully his sister right beneath his nose? This individual must truly be seeking their own demise. Carefully, he extracted a handkerchief to collect the small remnants of talcum powder and the minuscule pile he had found before returning to his courtyard. After waking, Su Jingning nestled in the warm alcove, refraining from stepping outside for several days. Their mother instructed the household staff, stating that Su Jingning's cold had flared up and requested that everyone refrain from disturbing her rest. Su Jingning, relishing the tranquility, felt her spirits lift, and her health improved significantly. Yunya, let us pay a visit to grandmother today. It has been quite some time since I last saw her. Rising early, Su Jingning donned an exquisite ice blue gown adorned with silver embroidery, her hair elegantly styled in flowing wisps, radiating both brightness and nobility. Her complexion had markedly improved compared to previous days. Indeed, miss, it has been many days since you have ventured out. The old lady's temper should have cooled by now. Yunya draped a snow fox fur cloak over Su Jingning's shoulders and took up an umbrella before accompanying her out of the courtyard. It had indeed been a considerable time since they last stepped outside, and certain matters required resolution. Outside, Delicate snowflakes danced through the air, making the ground somewhat slippery, prompting them to tread cautiously. Su Jingning observed the Duke of Xingguo's residence with great care, once the abode of a leisurely prince from a bygone dynasty. It was later bestowed upon her grandfather by the late emperor as a reward for his support in establishing the realm. The estate was an exquisite blend of grandeur, featuring intricately designed rockeries and flowing waters, each element a testament to meticulous artistry. The Su family, having thrived for a century during the Great Zhou, saw their legacy shattered in a single moment in a past life. In this lifetime, she is determined to protect the entire Su clan. Although the matriarch of the Su family hailed from humble beginnings, she was a remarkable woman, adept in both literary and martial arts. In her youth, she fought alongside the old duke on the battlefield, earning the trust of the late emperor, and was even bestowed the title of General of Wuyong for her accomplishments. After the realm was pacified, she relinquished her military position to embrace her role as the esteemed Duchess of the state. The old duke passed away early, and the matriarch, preferring tranquility, spent her years in the Songhua courtyard, praying for the prosperity of the Su descendants, seldom venturing beyond its confines. When Su Jingning arrived, the matriarch had just risen. The maid Qin, who served by her side, was taken aback upon seeing Su Jingning. "Oh dear, it's snowing heavily this morning. The roads are slippery. What brings the second young lady here?" "I came to see grandmother. Has she risen yet?" Su Jingning felt a twinge of fear. In her previous life, she had disregarded warnings and left home to seek refuge with Prince Ling, leaving her grandmother deeply disappointed in her. She could never forget her grandmother's eyes, brimming with disappointment, and shortly after, her grandmother passed away. Su Jingning had not dared to return for a final farewell, only to learn later from her elder brother that their grandmother had been thinking of her until the end. Regret consumed her, yet it was too late. The matriarch had just begun her breakfast, and upon seeing her second granddaughter, she would surely be filled with joy. Qin quickly ushered Su Jingning into the room. "Matriarch, the second young lady has arrived." In the main chamber, the elderly woman, her hair meticulously arranged and adorned with an ancient sandalwood comb, was seated at the table, enjoying her morning meal, her kind and gentle demeanor radiating warmth. The elderly lady, with her kind and gentle demeanor, was nonetheless the most feared person by everyone in the Su family. Upon hearing a noise, she paused with the porcelain spoon in her hand, disregarding their presence. Ninger greeted her grandmother respectfully. Su Jingning, undeterred by the old woman's icy demeanor, approached her directly and offered her respects. The old lady, huffing, set down her spoon and turned away, presenting her back to Su Jingning. Observing her grandmother's sulking figure, Su Jingning found it somewhat amusing. Her grandmother's anger had a certain endearing quality, yet anger was detrimental to one's health, and she needed to appease her quickly. The grandmother was still upset with Ninger, but Ninger had recognized her mistake, so surely her grandmother could let it go. Clearing her throat, Su Jingning stepped forward, tugging at the hem of the old lady's garment, and playfully coughed twice into her hand. The grandmother had always doted on her, and it seemed she was genuinely frightened this time. It was said that on the day she nearly drowned, her grandmother had kept vigil by her side throughout the night. Upon hearing her granddaughter cough again, the old lady's anger dissipated. "Quickly, bring a bowl of pear soup for the second young lady. How could you dare venture into the snow on such a frigid day?" The old lady hurriedly helped Su Jingning into a soft chair beside her, her face filled with concern. "I missed you, grandmother." Su Jingning clung to her grandmother's hand, knowing well that her grandmother could never truly stay angry with her. She exchanged a glance with Yunya, who promptly brought forth a beautifully carved black wooden box and handed it to Su Jingning. "Grandmother, during the birthday celebration, Ninger did not have the chance to convey her wishes. Allow me to do so now. May you find joy and peace, and may your blessings and longevity be ever present." Always by Ninger's side, Su Jingning presented the intricately designed box to the old lady. "It is indeed my first encounter witnessing that even the act of celebrating longevity can be fulfilled, my dear girl." The elderly lady feigned disdain with her words, yet her heart brimmed with joy as she reached out to accept the wooden box. What could it be? With an eagerness that could not be contained, she opened the box to reveal a string of translucent jade-colored Buddhist prayer beads. This was crafted by Ninger herself, a labor of love that took her 2 full months to complete. "Does grandmother like it?" Su Jingning propped her chin on her hand, her gaze fixated on the elderly lady, brimming with anticipation. In her previous life, after her fall into the water, the rift with her family had deepened, and she never had the chance to present this prayer bead to her grandmother.
Like it?
Of course, I do. I cherish anything gifted by my precious child, the elderly lady exclaimed, immediately adorning herself with the prayer beads, unable to part with them. As long as grandmother is pleased. After finally soothing the elderly lady, Su Jingning shared a morning meal with her and engaged in conversation to alleviate her boredom, feeling particularly elated. For today she would ensure that Su Ruofu would be expelled from the Su family once and for all. The old matriarch, the second madam, and the third madam have come to pay their respects to you. Oh, they have arrived. Quickly, let them in. At the mention of their arrival, the elderly lady's delight intensified, and she hurriedly instructed the maid to summon them. The bond between grandmother and grandfather was exceptionally strong. Grandfather had married only grandmother throughout his life. They had 3 children, 3 brothers who shared a deep camaraderie, which is why after inheriting the title, their father could not bear to divide the family. Both the second and third aunts were also remarkable individuals. Daughters-in-law come to pay respects to their mother. Grandsons come to pay respects to their grandmother. Su Jingning stood beside the elderly matron, gazing at her 2 aunts who had met a tragic fate in her past life, yet were now alive and well. Her eyes involuntarily reddened. The second aunt, Lady Li, hailed from a distinguished scholarly family in Jiangnan, having been steeped in literature since childhood, exuding an elegant demeanor. The third aunt, from the affluent Lu family of the imperial capital, was astute and decisive, embodying a spirited and forthright nature as she held the hand of her 5-year-old son, Su Jinghuai. Dear Ninger, come here and let your third aunt see you. Is your health improving? Upon entering, Lady Lu immediately spotted Su Jingning standing next to the matriarch. Having heard of Ninger's cold affliction, she had intended to visit, yet hesitated, fearing to intrude until Ninger had recuperated. Ninger had previously met both aunts, and Su Jingning greeted them with a respectful nod. In this biting cold, how could you dare venture out while suffering from your ailment? Lady Li's voice was soft, laced with concern for Su Jingning. Please do not worry, my dear aunts. I have completely recovered and am in perfect health now, Su Jingning replied with a smile, demonstrating her vitality by twirling before them. Seeing the girl's bright eyes and lively spirit, both aunts felt a subtle relief. Having worried during her recent seclusion that she might be heartbroken over the rumors surrounding her and Prince Ling. That is a relief. If you ever feel bored, do join your sisters for a stroll. There are many new pieces of jewelry at the family shop. You girls should go and select some, Lady Lu said. Her gaze filled with fondness for Su Jingning. Understood, dear third aunt, she replied. It has been a while since I last saw you, 7th brother, and you've grown quite a bit. Su Jingning gazed at the plump and warmly bundled Su Jinghuai, playfully pinching his flushed cheeks. Huai'er has met second sister. Su Jinghuai's soft and tender voice filled Su Jingning's heart with joy. Such a good boy. Second sister has some osmanthus candy for you. She affectionately retrieved a piece of honey from the pouch at her waist, always carrying sweets to counter the bitterness of the medicine she took regularly. This child, just a few days ago, learned that you had fallen into the water and insisted on coming to see you. Now that he has finally met you, aren't you delighted? Lu Shi observed with a broad smile, wiping the sugary remnants from the corners of Su Jinghuai's mouth. Little 7, come here and let grandmother see how much you've grown. You all, don't just stand there. Sit down quickly. It's been a long time since you visited. Let us have a good chat today. The elderly matriarch, seeing the cheerful Su Jinghuai, promptly beckoned them to her side. Li Shi and Lu Shi led Su Jinghuai to sit down first. Su Jingning settled beside him, playfully teasing him and causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Shortly after they were seated, Su Jingchen arrived. Greetings to grandmother, and to second aunt and third aunt.
Ah.
Chenna has come as well. Are you not busy today? The matriarch inquired, her affection evident, for it had been a long time since she had seen him. Today is a day of rest, and I came to visit grandmother. In truth, Su Jingchen had come to find Su Jingning, having uncovered the truth behind the incident at the lake. Good. Come quickly and take a seat, the elderly lady said, her face radiating warmth. Su Jingchen sat beside his sister, gazing at her radiant smile, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. It was his failure to protect her, to have overlooked the presence of someone so scheming and malicious by her side. If his sister were to learn that it was Su Ruofu who had caused her to fall into the water, how heartbroken she would be.
There. Do you know that on that day?
Just as Su Jingchen was about to reveal to Su Jingning that her fall was a result of someone's malice, he was interrupted. Wow, grandmother, today the Songhua courtyard is truly lively. From afar, I could hear the laughter, exclaimed Su Ruofu, bursting in and shattering the joyful atmosphere within. Ruofu has arrived. Today, my Songhua courtyard is indeed bustling. Come, take a seat, the elderly matriarch replied, always fond of Su Ruofu's gentle and charming demeanor. Thank you, grandmother. Second sister has finally left her room. I can finally breathe easy. I have been so worried these past few days, Su Ruofu said, spotting Su Jingning and longing to hold her hand and be playful, as they had always been. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Jingning had been elusive. But just as she reached out, her hand was blocked by the stern-faced Su Jingchen standing nearby. Brother? Su Ruofu queried in confusion.
Oh,
Are you truly concerned for Ningyu? Su Jingchen inquired, his handsome visage composed yet with a hint of a smirk as he scrutinized Su Ruofu. What are you saying, brother? Second sister has treated me like a real sister since childhood. Of course, I genuinely worry for her. Su Ruofu responded, bewildered by the question. A true sister? Is this how you treat someone who has been good to you, as if she were your own sister? Su Jingchen suppressed his anger and hurled the talc and talcum powder he had discovered at Qinshin Lake before her. The entire table was taken aback by Su Jingchen's sudden outburst. He had always maintained an amiable temperament towards his family, exuding grace and poise. And they had never witnessed him in a fit of rage. Su Ruofu's complexion turned ashen as she beheld the talc and powder upon the table. Striving to regain her composure, she inquired, Elder brother, what do you mean by this? Madame Su examined the pale stone with concern, lifting it to scrutinize. Is this talc? Its texture is remarkably soft and easily ground, often utilized in medicinal applications. This talc is exclusively sourced from the southern region, where physicians frequently incorporate it into their remedies. Having resided in the capital for many years, I have yet to encounter a physician here utilizing it in their treatments. Chun Er, where did you procure this? It has no bearing on a fu. There must be some misunderstanding. She cast a worried glance at Su Ruofu, perplexed by the intensity of Chun Er's fury. While it is true that talc can be employed in medicine to save lives, applying this talc powder on the planks of the bridge at Qinshin Lake may not yield the same benevolent outcome. Third sister, do you not agree? Su Jingchen continued to smile at the pallid Su Ruofu, though a more chilling coldness lingered in the depths of his gaze. Elder brother suspects I applied talc to the bridge at Qinshin Lake, causing second sister to fall into the water during grandmother's birthday banquet. Does elder brother possess any evidence to substantiate such an accusation against me? Su Ruofu felt a wave of icy dread wash over her, yet she steadfastly denied the allegation. For on that day, no one had witnessed her spreading the talcum powder on the bridge. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she gazed at Su Jingchen, her eyes wide with distress. Indeed, Chun Er, have you thoroughly investigated this matter? The elderly lady felt a twinge of sympathy for Su Ruofu, struggling to believe that this kind and charming child she had watched grow up could commit such an act. Chapter 4. Confronting Su Ruofu, Su Jingchen cast a cold glance at her, his disdain deepening. For the first time in many years, he realized just how remarkably adept the adopted daughter of the Su family was at her craft. Tu Fei, bring him in, Su Jingchen commanded, calling out towards the door. Moments later, the burly Tu Fei entered, escorting a middle-aged man. The instant Su Ruofu laid eyes on him, she fell from her chair in terror. It was over. All was lost. How could he possibly be here? He was the owner of the stone yard in the northern part of the city, a man from the southern regions. Have you ever encountered him, third sister? And no, I haven't. I swear I haven't, Su Ruofu stammered in panic, hastily denying any acquaintance. But he has seen you. Su Jingchen interjected with a smile. Isn't that right, sir? Indeed, this young lady has visited my humble shop. It is rather secluded, and patrons are few. Given her ethereal demeanor and exquisite attire, as well as her purchase of talc, I distinctly remember her face. You lie. How could you possibly recognize my face? I clearly. Su Ruofu's complexion turned ashen as she attempted to defend herself, but as the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The expressions of those present grew grave, and the matriarch's countenance darkened instantly. Qin Mama, please summon the master and mistress, she ordered coldly, without an ounce of compassion.
No.
Grandmother, please let me explain.
It wasn't me.
Second sister, I swear it wasn't me. Su Ruofu cried, tears streaming down her face, a pitiful sight. Take the third young lady to the side chamber and escort the irrelevant parties away, the matriarch commanded, her voice devoid of warmth. Su Ruofu struggled and pleaded as she was led to the side chamber of Songhua courtyard. The people in the room regarded her with cold eyes, for it was known that Ninger had nearly lost her life because of her. Soon, Duke Su Bo and his wife hurried in, with Lady Su's complexion darkening ominously. In recent days, she had been investigating the matter of her daughter's near drowning and the rumors surrounding her daughter and Prince Ling. To her astonishment, she uncovered that Su Ruofu had been involved in an illicit affair with Prince Ling. The two had schemed to entangle Ninger with the prince, intending for her to marry into the Ling residence to secure the Su family's support for him. She had planned to confront Su Ruofu for clarification but was called in by the matriarch instead. Thus, she would settle the score at once. Lady Su gazed at her daughter with deep sorrow, gently caressing her thin cheek. "Do not be afraid, my dear. I shall take charge. Bring Su Ruofu here." Duke Su's expression was equally grim as he commanded his attendant. Upon seeing the Duke, Su Ruofu rushed forward, exclaiming, Father, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't."
Please believe me.
The Duke stepped back, avoiding her, disappointment etched across his face as he remained silent. Lady Su seized her, furiously striking her across the face, overwhelmed with disappointment and rage. "Shuruofu, our Su family took you in, recognizing your unfortunate circumstances of losing both parents at a young age, and offered you shelter and a name, protecting you at all costs. Do you comprehend the risks the Su family undertook to adopt you? Over the years, we have cared for you, cherished you. Yet, you repay our kindness with such treachery. You have endangered Ninger, nearly costing her life, and spread rumors that tarnish her reputation, leading others to believe she is entangled with Prince Ling. Pray tell, who is it that remains entangled with the Prince Ling?" "Mother, I have erred gravely. I was bewitched and misled by his words. I beseech you, do not cast me away. Father, mother, I implore you, do not abandon me." Su Ruofu knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing her head in a desperate plea for forgiveness, her forehead striking the floor until blood flowed, her countenance a portrait of despair and wretchedness. "Do not call upon us. We have but 4 children. Henceforth, you shall no longer be recognized as the third young lady of the Su family." Mrs. Su's eyes brimmed with rage, a deep crimson hue reflecting her fury. For so many years, they had harbored a viper in their midst, one that nearly brought harm to their own offspring.
Bore.
A thankless wretch cannot remain within the Su household. If you cannot summon the heart to do what must be done, then allow me to bear the mantle of the villain. The matriarch's countenance was stern as she sat at the head of the table, her gaze fixed upon Duke Su Bo. "Mother, your son understands." The Duke bowed respectfully to the matriarch before turning his attention to Su Ruofu. Observing her pitiable state, his eyes were devoid of warmth. Had she not been nurtured by him for over a decade, she would now be but a lifeless shell. "Years ago, I took you in out of respect for the bond shared between your father and myself, unable to bear witness to your wandering in the world. For all these years, I, Su Bo, have treated you as my own, raising you as a true young lady of the Su family. Yet you have repaid kindness with betrayal, committing acts that defy the Su name. Thus, you can no longer remain with us. From this moment forth, you shall revert to your birth name, Chun. I shall publicly declare that you are no longer affiliated with the Su family. Starting tomorrow, you are to depart from the Su household. I shall arrange for your return to the Southern Territories. Henceforth, do not return to the imperial capital, for the Su family shall no longer provide you with protection. Take heed of your own future." The Duke spoke gravely to Su Ruofu. No, father, I refuse. It was my fault. I will change. I do not wish to return to the Southern Territories." Su Ruofu wept inconsolably, unwilling to leave the imperial capital and revert to being the daughter of a sinner. "You have caused Ninger to nearly lose her life. We did not kill you. We merely intended to send you back to the Southern Territories. What further grievances can you possibly hold?" Su Jingchun suppressed his fury, fearful that he might succumb to the impulse of ending her life. Su Ruofu trembled, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes as she prostrated herself before the Duke and Duchess of the state 3 times. "I, Fuer, have wronged the Su family and my second sister. Therefore, today I shall offer my life in compensation to my second sister and to all." With tears brimming in her eyes, she made her declaration and, seizing the moment when everyone was distracted, dashed toward the pillar behind Su Jingning, intent on colliding with it to end her own life. "Stop."
Ah.
The sudden turn of events startled everyone. The elder matriarch and the third madam, Lady Li, gasped in alarm. The second madam was so frightened that she closed her eyes tightly. A muffled sound jolted everyone back to reality. Su Ruofu's reckless act was intercepted by Su Jingning, who stood closest to her. She shielded Su Ruofu with her own body. In truth, the impact was not painful. Given Su Ruofu's profound fear of death, it was unlikely she would truly wish to perish. She merely sought to evoke pity and secure her release. How could Su Jingning allow her such an opportunity? Ninger, are you alright? The crowd, startled by Su Jingning's actions, hurriedly pulled Su Ruofu away, encircling Su Jingning with concern. Su Ruofu had not anticipated that Su Jingning would save her, thereby thwarting her intentions. From the periphery of the crowd, she glared resentfully at Su Jingning. I am perfectly fine. I simply do not wish for her to perish in my grandmother's courtyard, soiling her sacred space. Su Jingning shook her head, supported by Su Jingchen, casting a disdainful glance at Su Ruofu. With a resounding slap, Su Ruofu was struck again by Madame Su. Do you wish to die? If so, I shall grant your wish. Bring her to the punishment hall and administer 70 strokes. You seek to repay the Su family's kindness? Then go to the punishment hall to receive your due. Should you endure the 70 strokes, the Su family's gratitude for over a decade will be considered settled, and you shall henceforth have no ties with us. If you cannot withstand it, then you will have only fate to blame, Madame Su coldly declared, her eyes fixed on the crumpled figure of Su Ruofu. She had never intended to take Su Ruofu's life, having raised the child for many years. However, with each repeated transgression against her limits and the harm inflicted upon Ninger, she could not be held accountable for her mercilessness. Su Ruofu's expression faded. 70 strokes. What difference does that make from a death sentence? No, 70 strokes can kill.
No.
Muzzle her and take her away. Madame Su turned her gaze away, commanding the guards to escort her out. Su Ruofu attempted to seek aid from those nearby, but found everyone gathered around Su Jingning, oblivious to her plight. Ultimately, she was taken away by the guards. Ninger, it is your father's failure to protect you that has brought you such distress. The Duke of Zhengui gazed at his daughter, who had just begun to recover from her illness, her pallid countenance filling him with regret. Why had he insisted on adopting Su Ruofu, subjecting his daughter to such suffering? I am fine now, father, please do not worry. Su Jingning reassured them with a gentle smile. Su Jingning's complexion was already pallid. Now, she appeared as though she were forcing a smile to console those around her. In light of such a distressing event, it must be Ninger who felt the most wretched. Since childhood, she had treated Su Ruofu as a beloved sister. Yet now Su Ruofu had orchestrated such treachery against her. Observing her family, whose hearts were full of concern for her, brought warmth to Su Jingning's heart. Such a wonderful family. How blind she had been in her past life to forsake them for a faithless man. Chenner, escort your sister home. The old matriarch commanded Su Jingchen in a grave tone. Ninger, let us return so you can rest, Su Jingchen said, his expression filled with compassion as he gazed at the pale Su Jingning. Brother, I wish to walk alone. I shall return by myself, Su Jingning replied calmly, bowing to them before departing from Songhua Courtyard. After leaving Songhua Courtyard, Su Jingning did not head directly to her own quarters. Instead, she took a detour to the punishment hall. The Su family, a venerable clan for centuries, had always upheld a strict code, governing through martial discipline. The punishment hall served as the venue for chastising errant descendants or servants. In her previous life, due to the machinations of Su Ruofu and Prince Ling, she had endured a brutal punishment there, leaving her barely clinging to life. 2nd Mississippi. The guards on duty immediately saluted upon seeing Su Jingning. She nodded in acknowledgement and strode directly inside. Su Ruofu was being restrained by 2 individuals, enduring a merciless beating, her cries echoing painfully. As Su Ruofu lay on the long bench, her personal maid, Chunlan, attempted to step forward to aid her, but was forcibly held back. It was only when Su Jingning arrived that the executioner paused. 2nd Miss, please step aside. I have matters to discuss with her, Su Jingning stated in a voice that was both cold and resolute. The palace guards obeyed orders and withdrew, leaving only Su Jingning and Su Ruofu. Su Ruofu, having endured 31 strikes, was rendered incapable of movement. She glared fiercely at Su Jingning, resentful that her current predicament was a direct consequence of him. Su Jingning, do not revel in your triumph. The suffering I endure today shall surely demand recompense from you in the days to come. Su Jingning regarded her for a moment, then slowly crouched down to meet her gaze. Su, no, from now on, you shall be addressed as Chun Ruofu. Are you aware of how my elder brother came to suspect that you were the one who caused my fall into the lake? And how he traced the vendor who sold you the talcum powder? It is evident that you had already dispatched someone to silence him. With a gentle caress of her cheek, his eyes glimmered with a predatory intent as he spoke with a smile. It was you. So it was you all along.
You had long harbored suspicions about me.
Chun Ruofu was taken aback. Despite her meticulous scheming, she never anticipated being discovered.
Indeed.
It was I who deliberately allowed my brother and father to overhear whispers of your unusual relationship with Prince Ling, planting seeds of doubt in their minds. I even arranged for someone to impersonate that vendor, waiting in the northern part of the city for my brother's inquiry. You were already aware of my connection with Prince Ling. Why did you not expose me? Why fall into my trap and plunge into the depths of the lake? Chun Ruofu seethed with hatred, perplexed as to when her downfall had begun. Were it not for your fall into the lake, how would you find yourself facing punishment now? My dear sister? Su Jingning observed Chun Ruofu with an amused expression before suddenly tightening his grip around her neck, applying tremendous force that caused her veins to bulge and rendered her breathless. Just as Chun Ruofu was on the brink of unconsciousness, he finally released her grasp. Chun Ruofu looked at Su Jingning in terror. At that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had stepped into the depths of hell. She had never witnessed such a gaze from Su Jingning, cold and bone-chilling. A single glance sent shivers coursing through her body. Chun Ruofu, if you had merely harmed me, it might have sufficed, but you must not, under any circumstances, cast your schemes upon the Su family. Su Jingning rose to her feet, towering over Chun Ruofu. Her almond-shaped eyes were frigid as she regarded her like a lifeless corpse. No, you cannot kill me. Should anything happen to me, Prince Ling will not spare the Su family, Chun Ruofu threatened, a hint of satisfaction creeping into her expression.
Kill you?
Do you really believe your demise would come so easily, Chun Ruofu? This is merely the beginning. Do not disappoint me. If you were to perish so effortlessly, that would be utterly uninteresting. A charming smile graced Su Jingning's lips as she cast her gaze downward upon Chun Ruofu, her eyes still icy. In her depths, Chun Ruofu discerned a profound animosity, a hatred that seemed to have seeped into the very marrow of her being, rendering her utterly unnerved. As for Prince Ling?
Ha!
He is hardly worthy to threaten the Su family. To her, he was like a malignant tumor festering on Su Jingning's wound, an unsettling thought that made her feel nauseous. With that, Su Jingning turned her back on Chun Ruofu, striding away without a second glance. Chapter 5. The daughter of the Su family. The guards escorting Su Jingning from the execution grounds reported, Miss, she has received 31 strikes. Very well. Spare her life. Do not allow her to perish within the confines of the Su estate, lest it tarnish our grounds, Su Jingning replied, her tone growing colder. The guard, perceptive and astute, understood her intent immediately. After all, the second miss had always been known for her gentle and kind disposition. Rest assured, miss, he affirmed, disregarding his response. Su Jingning softly addressed Yunya, who trailed behind her. Yunya, let us return. It is far too frigid out here. Of course, miss, Yunya replied, unfurling an umbrella to shield Su Jingning from the biting wind and snow. Upon returning to her warm chamber, she found Yusun, who had been waiting patiently inside. Miss Yu has arrived? Yunya gracefully curtsied to the girl clad in a flowing purple gown. Yunya, please step outside. Ensure we are not disturbed, Su Jingning instructed, handing her fox fur cloak to Yunya as a precaution, before retreating with Yusun into the inner room. Yusun was a small beggar whom Su Jingning had rescued years earlier while recuperating at her maternal grandparents' home in Jiangnan. At that time, Yusun had nearly been beaten to death over a bun, and it was Su Jingning who happened to intervene just in time. Subsequently, Yusun had clung to her like a shadow, and Su Jingning, unable to part with her, allowed her to stay. As time passed, Su Jingning discovered Yusun's remarkable aptitude for accounting and business management. Consequently, she arranged for an instructor to teach her literacy and numeracy, and provided her with 50,000 taels in silver notes to experiment with trade. To my astonishment, this trial has revealed a wealthy woman from Jiangnan. Presently, apart from Yunya and Yunqing, no one is aware of the connection between Yusun and herself. In her past life, Mu Ling's ascent to the throne was largely attributable to the wealth amassed by Yusun. My lady, how is it that you have lost so much weight in just a few months? I heard that your cold ailment has recurred, so I specifically brought a plethora of renowned medicinal herbs from Jiangnan. I have placed them in the Feng Tinglu. Please remember to send someone to retrieve them. Yu Sun, a quintessential Jiangnan lady, possessed delicate features and a soft voice. Seeing Su Jingning's frail form filled her with concern. Understood. The purpose of my visit today is to discuss a matter with you. Su Jingning poured a cup of warm tea and handed it to Yu Sun. My lady,
You may speak.
if it is within my capabilities, I shall spare no effort to fulfill your wishes, Yu Sun said, placing her teacup down with a serious expression. I wish to know if it is feasible to establish Feng Tinglu across the entirety of Dezhou within the next 2 years, possibly extending to the 4 neighboring countries. Su Jingning gazed at Yu Sun, her ambition laid bare in her eyes. Yu Sun was taken aback. Her lady was contemplating. I intend to create a Feng Tinglu that can resonate across the seas, Su Jingning stated, articulating Yu Sun's innermost thoughts. In recent years, Feng Tinglu has flourished, with more than half of Jiangnan's enterprises operating under its banner. Years ago, my lady refrained from exposing herself to the Su family to avoid complications, thus urging me to remain in Jiangnan. However, Jiangnan is affluent, and the wealth accumulated over the years is sufficient to establish a Feng Tinglu in various towns and cities of Dezhou within half a year. As for the other 4 nations, apart from the southern realm's manhwa kingdom, which has a swifter business rapport with the Fengting Tower, approximately a year's time required, the remaining 3 nations cannot be assured to be established within 2 years. Yu Sun responded thoughtfully, her mind already diligently calculating how to open establishments in various locations, as if she were on the verge of producing an abacus. There is no need for undue haste. A gradual expansion will suffice, ensuring that suspicions do not arise. The primary goal is to secure control over the intelligence flow of the Great Zhou within 2 years, particularly concerning the borders and the imperial capital. Should finances prove insufficient or other complications arise, do not hesitate to send word to me. After a prolonged contemplation, Su Jingning instructed. Indeed, Yu Sun shall undoubtedly establish the Fengting Tower for the young lady. Her expression radiated anticipation and excitement. Su Jingning found her amusing. This girl, without inquiring why she wished to construct an intelligence network, was already eager to set to work. Do you not wish to ask why I desire to establish an intelligence network? Su Jingning raised an eyebrow and inquired. The young lady has her own purposes. As long as Yu Sun can fulfill her duties and alleviate the young lady's burdens, that is sufficient. Yu Sun lowered her gaze in reply. A warmth enveloped Su Jingning's heart as she regarded the simple girl who is still alive and well. In her previous life, Yu Sun had perished while attempting to save her. In this life, she vowed to protect her well, ensuring she could earn a lifetime of wealth for her. Very well. Remember to proceed with utmost caution. Your safety is paramount, she gently admonished. Understood, young lady. I am a bit weary now. Please excuse me, she said, closing her eyes and waving her hand toward Yu Sun. Clad in a black cloak, Yu Sun bowed and gracefully exited through the window, vanishing in an instant. Su Jingning felt no apprehension about being discovered, for her skills in calculation were exceptional, and her agility was unparalleled. The guards of the Su residence were hardly her match. She aimed to grasp all news from across the realm in her hands, enabling her to guard against the myriad threats that loomed over the Su family, ensuring they would not become mere pawns in the shadowy intrigues of the court. Miss, it is time for your medicine, Yun Qing announced, entering with a bowl of dark, viscous concoction. Just set it down. I shall drink it myself shortly, Su Jingning replied, her head aching at the mere sight of the medicine.
No.
Madam instructed me to ensure you finish it, Yun Qing insisted. Though it bears a bitter taste, this prescription was specially procured from a renowned physician in Jiangnan, and it works wonders for your cold. If you persist with it for another 6 months, your condition may well improve. Yun Qing's earnest entreaties continued. The only flaw in the otherwise healthy miss was her aversion to medication. Understood. Understood. I shall drink it now, Su Jingning conceded, knowing that once Yun Qing began her nagging, it would be endless. With that, she took the bowl and gulped down the bitter liquid, her tongue recoiling from the harsh taste. In a flurry, Yun Qing offered her a sweet date to alleviate the bitterness lingering in her mouth. After savoring the date, Su Jingning sighed. Yun Qing, I feel weary. I wish to rest for a while. Rising so early this morning has left me quite fatigued. Then allow me to attend to you while you sleep, Yun Qing replied. As Su Jingning succumbed to slumber, she drifted into a deep sleep that lasted until the time for dinner approached. Upon awakening from her afternoon nap, her mind still foggy, she dressed and decided to step into the courtyard for some fresh air. Upon exiting, she spotted several girls peering curiously at her from beyond her courtyard gate. As the second sister was discovered, she called out simultaneously. Su Jingning's eyes curved with a gentle smile as she softly urged them to come inside. What are you doing out in this cold weather? I'm worried you might catch a chill. Please sit down, it's freezing. Come warm yourselves by the fire. She invited them to sit by her warm stove before taking her own seat. Observing the three young women before her, a pang of sorrow gripped Su Jingning's heart. These were her blood sisters, yet in her past life, she had deeply hurt them for the sake of two outsiders. The Su family had only 5 daughters, including a half-sister, the eldest Su Luojing. Since childhood, her sister had treated her with great kindness, but 2 years ago, she married Pei Qingxiao, the second son of the Qingyang Marquisate. Young and promising, Pei Qingxiao was now serving as the governor of Qizhou in the southern region, and her sister could only return home during the year-end festival. Present were the 2 daughters of her second uncle, Su Luoting, the 4th miss, and Su Luoan, the 6th miss. Additionally, Su Luoshu, the 5th miss from her third uncle's family, was also there. The Su family had always placed great emphasis on the upbringing of their children, fostering a close bond among the sisters. Thus, the illegitimate children were raised solely by their legitimate mother, ensuring that the Su family maintained a respectable reputation and peace within their household, free from discord. For a century, the Su family had been pillars of the nation, and consequently, all children were required to study military strategies and martial arts. The siblings had grown up together, training and studying, forming a deep bond of affection. What are you peeking at the door for? Su Jingning inquired softly. Second sister, I heard from mother about today's events. I wanted to come and see you, but I was afraid of disturbing your rest, Su Luoting replied. Adorned in a smoke-green brocade dress, her beauty radiant, and her demeanor gentle, cultivated by her second aunt in an atmosphere of elegance and propriety. Dear second sister, I hope you are feeling better. We have longed to visit you these days, yet our mother has persistently prevented us from doing so, claiming that our presence would disrupt your recovery. Today, however, we have managed to sneak out. The youngest, Su Luowan, has her hair neatly styled in a casual manner, adorned in a delicate pink satin dress resembling peach blossoms, with a crimson bone whip at her waist. Her round face exudes a playful charm. Upon hearing that Qin Ruofu was responsible for your fall into the water, she was incensed, brandishing her whip and seeking vengeance on your behalf. After much effort, we managed to restrain her. Though Auntie has punished her by making her copy texts, she still managed to slip away. Beside her, Su Luoshu, of the same age, clad in a soft yellow velvet dress, gazes at her younger sister with a bemused smile, shaking her head. Really? Has Waner once again provoked Auntie? Su Jingning looks fondly at Su Luowan. She is the youngest girl in the Su family. Though born of a concubine, Auntie, having given birth to 3 sons without a daughter, treats the 2 illegitimate daughters as her own, nurturing them with great care. However, this little girl has been spoiled by her older siblings since childhood, her spirited nature often causing Auntie much distress. No, I merely wish to avenge second sister. How could Qin Ruofu repay kindness with malice, hurting her so? It is truly absurd that I have called her third sister for so many years. Su Luowan's eyes blaze with indignation, having never held much affection for that affected third sister, who lacks the martial spirit characteristic of the Su family. Oh you. It is no wonder Auntie is upset. Although Qin Ruofu has harmed me, our father has expelled her from the Su family, and mother has punished her with 70 strikes. That should suffice for her retribution. From this moment forth, she shall be regarded as a stranger. Why then should you be vexed with one who is but an outsider?
Su Jingning gently tapped Suluane's forehead, offering her a soft consolation.
Indeed, my elder sister speaks with wisdom. It is I who have misinterpreted the matter. However, should mother discover my escapade, having neglected my studies in favor of wandering, she would surely punish me. Elder sister, I wish to sleep by your side tonight. You must rescue me. Su Luowan playfully clung to Su Jingning's arm, her demeanor charming and endearing. That is out of the question. You know my health is frail. And, with this cold affliction returning, do not entertain such thoughts. You must return with me obediently. Su Luotian, with her brows furrowed in concern, regarded her younger sister with a serious countenance, issuing a gentle reprimand. Su Luowan had always harbored a fear of her elder sister. She trembled slightly. clinging tighter to Su Jingning's hand, retreating behind her for protection. I will not.
Suluoban pretesti defiantly.
Su Luotian's irritation grew. Ah, how delightful. It seems you two sisters still share the same penchant for bickering as you did in your youth. Su Jingning pulled Su Luoan from her hiding place and spoke softly to her. Auntie is so gentle. How could she truly punish you? Her intention is merely to encourage you to read and write more. I have no desire to spend my days solely immersed in books, practicing the piano, or dancing. The Su family is renowned for its talents. My brothers and sisters are all exceptionally skilled. I, too, wish to master the red-bone whip, for I aspire to fight bravely on the battlefield and become an invincible female general. Su Luowan pouted in dissatisfaction. Su Jingning and Su Luoshu exchanged amused glances, momentarily at a loss for words to counter her spirited declaration. Su Jingning gazed at her, recalling the memories of her past life. In that life, Shaowan indeed ventured to the northern territories, wielding her crimson-boned whip with unmatched valor, ultimately becoming the esteemed general of the Su family. However, treachery struck within the ranks of the Su army, leading to the demise of her kin in battle. It was she who, with great sacrifice, managed to carry the military insignia out of the north and deliver it to herself. She met her untimely end at the tender age of 15, a brilliant and radiant age, yet her life was extinguished upon that desolate land. She spoke the truth. The Su family was a lineage of talent, never yielding a waste of potential throughout the century. In their generation, all 6 sons of the Su family took to the battlefield at merely 10 years of age, each a youthful hero safeguarding the great Zhou. The daughters of the Su family were equally trained in both literary and martial pursuits from a young age, excelling in military strategies and formations. Luo Ting was a prodigy in formations. The array diagrams that Mu Ling desperately sought in her past life were merely a compilation of scattered Su family formations that her 4th sister had casually organized. Luo Shu possessed an acute sensitivity toward weaponry, and after her modifications, the bows and crossbows used by the Su family's armored troops could strike a target 100 paces away with pinpoint accuracy, earning the black iron crossbow of the Su family a legendary reputation in the northern territories. Yet in her previous life, these remarkably talented sisters met tragic ends under Mu Ling's ruthless decree of the Su family's treason, exterminating the entire clan. In this life, she vowed to protect her sisters, allowing them to live carefree and joyfully pursue their passions. The sisters gathered in Su Jingning's warm chamber for dinner, sharing laughter and intimate conversations for a long while before returning to their respective homes. The following morning, after a prolonged snowfall, the skies cleared, revealing the sun. As Su Jingning was enjoying her breakfast, Yunya hurriedly entered. Miss, Chinruafu is alive, though grievously injured and unconscious, her body battered and bruised. Su Jingning paused momentarily and inquired, how are my parents faring? Upon learning of the situation, the lady had arranged for her to be sent to a rural estate, instructing that she depart immediately upon regaining consciousness. The lady expressed her desire to never behold Chinruafu again. Early this morning, the master dispatched Uncle Su to publicly declare that the adopted daughter of the Su family, Su Ruafu, in spite of a decade of nurturing, had betrayed the family by plotting against her legitimate sister. As a result, she was stripped of the Su surname and reverted to her birth name, Chinruafu, thereby severing all ties with the Su family. The affair of the master and lady adopting Chinruafu was widely known among the noble families in the capital, and the public was well aware of how the Su family had treated her over the years. Now, the populace reviled Chinruafu as a venomous viper, ungrateful for the kindness bestowed upon her. Even if she wished to remain in the imperial capital, her prospects would be grim.
Junda spoke softly, understood.
In the coming days, observe the movements within the household. If anyone acts suspiciously, show no mercy. Su Jingning set down her bowl and chopsticks, delicately dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, and said in a gentle whisper, "You may leave. I wish to be alone for a while." Yunya cast a concerned glance at Su Jingning, sensing her mistress's troubled spirit. Alone on the soft couch by the window, Su Jingning felt the chill of the winter wind seeping through, biting to the bone. Her fingers, gripping the teacup, turned pale. Chinruafu must not perish just yet. She intended to make Chinruafu and Mu Ling endure a fate worse than death. Su Jingning yearned to witness them helplessly observe the destruction of all they cherished, to let them experience the excruciating torment that gnaws at the very core of one's being. She vowed to drag them both into the depths of hell, ensuring they would never find solace or redemption. In her past life, she spared not a single soul who wronged the Su family, even if it required employing despicable methods. Even if she were to become the very person she despised and loathed in her previous existence, she would stop at nothing. Chapter 6. The Journey to Qingfu Temple. Young Master, you have arrived. With a demeanor as clear as the sky, Su Jingchen gazed at Yunya, his expression gentle as he inquired, "Is Ninger inside?" "Miss is in the room." "Young Master, it seems that Miss has been rather downcast these past few days. Often lost in thought alone, and she frequently suffers from nightmares at night. She has always been most receptive to your words. Perhaps you could spend some time with her." "Why is that? Is it because of Su Ruofu? Or perhaps the Ling Prince?"
Suginkenes braus verrod.
"I am unsure. But I simply feel that Miss is not as joyful as she once was," Yunya replied, shaking her head, her heart filled with concern. "Understood." Su Jingchen lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Upon entering, he beheld his sister, clad in thin garments, sitting alone by the window, lost in contemplation. The window stood wide open, allowing the cold wind to sweep into the room, so much so that she had not noticed his arrival. "You have just recovered from a serious illness. Why is the window left ajar so wide? The biting cold could easily lead you to fall ill again." Su Jingchen approached her and firmly shut the window, blocking out every gust of wind. "Big brother, what brings you here?" Su Jingning's eyes sparkled with surprise, though the corners were tinged with a hint of redness. Su Jingchen did not respond but regarded her with earnest attention. "You have been melancholic since your fall into the water. Is there something troubling you?" he asked, catching her off guard with his inquiry. "Is it because of Chen Ruofu?" Su Jingchen continued gently, recalling the close bond his sister had shared with Chen Ruofu since childhood. "No." Su Jingning lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. Yet, Su Jingchen could sense a profound sorrow emanating from her. "Brother, if I make a grave mistake, one that endangers the entire Su family, will you blame me?" Su Jingning gazed at Su Jingchen, her eyes revealing an uncommon fragility. Su Jingchen observed his pale, almost translucent sister, her expression frail, and felt the profound pain and guilt reflected in her gaze. Her question pierced his heart. "No, Ningning is the treasure of our family. How could I possibly blame you? I would only hold accountable those who influenced your decision." Su Jingchen gently ruffled Su Jingning's hair, soothing her with unwavering conviction. A deep anguish twisted within Su Jingning. Indeed, no matter her missteps, her brother had never cast blame upon her. Yet, how could she refrain from condemning herself? It was she who had led to the downfall of the Su family. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Mu Ling and Chen Ruofu, but her greatest loathing was directed at herself. Had she not acted foolishly, the Su family would not have borne the weight of infamy, meeting tragic ends. Her voice, once cold, now trembled with suppressed sobs, her eyes reddening as overwhelming anguish precipitated an emotional collapse, blurring the lines between past and present. "But, brother, you should blame me. I was wrong. I have brought ruin upon our family. For the sake of one person, I disregarded our parents' warnings, forsaking the Su family, to strategize and toil for him, to fight by his side, aiding him in his ascent to power, only to await his arrival with joy, only to be met with his betrayal. He conspired with Su Ruofu to ensnare the Su family, branding us with treason, leading our father and brothers to perish in that desolate land, their bodies left unclaimed, exposed to the wilderness. I witnessed my mother, aunts, and younger sisters succumb one by one before my very eyes, powerless to save even a single soul. It is I who have brought ruin upon the entire Su family. I am terrified. Brother, I fear that once again, you will perish because of me. I dread becoming the sinner of the Su family anew." Su Jingning clutched her head, her voice growing ever fainter, her mind awash with the blood of the Su clan from a past life, both astonished and fearful. "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. I am here. I am here. Everyone is here." Su Jingchen reassured her, quickly enveloping his sister in his arms as he spoke gently. He had never seen Ninger in such a vulnerable and terrified state. What could have possibly befallen her?
As Su Jingninges uncontrolled emotions gradually settled beneath Su Jingkenes tender reassurances.
She leaned against him and drifted into slumber. Su Jingchen carefully carried his sister to her bed, remaining by her side for a considerable time. Even in her dreams, she murmured incessantly, and only when he saw her sleeping soundly did he depart. Upon leaving Lineage Pavilion, Su Jingchen pondered the individual his sister had mentioned. He could think of no one but Prince Ling, a chilling aura enveloping him. He sensed that Ninger's emotions today were perilous, as she seemed to be suppressing her feelings. Ninger had always been composed and astute, never prone to such nonsensical utterances. What on earth had transpired? Tu Fei. Investigate meticulously whom the second miss has interacted with recently, particularly Prince Ling. Leave no detail overlooked, no matter how minute, he commanded.
Understood, tu fais replier.
Bowing his head in acquiescence. In the days that followed, Su Jingchen visited Lineage Pavilion daily to check on Su Jingning, inquiring about her earlier words, to which she merely replied that she had been dreaming. He observed her returning to her usual self, indistinguishable from her former demeanor, and felt a sense of relief, believing she had merely experienced a troubling dream. Today marked the festival of Feng Tian in the imperial capital, a day dedicated to the worship of celestial deities by the Great Zhou, aimed at purging the impurities of the past year and ensuring a peaceful and prosperous new year. The atmosphere within the estate was filled with an uncontainable joy among the household members. This morning, news arrived from the northern frontier, heralding a resounding victory. The valiant generals of the Su family had decisively routed the forces of the Xiliang kingdom, inflicting significant damage to their national strength, leaving them unable to continue the fight. The emperor was elated and specifically summoned the Su family members to return to court for their commendations, allowing them to celebrate the new year with their families. The army had already begun its march back home. Upon receiving the news, Su Jingning understood fully. In his previous life, the outcome had been the same. The defeat of the Xiliang forces was not solely due to the bravery of the Su generals, but also a result of internal strife within Xiliang, where the king had perished, leading to the ascension of the fourth prince and a rebellion by the first prince. The internal chaos in Xiliang had rendered them incapable of engaging in further conflict with Great Zhou for the next year or two. Yet, thanks to the turmoil within Xiliang, the Su family could finally reunite. His second uncle, third uncle, and elder brothers had not returned home for 2 years. Sister, have you heard? My father and the others are returning to the capital. Su Luowan's excited voice could be heard from afar. Miss Six, please slow down. Su Luowan was running too swiftly for her maid to keep up. Breathless, she dashed into Su Jingning's room, her cheeks flushed and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Why are you so out of breath? Su Jingning chuckled, wiping the sweat from her brow gently, speaking in a soft tone. He handed her a cup of hot tea, which she gulped down eagerly. Sister, father, and the others are returning. They have already dismantled the camp. Today marks the festival of heavenly blessings, with 25 days remaining until the new year. This year, father and my brothers will be home for the celebrations. Su Luowan's eyes sparkled with joy as she danced with excitement. Indeed, they're finally coming back. Su Jingning, with her almond-shaped eyes gleaming with mirth, gazed at Su Luowan. Sister, hurry and get ready.
You're feeling much better now.
Today is the festival of heavenly blessings. Let us go to the heavenly palace at Qingfu Temple to offer our prayers, not only for ourselves but also for father, uncle, third uncle, and our brothers, hoping for a year free of worries for everyone. Please be quick. I shall go find fifth sister, and we will meet at the entrance. Before Su Jingning could respond, Su Luowan dashed out of Lanya Pavilion in a whirlwind. Su Jingning shook her head at her bouncy figure and turned to Yunqing and Yunya, saying, "Let us prepare. We are heading to Qingfu Temple. Since my rebirth, I have yet to step outside." By the time Su Jingning reached the entrance, Su Luowan and the others were ready. Eldest brother was also present, and Su Luowan leaned against the carriage window, chatting animatedly, causing eldest brother to burst into hearty laughter.
Spotting Su Jingning's arrival.
She eagerly waved her hand. Sister, come quickly. We have been waiting for you. Su Jingning instructed Yunya to take the carriage at the back and then nodded as she walked towards them. Is eldest brother going to Qingfu Temple as well? She inquired. Mother is worried about you girls traveling alone, so she asked me to accompany you. Quickly, get in the carriage. Let's enjoy ourselves today, as it has been a long time since you ventured out. Su Jingchen affectionately ruffled Su Jingning's hair, his gaze filled with tenderness. As soon as Su Jingning boarded the carriage, Su Luowan handed her a warm hand warmer. Sister, quickly take the hand warmer. Your cold ailment has finally improved. Yet one must not be careless. As Su Jingning held the warming stove, a touch of warmth illuminated her otherwise cool brow. The Qingfu Temple, nestled in the eastern mountains of the capital, lay concealed amidst the snow-laden peaks, renowned for its auspicious wishes and thriving incense offerings. On this day, Being the festival of heavenly blessings, the temple was teeming with visitors. Su Luoshu leaned against the carriage, observing the throngs at the Qingfu temple with a hint of impatience on her exquisite visage. They had already waited for half an hour without making any progress up the mountain. Why had I never noticed how devout the people of the capital were? She had always been skeptical of the supernatural. How would you know what the people of the capital believe when you spend every day holed up in your workshop? Su Luoting interjected, unable to restrain herself. Isn't fourth sister also hiding away in her study all day, only venturing out today? Su Luoshi retorted, unwilling to back down. Both sisters grew increasingly restless. Su Jingning, snug in her snow fox cloak, found amusement in their banter. She suddenly realized that the girls of the Su family were admirable in many respects, yet they were not particularly fond of venturing outdoors. Why has Xiaowan been gone for so long? Where is she? Just as Su Jingning was about to lift the curtain of the carriage for a glimpse.
Suluovan Dashdin.
Let us go, let us go. We can depart now. Eldest brother is waiting for us.
Today,
Prince Chen had come to the Qingfu temple to pray for blessings, and all the noble ladies of the capital had gathered. Currently, the temple allowed only a select few to ascend, leaving many blocked at the foot of the mountain, but fortunately, eldest brother was present. Su Luowan leapt from the carriage, extending her hand to assist Su Jingning out, releasing her grip only upon seeing Yunyo approaching. How could Prince Chen come here? Su Lo Ting furrowed her brow and inquired. I don't know, oh well, it doesn't matter. We are not here to see him anyway. Let's go, let's go. It will be too late otherwise. Su Lo-wan took her hand and led the way. Sister, hurry up and catch up with us. Su Lo-wan, clad in a vibrant green gown complemented by a matching cloak, exuded youthful charm, while Su Lo Ting, adorned in a delicate light purple embroidered silk dress, radiated grace and warmth, drawing the gaze of many as they turned to look. Seeing them rush ahead, Su Lo Shu also urged Su Lo Jingning to follow. With Su Lo Jingchen present, the attendants of Prince Chen recognized him, allowing their ascent up the mountain to proceed smoothly. Prince Mu Heng, intelligent and handsome, talented beyond his years, and known for his gentle and benevolent nature, was hailed as the foremost scholar of the imperial capital. He was the son of His Majesty and the noble consort Shu, who cherished him deeply. Now of marriageable age, numerous noble ladies sought to capture his attention, hoping to secure a prosperous future for themselves and their families. Su Lo Jingning smirked inwardly, gentle and kind. How could a royal be so? She knew that Prince Chen was ruthless, willing to sacrifice even his own princess. In a previous life, he had offered his stunningly beautiful princess to the Emperor of Manhwa in a bid to gain support in his struggle against Mu Ling and the Crown Prince. Ultimately, the princess, unable to bear the humiliation, took her own life on the way to Nanhua, preserving her purity. Sister, why are you dawdling? Let's go. It's our turn. Be sure to pay your respects well this time, to dispel any lingering ill fortune, and may you return next year in good health. Su Lo Shu remarked, gently nudging Su Lo Jingning, who seemed lost in thought before the Buddhist altar. Su Jingning gazed at the swirling incense and the solemn atmosphere of the Buddhist hall. She held no belief in Buddhism. Had it been effective, the Su family would not have met such a tragic fate in their past, burdened with infamy. Thus, she chose to place her faith solely in herself. Accepting the incense offered by the young monk before the statue, she bowed reverently and placed the incense into the burner. Then, she clasped her hands in prayer, kneeling on the incense mat and closed her eyes. May I, Su Jingning, with all my strength in this lifetime, protect my family from harm and grant them peace of mind. Upon emerging from her prayers, Su Luowan, having gleaned information from an unknown source, insisted on visiting the millennium-old peach tree at Qingfu Temple, reputed to grant wishes for love or any heartfelt desire. Although Su Jingning lacked the inclination to go, she noticed her other two sisters were quite eager. You may go. I do not wish to join. I will wait for you here. Big brother. Please take the sisters with you. With more people, you can keep an eye on them, she stated. Feeling weary and concerned about the potential chaos at Qingfu Temple, she voiced her thoughts to Su Jingchen. With her elder brother present, her worries subsided. Su Jingchen observed the faint weariness etched on his sister's brow and then glanced at the trio of Su Luowan, who had already dashed off. He spoke in a deep tone. Very well. You remain here and await our return. We shall be back shortly. Standing before the corridor of Qingfu Temple, Su Jingning listened to the distant chime of bells and watched the mist rolling through the mountains, feeling the resentment that had accompanied her rebirth gradually soothe into tranquility. Ba, could it be that the esteemed Miss Su is here? A young monk clad in blue approached Su Jingning, bowing slowly as he inquired.
Who are you? Junda.
Ever vigilant, obstructed the monk's advance. Yunya, do not be impolite. I am Su Jingning. May I inquire what brings you, master, to seek my presence? Su Jingning nodded towards Yunya and addressed the young monk. I am Wu He, the young monk replied, bowing his head. Master Huihai has mentioned that you are predestined to meet us. Would it be possible for you to grant us an audience? Huihai master? Su Jingning inquired, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. She had heard of Master Huihai from Qingfu Temple, a figure of immense wisdom who had guided countless souls. Even the current emperor held him in high esteem. How could he possibly be aware of her existence? Indeed, the young monk continued, the master has instructed not to impose upon Miss Su. Should you wish to meet him, please follow me. If you prefer not to, the master assures that fate will allow for another encounter in the future. He bowed respectfully to Su Jingning. Observing the delicate features of the young monk, Su Jingning hesitated. Since the master had expressed such intentions, it was likely that their paths would cross again. It would be prudent to ascertain his purpose today. She whispered to Yunya, wait here for me. I shall go meet Master Huihai. But, miss, you are not acquainted with him. It may not be wise to trust. Yunya expressed her concerns, attempting to deter Su Jingning. It is of no concern. I shall return shortly, Su Jingning assured her before following the young monk, Yuan He. Yuan He led Su Jingning along a tranquil path towards the rear mountain of Qingfu Temple, where ancient trees stood sentinel in serene harmony. The young monk remained silent throughout their journey, guiding Su Jingning to a quaint bamboo courtyard, tranquil and elegant. He did not enter but instead bowed towards the interior. Master, Miss Su has arrived. Then she bowed her head and paid her respects to Su Jingning. Miss Su, please enter. Master Zuzu awaits you in the courtyard. Su Jingning inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement and proceeded into the courtyard. The garden was adorned with numerous green bamboos, which, despite the winter chill, retained their vibrant vitality. As Su Jingning navigated through the bamboo grove, she soon beheld Master Huihai, clad in a brown robe, meditating serenely beneath the eaves, his countenance radiating compassion. Having previously encountered Master Huihai, Su Jingning was uncertain as to why the master desired to meet with her. She bowed respectfully to Master Huihai and gently inquired. The master opened his eyes, gazing at Su Jingning. His penetrating gaze seemed to see through her fa, revealing the myriad wounds of her soul. Chapter 7. A Reunion. Ba, the old monk greets Miss Su Er. Miss Su Er, if you do not mind, please allow me to offer you a taste of the exquisite tea from Qingfu Temple. Huihai ceased his rhythmic tapping on the wooden fish and invited Su Jingning to take a seat, pouring her a cup of the fragrant tea. Su Jingning accepted without hesitation, settling comfortably across from Huihai, lifting the cup to her lips for a sip. The initial bitterness was difficult to swallow, yet it concluded with a subtle, lingering sweetness. She set down the cup, fixing her gaze upon Huihai, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with curiosity. This tea is indeed delightful. But the master has invited me here for more than merely sharing the tea from Qingfu Mountain, has he not? Huihai smiled gently, his expression warm and kind, as he presented Su Jingning with a sandalwood box. I have summoned you today because of this. You are fated to encounter a deathly calamity, one that cannot be averted by conventional means. The contents within this box may safeguard you from this calamity. I do not know the master well. Why would he bestow this upon me? Su Jingning scrutinized the wooden box, refraining from reaching for it, her eyes sharp as she countered Huihai's offer. It is a request from an old acquaintance. I implore you to accept it. Su Jingning has always been reluctant to accept items of uncertain provenance. She pushed the box back toward Huihai. Huihai smiled knowingly, stating, the acquaintance I refer to is not only mine but also yours, Miss Su. This item is not without its origins. Please do accept it. My acquaintance? Among those she knew, none had any connection to Master Huihai. Su Jingning gently lifted the sandalwood box and opened it, revealing an ordinary red string bracelet adorned with a teardrop-shaped bead, crystal clear and mysterious, with what appeared to be a swirl of red ink within. Who could it be? Su Jingning accepted the wooden box without further hesitation. Though she chose not to wear it, she expressed her gratitude to the master, bowing her head in respect. Huihai nodded at her and fell silent, closing his eyes to resume his meditation. Observing this, Su Jingning felt no need to linger. She slightly bowed to Hui before departing the small courtyard. However, upon stepping outside, she overheard something she should not have. The order was given. Today, Prince Chen must not leave Qingfu Temple alive. As soon as he arrives, they were to act. A group of 7 or 8 masked assassins was quietly plotting. Su Jingning cautiously concealed herself behind a towering pine tree, lifting her skirts to minimize noise. She had no intention of becoming embroiled in their schemes. Yet, fate proved unkind. The heavy snow accumulated on the branch above her finally gave way, cascading onto her shoulder. "Who's there?" The black-clad assassins, alerted by the sound, approached her hiding spot with caution. "Damn you, Prince Chen!" Questioning the prince's presence in the temple. In a swift motion, she removed the jade hairpin from her head, her figure flickering into view before one of the assassins. With a graceful flick of her wrist, her movements were so quick they were nearly imperceptible, causing the assassin to clutch his neck and collapse to the ground. As the others witnessed their brother being suddenly slain by the woman who had appeared, they swiftly drew their daggers, charging towards Su Jingning with lethal intent. Their movements suggesting professional training and a ruthless determination to claim lives. Su Jingning's posture was oddly enchanting. Her agility was unlike anything the assailants had ever encountered, and she evaded their attacks without sustaining a scratch. In the ensuing confrontation, she dispatched 2 more of her attackers. The remaining figures clad in black seemed driven to desperation, recklessly advancing upon Su Jingning with the singular goal of silencing her to prevent any news of their failure from escaping. Otherwise, they feared it would be their own lives at stake. With a steely glint in her eyes, Su Jingning felled another adversary before darting swiftly into the dense woods behind her. Due to her worsening cold affliction, she had not wielded a weapon in a considerable time, and even the slightest exertion now threatened to overwhelm her. She needed to devise a means to elude them. Her movements were peculiarly elusive amidst the snow-laden forest. She glided like a specter, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving her pursuers behind. After finally shaking off her attackers, Su Jingning leaned against a tree, coughing violently, struggling to regain her composure. Just as she was catching her breath, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A sharp arrow whistled past her, narrowly missing her as she instinctively shifted her form. The arrowhead embedded itself deeply within the sturdy trunk of a pine tree. A sense of urgency gripped her. This was a skilled archer, far superior to the previous assailants. Had she unwittingly stumbled into a den of peril? The Qingfu Temple was indeed no sanctuary. Recalling the trajectory of the arrow and the force with which it pierced the tree, her ears attuned to the surroundings, she pinpointed the archer's location. Gripping her sharp jade hairpin tightly, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed, and with a surge of strength, she swiftly launched the hairpin toward the direction from which the arrow had come. With a resounding thud, a body fell to the ground, and Su Jingning felt an immediate sense of relief. She cautiously peered out, approaching the figure of a man clad in black, lying face down in the snow. With a calm demeanor, she turned him over. The man was lifeless, a jade hairpin embedded in his throat, blood pooling gruesomely around him. Emotionless, Su Jingning removed the pin, warm blood splattering onto her delicate, fair hands. Disgusted, she wiped the pin against the man's clothing, attempting to cleanse it of the sanguine stains. Her gaze inadvertently caught sight of a red flower tattoo, resembling the red spider lily, near the man's collarbone. He was a red card assassin from the Night Killing Pavilion, a notoriously malevolent organization of killers. Their reach extended across 4 nations, willing to kill any target for the right price. Their methods were ruthlessly brutal, and their assassins possessed formidable skills. The red card assassin represented the pinnacle of their ranks. This man was not the target of Prince Chen. Just as Su Jingning resolved to leave this cursed place, a flurry of arrows whistled toward her. She swiftly spun away to evade them. Another arrow soared in her direction. Having just ducked to avoid a previous one, she found herself unable to escape this new threat. Just as she braced for the inevitable impact, she was abruptly yanked aside, the arrow narrowly missing her by mere inches. Momentarily stunned, she turned to gaze at the person who had saved her. The figure stood with his back turned to her, one hand gripping his wrist tightly, while the other swiftly hurled a small knife emanating a blue glow into the air. On his fair wrist rested a string of smooth, translucent Bodhi beads. Clad in a black and blue cloud-patterned robe, his ink-black hair was elegantly tied up, and silver thread-embroidered auspicious clouds adorned his attire. He possessed a tall and slender physique, exuding an ethereal grace. Su Jingning had to tilt her head to gaze up at him, feeling an uncanny familiarity in his silhouette, reminiscent of Gu Yanin. Su Jingning's mind went blank. How could it be him? As the man turned to face Su Jingning, his strikingly flawless features resembled a masterfully sculpted visage, with finely chiseled features radiating elegance. A crimson beauty mark graced the corner of his left eye, enhancing his otherworldly charm. His eyes, dark and icy, betrayed no emotion, appearing more youthful than she remembered. A tremor coursed through Su Jingning. This was disastrous. How could she have encountered this harbinger of death? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the ominous sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed from behind. Gu Yanin abruptly seized Su Jingning's arm, urging her to flee deeper into the forest, their feet barely touching the ground. She had unwittingly stumbled into a den of assassins. Su Jingning stumbled along as Gu Yanin pulled her, the relentless pursuers hot on their heels. Had the night-killing pavilion dispatched all its red card assassins? They seemed to be emerging from every shadow. She broke free from Gu Yanin's grasp, turning to him with urgency, declaring her exhaustion. This cannot continue. We must devise a plan to eliminate them. Let us separate for now. We can exhaust their arrows and force them out before we strike. With that, she pivoted, ready to draw the assassins away, only to be firmly restrained by Gu Yanin. Stay hidden and do not move. I will handle this. The man's voice was cold and steady, instilling an unbidden sense of calm. After speaking, he glanced around and swiftly took flight. Su Jingning obediently concealed herself behind a tree, listening to the relentless sound of arrows whistling through the snowy forest, accompanied by the thuds of bodies hitting the ground. After a while, the arrows ceased. She peered out and discovered 6 or 7 figures in black surrounding Gu Yanin, their attacks ruthless. Scattered around were several lifeless corpses. As Su Jingning observed Gu Yanin being restrained by a few adversaries in front, she failed to notice the assailant approaching from behind, poised to strike with a dagger. Be careful! A delicate yet fierce voice rang out. In a flash, Su Jingning intervened, blocking the dagger aimed at Gu Yanin. Her left forearm was inadvertently cut. Ah! Su Jingning gasped in pain, swiftly disarming the attacker and plunging the blade into his chest, delivering a fatal blow. With their backs pressed together, Su Jingning and Gu Yanin communicated seamlessly, dispatching the assassins in mere moments. Panting, Su Jingning discarded the dagger and collapsed onto the snow, devoid of her usual poise and elegance. Gu Yanin, why do I always stumble upon you being pursued? How many enemies have you amassed? She vented her frustration, no longer intimidated by him. All she wanted was to step outside to light incense and offer prayers, only to be summoned by a mysterious old monk, warning her of a deadly calamity in her fate, and now she had been chased twice in succession. Gu Yanin stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the gaping wound on her left forearm, blood seeping profusely. His concealed hand trembled slightly. The pale blue sleeve of the girl's attire had become thoroughly soaked with blood. Gu Yanin said nothing, merely crouching beside Su Jingning, retrieving a vial of powdered medicine from his bosom. He grasped her wrist and glanced up at her. Bear with it, he murmured, his voice low and steady. With great care, he sprinkled the powder onto the wound on the girl's arm. Ouch! It hurts! Su Jingning winced, attempting to withdraw her hand. But Gu Yanin held it firmly. Once he had applied the powder, he produced a clean, neatly folded dark blue handkerchief and gently wrapped it around her injured forearm, tying it into a charming bow. His technique was exquisite. Su Jingning gazed at the bow, a smile tugging at her lips. Who would have imagined that this young heir of the Beiyang Wangfu, destined for immense power and poised to dominate the court, the cold and unyielding regent Gu Yanin, could tie such a beautiful bow? Gu Yanin, long time no see, she exclaimed, observing the remnants of youthful innocence in his demeanor, the fear she once harbored for him in her past life seemingly evaporating. Before her now stood Gu Yanin, who posed no threat, a figure she need not guard against. Why then should she fear him? Moreover, she had once saved him. Gu Yanin's long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly as he lifted his gaze to meet the girl's radiant smile. It seemed the eternal frost in his eyes began to thaw. It's been a while. What brings you to the capital? Shouldn't you be in the northern frontier? Su Jingning supported herself with one hand and slowly rose to her feet. The Western Liang forces were defeated, and I was summoned by His Majesty, Gu Yanin replied solemnly. Oh. The Northern King oversees the entire northern and western territories. Now that the Shiliang forces have suffered defeat, it is only fitting for His Majesty to summon them. Thank you for your assistance just now, Gu Yenin remarked softly, casting a glance at the breathtaking girl beside him. Su Jingning observed the darkening sky and realized with alarm that her elder brother must be frantic with worry over her absence. Glancing down at her blood-stained blue dress, she knew that if she returned home in such a state, her mother would surely faint from shock. "Come, I shall escort you home," Gu Yenin stated coldly to Su Jingning. "However, I must first find a way to deal with this blood. I cannot allow anyone to see me like this." Su Jingning nodded in agreement, replying to Gu Yenin. Given that someone had attempted to assassinate Prince Chen today, her blood-soaked attire, coupled with her recent exit from Qingfu Mountain, could lead to unforeseen troubles if noticed by others. Gu Yenin scrutinized her for a moment, his voice as frigid as ever. "I will find a solution." With that, he turned and walked ahead of Su Jingning. She refrained from further comment and simply followed in his footsteps, her head bowed. Rather than retracing their steps, Gu Yenin chose to take a detour down the eastern slope. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they encountered a modestly luxurious carriage parked there. Beside it stood a young man with starry brows and a sword in hand, waiting expectantly. Upon spotting Gu Yenin, he rushed over with concern. "Master, are you unharmed?" Mou examined Gu Yenin from head to toe, relieved to find him unscathed. His gaze then shifted to the girl peeking from behind her master. The girl was stunningly beautiful, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Who might this lady be? How could one stand so close to the master, who has always despised others encroaching upon his personal space? "Get in the carriage. This path shall remain undiscovered," Gu Yenin instructed, turning to Su Jingning. He stood by the carriage, extending his hand for her to assist him in boarding first. Su Jingning nodded, naturally taking hold of his hand as she ascended into the wagon. Gu Yenin did not immediately follow her, but addressed the startled Mou coldly. "Proceed to Wudong Buan." The carriage was spacious and elegant, furnished with a Yuwood table adorned with exquisite celadone tea sets. Gu Yenin handed his gray rat fur coat to Su Jingning, who graciously accepted it, draping it over her shoulders. After walking through the snow for so long, she felt nearly frozen. Gu Yenin cast a glance at the shivering Su Jingning and, with fluid motions, prepared a pot of warm tea, pouring a cup and offering it to her. The carriage traveled for quite some time in silence, creating an awkward atmosphere. Su Jingning cradled the teacup, contemplating how to alleviate the tension. "Why did you shield me from that blade?" Gu Yenin's cold gaze fixed upon Su Jingning's delicate features. Surprised by his sudden inquiry, she momentarily faltered before responding. One cannot simply stand by and watch another perish. In truth, she herself was uncertain as to why she had saved him. With a composed demeanor, Su Jingning met his earnest gaze, hoping to reveal some difference in her eyes, yet found none. The light within them dimmed slightly. "If it were anyone else, would you have intervened as well?" he inquired once more, his hand clenched nervously within his sleeve. Su Jingning regarded him with curiosity. "Why should I save you? The others are of no concern to me." The hand that had been tightly grasped within the sleeve gradually relaxed. "Master, we have arrived at the Wudong courtyard." "Wudong courtyard? Is that not the royal retreat in the outskirts of the capital where Her Royal Highness, Princess Xuanhe, the Emperor's sister, resides? How could Gu Yenin have brought me here?" Chapter 8. Princess Xuanhe. The carriage glided into the Wudong Garden, a vast estate adorned with a myriad of sycamore trees. Tranquil and serene. It is said that this garden was planted by the husband of Princess Xuanhe, for her pleasure. The princess and her consort had grown up together, childhood companions with a bond deep as the roots of the trees surrounding them. Tragically, her husband met his demise in the very year that His Majesty ascended to the throne, sacrificing his life to save the emperor. The emperor has always held a special affection for his sister, and the loss of her husband due to his reign has elevated Princess Xuanhe's standing within the royal family, ranking just below the emperor and the empress dowager. However, with her consort's early passing and the absence of heirs, she has spent many years in seclusion at Wudong Garden, seldom appearing before the public eye. As the carriage came to a gentle halt, Su Jingning alighted alongside Gu Yenin. They were greeted by a poised middle-aged woman clad in a blue palace gown, standing gracefully on the steps awaiting their arrival. The woman inclined her head respectfully towards Gu Yenin, casting a discreet glance at Su Jingning, her eyes shimmering with a hint of astonishment and delight. "Madame Qiu," Gu Yenin acknowledged with a nod, displaying a demeanor of utmost respect. "Your Highness, the princess awaits you in the Chaohui Hall," Madame Qiu said with a warm smile. Her voice gentle, Gu Yenin glanced back at Su Jingning before responding to Madame Qiu, Understood. I shall proceed at once. Might you assist her in changing her attire? Madame Chiu observed Su Jingning's blood-stained garments. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall take this young lady to change her clothes immediately. Gu Yan'an turned to Su Jingning, whose eyes were filled with confusion, and said in a deep voice, Please follow Mama Chiu to change your clothes. I shall escort you home shortly. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jingning nodded in agreement. Miss, please follow me, Mama Chiu gently urged Su Jingning. Following Mama Chiu, Su Jingning made her way to the side hall. Once Su Jingning had walked far enough away, Gu Yan'an proceeded towards the Chaohui Hall, where Princess Xuanhe waited. Dressed simply in a gown of plain silkworm silk adorned with a golden embroidered peony cloak, the princess exuded a gentle demeanor that still retained the regal elegance befitting her status. Why has Yan'an not yet arrived? Princess Xuanhe muttered, furrowing her brow as she paced anxiously within the hall, casting glances toward the entrance. Your Highness, the young Master Gu has arrived, a voice announced. Upon hearing this, Princess Xuanhe quickly turned her gaze outside, where Gu Yan'an approached, clad in a dark blue robe, radiating an air of aloofness and pride. I pay my respects to Aunt Wan, Gu Yan'an said as he knelt before Princess Xuanhe, performing the customary greeting. Are you injured anywhere? I was frantic with worry upon hearing the news, Princess Xuanhe exclaimed, pulling him up and examining him closely until she was reassured. I am unscathed, Aunt Wan. Do not fret. How is it that upon your return to the capital, someone has already targeted you? I have been absent from their sight for too long. They must be growing weary of life. Princess Xuanhe spoke with a fierce tone. They cannot harm me, Gu Yan'an replied as he entered the inner hall alongside Princess Xuanhe. How long do you intend to stay in the capital? I shall arrange for protection on your behalf, Princess Xuanhe said, her gaze warm as she looked at the graceful youth before her. No need. I shall depart after my audience with His Majesty. I do not relish the company of others, Gu Yan'an replied, pausing momentarily at the words of the princess. Princess Xuanhe, anticipating his refusal, felt a twinge of resignation, but did not press the matter further. As the new year approaches, why not remain a while longer? She suggested tentatively. Gu Yan'an remained silent, his gaze fixed on the tea leaves swirling in his cup. Very well, I shall not insist you stay in the capital, but do inform me before you leave. Do not slip away unnoticed, Princess Xuanhe remarked, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she regarded Gu Yan'an. He nodded solemnly in acquiescence. After a moment's hesitation, Princess Xuanhe inquired, I heard from my attendants that a wounded maiden accompanied you to the garden today. You brought her here, but can she be trusted?
Indeed.
She was injured on my account, Gu Yan'an acknowledged, understanding that his presence with Su Jingning would not escape the notice of Princess Xuanhe. If you trust her, that is well. Is her injury severe? I can summon the imperial physician to attend to her, Princess Xuanhe offered. It was the first time she had seen a woman suddenly appear by Gu Yan'an's side, and his evident trust in her piqued her curiosity regarding the young lady's character. Princess, young master, Miss Su has arrived, came the voice of Mama Chiu from outside the room. Su Jingning had changed out of her blood-stained garments, donning a moonlight white gown adorned with silver butterfly embroidery, complemented by a snow-white fox fur cloak. Her ink-black hair cascaded down her back, shimmering subtly in the moonlight as she walked. With delicate and striking features, she radiated an air of ethereal coolness that captivated the eye. Please, Miss Su, come in. The Grand Princess softly commanded. Miss Su, please. Aunt Chiu stepped aside to allow Su Jingning to enter. Su Jingning offered a slight bow to Aunt Chiu and proceeded into the inner hall. The hall was adorned with understated yet opulent decorations, exuding an air of exquisite grandeur. Su Jingning maintained a calm demeanor as she approached Princess Xuanhe, performing a respectful curtsy, her back straight and posture elegant, embodying a sense of dignity and composure. Greetings to your highness, the Grand Princess. Su Jingning addressed her with reverence. Princess Xuanhe's gaze was profound as she observed the girl in the hall. After a prolonged silence, she gently said, Good child, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Step forward so that I may have a look at you. Thank you, your highness. Su Jingning then rose and moved closer to Princess Xuanhe. Please take a seat. The princess indicated a position beside Gu Yan'an for Su Jingning to occupy. Gu Yan'an glanced at the small injury on Su Jingning's arm and discreetly shifted the teacup in front of her to her right side. Princess Xuanhe, with her keen eye, did not overlook this detail. A slight smile graced her lips as she observed Su Jingning nodding frequently. The girl possessed a vibrant and graceful beauty, Her demeanor was neither servile nor haughty, exuding a calm and steady presence as she sat beside Yenin, a sight truly delightful to behold. I heard from Yenin that you were injured. How is your condition? Princess Xuanhe inquired gently. In her previous life, she had encountered Princess Xuanhe before Mu Ling ascended the throne. At that time, the princess was regal and formidable, instilling a sense of fear even in Mu Ling. The contrast with the gentle and soft-spoken princess before her now was striking. What was the nature of the relationship between this princess and Gu Yenin? Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. It is nothing serious, merely a superficial injury. Su Jingning promptly responded, even minor injuries require attention. A girl cannot afford to bear scars. Jiqiu, bring that scar-reducing ointment to Miss Su, commanded Princess Xuanhe, gently patting Su Jingning's hand, then instructing the waiting Mama Qiu. The ointment boasts remarkable effects for scar removal and skin nourishment. Remember to apply it once the wound has healed. Turning to Su Jingning, she added, Jingning, express my gratitude for the princess's generous gift. With a smile illuminating her features, Su Jingning offered a slight bow in thanks to Princess Xuanhe. Princess Xuanhe's gaze grew increasingly tender as she inquired, Are you from the imperial capital? Where is your residence? Are you betrothed? Jingning, the legitimate daughter of Duke Su Bo, remained unwed. Although puzzled by the princess's interest in her marital status, she answered truthfully. Upon hearing that Su Jingning was still unattached, the princess's smile broadened. Ah, so you are the daughter of Su Bo. No wonder you seem somewhat familiar. I am an old friend of your father's. You shall stay here tonight to recuperate, and I will have someone escort you home tomorrow. Su Jingning found herself somewhat bewildered by the princess's unexpected warmth and cast a pleading glance at Gu Yenin. Noting her unease, Gu Yenin's heart softened, and he interjected to alleviate her discomfort. Just as the princess was about to extol Su Jingning further, Gu Yenin interrupted. Aunt Wan. Today Prince Jun was attacked at Qingfu Mountain. She has lost contact with her family, and the Su family must be anxious by now. I have indeed been remiss in my considerations, forgetting that Prince Chun was also assaulted at Qingfu Mountain today. Given Jingning's injury, it would be unwise for you to return through the city gate, as it may arouse suspicion and inquiries. Thus, you shall return to the city in my carriage. They will not dare to inquire. Princess Xuanhe pondered for a moment before addressing them. Jiqiu, you shall personally escort Jingning back to the Duke of Zhenguo's residence. Inform them that I happened to visit Qingfu Temple today to pay my respects to Master Huaihai, where I encountered an assassin. Fortunately, Miss Su Er was present and saved me, but alas, she sustained injuries. I shall take her back to the villa to recuperate. She then turned and instructed Jiqiu to escort Su Jingning home. The news of your visit to my residence must remain confidential. Follow my instructions. And they will not trace it back to me, Princess Xuanhe said to Gu Yenin. With Jiqiu accompanying you, others will not dare to make comments. She comforted Su Jingning, holding her hand. Thank you, Your Highness, Su Jingning replied, bowing respectfully to Princess Xuanhe. Refraining from questioning why it was imperative to keep the relationship between Gu Yenin and Princess Xuanhe a secret. No need for thanks. I simply have an affection for you. Dear child, should you encounter any troubles in the future, you may seek me at Wudong Villa, Princess Xuanhe gently urged, helping Su Jingning to her feet. I understand, Su Jingning replied with a sincere smile, sensing that Princess Xuanhe bore her no ill will, but rather a fondness, owing to Gu Yenin. Now, you must hurry. The city gates will soon close. Chapter 9. Return to the palace in the Dazhou Imperial Palace, within the Xiefeng Hall. Useless. So many people could not eliminate him. And all my efforts have been in vain. The noble consort's face twisted with fury as she gazed at the kneeling guards below, her eyes aflame with anger. She had expended so much wealth, only to receive such disappointing results. Regardless, ensure that he is dead before he returns to Beijiang. My lady, if His Majesty discovers this matter, one guard expressed his concern. Then do not allow him to find out, the noble consort retorted coldly. Moreover, today a woman inadvertently stumbled into our trap. Her skills are extraordinary, and though we attempted to silence her, we were no match for her, allowing her and Gu Yenin to escape. What? Useless. Did she notice you? The noble consort's voice rose sharply as she turned her gaze to the man on the ground. No, she seemed to have been caught up in the assassination attempt on His Highness, the Crown Prince, by someone from Qingfu Temple. I was behind her, and she did not see me, the guard replied in a hushed tone. That is good. Find her and deal with it thoroughly. Do not leave any potential threats for me, The noble consort's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. And let the news of the concubines and the crown prince's assassination attempt on hunger reach the Ministry of Justice. Humph. Let us see how His Majesty will protect the crown prince and the concubine this time. Understood. Upon exiting the Wudong Biyuan, Su Jingning gazed intently at the cold-faced, handsome man before her. He was the only prince of a different surname in Dazhou, the sole son of the esteemed Beiyang Wang, holding a significant position in Beijiang. Noble in status and cunning as a fox. Deeply trusted by His Majesty, he holds the esteemed title of the second-ranked general of the Imperial Guards, a young prodigy basking in limitless glory. Yet, Su Jingning had witnessed him at his most desolate and helpless state. 6 years prior, in the southern regions, her chronic illness had worsened, leading her to be sent to her maternal grandfather's home in the warm embrace of Yuqing for recuperation. She would forever remember her first encounter with Gu Yan'an. Until that moment, she had never fathomed that a person could endure such torment. The memory of that scene would send shivers down her spine every time it resurfaced. At that time, she often accompanied her second cousin on various escapades. Renowned as a notorious scoundrel, he took advantage of their outings to frequent brothels. It was in one such establishment that she stumbled upon Gu Yan'an. Ensnared in a dark chamber, a pool of blood congealed around him, flowing in through a hidden conduit. The chamber, shrouded in darkness and dampness, was permeated by a repugnant stench, the metallic scent of blood mingled with the foul odor of fish, a nauseating combination. The 12-year-old Gu Yan'an was bound with fine fishing line, trapped in the center of the bloodied pool. His struggles had embedded the threads into his skin, leaving no part of him unscathed. Half submerged in the crimson liquid, his wounds were already festering. Su Jingning was horrified. She had never witnessed such a gruesome sight. Frozen in shock, it was only when she beheld the fierce, predatory glint in the boy's eyes that she snapped back to reality. Overcoming her revulsion, she stepped into the blood-soaked pool, drawing forth the dagger she always carried, and set about freeing him from his bindings. With great effort, she managed to escape the dark chamber, only to be discovered as they emerged. In a state of panic, she thrust a dagger into his hands and concealed the nearly unconscious Gu Yan'an within a large vat in the kitchen. She then raced desperately towards her cousin's quarters. Upon realizing his absence, her cousin began searching for her, and upon seeing himself drenched in blood, he was nearly frightened to death, mistakenly believing he was injured, and hastily took himself home. After returning, she fell gravely ill, succumbing to a deep coma for 5 days. Upon awakening, she discovered that the brothel from that day had been consumed by flames, taking with it all who were inside, including the nearby fish market, which had also been set ablaze. It was then that Su Jingning realized the pool of blood in the dark chamber had originated from the fish market next door. She mourned, believing the boy she had saved was also lost, sorrowing for an extended period. However, fate intervened when she encountered him again on the outskirts of Yuqing. He was a youth not much older than herself, brandishing the dagger she had gifted him, standing amidst a heap of corpses, his body drenched in blood, and a murderous glare that surpassed that of a battle-hardened general. Seeing the severely wounded boy, Su Jingning secretly took him to her grandfather's long-abandoned estate, where she enlisted a physician to tend to his injuries. He recuperated there for some time, during which she learned that he possessed a melodious name, Gu Yan'an. Later on, her chronic illness suddenly worsened, confining her indoors. Her grandfather forbade her from going out until she found a highly skilled physician, after which she gradually recovered. Once healed, she sought him out at the estate, only to find herself unfortunate once more, for on that day, Gu Yan'an faced yet another assassination attempt, but this time, he had someone to protect him. Gu Yan'an confided in her that he owed her a life and promised her a vow, whenever she had a desire, she could send someone to the Beiyang Wangfu to find him, and he would fulfill it for her. At that moment, she realized that Gu Yan'an was the heir of the Beiyang Wangfu. After that parting, they did not meet for many years. In the carriage, Gu Yan'an closed his eyes to rest, yet Su Jingning's gaze upon him was so fervent that it was impossible to overlook. "Why do you stare at me so?" he asked, his voice cool and deep, his eyes as profound as a secluded cold pool. Su Jingning quickly averted her eyes, scanning the interior of the carriage to change the subject. "It seems you have a close relationship with Princess Xuanhe? Are you not afraid I might disclose it?" she inquired. Gu Yan'an was a man of considerable suspicion, cold-hearted and emotionless. In her previous life, she had never witnessed him grow close to anyone. "The princess was an acquaintance of my mother," Gu Yan'an replied solemnly. Su Jingning recalled the late Beiyang princess who had died in childbirth. She had seemingly been a tutor to Princess Xuanhe, and their bond was indeed profound. No wonder the princess treated Gu Yanan so well. As if recalling a memory, Gu Yanan's gaze softened as he looked at Su Jingning and earnestly stated, "You will not speak of this." Su Jingning was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a declaration from him. With a slight smile, she propped her uninjured hand under her chin and asked, "You trust me so readily?" "I trust you," Gu Yanan replied, his dark eyes meeting hers, his voice low yet tinged with gentleness. "I certainly will not speak carelessly. You need not worry." After saying this, Su Jingning quickly turned her head away, no longer meeting Gu Yanan's gaze. Though Gu Yanan was no longer her adversary and posed no threat to her, Su Jingning found it difficult to maintain eye contact for an extended period. She inadvertently caught a glimpse of his long, pale fingers, delicately toying with the white jade Bodhi beads. In her previous life, he had never removed this string of white jade beads, despite being known as the god of death, steeped in bloodshed. Yet, for reasons unknown, he held an unwavering devotion to the Buddha. Adorned with these white jade beads, he seemed like a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, instilling a sense of awe that deterred others from approaching him. After Su Jingning averted her gaze, Gu Yanan closed his eyes once more, retreating into a tranquil state and refraining from further conversation with her. The carriage was enveloped in a profound silence, and as they passed through the city gates, the guards, upon recognizing the royal carriage of Princess Xuanhe, promptly allowed them to proceed with utmost deference. At the entrance of the Duke of the State's residence, the lights blazed brightly. Su Jingchen, accompanied by a troop of guards, was hastily making his way out.
Today,
Prince Chun had been attacked at the Qingfu Temple, inciting the emperor's wrath and prompting a thorough investigation into the incident. They had been delayed at the temple, enduring lengthy inquiries, yet Ninger remained elusive. Upon inquiring with Yunya, he learned that Ninger had been summoned by Master Huihai and subsequently vanished. He scoured the Qingfu Temple in vain for her and resolved to return to the residence to gather a search party. As Su Jingchen exited, he spotted the resplendent carriage approaching the Duke of the State's residence. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as Princess Xuanhe's entourage, accompanied by her maid, Aunt Qiu. The carriage gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the Duke's residence, and Aunt Qiu leaned close to the carriage, softly announcing, "Miss Su, we have arrived at the Duke of the State's residence." Su Jingning rose to depart from the carriage, only to have her wrist grasped firmly by Gu Yanan. With her almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion, she softly inquired, "What is it?" She expressed her gratitude for today's events, cautioning him not to let the wound come into contact with water, assuring him that she would send someone with medicine to prevent any scarring. Her lips parted slightly, her voice low and mellow. Observing the frail girl, whose pallor had worsened due to injury and blood loss, Gu Yanan's concern deepened. With a gentle laugh, Su Jingning replied, her tone somewhat light, "You ought to show your gratitude properly. However, I must take my leave now, young Master Gu." She jested, glancing at the hand that still held her wrist and then outside the carriage, offering a reminder. Yet, Gu Yanan did not release his grip, his dark, cold eyes fixed upon her, revealing emotions he himself scarcely recognized. He parted his lips, intending to speak further, but was interrupted by a voice from outside. "Old Madame Qiu, what is going on? Is my sister inside?" Su Jingchen hurried towards the carriage upon hearing Su Jingning's voice, directing his question at old Madame Qiu. "Young Master Su need not worry. Today, Her Highness the eldest princess was also at Qingfu Temple to pay respects to Master Huihai. On her way back, she encountered an assassin, and Miss Su saved the eldest princess, sustaining a minor injury in the process. Thus, the eldest princess commanded me to personally escort Miss Su home," old Madame Qiu patiently explained. "Injured? How could she be injured?" Su Jingchen was taken aback upon hearing this. The onlookers, witnessing the eldest princess's carriage stationed at the Su residence, also caught wind of her words. A momentary wave of envy washed over them as they realized that Su Jingning had saved the eldest princess, who had personally sent a carriage to ensure her safe return. It is noteworthy that Princess Xuanhe is the beloved sister of the reigning monarch, enjoying unparalleled affection from His Majesty. Even her Wudong villa is off-limits to princes and princesses, without her consent. Upon hearing her elder brother's anxious voice, Su Jingning turned to Gu Yanan and said, "We shall discuss this later. My brother has arrived, and I must take my leave." With that, she extricated her hand from Gu Yanan's grasp and hastily descended from the carriage. Gu Yannin gazed at his empty palm, slowly clenching his fist. Elder brother. Su Jingning called out sweetly to the visibly worried Su Jingchen as she hurriedly stepped down from the carriage. Ningning, are you injured? Upon hearing that Su Jingning was hurt, Su Jingchen grew frantic, inspecting her from head to toe. I am fine, elder brother, Su Jingning reassured him, gently patting his hand. Since I have safely delivered Miss Su, I shall return to report to the princess, Mama Chio said with a smile, addressing Su Jingning. Thank you very much today, Mama Chio. Please convey my gratitude to Princess Xuanhe on my behalf, Su Jingning said softly, performing a slight bow. After watching the royal carriage of Princess Xuanhe depart, they finally entered the residence. Chapter 10. The Legacy of Mo Lin Yuan. Did you injure your arm? Is it serious? Have you sustained any other injuries? Su Jingchen inquired anxiously, his gaze fixed upon Su Jingning. No, it is merely a minor wound on my arm. There is no need for concern, elder brother. It has already been bandaged. It will heal in a couple of days, Su Jingning reassured him. That will not suffice. You must allow the physician to examine it shortly. We must first proceed to Songhua Courtyard. Everyone is awaiting your arrival there. Why has even grandmother been alerted? Su Jingning paused, quickening her pace towards Songhua Courtyard. The crown prince was attacked at Qingfu Temple, and several noble young ladies were injured. You went missing. How could grandmother possibly remain unaware? Xiaowan is still in tears, lamenting that had she not insisted on visiting that wishing tree, you would not have gone missing, Su Jingchen replied, walking closely behind her. Outside Songhua Courtyard, the elderly steward of the duke's residence, old Su, spotted them and hurriedly approached. Miss Second has returned. How wonderful! Everyone is inside waiting for you. Please go in, he exclaimed. Uncle Su, Su Jingning and Su Jingchen nodded in acknowledgement before entering. Inside, the matriarch of the Su family sat solemnly in the main hall, while Duke Zhengua stood beside her, furrowing his brow. The Duchess paced anxiously, and both the second and third ladies were present. Su Luoding and Su Lushuan were attempting to console the red-eyed Su Luowan, who was sobbing quietly. As soon as Su Luowan caught sight of Su Jingning, she rushed towards her and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Sister, Wu, you've returned. Qingfu Mountain was so terrifying. We couldn't find you. I was terrified to death.
Ningea.
Upon witnessing Su Jingning's return, the crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief, noting that she appeared relatively unscathed. I am fine, dear. Please do not cry. Su Jingning gently wiped the tears from Su Luowan's eyes, soothing her with kind words. Is it truly so?
Su Luowan scrutinized Su Jingning,
her keen eyes catching sight of the injury concealed within her sleeve, prompting her to weep once more. Second sister, you are hurt. Woe is me. It is all my fault. I should not have insisted on dragging you to see that wretched peach blossom tree. Su Luowan lamented, her outcries startling the Su family once again. The matriarch hastily instructed someone to summon the family physician. I am quite all right. Merely a minor injury that will mend in a couple of days. Grandmother, there is no need to summon the physician, Su Jingning urgently interjected. Truly, it is nothing to fret over. I received treatment at the Wudong Pavilion of Princess Xuanhe. Rest assured, dear Wanner, do not cry. Second sister is unharmed. She raised her arm, endeavoring to demonstrate her well-being, while softly comforting Su Luowan. It is a relief to have you back. Let's have the physician examine you shortly. For our own peace of mind. Were you not at Qingfu Temple? How is it that you returned in the carriage of Princess Xuanhe? Inquired Duke Zhengua. I had intended to meet Master Huihai, but unexpectedly encountered a group of assassins attempting to harm Princess Xuanhe in the rear mountains. The princess lacked sufficient guards, so I intervened to protect her, albeit I was inadvertently grazed by a blade. Consequently, I accompanied Princess Xuanhe down the side mountain to Wudong Pavilion for treatment, and it was she who arranged for my return. Su Jingning's silence regarding Gu Yannin was not born of distrust towards the Su family, but rather a recognition of the inherent danger posed by Gu Yannin. She wished to keep the Su family distance from him. The presence of the Princess Chong at Qingfu Temple only explained the emperor's fury and his subsequent order for a thorough investigation. The Duke of Zhengua understood well that the emperor had a particular fondness for his widowed sister. Today's events were exceedingly perilous, and it would be prudent to avoid such recklessness in the future, for they involved lethal assassins. Observing his daughter's pale complexion, the Duke gently chided her. I understand, father. Su Jingning replied obediently with a nod. Very well, everyone has been quite worried today. Now that Ninger has returned, let us all retire for some rest, the matriarch remarked. noticing the fatigue etched on the faces around her. Lao Su, please summon the physician to attend to Ninger. She then directed Steward Su. Once back in her courtyard, Su Jingning was ushered by Madame Su to have her wounds examined by the household physician. Upon seeing the injuries, Madame Su was both alarmed and fearful. She reprimanded Su Jingning sternly before finally relenting. At the North Yang Prince's residence in the imperial capital, the North Yang Prince and Gu Yenin had spent many years stationed in the northern frontier, rarely returning to the capital.
Consequently,
only the elderly Lin En and a few servants remained to oversee the estate. Lin En, a veteran of the North Yang army, had been assigned to care for the residents after sustaining an injury. When Gu Yenin unexpectedly returned, Lin En was momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misperceived the situation. Your Highness, how is it that you have returned? You did not send word in advance, so that I might prepare accordingly, Lin En exclaimed, hastening to greet him. I was in a hurry, and did not have the chance to send notice, Gu Yenin replied with a nod as he entered the residence. The young master is ready for dinner. I shall send someone to bring you some food, Lin En hastily inquired. No need, old Lin, you can rest, Gu Yenin declined, leading Mou back to his courtyard. Upon returning to his room, Gu Yenin retrieved a medicine box and took out 2 white jade vials. He prepared to hand them to Mou but, pondering something, withdrew his hand. Master, Mo Feng has relayed news that someone has spent 100,000 taels of gold at the Night Kill Pavilion to seek your life. Most of the experts from the Night Kill Pavilion have come to Great Zhou, intent on taking your life, Mou reported, bowing his head to Gu Yenin. Gu Yenin placed the medicine on the table and sat down. They believe they can claim my life for 100,000 taels. The Night Kill Pavilion? Since they have come to Great Zhou, there is no need for them to return. The Night Kill Pavilion shall not be spared. Gu Yenin's voice was low and unruffled. His eyes cold as a frozen pond, imbued with a heavy aura of killing intent. Yes, I shall arrange this immediately, Mou respectfully retreated, sensing a hint of anger within his master. The following morning, guests arrived at the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Aunt Xiao, what is this? Su Jingning asked. Observing the hall filled to the brim with an assortment of gifts, jewels, ornaments, paintings, and various exquisite items. Yesterday, the eldest princess was startled and did not have the opportunity to thank Miss Su. She sent me this morning to deliver some gifts as a token of her gratitude. Aunt Xiao smiled at Su Jingning. A jolt of surprise coursed through Su Jingning. The events of the previous day were merely a charade. And how could the eldest princess suddenly send such an abundance of gifts? Madame Xiao, Jingning was of little assistance, and such a gift Jingning could hardly accept.
Su Jingning humbly declined.
Miss Su, please do not hesitate to accept. Our Grand Princess holds you in high regard. She expressed her desire for you to visit Wudong Villa often to alleviate her boredom and engage in conversation. Consider this a token of her esteem. Madame Qiu reassured Su Jingning, urging her to accept the gift. Thus, Jingning, feeling it more appropriate to comply, accepted the gift, while Madame Qiu expressed gratitude on her behalf to the Grand Princess. At this point, Su Jingning had no choice but to accept the offering, contemplating a future opportunity to return the gift to Gu Yenin. Satisfied, Madame Qiu nodded, acknowledging that the second young lady of the Su family possessed extraordinary beauty and grace. Making her well-suited for young Master Gu, it was no wonder the Grand Princess was fond of her, though her frail constitution was a concern. After bidding farewell to Madame Qiu, the Duke of Jinghua and Su Jingchen returned from court just in time. Observing the plethora of gifts in the hall, the Duke inquired, and upon learning they were from Grand Princess Xuanhe, he refrained from further questioning and proceeded to his study. Sensing that the Duke bore some concerns, Su Jingning called out to her departing brother, Su Jingchen, and pursued him. Elder brother, what troubles father? Was there something significant discussed in today's court meeting? After a moment of hesitation, Su Jingchen replied, It's nothing much, merely that today, His Majesty demoted the Marquis of Weiyuan to the title of Count and reprimanded Minister Liu.
Why?
Could it be that yesterday's assassination attempt on Prince Chen is connected to them? Su Jingning inquired.
No.
It is because young Master Gu Yenin of the Beiyang Wangfu has returned to the capital. Wei Yuanho reported to the Northern Yang Prince that the latter had amassed troops and acted with undue pride, noting that the Northern Yang Prince had not returned to the capital for 5 years, disregarding the Emperor's authority. He suggested that His Majesty punish the Northern Yang Prince and strip him of his military power, to which Prime Minister Lin also echoed a few sentiments. Unexpectedly, the Emperor was incensed, stating that the Northern Yang Prince had devoted himself to the nation, safeguarding the borders of the Great Zhou, only to be met with suspicion and accusations from his peers. In a display of authority, the emperor promptly conferred the title of second-rank imperial general upon the northern Yang prince's heir, silencing the dissenting ministers. Su Jingning furrowed his brow, realizing why his father appeared somewhat distracted. Their denunciation of the northern Yang prince implicitly targeted the Duke of the State, for with the recent triumphs of his second and third uncles over the western Liang, they would surely be rewarded with promotions upon their return to the capital. The Su family, renowned for its talents and honored for generations, had maintained neutrality, never engaging in factional disputes. It was evident that many were now envious, seeking to caution the emperor against the Su family and diminish their power. Currently, the court was divided into two factions, led by the crown prince and the Prince of Chun, both eager to win over his father, who had repeatedly rebuffed their advances, thus offending them. With the accolades due to his uncles upon their return, the Su family would undoubtedly be scrutinized by countless watchful eyes. Su Jingchen, troubled, furrowed his brow. Great trees inevitably attract the wind, although his father had stood by the emperor's side since childhood and earned his trust. Should too many harbor ill will towards the Su family, the emperor might not be able to protect them. Thus, his uncles must not receive the military honors they were due, nor could they afford to. Su Jingning lowered his gaze towards the distant Shinshin Lake, his voice cool and calm. What could be done? Who would dare refuse the emperor's rewards? Su Jingshen's brow tightened, feeling agitated. The honor could not be accepted, but the rewards could be claimed. As long as the Su family does not gain any titles or positions this time, and merely seeks some gold and silver treasures from His Majesty, there will be fewer eyes scrutinizing them. Su Jingning spoke softly. Yet despite this, the Su family still wields considerable military power, and they remain vulnerable to potential threats. Su Jingchen had also contemplated this notion. Given the recent defeat of the Xiliang, it is unlikely they will regain their fighting strength within the next 2 years, thus bringing a period of tranquility to the Western Front. Their uncles and brothers have long been away from home, and this would allow them to linger in the capital a little longer. Su Jingning gazed intently at Su Jingchen, her apricot eyes radiant. Are you suggesting? Su Jingchen felt a stirring in his heart and inquired. To relinquish the Su family's military authority in the Western territories, thereby voluntarily weakening our own forces. In this manner, the Su family's power will be significantly diminished, rendering us less desirable for those who wish to contend with us. Su Jingning's voice, though gentle, was resolute. This military authority could only be surrendered for 2 years, for she knew that after this period, Xiliang would have nurtured a formidable force of wolf cavalry, achieving fame on the battlefield. Their third uncle, along with the fifth and sixth brothers, had fought valiantly to safeguard the borders of the Great Zhou, but the third uncle perished in battle, while the others sustained grave injuries, barely managing to survive. By relinquishing military command, they might preserve their third uncle and her 2 brothers. Su Jingchen's brow relaxed, and he looked at Su Jingning with a smile. Surrendering control of the Western military would mean yielding 2/3 of the Su family's forces. However, apart from the Su family, no outsider is aware that the troops in the northern territories are in fact the Su family's elite. A single division can withstand thousands upon thousands.
Ninger.
This plan is indeed feasible. Of course, elder brother, you need only to consider my esteemed lineage. Su Jingning raised her chin, her expression tinged with a hint of pride. Su Jingchen gazed at his sister with affection, feeling a swell of pride within, although she appeared frail and delicate when it came to strategy. None in the Su family could rival her. She was the cherished disciple of the esteemed Lord Mo Linyuan, who cultivated exceptional talents in both literature and martial arts beyond the confines of the 4 nations, a place where aspiring scholars and warriors flocked. However, the criteria for becoming a disciple of Mo Linyuan were exceedingly stringent, and those fortunate enough to gain entry were few and far between. Yet, upon their return, every graduate was of remarkable talent renowned throughout the realm. Take, for instance, the young national master of manhwa, Yu Baizhu, the general of Beiyan, Shan Luohan, and the current emperor's 5th princess, Mu Shi. All were outer disciples of Mo Linyuan. Yet none matched Ninger in prowess. She was the direct disciple of Lord Mo, placing her in a superior position compared to those others. Alas, Ninger was not one to seek the spotlight. This was a secret known only to the Su family, her father, and Amo, with even their mother unaware of this remarkable fact. Chapter 11. The Zhou Emperor in the Grand Palace of the Great Zhou. Within the imperial study, Several ministers clad in official robes knelt upon the smooth, obsidian marble floor, their bodies trembling uncontrollably from fear. At the forefront, the venerable Duke of Qing, Shen Yuan, with his graying temples and dignified countenance, knelt upon a shattered inkstone, yet remained respectfully prostrate, motionless. Upon the imperial throne sat the great Zhou Emperor, a tall and imposing figure, his features sharp and striking, adorned in a resplendent black and gold dragon robe that emanated an air of majesty and authority, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. He lowered his eyes, perusing the memorial in his hands, disregarding the multitude kneeling before him. This morning, the assailant behind the attempted murder of Prince Zhen had been identified as the mother of the crown prince, the virtuous concubine. In recent years, the favored consort Shu had risen in prominence, bringing the Duke of Qing's household to new heights of power, allowing them to act with impunity in the imperial capital. The Duke had come earlier to petition for punishment against the concubine and the crown prince. After a considerable pause, the Zhou Emperor finally set down the memorial, sipped his tea, and coldly regarded the Duke of Qing, whose knees had begun to bleed from prolonged kneeling. Duke of Qing. For years, the Shen family has utilized the favor bestowed upon Prince Chun and Consort Shu to suppress the crown prince, has it not? The crown prince, being magnanimous, has never spoken ill of Prince Chun before me. Regarding this assassination attempt, I have stated that it is solely the doing of the concubine, acting independently of the crown prince, and I have already punished her. Prince Chun has uttered no grievances. Yet you now present yourself in this manner? Do you dare to question my impartiality towards the crown prince? The emperor's voice dropped slightly, fixing his gaze upon the duke, who trembled in fear. The old minister dares not. Your Majesty, spare me, he pleaded, his voice trembling with trepidation. The emperor's icy tone was like a death warrant, instilling such fear in the duke that he nearly collapsed to the ground. In recent years, the favored consort Shu and Prince Chun have risen in prominence, while the Shen family has gained power. Prince Chun seeks to eliminate the crown prince and ascend to the throne.
Now,
having seized the opportunity to expose a flaw in the crown prince's biological mother, the virtuous consort, he hopes to leverage this to dethrone the crown prince. Yet, he forgets that the current crown prince is the emperor's personally appointed heir to the great Zhou. If the emperor is unwilling, how could the crown prince possibly fall from grace? The emperor, his eyes glinting with malice, gazes at the perspiring and pallid Duke of Qing, cautioning him. Duke of Qing, life is a singular gift. You must safeguard it diligently. Any improper thoughts must be thoroughly purged, lest you find yourself unaware of your own demise. Xingfu, escort the esteemed officials out of the palace, so they may recuperate at home. Furthermore, let Prince Chun recover from his shock in the safety of his residence. He need not appear before the new year, the emperor commands, casting a cold glance at the fainted deputy minister of personnel, before directing the chief eunuch nearby. Moreover, Consort Shu, with her feeble character and indulgence of the chaotic external relatives, shall remain in the Xiefeng Hall for reflection. Yes, your Majesty, replies Xingfu, a portly figure whose demeanor appears amiable. However, within these palace walls, how could one gain the emperor's favor without possessing a formidable character? Esteemed officials, please. Xingfu gestures with his feather duster towards the gathered ministers. The Duke of Qing's knees are already bloodied from kneeling, supported by 2 eunuchs as he is led out of the imperial study. Behind him, several officials from his faction are also assisted out. These men, being civil officials, are frail, and their injuries may take 10 days to heal, if not longer. Xingfu dispatches individuals to escort the officials out of the palace gates. As I prepared to depart, I beheld Gu Yenin approaching the imperial study, tall and poised, with striking features adorned in a resplendent crimson official robe.
Ah!
The crown prince has finally arrived. His Majesty is in a fit of rage, suffering from a headache as a result. You must enter and persuade him, Xingfu exclaimed, rushing forward with a look of surprise. Why is His Majesty so furious? Gu Yenin inquired, halting in his tracks. The virtuous consort attempted to assassinate Prince Chen, and the Duke of Qing, already discontent with the crown prince, seeks to exploit this incident to undermine him. His Majesty has been so incensed that he commanded the Duke and several other officials to kneel in the study for an entire day. Xingfu replied, his expression troubled.
Oh.
I shall return on the morrow, Gu Yenin declared, turning to leave. Xingfu, alarmed, realized that if His Majesty learned he had failed to prevent Gu Yenin's departure, he would surely face dire repercussions. He hurriedly grasped Gu Yanen's arm. Oh, do not go, Crown Prince. His Majesty eagerly awaits your presence. With a hint of impatience apparent on his face, Gu Yenen shook off Xingfu's grasp and strode purposefully toward the imperial study. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of bloodied fragments of an inkstone scattered across the floor and the leisurely figure of Emperor Zhou, who sat with his back turned, sipping tea.
Cough, cough.
Your Majesty, Xingfu exclaimed, attempting to alert the emperor. I instructed you to escort those ministers out. Why have you returned so swiftly? Emperor Zhou inquired curiously, not bothering to turn around as he continued to sip his tea, preparing to peruse an ancient text. Your humble servant, Gu Yenen, pays his respects to your Majesty, Gu Yenen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the emperor, who appeared unperturbed by the earlier turmoil.
Cough.
Your Majesty, it is the Crown Prince who has arrived, Xingfu announced. Xingfu's expression was rigid as he glanced at the bowing Gu Yenen and spoke. Upon hearing Gu Yenen's voice, the emperor's hand trembled slightly, holding the teacup. Gu Yenen has arrived. Xingfu, why did you not inform me sooner? Quickly, summon someone to cleanse the filth on the ground. Bring forth a pot of Junshan silver needle tea from Qingzhou as well. The emperor gazed at Gu Yenen, his eyes filled with joy and affection, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. He hastily set down the teacup and approached him. Xingfu wore an expression of helplessness, for he had indeed reminded the emperor, yet it was his Majesty who had chosen to disregard it. I have heard that there was yet another assassination attempt on you yesterday. Why did the Prince of Beiyang not send more guards to protect you? Where are the bodyguards I assigned to you? Were you harmed in any way? He scrutinized Gu Yenen, who had grown considerably taller in the 2 years since their last encounter. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am quite well, Gu Yenen replied in a subdued tone, stepping back slightly. The emperor, noticing this, was not angered but continued to inquire, how long do you intend to stay upon your return? With the year-end approaching, it would be better for you to remain until after the new year. The Wangfu has only you, it must be rather lonely. I shall send more people to keep you company. There is no need, Your Majesty. I shall return to Beijing in a few days to celebrate the new year with my father, Gu Yenen quietly declined. He then continued, in that case, let the Prince of Beiyang return. It has been many years since I last saw him. The emperor's mood soured slightly, his tone becoming somewhat stubborn. Gu Yenen, as if impervious to this, proceeded to address the emperor. My purpose for coming to the capital this time pertains to the defeat of the Shiliang army. I have received secret correspondence indicating that the king of Shiliang has passed away, bequeathing the throne to his 4th son, Feng Yujie, while the eldest prince has rebelled, leading to a stalemate between the two factions. In the present tumult of Shiliang, the realm no longer possesses the strength to contend with the great Zhou. Both Beiyan and manhwa are poised to exploit the chaos, eager to partition Shiliang's territory. Yet, the balance among the 4 nations remains, with Great Zhou subtly surpassing the other 3. Should this equilibrium be disrupted, Great Zhou may soon find itself embroiled in protracted warfare. After a prolonged contemplation, the Emperor of Zhou inquired. The power within the Shiliang royal court has always been fragmented, and in recent years, it has ranked lowest among the 4 nations. Now that the king of Shiliang has passed, disorder is likely to ensue. The Crown Prince Feng Yulu, being older and more composed, commands considerable respect within the court. He may garner more support. But what of the 4th prince? Do you have any insight? The 4th prince, Feng Yush, is astute and clever, having been favored by the late king since childhood. As the king's legitimate heir, it is only natural for him to inherit the throne. However, at merely 14 years of age, despite his intelligence, he lacks the backing necessary to assert his authority against the influential elder princes within the Shiliang court, responded Gu Yenen solemnly. It is imperative that the current balance among the 4 nations remains undisturbed. Beiyan and manhwa must not be allowed to meddle in Shiliang's internal strife. We shall send emissaries to Shiliang to assist the 4th prince, conveying our willingness to discreetly support him in becoming the king of Shiliang, thereby stabilizing the situation. The condition is that the Shiliang royal army must not encroach upon the borders of Great Zhou for the next 5 years. The emperor's eyes gleamed with an imperial gaze that seemed to disdain the world. However, the matter is of great significance. Whom do you suggest we dispatch for this task? The Su family would be suitable, but I have already commanded their return to court and cannot summon them back midway. The emperor's expression displayed a hint of hesitation as he turned to Gu Yenen for counsel. The son of the Minister of Rights, Jiang Hechuan, currently travels in the northern frontier. He is indeed a talent worth utilizing, Gu Yenin replied earnestly. Upon this first encounter, the emperor observed the unperturbed expression of Gu Yenin and raised an eyebrow with a smile, saying, Zhang Hechuan, let him be dispatched. He is stationed in the northern frontier and can reach Shiliang swiftly. I shall compose a letter post-haste and have it delivered to King Beiyang, urging him to make immediate arrangements. He then turned and approached the imperial desk to draft the edict. Watching the emperor intently focused on his writing, Gu Yenin sipped the fresh tea offered by Xingfu, then rose to offer a slight bow. If your majesty has no further commands, I shall take my leave, he stated before turning to depart. Ah, wait. I have not dismissed you yet. It is nearly time for the evening meal. You should dine before taking your leave. The emperor called out, observing Gu Yenin's graceful retreat. Your servant has matters to attend to, and will not join your majesty for dinner, Gu Yenin replied without looking back. Xingfu, watching Gu Yenin's receding figure with trepidation, found it peculiar that the emperor, known for his profound thoughts and formidable presence, whose very demeanor intimidated even the crown prince, allowed Gu Yenin such blatant impudence, without reproach. In fact, the emperor seemed to favor him even more, treating him with greater affection than his own sons. Xingfu, devise a means for him to remain in the capital for the new year. How can we celebrate without him? The emperor mused. His hands clasped as he gazed in the direction Gu Yenin had departed, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. What means can an old servant provide? Xingfu replied, his expression troubled. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit his eyes as he turned to the emperor. Is it not true that your majesty has conferred upon the young master the title of Grand General of Jinwei? It is customary for his majesty's imperial guards to be commanded by the crown prince. However, the crown prince has long resided in the northern frontier and has yet to visit the imperial guards camp. Now that the crown prince has finally returned, it would be prudent to request him to drill the soldiers of the imperial guards, ensuring their readiness to safeguard his majesty's safety in the future. Emperor Zhou gazed at Xingfu, his eyes brimming with mirth. This is indeed a splendid idea. You shall proceed to the Wang residence at Beiyang tomorrow morning to convey my decree. We cannot allow this lad to slip away again. Chapter 12. Midnight Medicine Delivery in the Duke's Residence. Miss, do not linger. You must take your medicine and rest, Yunya gently chided as she entered with the medicine. Noticing the young lady engrossed in a treatise on military strategy. Understood. Allow me a moment to finish, Su Jingning replied, her eyes still fixed on the book. Seeing her determination, Yunya shook her head and placed the medicine on the table, deftly extracting the book from Su Jingning's grasp. Miss, the book can await your attention until tomorrow. The medicine will cool soon, and if I have to reheat it, the madam will surely notice. When she discovers this, she will insist on watching you take it. With a resigned glance at Yunya, Su Jingning acquiesced. I shall drink it. You have injured your hand. Allow me to assist you, Yunya insisted, pretending to lift the bowl to feed Su Jingning. No need, Su Jingning replied, using her uninjured hand to grasp the bowl, drinking it down with decisive vigor, exuding a sense of bravado. After she took the medicine, Yunya promptly helped Su Jingning settle down to rest before quietly exiting, for the young lady preferred solitude while she slept. As Su Jingning extinguished the lamp and lay down, her thoughts wandered to the lavish gifts bestowed upon her by the princess of Xuanhe that day, rendering her restless. Surely, if the princess intended to stage a performance, she would not bestow such extravagant offerings. Having departed for the south at the tender age of 10 to recuperate, she remained there for 4 years, returning to the imperial capital only 2 years prior. Known for her tranquility, she seldom attended social gatherings, with Su Ruofu often stepping in for her. Su Ruofu seemed to relish the notion of remaining sequestered, projecting an image of aloofness in the eyes of the noble ladies. It was only after her recent acquaintance with Prince Ling that she began to venture out, yet it was met with scandalous rumors. In the present day, the capital is rife with its own jests, where the young ladies of noble families mock themselves, frivolous, impudent, and foolishly arrogant. Yet, the Grand Princess remains undeterred by the rumors, bestowing upon herself an abundance of gifts. She perceives the genuine delight reflected in the eyes of the Princess of Xuanhe, which is not a fade. Could it be that her assistance to Gu Yenin has garnered such favor? Suddenly, Su Jingning's almond-shaped eyes widened as she slowly retrieved a delicate dagger from beneath her pillow, gripping it tightly in her hand while holding her breath. An unexpected presence had entered her chamber. Remarkably, no one outside seemed to notice. Had she not been awake, she might have remained oblivious as well, underscoring the intruder's extraordinary skills. Su Jingning sensed that the figure had placed an object on the table and lingered there for some time, making no further movements. Steeling herself, she unleashed the dagger toward the intruder, her form darting forward to engage. In the enveloping darkness, the figure seemed taken aback by her alertness, narrowly evading the dagger but receiving a forceful strike from Su Jingning. However, he swiftly seized her wrist, preparing to counter with a kick.
Do not move.
It is I. The man's deep, alluring voice resonated in Su Jingning's ear. Startled by his voice, Su Jingning froze. Gu Yenin? Upon witnessing her stillness, Gu Yenin released his hold on her. Miss, what troubles you? Are you unable to sleep? Yun Qing inquired, having detected some commotion from within the room. It is nothing, merely a thirst. I shall fetch some water. You may return to sleep, Su Jingning replied, addressing the outside. Oh, then please rest early, Mississippi. Yun Qing did not dwell on the matter and retired to her room. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Su Jingning finally turned on the lamp. Illuminated by the candlelight, she discerned the figure of Gu Yenin standing within her quarters. Clad in a grayish-blue satin robe, his countenance was austere, and he regarded her with an expression devoid of remorse for intruding upon her private space. A surge of indignation welled up within Su Jingning. Her petite face hardened, and her tone turned somewhat acerbic as she cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yenin, suppressing her voice to say, Young Master Gu, what brings you to invade my chamber at such an hour? Your knowledge of etiquette is truly commendable. I did not intend to intrude, Gu Yenin replied, observing the pallor of Su Jingning's angered visage, eager to clarify. Did you not intend to intrude? Then why, pray tell, are you here in my room at this hour? Su Jingning's voice grew even more frigid as she seated herself at the table, her cold gaze fixed upon Gu Yenin. I promised to deliver the medicine to you yesterday. Yet it seems you wish to keep our acquaintance hidden from the Su family. Thus, I could only come when they were asleep. I intended to leave as soon as I delivered it, but I did not anticipate waking you, Gu Yenin explained gently, hoping to quell Su Jingning's ire. Observing the slight flush on Gu Yenin's earlobes, Su Jingning noted that he did not appear to be lying. Her gaze fell upon the medicine on the table, recalling that he had mentioned something about it the previous day. Could you not have found someone to deliver it discreetly? Must you frighten me in the dead of night? Had you not spoken just now, that needle would have pierced your hand. Su Jingning's voice softened, albeit with a hint of annoyance, as she tossed a silver needle from her sleeve. Gu Yenin did not glance at the silver needle but fixed his gaze intently on Su Jingning's left forearm, where the wound from their recent altercation had reopened, staining her sleeve with blood. He stepped forward, grasping her hand. Your injury. I apologize. Su Jingning was taken aback. How could the esteemed Gu Yenin utter an apology to her? Was he not typically proud and dismissive of others? The very fact that he had said sorry to her was astonishing. It's nothing. My wounds tend to heal slower than most, she replied nonchalantly, attempting to withdraw her hand. Do not move. I shall redress your wound. Where is the first aid kit? Gu Yenin furrowed his brow, holding her hand firmly, his voice low and serious. Just be gentle. The kit is over there, Su Jingning replied, realizing she was unable to tend to her own injury, and therefore allowed Gu Yenin to take care of her. She pointed out the location of the first aid kit. Gu Yenin retrieved the kit and carefully unwrapped the bandage from her arm. The wound, which occupied a third of her forearm, had torn open again, revealing a gruesome sight of blood on the delicate, fair skin of the young girl. His brow furrowed even deeper as he gently wiped away the blood and meticulously applied the medication, only relaxing once he had secured the bandage. He then handed her the medicine. The green one is for internal use and the red one is for external application. In about 10 days, your wound should heal. I will send someone to provide you with scar removal ointment afterward. Oh, I understand, Su Jingning replied softly as she accepted the medicine. You sustained this injury because of me. Naturally, I must assist you in recovering. Gu Yenin suddenly elucidated, then turned and meticulously returned the medicine box to its rightful place. Su Jingning said nothing in response. Gu Yenin withdrew the dagger that Su Jingning had shot into the wall. The blade was embedded deeply, a testament to the formidable skill of the archer. Years apart had enhanced his prowess considerably. Gu Yenin handed the dagger to Su Jingning, speaking softly. It seems we are evenly matched. You are now a distinguished general of the second rank. Su Jingning accepted the weapon and returned the sentiment. By the way, earlier today, Princess Xuanhe sent an abundance of precious gifts. She assisted me yesterday and has now bestowed even more gifts. I cannot accept them. Please return them for me at your convenience. Remembering the gifts from the princess, Su Jingning sought Gu Yannin's help in returning them. Since the princess has given them to you, you ought to keep them well, Gu Yannin replied nonchalantly. After casting a glance at Su Jingning, he gently advised, ensure you rest properly, avoid letting your wound come into contact with water. I shall take my leave now. He then opened the window, gracefully leapt out, and closed it behind him, leaving no trace of his presence. Su Jingning gazed at the now empty window, lost in contemplation. She realized that the security in her courtyard needed bolstering, for it allowed him such ease of entrance and exit. The following morning, Su Jingning was startled awake by Yunqing.
Miss.
A thief entered your room last night. Look at this knife mark. Yunqing pointed to the indentation on the wall, her expression rife with concern. No, that was from me swatting a moth last night, Su Jingning clarified. In the early morning, Su Jingning was awakened by a cacophony. Her mood rather displeased. She casually deceived Yunqing with a remark. Where do moths come from in this winter? Yunqing inquired, puzzled. If I say there are, then there are. You go out first. I shall sleep a little longer.
Suhin replied impatiently.
After another half-hour of slumber, she finally arose, feeling content. Miss, someone from outside the manor has delivered this to you. Yunyan presented a large redwood box to Su Jingning. What is it? Do you know who sent it? Su Jingning asked, gazing at the box. It contains a collection of herbs for replenishing vitality and blood. A young boy delivered it, yet he could not clarify who instructed him to bring it. He merely informed the doorman that it was for you, Mississippi. Should we send someone to investigate? Yunyan's expression reflected her uncertainty. Upon opening the box, Su Jingning observed several compartments filled with ginseng as thick as a child's arm, exquisite deer antlers, and a variety of precious blood-nourishing herbs, all generously packed within. It was quite extravagant. Suddenly, Su Jingning thought of Gu Yannin. No need for that. Send the ginseng and deer antlers to Songhua Courtyard, and the rest to the apothecary. I have no use for them, she instructed softly. Understood. Yunyan presumed the delivery was from Miss Yu and did not inquire further, dispatching the herbs to the elderly matron and the pharmacy. By the way, Miss Chen Ruofu awoke yesterday afternoon. She has lingered at the estate and has not departed. Yunyan conveyed the news that she had not had the opportunity to share with Su Jingning the previous day. A chill flickered in Su Jingning's gaze, her countenance betraying an unmistakable disdain. Coldly, he instructed, ensure she is closely monitored. After feigning unconsciousness for so long, her awakening surely indicates she has devised a plan to return. Additionally, the Ling Wangfu should also assign someone to keep watch. The Ling Wang is now Qin Ruofu's sole hope. Since then, Gu Yannin had not visited the Duke of Zhen Kingdom's residence, but he sent medicinal supplies every couple of days. Over the past 10 days, he had delivered them 5 or 6 times, which piqued Yunya's curiosity. Yet, the young lady remained silent, simply instructing her to accept the gifts as usual. Yunya, I shall venture out today. You must keep this for mother. Su Jingning's wounds had already begun to scab, and indeed, the medicine sent by Gu Yannin exhibited remarkable efficacy. In the past, such a minor injury would have taken her a month to heal. Miss, where are you going? Let me accompany you, Yunya inquired. Observing Su Jingning clad in a narrow-sleeved blue dress adorned with subtle patterns, draped in a dark blue cloak. No need. I shall return shortly. Today, Mother is visiting grandmother to pay her respects, and likely won't have time to come here. You must keep this from her. Do not let her discover anything. Su Jingning replied, seizing a short sword before departing, without allowing anyone to follow her. Upon exiting the Duke of Zhen Kingdom's residence, Su Jingning made her way directly to the city gates, leaving the city behind. Chapter 13. The Shadow Market of Wuzhou. Upon leaving the city, Su Jingning journeyed to Wuzhou town, situated a mere 20 li from the imperial capital. Wuzhou town, the closest settlement to the great capital of the Dazhou dynasty, became a haven for those unable to enter the city on the same day, often resulting in a bustling atmosphere as travelers sought refuge for the night. Over the years, Wuzhou town has flourished, even surpassing many border counties in its development. Most significantly, Wuzhou town is home to the largest underground market in the Dazhou, serving as a crucial waypoint for those traveling to and from the imperial capital. This mingling of diverse individuals facilitated the trade of goods that could not be conducted within the confines of the capital itself. The shadow market offers a myriad of wares. From slaves and servants to fierce beasts and alluring poisons, anything one desires can be found within its depths. However, Su Jingning's purpose for visiting Wuzhou was not for such commodities. Her destination was the underground casino of Wuzhou, which differed vastly from typical gambling establishments. Here, the stakes involved human lives, as they hosted deadly tournaments every fortnight. The casino pitted fighters of lowly birth against ferocious beasts, providing entertainment for the affluent patrons. In her previous life, in an attempt to win Mu Ling's favor, Su Jingning had once ventured into the shadow market to procure a renowned calligraphic work from a bygone era, only to inadvertently stumble upon this gruesome casino. She witnessed the bloodshed and horror that unfolded within its confines. Each tournament featured a fighter dispatched by the casino to confront a ravenous tiger, bear, or other savage creature. Starved for days. To place a living soul before such a beast was tantamount to a death sentence, as few could emerge victorious against these formidable adversaries. On that occasion, she had witnessed a fighter brutally torn apart and devoured by a tiger. It was precisely through this opportunity that she brought forth the genius Lu Jifan for Mu Ling. He had no hope of defeating the Tiger King, yet with unwavering determination, he devised a strategy that ultimately led to the Tiger King's downfall. His resilience and ruthlessness were qualities that Mu Ling desperately needed, prompting Su Jingning to acquire him and present him to Mu Ling. Lu Jifan's cunning and strategic acumen matched her own, yet he possessed a ferocity that surpassed it. Had it not been for his gratitude for the life-saving favor, and his loyalty to Mu Ling, she would have remained wary of such a formidable character. Eventually, he became Mu Ling's right-hand man, devotedly assisting Mu Ling in numerous endeavors. Upon Mu Ling's ascension to the throne, he was appointed as the Prime Minister, a position of immense power and unparalleled honor. Mu Ling lauded him as the unparalleled genius of Wushao, a man of extraordinary talent. Su Jingning had always perceived Lu Jifan, the so-called genius, as someone consumed by schemes and avarice. However, when Mu Ling sought to annihilate her entire family, not a single courtier came to the Su family's defense, except for him, who risked his life to plead on their behalf. It was he who tirelessly sought out evidence to vindicate the Su family, and even after their destruction, when he himself was hunted, he saved her life. It was then that she realized his intentions were never rooted in ambition. His loyalty to Mu Ling was merely to repay the debt of gratitude he owed for saving his life. In her past life, she had benefited from Lu Jifan's kindness, and in this life, she sought to liberate him from the clutches of the gambling den, thereby fulfilling the debt of gratitude he owed her. Su Jingning made her way to the Wushao gambling den, where two intimidating doormen stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing her approach, they barred her entry. Zhu Hinmin, draped in a cloak, appeared slender and delicate, her hood obscuring half of her face, revealing only her exquisite chin and crimson lips. An image that hardly suggested a visitor to a casino. "Ah, young lady, do you know where you are? It would be wise not to stray into the wrong place," the doorman remarked, noting her elegant attire, yet he dared not offend her. "What fighters are participating in today's life and death contest?" Su Jingning inquired coolly and calmly. The doorman, recognizing her understanding, quickly stepped aside, inviting her in. "My apologies. Please enter, miss." He bowed and ushered her into the casino. Inside, the vast hall was enveloped in swirling smoke and cacophonous sounds, with numerous gaming tables set up throughout the space. Approaching one table, Su Jingning observed the scene. "Place your bets. The more you wager, the more you win. Will you bet on red or blue?" The dealer called out cheerfully. Noticing that many had staked their silver on red, while almost no one was betting on blue, she produced a pouch of silver coins and placed her bet on blue. Preparing to leave. "Hey, miss, are you sure you want to place that bet?" "That's the blue side. It's the fighters." A man who had wagered on red interjected, attempting to prevent her from making what he thought was a mistake. "I am aware. I am betting on the fighters to win." Su Jingning shot back coolly, casting a sidelong glance at him. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs to the observation platform, seeking a secluded corner to sit. The arena was constructed within a vast pit, shrouded by iron bars. The observation platform was elevated, allowing her to witness the unfolding events below at any moment. At this moment, the first life and death arena had commenced. On the stage, a towering black bear, as tall as two adult men, had already torn apart two individuals with brutal efficiency. The fighter currently on stage was completely drained of strength, gripping the now dull dagger in his trembling hand, unable to make a move as the massive bear approached him step by step. With a ferocious roar, the bear lunged at the fighter, mercilessly tearing his head from his body. Su Jingning observed with cold indifference, while those around him remained apathetic, reveling in cheers and excitement. They had wagered on the beast, and now they stood to make a handsome profit. The bear, having devoured 3 men, was now sated, lying in its cage, reluctant to move, soon to be driven back by the casino staff. The first round of the life and death arena concluded, and the second was imminent. A frail, emaciated man, clad in tattered garments, was thrust into the arena, quickly collapsing to the ground, clearly no match for the ferocious beast. The crowd jeered, questioning whether the Wuxiao casino had run out of contenders, as they had sent such a weakling into the fray, practically gifting them money. It was rumored he had just been sold into the arena. Those who led the charge were typically of similar frailty, while the true experts of Wuxiao waited behind. An individual of apparent experience remarked. Su Jingning turned his gaze to the man in the cage. Despite his ragged appearance, he stood tall and unyielding, displaying no signs of fear. He slowly approached the dagger that had fallen earlier, bent down to retrieve it, and held it firmly in his hand, awaiting the beast's emergence. The roar of a tiger echoed throughout the casino, instantly igniting the crowd's fervor. It was the Tiger King. It seemed that today would indeed yield a substantial profit. Since the Tiger King began to fight, he has never faced defeat. Today, victory is surely within grasp. Indeed, indeed. As Su Jingning listened to the murmurings around her, a cold irony filled her heart. Setting aside her knowledge that Lu Jifan had triumphed over the Tiger King, she understood that even if he had not, the casino would not allow the Tiger King to win today. They would first send a weak opponent to soften the Tiger King's defenses, and once his guard was down, a skilled fighter would be dispatched to eliminate him. With a frosty gaze, Su Jingning observed Lu Jifan in the cage. Today, he had bested the Tiger King. Yet the price was a leg. In his previous life, Lu Jifan had been condemned to a wheelchair due to this injury. She was determined to ensure his safety, intact and unharmed. The heavy iron gate creaked open, revealing a robust and imposing tiger, its size nearly double that of an ordinary one. The beast had been starved for 2 days by the casino staff and was now ravenous, its eyes gleaming with the hunger of a predator. Lu Jifan approached the Tiger King cautiously, bowing slightly, his legs spread apart, ready to evade any sudden attack. With a fearsome roar, the Tiger King leaped towards him. Lu Jifan swiftly crouched and rolled away, narrowly avoiding the creature's assault, which instead crashed into the iron cage, tumbling to the ground. However, it quickly regained its footing, seemingly enraged, pacing back and forth as it prepared to strike once more. This time, Lu Jifan did not wait for the Tiger King's assault. He wielded a dull knife and attacked from the side. Unfortunately, the knife was too blunt, merely grazing the Tiger King's left flank. In retaliation, the Tiger King overturned him, and Lu Jifan's back was inadvertently struck by a powerful paw, leaving him bloodied and wounded. Su Jingning's hand, concealed within her sleeve, gradually tightened around the 2 slender silver needles, casting a furtive glance at the man in black garb nearby, who held a sword in his arms. She recognized him as the arena's sentinel, vigilantly monitoring the movements of individuals within the gambling den to prevent any disruption of the contest on the stage. He had stood there for quite some time, and as he turned away, Su Jingning seized the moment, her grip on the silver needles firm, and aimed for the neck and skull of the caged Tiger King. These silver needles were infused with a potent extract from the arrow poison tree. Upon piercing the flesh, they would enter the bloodstream, causing coagulation and eventual asphyxiation. The Tiger King, struck by the needle, trembled slightly, and in that fleeting moment, Lu Jifan seized the opportunity, leaping onto the tiger's back with all his might, driving a blunt knife through the creature's skull. The Tiger King let out a pained roar, prompting those in the audience to rise anxiously. With a sudden thud, the Tiger King collapsed, lifeless. Lu Jifan was thrown off and lost consciousness. Was it possible? It was dead? How could the Tiger King have perished? Was it a ruse? I refused to believe it. I placed all my bets on the Tiger King. The spectators who had wagered on the Tiger King's victory were engulfed in disappointment, anger, and even despair, as they had staked their entire fortunes on this creature. Now facing potential ruin and loss. Such is the nature of gambling. Fortunes can shift dramatically, leaving one with nothing in an instant. Su Jingning rose and exited the viewing platform, unnoticed by those around her. Upon leaving, she encountered a casino attendant and reached out to stop him.
Take me to your master.
The attendant paused for a moment, scrutinizing Su Jingning from head to toe, mistakenly assuming she was a disgruntled loser seeking to cause trouble. Our venue's owner is not someone just anyone can meet. If you've lost, Be swift in your departure and refrain from causing a scene. He remarked with a tone laced with disdain. Am I able to see your owner then? Producing a jade token intricately carved with complex totems and presenting it to the attendant. The man, unfamiliar with the token yet sensing a flicker of recognition, softened his demeanor slightly. Unfortunately, the owner is not present today. If you have no pressing matters, perhaps you could return another time. Surely your establishment must have someone in charge. Such a large casino cannot lack a single manager, Su Jingning replied, her cloak obscuring her expression. Yet her icy tone conveyed her rising ire. Why you? The attendant was taken aback by her resoluteness and contemplated ways to dismiss her. Just then, a middle-aged man approached, flanked by two young attendants, exuding an aura of courtesy. Mr. Xie, the attendant greeted with deference upon recognizing him, receiving a subtle gesture from Mr. Xie that dismissed him from the conversation. Are you able to make decisions here? Su Jingning asked, glancing at Mr. Xie. I am Xie Dong, the one in charge of this casino, and I possess the authority to make certain decisions. Please follow me, Xie Dong responded with a slight bow towards Su Jingning. Though unfamiliar with her personally, he recognized the jade token as belonging to the owner of Fengting Tower, the wealthiest individual in Jiangnan, and realized that he could not afford to offend her. Chapter 14. Rescuing Lu Jifan. Su Jingning was invited by Mr. Xie to a private room. I am Xie Dong. May I inquire how to address the young lady? Xie Dong inquired with a gentle demeanor, smiling at Su Jingning. She remained silent, prompting Xie Dong to redirect his gaze and continue. What brings you to seek our venue's owner? With a voice as cold as ice, Su Jingning replied. I wish to procure one of your casino's enforcers. Her cloak partially obscured her face, rendering her features indistinguishable to Xie Dong. It was not uncommon for affluent patrons to purchase skilled enforcers from their establishment for protection, so he did not dwell on it but rather asked, We have many ace enforcers. Which one does the young lady wish to acquire? The one who triumphed over the Tiger King today, she stated decisively. Xie Dong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the individual who had bested the Tiger King would be followed by an even more formidable fighter arranged by the casino. The one who had won was merely a pawn in a game. However, although he had bested the Tiger King, he had sustained significant injuries and would no longer be able to serve the casino, rendering him nearly useless. Xie Dong pondered why this young lady had set her sights on him. Perhaps the young lady should reconsider. He is injured, and acquiring him may not prove advantageous. He suggested gently. I want him, Su Jingning declared firmly. Name your price. She was unwilling to delay any further. Soon enough, the true cause of the Tiger King's demise would be uncovered by the casino, inevitably leading to a myriad of complications. Seeing that Su Jingning was resolute in her decision, Xie Dong ceased his counsel. He is of lowly status and injured, according to casino regulations. I can offer a discount, 45 taels of silver. Without uttering a word, Su Jingning swiftly extracted 50 taels of silver from his pocket and tossed them to the servant behind him. Hand me the contract and take me to see him, Su Jingning commanded coldly. The servant of Xie Dong nodded at his master, who then issued a brief directive. Before long, the contract of Lu Jifan was delivered. Xie Dong handed it to Su Jingning, who scrutinized it carefully before accepting it. Xie Dong then instructed the attendant beside him, take this young lady to the dark room. Su Jingning followed the attendant to a row of dim, damp, and cold chambers, where numerous thugs were confined, each hailing from a lowly background. Their lives as insignificant as blades of grass, of no concern to anyone. This is it, please, young lady, the attendant said, displaying a modicum of cleverness as he opened the door for Su Jingning. This lowly servant truly is fortunate, having only arrived 6 months ago. He has already bested the Tiger King and caught the young lady's eye. What a stroke of luck he must have accumulated over several lifetimes. Hey, wake up. Someone is purchasing you, and you shall no longer serve as a thug. The attendant flattered Su Jingning, then called out to the unconscious Lu Jifan slumped in the corner. Su Jingning gazed upon the unresponsive Lu Jifan. Despite his disheveled appearance, his refined bone structure was still evident. She handed the attendant a silver ingot. He is in a state of unconsciousness. I kindly ask you to assist me in taking him out and finding a carriage, she requested. The attendant, taken aback by her generosity, eagerly agreed to help. Displaying his resourcefulness, he soon facilitated their exit from the gambling den and arranged for a carriage as well. Not long after their departure, the casino personnel discovered the suspicious circumstances surrounding the death of the Tiger King and noted that the day's greatest winner was the young lady. They promptly reported this to Xiaodong.
What?
Quickly pursue her. She must be apprehended. If she has violated the casino's rules, it will be disastrous if those nobles find out. Xiaodong dispatched several highly skilled guards to chase after Su Jingning. Once Su Jingning boarded the carriage, she instructed the driver to hasten towards the capital with utmost speed, and soon they had left Wuxiao town. Inside the carriage, Su Jingning sat upright at one end, while Lu Jifan reclined within, his eyes closed. His wounds were hastily bandaged, and blood seeped through the makeshift dressings. Now that you are awake, why do you not speak? Su Jingning's tone was devoid of inflection. Lu Jifan slowly opened his sharp eyes, gazing intently at Su Jingning. Why did you save me? His voice was hoarse, laced with caution. How do you know it was I who saved you? Su Jingning lifted her gaze, and it was then that he discerned her features, noble and ethereal. With exquisite and striking features, her almond-shaped eyes filled with scrutiny and intrigue. Because of this, Lu Zifan revealed his palm, revealing 2 poison needles wrapped in cloth. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jingning's eyes. She had anticipated that he would notice her actions, but had not expected him to do so with such swiftness and to extract the silver needles. It is because of this that the Tiger King met his demise, he stated with calm certainty. How can you be so sure it was I who fired the shot? Su Jingning raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued. I was initially uncertain, but I have just confirmed it, for you have purchased me. He gazed into Su Jingning's eyes and spoke softly. Quite commendable. A flicker of admiration crossed Su Jingning's gaze. What is it that you wish for me to assist you with? I presume you do not merely seek my services as your protector, for I am not adept in martial strategy. Lu Jifan lowered his head slightly. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to the indifference and cruelty of the world, having endured the most callous betrayals. Trust was a luxury he could no longer afford. Su Jingning remained silent, casting a glance at his bleeding wound. Tend to your injuries first, she suggested. Lu Jifan was taken aback by her response. When he looked at her again, she had already closed her eyes. A sense of curiosity enveloped him, as he discerned no ulterior motives in this young woman. Suddenly, the carriage jolted to an abrupt halt, causing Su Jingning to sway slightly as she instinctively reached out to steady Lu Jifan, who was on the verge of tumbling out. The carriage had come to a stop within a forest, where 5 or 6 armed guards on horseback blocked their path, exuding an air of menace. Who dares to obstruct our way? The driver inquired. Those within have violated the rules of the gambling house, and we are obliged to escort them back to the owner for an explanation, the leader of the guards declared. Upon hearing that they were from the Wuxia gambling house, the driver was instantly filled with trepidation, leaping from the carriage to hide in the woods. The guards, backed by powerful patrons, were notorious for their tyrannical behavior, unflinching in the face of violence. The young lady has breached the rules of the gambling house yet wishes to depart unscathed. Do you presume this establishment to be inconsequential? The leader continued, his tone brimming with arrogance. Operating an illicit gambling house, bribing for wealth, and ruthlessly oppressing the populace. Are you aware of how many regulations of the great Zhou you have contravened? Su Jingning's calm and serene voice emanated from the carriage. Upon hearing this, the leader scoffed dismissively. So, what if we turn the tables? We have protection from above.
Oh.
I wonder which esteemed individual possesses such prowess, capable of shrouding matters beneath the emperor's very nose, Su Jingning replied, her tone laced with subtle curiosity. That would be the individual, caught up in his own pride, nearly divulged too much, only to be hastily silenced by a companion. Why waste words on her? Just capture her and return her to the owner for punishment. Let's get on with it. Onward, he commanded, charging towards the carriage. Su Jingning cast a glance at Lu Jifan, who lay incapacitated within, and softly instructed, stay inside and do not emerge, adjusting her hat to shield her face. She bowed slightly and stepped out. To apprehend me, you must first prove your capability, Su Jingning declared, standing proudly before the carriage. A short sword gripped firmly in her right hand, her stature regal and imposing. With that, she leaped towards the assailants, her movements graceful and swift. In mere moments, she had wounded the foremost attacker, sending him tumbling from his mount. Su Jingning's form was ghostly, employing techniques unfamiliar to her foes. Within the span of a brief quarter hour, 3 of them lay defeated on the ground. The remaining 3, witnessing this turn of events, were immediately struck with fear. Exchanging glances, they quickly repositioned, encircling Su Jingning. With a cold smile, Su Jingning remarked, I did not expect you to possess some semblance of formation. However, do you truly believe such a rudimentary 3-kill formation could ensnare me? She thrust her sword backward, piercing the knee of the man to her left. He winced in pain, causing the formation to shatter instantly. The most vulnerable part of the 3-kill formation was indeed the lower limbs. A mere flick was enough to disrupt it. Su Jingning swiftly dispatched 2 more adversaries, and just as she was about to eliminate the last one, a sharp sound of a spear slicing through the air reached her ears. She struck down her opponent with a single stroke, then turned to see what lay behind her. A previously wounded foe, who had not yet succumbed, had attempted to launch a surprise attack from her rear, only to be impaled through the chest by a long spear. Pinned firmly to the ground, Su Jingning lifted her gaze toward the distant edge of the forest, where several soldiers clad in armor rode magnificent steeds. At the forefront, a figure donned in black iron armor, exuding an impressive presence. It was Gu Yan'an. Su Jingning's eyelids fluttered. How was it possible to encounter him again? Why was he still in the capital? Chapter 15. What a coincidence. How did you end up here? Gu Yan'an, mounted on a fiery steed, clad in dark iron armor with his ink-black hair elegantly tied up, galloped towards her, brimming with youthful vigor. However, upon noticing her somewhat pallid complexion, Su Jingning pondered internally. What a coincidence. How did you end up here? She looked up at the man atop the horse, and was the first to speak. Gu Yan'an observed Su Jingning's innocent and composed demeanor. Had it not been for the lifeless bodies lying behind her, he might have believed they had stumbled upon each other on some bustling street. Recalling the scene from moments ago, Gu Yan'an dismounted with a serious expression and regarded her. His voice carried a hint of frost. The Emperor has entrusted me with the command of the Imperial Guards. I have just returned from the northern mountain camp. Are you recovered? What brings you here? Su Jingning recalled that he had been appointed as the general of the Imperial camp several years ago. Yet he had remained in the northern frontier, neglecting the affairs of the Imperial Guards in the capital. The Imperial Guards were the Emperor's elite forces, though few in number. They were exceptionally well-equipped, each a formidable warrior. Oh, I have fully recovered. I had some matters to attend to in Wuxiao and inadvertently offended someone. They sent people to capture me, she replied casually. Who is inside the carriage? Gu Yan'an cast a cold glance at the carriage, his ears twitching slightly as he inquired. It's nothing, just a friend, Su Jingning replied, positioning herself in front of the carriage, clearly indicating her reluctance to let him see. Did you go to Wuxiao because of him? Gu Yan'an scrutinized the figure blocking his view, his brows furrowing slightly as he asked softly. Su Jingning remained silent. Her gaze lowered, avoiding his eyes. The two fell into a prolonged silence until Gu Yan'an finally broke it. Allow me to examine your wound. Su Jingning paused, her eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at Gu Yan'an. Was he intending to assess the efficacy of the medicine? She rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair, delicate arm, where the wound had already formed a scab, resembling a black centipede imprinted upon her skin. Gu Yan'an scrutinized it with earnest attention. It has scabbed over. You need not continue using the previous ointment. Apply this instead, twice daily, and it will help diminish the scar. He produced a simple redwood box from his pocket and handed it to Su Jingning. She accepted the box, glanced at him, and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Gu Yan'an cast his eyes upon the surrounding bodies and said to her, Get in the carriage. I will take you back to the city. If she chose to remain silent about the individuals inside, he would not press her. Yet. The sight of the bodies on the ground made Su Jingning hesitate as she glanced at the people behind him. Had she not encountered him, she could have easily slipped away, for no one had seen her full visage. But now, the situation had become rather complicated. I shall resolve this, Gu Yan'an stated coldly. Very well, Su Jingning replied, refraining from further words as she turned and boarded the carriage. For reasons unknown, since her reunion with Gu Yan'an, the fear she had harbored for him in her past life had dissipated. Perhaps it was because remnants of his childhood still lingered within him. After all, they had spent 6 months together in Yuqing and could be considered friends. In retrospect, it seemed that in her previous life, Gu Yan'an had not wronged her in any way. It was merely due to her association with Mu Ling and Gu Yan'an's formidable prowess that she had developed such a profound sense of wariness and trepidation towards him. After Su Jingning entered the carriage, she heard him instruct the soldiers accompanying him to bury the bodies and to treat the day's events as if they had never occurred. Gu Yan'an, now the commander of the Imperial Guard and a favored close aide of His Majesty, was a figure whose secrets they would dare not reveal, even if endowed with tenfold courage. Moreover, in recent days, they had completely submitted to Gu Yan'an. the young hero who had earned renown in the northern frontier and struck fear into the hearts of the northern Yen. His reputation was indeed well-deserved, fitting for the leader of the Imperial Guard. Once inside the carriage, Lu Zifan scrutinized her thoughtfully. He had overheard her conversation with the general outside, where she referred to herself as a friend, though he had never laid eyes on her before. What prompted her to save him? Upon entering the city with Gu Yenin, the soldiers at the city gate did not question his carriage, thus sparing him much trouble. I have matters to attend to at the palace. Shall I send someone to escort you home? Gu Yenin inquired softly as he approached the carriage. No need. Please attend to your business, Su Jingning replied gently. Lifting a corner of the curtain to gaze at Gu Yenin with her apricot-shaped eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you for today.
She spoke again softly,
her eyes shimmering with clarity. Gu Yenin nodded slowly in acknowledgement and turned to depart. His mind clouded with doubt as he had caught a glimpse of the bloodied hem of the person within the carriage. Who could she be to warrant such concealment? After parting ways with Gu Yenin, Su Jingning took a detour to bring Lu Zifan to Fonting Tower. Doctor, how is his injury? Su Jingning gazed at the unconscious Lu Zifan and inquired about his condition. Although his legs were unscathed, the wounds he bore appeared quite grave. His abdomen and chest were marked by lacerations, though fortunately, they had not affected his heart or lungs. The old physician assured with a few medicinal prescriptions he would recover in a month or two. However, the young gentleman seemed troubled, with his thoughts entangled, which might impede the healing of his injuries. The doctor remarked to Su Jingning. Thoughts entangled? I understand. Please prescribe him the finest medicine for his recovery, Su Jingning replied softly, though puzzled. I comprehend, the physician responded, before following the attendant to prepare the medicine. As Su Jingning gazed at the handsome face of Lu Zifan lying on the bed, memories of his past life surfaced. Where he had claimed to be an orphan, utterly alone, with no kin or acquaintances, never mentioning his past. She had investigated and discovered only that he had been purchased from a distant province a year prior, with no further information to be found. It seemed he had concealed something significant. Nevertheless, such matters were no longer of consequence. She had rescued him, and once he healed, it would suffice to repay the kindness he had shown her in a previous life. Uncle Yen, once he awakens, present this to him, and take good care of him. If he wishes to leave the imperial capital, provide him with ample silver. Should he desire to remain in the city, assist him in finding a suitable position, Su Jingning instructed, handing Lu Zifan's contract to Cheng Yan, the manager of Fonting Tower, who had been patiently waiting nearby. Yes, miss, Cheng Yan replied, glancing at the man lying on the bed as he accepted the contract. A fleeting look of surprise crossed his face upon noticing the lowly status inscribed within. How does the young lady know of this low-born man and wish to rescue him? The young lady received a letter from the host, and she had intended to deliver it today. However, now that the young lady has arrived, there is no need to send it to the mansion. Cheng Yan spoke as he followed Su Jingning out, handing her the letter. Su Jingning read the contents, which informed her that after Yu Sun's return, she would begin the expansion of Fonting Tower, progressing gradually from south to north. Fonting Tower was originally renowned in Jiangnan for its dining and lodging, becoming the most famous tower in the region, cherished by numerous distinguished scholars and literati. This time, Yu Sun planned to add a dance hall and a tea house to the newly constructed tower. She had cultivated many dancers and musicians, as well as tea masters in Jiangnan. The imperial capital was also erecting a new Fonting Tower, which would be ready for use after the new year. The letter concluded with a reminder for her to take her medicine on time and to recuperate well, as she would return to visit her after the new year. A smile graced Su Jingning's lips. Yu Sun always managed to handle her entrusted tasks with diligence and care. Uncle Yen, please reply to Yu Sun for me, advising her to prioritize her safety above all else. Should any troubles arise, she must communicate with me. With the new Fonting Tower being built, there are numerous matters to attend to, and you must also take care of your health, Su Jingning gently instructed. Yes, rest assured, young lady. I will oversee matters in the imperial capital. Nothing will go amiss, Cheng Yan replied, bowing slightly. Indeed, I have been out for too long today. I must return. Please pack a few boxes of pastries for me, as I fear my mother will discover that I have sneaked out, Su Jingning said with a mischievous smile, glancing at Cheng Yan. Certainly, there are some new pastries that have recently become quite popular. I shall prepare some for you to take back, Cheng Yan chuckled. Heading off to pack the pastries, Su Jingning descended the stairs and waited in the hall for the pastries, taking the opportunity to observe how the business was faring within the tower. Fengting Tower undoubtedly deserves its reputation as the foremost establishment in Jiangnan. Presently, the towers in the capital exude elegance and charm, with this singular location attracting the city's esteemed dignitaries and nobility. In recent days, the newly introduced pastries at Fengting Tower have garnered considerable acclaim, leading to a long queue forming at the entrance for eager patrons. Chapter 16. Deep-seated hatred. Jingning? A clear and melodious male voice, imbued with surprise, resonated from behind Su Jingning. She stiffened, her entire body turned icy, her complexion pale as a ghost, and her small hands clenched into tight fists, desperately suppressing her animosity. That voice was one she would never forget in her lifetime. Mu Ling. Regaining her composure, Su Jingning slowly turned around to face Mu Ling. He was clad in a moon-white robe adorned with cloud patterns, his features soft and gentle, presenting an image of serene elegance, devoid of any hint of menace. Yet Su Jingning was acutely aware that no one could act as convincingly as he could. Born of a humble lineage and lacking the favor of the emperor, he feigned indifference, wandering the world unnoticed, leading everyone to lower their guard. However, this was merely a facade to conceal his insatiable ambition. Every prince who had crossed his path had met their demise at his hands. Your Highness, I have met the esteemed Prince Ling. Su Jingning offered a slow bow, her demeanor respectful, but as she lowered her gaze, the murderous intent in her eyes was unmistakable. Jingning, there is no need for such formality between us. Mu Ling stepped forward, attempting to assist Su Jingning. His tone tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction at her aloofness. She gently evaded his hand, now feeling a wave of revulsion at the mere sight of him. I have only encountered His Highness on 2 occasions. It seems rather inappropriate for Your Highness to address me by my given name. I would prefer you to refer to me as Miss Su Er. Su Jingning took a step back, casting a cold glance at Mu Ling, her tone decidedly frigid. Mu Ling gazed at Su Jingning, reflecting on the words spoken by Chen Ruofu, who had informed him that Su Jingning was aware of his machinations against her. It was no wonder, then, that Su Jingning regarded him with such icy indifference. I must apologize for my abruptness. It has been some time since we last met, and this unexpected encounter brings me a measure of joy. I ask for your forgiveness, Miss Su, he said, bowing his head in an expression of regret. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Su Jingning replied, nodding to Mu Ling as she prepared to turn away.
Misu.
I am deeply sorry regarding Chinruofu. I had no inkling she would harm you behind my back. Had I known, I would have certainly intervened. Mu Ling called out to her, his eyes filled with sorrow. The matters between Your Highness and Chinruofu are of no concern to me. She is no longer a member of the Su family. If Your Highness is enamored with her, then marry her. Why must you persist in entangling me in this affair? Su Jingning responded, turning slightly with a furrowed brow and a cold, piercing tone. She found her presence in his company distasteful. Those nearby overheard her words and recalled the recent announcement from the Duke of the State, which had severed ties with his adopted daughter, Su Ruofu, on charges of attempting to harm her legitimate sister, revealing that the motive was, in fact, for the sake of the Ling prince. Miss Su, you misunderstand, he said, his gaze fixed upon her exquisite countenance, his expression darkening with anger as he made to reach for her. Your Highness, as a prince, I implore you to maintain your dignity, Su Jingning retorted, evading his grasp and casting him a cold glance before exiting the pavilion, without so much as a bow. To her surprise, the third young lady of the Su family was entangled with Prince Ling, thus rendering the recent rumors seemingly unfounded. Judging by the demeanor of the second young lady of the Su family, it appeared that both she and the adopted daughter of the Su family were oblivious to the truth. Nearby, an individual expressed their discontent in hushed tones. As whispers and pointed fingers surrounded him, Mu Ling's expression grew increasingly somber. Regardless of what she knew, he was determined to possess her. He must seize the military power of the Duke of Zhangguo's household. Su Jingning had not anticipated encountering Mu Ling today, and a tempest of hatred surged within her, piercing her to the core. Mu Ling, the torment I endured in my past life shall be repaid to you piece by piece. You desire the exalted imperial throne, and I shall ensure you plunge into the mire, forever unable to fulfill your aspirations. Upon returning home, the sky had already darkened. Outside the lineage pavilion, Yunya paced anxiously, occasionally peeking out. Miss, I see that you have returned, she exclaimed as she hurried towards Su Jingning. Miss, you are back. What happened? Did mother arrive? Su Jingning inquired with concern. No, it is the master who has come, Yunia replied softly, taking the food box from Su Jingning's hands. Father? Why has he come? Su Jingning halted in her tracks, puzzled. Yes, the master has been here for half an hour, saying that he happened to be free today and wanted to check on you. We could not keep it from him. He knows you sneaked out and has been waiting inside, Yunia said, her expression tinged with worry. It's fine, as long as mother doesn't he know. Su Jingning reassured her, handing over her cloak to Yunia before stepping inside. The Duke of Jinghua sat solemnly beside the unfinished chess game that Su Jingning had left with her elder brother a few days prior, deeply engrossed in contemplation. Father, Su Jingning called out sweetly to the Duke. Having just recovered from your injuries, you sneak out of the manor alone again, unaware of how your mother would fret and scold you for it. The Duke, adjusting his sleeves, looked at Su Jingning with mild reproach.
Hihi.
As long as you don't tell, no one will ever know, Su Jingning replied with a radiant smile, linking her arm with his in a playful manner. Humph. Should this happen again, I shall certainly inform your mother. Where have you been? You've only just returned, the Duke remarked, giving her hand a gentle pat. I went to Phoning Tower to buy some pastries, Su Jingning answered, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkling. Do you really need to go yourself for pastries? Next time you venture out, take a guard with you so you don't get injured again, the Duke said, clearly unconvinced, as he playfully tapped her forehead, his affection evident. Understood, Su Jingning quickly nodded in agreement. Aren't you busy today, father? What brings you here? She inquired softly as she settled across from him. The Emperor requested my presence for discussion, so I did not go to the military grounds today. I returned home early, thinking to check on you, the Duke explained, pouring her a cup of hot tea. Su Jingning accepted the tea and took a delicate sip. A few days ago, I wrote to your second uncle and the others, discussing the transfer of military authority in the Western territories. They have all agreed. When they return to court in 5 days for the banquet, the authority will be handed over to the Emperor. Do you think the Emperor will consent to this? Su Jingning asked, cradling her teacup. The Emperor will certainly agree, he replied confidently. The Duke of the State lowered his head to observe the chessboard, and after a moment, he slowly spoke, acknowledging his understanding of His Majesty.
Come.
Let us play a game, my dear daughter. It has been quite some time since we last engaged in such a pastime. The Duke looked at Su Baineng with a beaming smile. Father, you cannot win against me. Besides, you often regret your moves. I have no desire to play with you. Su Jingning turned her head away, refusing to engage, for her father's chess skills were the worst she had ever encountered, without exception. Then I shall inform your mother of your clandestine escapades from the residence over the past few days, the Duke threatened. Fine, fine. I shall play, but you must not take back your moves. Su Jingning replied, exasperated, and reluctantly agreed. Thus, the father and daughter played 5 rounds. In each game, the Duke would regret his moves, yet he could never conquer Su Jingning, ultimately leaving the table in discontent, much to Su Jingning's delight. Her face blooming like a peach blossom. In a dilapidated cottage on the outskirts of the Su family estate, Chen Ruofu lay amidst her tattered garments. Miss, the medicine is ready. You should drink it now, Chunlon said softly, entering the room with a bowl of medicine. Chen Ruofu's complexion was pale, her expression weary as she propped herself up. Observing Chunlon, who held the bowl, she recalled how everyone had distanced themselves from her after her misfortune, some even taking the opportunity to kick her while she was down. It was only Chunlon, whom she had once disregarded, who had stood by her side, leaving the Su family to care for her. Without her, she feared she would not have survived. Chunlon, I never expected that you would be the one to accompany me now. What are you saying, miss? Chunlon will always stand by you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Chunlon gently handed the medicine to Chen Ruofu, her voice barely a whisper. Chen Ruofu's expression shifted. She surveyed her surroundings, a glint of malice igniting in her eyes. They wished for her demise. Humph, what a fantasy. Chen Ruofu aspired to be the most esteemed woman in the world. The Su family dared to treat her this way for the sake of Su Jingning? Just wait. She would ensure that every member of the Su family would come to regret their actions. Chunlon, did you deliver the items to the Ling Wangfu as I instructed? She inquired. I sent them early yesterday, but I did not encounter His Highness, the Ling Wang. Chunlon replied softly. It matters not. He will come to see me. Chen Ruofu closed her eyes. She understood Mu Ling's ambitions. He coveted the military power of the Su family, and she was in a position to assist him. At the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, that night, Su Jingning was once again haunted by dreams of blood-soaked battlefields, where corpses lay strewn about. The warm blood of her father and brothers splattered across her face as they fell before her, along with the anguished expressions of her mother and aunts. The pain pierced her heart like 1,000 arrows, yet she could save none. Su Ruofu's triumphant laughter echoed in her mind, while Mu Ling's ruthless nature tormented her. She longed to rend them to pieces, yet could not inflict harm upon them. Her beloved family had all departed, leaving her alone in a bleak, frigid world, where she could find no escape. Miss, please wake up. Yunqing gazed at Su Jingning, drenched in sweat and racked with pain, her heart aching to rouse her. Since the incident by the water, the young lady had been plagued by nightmares, unable to find restful sleep. Has the young lady had another nightmare? Perhaps we should summon the physician from the manor, Yunqing suggested gently, noticing Su Jingning's vacant gaze as she opened her eyes. No need. I shall be fine in a few days, she replied softly. Su Jingning's voice was somewhat hoarse as she rubbed her head, lifted the covers, and descended from the bed. Miss, Chun Ruofu has been secretly taken away by Prince Ling, Yunya said while combing Su Jingning's hair. I am aware. Su Jingning replied with a tone that was both light and indifferent. The bait has been cast. Naturally, the fish will bite. It is time to present Prince Ling with a grand gift. As Su Jingning gazed at her reflection, a glimmer of bloodthirsty hatred flickered in her eyes. Mu Ling, in this lifetime, you shall not have your desires fulfilled. I shall make you wish you were never born. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Jingning caught sight of an unadorned wooden box atop the Namu vanity, which contrasted sharply with the intricately crafted dressing table. It was a gift from Master Huihai. She had not touched it since her injury. Recalling the words of Master Huihai, she opened the box to reveal a simple red string from which hung a teardrop-shaped bead. Translucent and crystalline, within which swirled what appeared to be a drop of red ink, exuding an air of mystery. After a moment of contemplation, she adorned her wrist with the bracelet. Against her nearly transparent skin, the bead appeared even more enigmatic. Chapter 17. Yunmiao Pavilion after lunch. Su Jingning reclined against a soft couch, engrossed in a military treatise. The hem of her smoke-blue silk gown was adorned with grand blossoms of begonia, exquisite and elegant. Her ink-black hair was partially gathered, cascading gently behind her, exuding a gentle nobility. Miss, the 4th, 5th, and 6th young ladies have arrived, Yunqing announced as she entered. Quickly let them in, and bring the pastries I brought back yesterday. Xiaowen enjoys them. Su Jingning replied, a smile gracing her eyes as she set her book aside. Yes, second sister, came the cheerful and melodious voice of Su Luowan, who burst into the warm chamber with lively energy, followed closely by Su Luoting and Su Luoshu, who lagged a step behind. What brings you here?
Su Jingning inquired.
Her curiosity piqued at seeing the three after several days apart. Has your injury improved, second sister? Su Luoting asked softly, her gaze fixed on Su Jingning's hand. Much better, it's nothing to worry about now, Su Jingning responded with a gentle shake of her hand and a smile. These are the new pastries from Fonting Tower. Do give them a try, she said as Yunqing entered with several trays of delicacies. Wow, the new pastries from Fonting Tower have been in high demand these days. How come you have so many, second sister? Su Luoshu exclaimed in astonishment. Then hurry and taste them, Su Jingning said, playfully offering a piece of plum blossom pastry to Su Luowan. After indulging in the treats, Su Luowan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Second sister, shall we go out today? With the festival approaching, Xinwu Street will surely be bustling, she exclaimed, her gaze filled with anticipation. Having been confined at home to study due to her sister's injury, it had been a long time since she had ventured outside.
Indeed.
Today my mother informed me that her shop on Xinwu Street has received a splendid array of new jewelry and garments. She encouraged us to peruse whatever we fancy. Shall we pay a visit? Su Luoshu inquired, gazing at Su Jingning. I concur. The weather is delightful today, with no snowfall, as long as my elder sister dresses warmly. She should be fine, Su Luoting gently added. Splendid. It has been quite some time since we sisters ventured out together, Su Jingning replied with a soft laugh. If my sisters wish to go, I shall accompany them. Xinwu Street is the most bustling market in the imperial capital, a wide thoroughfare stretching east to west, lined with an array of shops. The streets are filled with a dazzling assortment of goods, and the cacophony of voices creates a vibrant atmosphere. The carriage of the Duke of Town gradually came to a halt at Yunmiao Pavilion. This establishment is part of the dowry of the Duke's third wife, Madame Liu, specializing in women's clothing and exquisite jewelry. The silks used for the garments are of the finest quality found in the capital, featuring innovative and elegant designs that are highly sought after by noble women. The jewelry, too, is crafted with remarkable ingenuity, rivaling even the finest court artisans. Whenever new styles are introduced, the third wife ensures that the ladies of the Duke's household receive their share, should they prefer not to visit in person. She will send someone to deliver the treasures to them. However, it appears that the sisters show little interest in attending banquets, as many of the garments and jewelry remain untouched. Miss, as soon as they alighted from the carriage, the maidservants of Yunmiao Pavilion spotted Su Luoshu and hurried forward to greet her. Su Luoshu occasionally assists the third wife in managing the pavilion. Thus the staff are well acquainted with her. Su Luoding and Su Luowan had visited several times, but it was Su Jingning's first visit. The Yunmiao Pavilion was exquisitely designed, with the first floor showcasing an array of exquisite ready-to-wear garments that were quite captivating, while the jewelry was displayed on the second floor. The fragrance in the shop was delightful, exuding an air of elegance. Business at Yunmiao Pavilion was thriving, with many noble ladies selecting their attire at that moment. Mother mentioned that there are new styles available. Let us take a look, Su Lushu said warmly. Right this way, miss, the maid replied, leading them toward another elegant chamber where the new arrivals were displayed. Inside, several elegantly dressed women and young ladies were gathered. You need not stay here. We shall choose for ourselves, Su Lushu said with a smile, dismissing the maid. Sister, do choose some you like. I will have them wrapped up for you. Su Lushu joyfully urged Su Jingning. I need not, as my third aunt recently gifted me 2 outfits, which I have yet to wear. Su Jingning replied with a smile. You should choose for your fourth sister and Xiaowan. She had an abundance of clothing, many of which remained unworn. Then let us go to the second floor to see the jewelry. I have heard there are several exquisite new sets, Su Luowan suggested, noticing Su Jingning's disinterest in clothing and wanting to help her select some accessories. Although her second sister was exceptionally beautiful, she had little inclination for adornments. Never mind. I shall go alone. Xiaowan is calling for you. You ought to hurry. Seeing Su Luowan waving at them from a distance, she gently pushed Su Lushu in that direction. Very well. Sister shall go upstairs first. We shall find you shortly, Su Lushu acquiesced and made her way towards Su Luowan. Su Jingning ascended to the second floor alone. The upper level of Yunmiao Pavilion showcased an array of exquisite and opulent jewelry, divided into 3 distinct sections. Each alcove was adorned with a depiction of a specific plant: the peony alcove, resplendent and regal; the lotus pavilion, elegantly refined; and the orchid bamboo pavilion, uniquely serene. Each style of jewelry was remarkably distinctive and beautifully crafted, a dazzling spectacle to behold. It was no surprise that the decor was extravagant, given that San Ant hailed from a wealthy merchant family, rendering Yunmiao Pavilion exceedingly popular among the affluent young ladies of the capital. As Su Jingning strolled and paused to admire the treasures, she ultimately found herself before a blue jade bracelet in the orchid bamboo pavilion. The translucent bracelet was imbued with wisps of mist, reminiscent of azure green hues, truly extraordinary. Upon gazing at the bracelet, she was reminded of someone dear. She recalled how her elder sister adored collecting jade bracelets, and this particular piece would suit her splendidly. Please wrap this up for me, Su Jingning gently instructed a maid standing nearby. Just as her words fell, a haughty and commanding voice resonated from behind her. I shall take this bracelet. Have it wrapped and sent to the residence of the Duke of Qinghua. Su Jingning turned to discern the speaker, revealing a young woman adorned in a pale yellow embroidered gown, her captivating eyes sparkling, her complexion delicately radiant, exuding an air of spirited pride. It was Shunzi, the youngest daughter of the Duke of Qinghua, a niece of the noble concubine Shu, who had been pampered since childhood. Her demeanor was somewhat arrogant, embodying the oppressive tendencies often associated with the Duke's household. Standing behind her was a man clad in a dark green robe embellished with gold cloud patterns, exuding an imposing presence. It was Mu Heng, the crown prince who had recently survived an assassination attempt. The women in the vicinity blushed and shyly stole glances at him. Su Jingning cast a fleeting glance at them before turning to the troubled maid and gently requested, Please wrap this up for me. I shall return shortly to collect it. She intended to continue her leisurely exploration. The maid complied, reaching for the bracelet to prepare it for wrapping. I have already declared my intention to acquire this bracelet, Shunzi asserted imperiously, pointing at Su Jingning with an air of command. Observing the young lady's exquisite attire, it was evident that she was educated and literate. Su Jingning lifted her gaze, her cool eyes meeting Shenzi's, and replied softly, "That is indeed the case." With a haughty tilt of her head, Shenzi regarded Su Jingning with disdain, noting her unfamiliar features and simple clothing, lacking even a few hairpins, and speculating that she hailed from a humble household. Shuhinning, exuding an aura of elegance and grace, bestowed a slow smile upon Shenzi. The Prince of Chun, who stood behind her, was instantly captivated upon seeing Su Jingning. Her stunning beauty was complemented by a demeanor as refined and aloof as an orchid, rendering her utterly mesmerizing. Surely, she understands the principle of first come, first served, Su Jingning mused, having noticed the prince's gaze upon her, which incited a flicker of displeasure. She furrowed her brow slightly and addressed Shenzi. "Do you know who I am, to speak to me in such a manner?" Taken aback by Su Jingning's retort, Shenzi contemplated a threat. "What does it matter whether you know or not? I am Shenzi of the Duke of Qing's household, and I dare to claim what I desire." Shenzi's disdain for Su Jingning only intensified as she scrutinized her modest appearance. Noticing that there were no maidservants behind her, she became even more convinced that the young lady could not afford it. "Someone, how much for this bracelet?" "I shall purchase it," she declared, casting a disdainful glance at Su Jingning. Onlookers, witnessing the confrontation between the audacious Shenzi and another, gathered to enjoy the spectacle. Su Jingning's red lips curled slightly, her beautiful eyes cold and distant, coolly gazing at Shenzi. To covet what she cherished from her grasp, what a fanciful dream. Chapter 18. Conflict. It turned out to be mission. "My apologies, but this bracelet belongs to me." Su Jingning retrieved several banknotes from her pocket and handed them to the nearby maid. "I trust that Miss Shen, being of excellent upbringing, would never resort to such underhanded tactics, would she?" Su Jingning smiled faintly, addressing the flustered Shenzi, whose face was flushed with anger. She then turned away, disregarding her, and continued to point at the intricately crafted, elegant, and luxurious headpieces nearby. "This one, and that one over there, please wrap them all up for me," she instructed the maid. Seeing Su Jingning's calm demeanor ignited a fury within Shenzi. She resolved not to let Su Jingning have her way. "Wrap up all of those and send them to the residence of the Duke of Qingwa. Laifu, make the payment." She commanded the steward to pay immediately, lest Su Jingning get ahead of her. The steward complied, immediately pushing past Su Jingning to settle the bill. "Miss Shen, these are the 4 newly released limited edition Lan Juting headpieces, truly one of a kind throughout the entire capital. Are you certain you wish to purchase them all?" The maid felt a surge of excitement. This was an extraordinarily lucrative deal. Each limited edition headpiece costs 500 taels of silver, totaling 2,000 taels for all 4. "No need for idle chatter. Wrap them up for me." Shenzi's heart ached. She was depleting half of her small fortune, and upon returning, she would surely be scolded by her father. A glimmer of amusement passed through Su Jingning's eyes as she gently remarked to Shenzi, "Miss Shen truly embodies the wealth and grandeur befitting a daughter of the Duke of Qingwa. Humph. I am certainly not to be compared with someone from your humble background." Shenzi was in high spirits, her eyes almost reaching for the heavens. "Ear, do not be rude." Finally, the ever-watchful Prince Mu Hung spoke up from behind her, gently admonishing her while shaking his folding fan. He approached Su Jingning with a warm demeanor, exuding a gracious charm. "This young lady, it is Ear, who has been impolite. Choose whatever pleases you, as a means of compensating for Ear's transgression." This young woman was quite intriguing, with just a few words. She had incited Ear to spend 2,000 taels on a headpiece, while the girl foolishly believed she had triumphed. "Cousin, how could you assist her?" Shenzi exclaimed, taken aback by Mu Heng's favoritism toward Su Jingning. "Ear, you are a lady of the Duke's residence. You must be knowledgeable and courteous, not capricious." "You were indeed disrespectful just now," Mu Heng reprimanded with a furrowed brow. Su Jingning observed the 2 siblings with a cool gaze. "So it is His Highness the Prince. This humble girl has the honor of meeting you," she said, lowering her head and offering a respectful bow, maintaining her dignity. "There is no need for such formality." "Young lady," Mu Heng replied with a smile, gesturing for Su Jingning to rise. "Thank you, Your Highness. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave," Su Jingning said softly, turning to depart. "The young lady is truly astute. With just a few words, she has secured a substantial order for Yunmiao Pavilion," Mu Heng remarked. seemingly indifferent to their departure as he chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Shenzi's brow furrowed, suddenly realizing she had been outwitted.
Curse be it.
You have deceived me. Miss Shen, what does this mean? The headpiece was seized from me by Miss Shen, yet I am now the one at fault. Su Jingning furrowed her delicate brows, her expression one of innocence. You, someone, expel her from Yun Miao Pavilion. How dare you scheme against me? Shunji, in a fit of anger, demanded Su Jingning's removal. The maids of Yun Miao Pavilion hesitated. Although Miss Shen was a frequent patron, the young lady before them exuded an air of nobility and grace, making them reluctant to offend her. Observing Su Jingning's calm demeanor and her cool gaze, Shinji's frustration grew. Fine, if you won't act. I shall take matters into my own hands. Her face darkened as she withdrew a slender silver whip from her waist, striking it fiercely towards Su Jingning. Mu Heng, standing nearby, merely watched with a smile, making no attempt to intervene. With a sharp crack, a crimson bone whip sliced through the air towards Su Jingning. Who was that? Shunji exclaimed, her grip on the whip trembling with shock as she glared at the newcomer. It was a charming little girl with bright, expressive features, donned in a regal crimson outfit, standing proudly beside Su Jingning and watching her intently. Su Jingning smiled and shook her head, reassuring the girl, who then relaxed. Who does Miss Shen intend to throw out of Yun Miao Pavilion? Su Luoshu, dressed in a soft lavender gown, approached with an air of composed detachment, her beauty striking. She was accompanied by the manager of Yun Miao Pavilion and several maids. Su Luoding came to Su Jingning's side, inspecting her carefully. Prompting Su Luoding to turn her cold gaze toward Shinji. They had only just been trying on clothes downstairs when news arrived of a conflict involving her second sister. Little did she expect it to be Shinji and the crown prince. Shinzi recognized them, for although the daughters of the Duke of Zhanguo rarely attended banquets, they were quite renowned in the capital. It is well known that the Duke's household, filled with talents, has daughters who, from a young age, are proficient in both literature and martial arts, possessing exceptional knowledge, unlike the girls from other families in the capital. Su Luoting is a celebrated literary figure. Should she participate in the annual poetry review, she would undoubtedly emerge victorious. The Yun Miao Pavilion is a dowry estate of the third Madame Su, which Su Luoshu frequently manages, displaying her sharp intellect and wisdom. Shenzi was not particularly acquainted with them, but she shared a good rapport with the adopted daughter who had been cast out from the Su family. The other sisters seemed to have little interaction with outsiders. Su Luoshu, does your Yun Miao Pavilion allow just anyone to enter? Shenzi cast a disdainful glance at Su Jingning and addressed Su Luoshu. Su Luoshu paid her no heed, simply instructing the shopkeeper beside her to prepare the headpiece Shenzi had purchased. I have met His Highness, the Crown Prince, Su Luoshu said slowly, bowing to Mu Heng, who stood behind Shenzi, before smiling at Shenzi. This is Miss Shen's headpiece. Please accept it. Then she took a step back and, addressing the shopkeeper of Yun Miao Pavilion who was coldly observing Shenzi, said, Qing Yi, from today onward, do not allow troublemakers to enter Yun Miao Pavilion. Shenzi assumed she was referring to Su Jingning and, feeling quite pleased with herself, looked triumphantly at Su Jingning. I'm talking about you. Why don't you hurry and leave? She said, raising her chin as she gazed at Su Jingning. Behind her, Mu Heng's brows furrowed in displeasure. Shenzi was baffled. However, he discerned clearly that they were protecting this young lady. Could it be that she was also of the Duke's household? Someone, please escort Miss Shen away from Yun Miao Pavilion, Su Luoshu instructed a few handmaidens standing nearby. Su Luoshu,
What do you mean by that?
on what grounds do you demand my departure? Shenzi finally grasped that she was the one being addressed. You are all in cahoots. Cousin, they are ganging up on me. Enraged, Shenzi turned to inform Prince Chen. You are the one who intended to whip my second sister. And now it has somehow transformed into us bullying you. Su Luowan was incensed by Shenzi's audacity. So you're Su Jingning. Shenzi's brows knitted together.
So,
She was the delicate, cherished daughter of the Duke's household, known for her frail constitution and seldom seen in public. Shenzi beheld the lady clad in a smoke blue dress embellished with begonia patterns, exuding an air of elegance and grace, her beauty unparalleled. A surge of disdain welled up within her, as the capital had been rife with scandal surrounding this very woman. Shenzi's gaze shifted, now tinged with greater contempt for Su Jingning. It is said that the Duke's legitimate daughter is haughty and aloof. Humph. I see nothing but a master at stealing another's affections, not even sparing the man her sister fancies. It is no wonder Ruafu seeks to harm you. You people of the Duke's household truly deserve the reputation of being nothing more than brutish warriors, utterly lacking in decorum, revealing your upbringing for all to see. At her words, murmurs erupted around them, fingers pointing accusingly at Su Jingning. What nonsense are you spouting? Mu Heng scolded. This cousin of mine is truly spoiled. Speaking without thought. Su Jingning's expression darkened, and the faces of Su Luoting and the others nearby were equally grim. Shenzi, watch your words. Su Luoting's tone was sharp as she spoke of the Su family and her second sister, her countenance instantly turning somber. Miss Shun, be cautious. Calamity often arises from careless speech. The entire Zhen Guogong family is renowned for their loyalty and valor, defending the nation and its people. For the sake of safeguarding the peace of the Great Zhou, they have endured years away from home, drenched in the blood of battle. To think they would be reduced to mere brutish generals in your words is truly disheartening. Su Jingning's voice was icy yet composed as she cast a glance at the Prince of Chun behind her. Could it be that His Highness also shares this opinion? Second Miss Su, you're mistaken. The Zhen Guogong family's loyalty commands my utmost respect. It is my cousin's impetuosity that has led to this unfortunate remark. Quickly apologized to Second Miss Su. Mu Heng addressed Su Jingning with a gentle smile before turning to reprimand Shenzi. The Zhen Guogong is a first-rank minister of the Great Zhou, commanding significant military strength and holding immense prestige within the army. His unwavering loyalty and integrity are well known, and should he hear such words, all hope of winning his favor would be lost. Chapter 19. The Broken Wrist Cousin. I spoke no falsehood. She has been entangled with His Highness, the Ling Wang, and the entire imperial capital is aware of it. Are you suggesting that Ruafu was cast out by your Su family because of this? I am determined to seek justice for her today. Shenzi continued to glare at Su Jingning, her expression filled with indignation. She clutched the whip tightly, intent on striking Su Jingning. Shenzi, my Su family is a prestigious military house bestowed by the late emperor. How dare you insult us so brazenly? Moreover, our family matters are none of your concern. It was that Chen Ruafu who schemed against my elder sister, only to harbor malicious intent to harm her later. She, a daughter of a traitor, was taken in by my Su family out of a sense of loyalty, granted the status of a young lady. We have shown her enough kindness. She has repaid our generosity with ingratitude and cruelty. The current situation is of her own making. I had no idea that you were so closely allied with Chen Ruafu. Su Luoting, her voice calm yet suppressing fury, stepped in front of Su Jingning and addressed Shenzi coldly. Ha! Su Luoting, you are but a concubine-born daughter. Do you think yourself worthy to speak to me? Step aside, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Shenzi raised her chin, flicking the silver whip in disdain towards Su Luoting. At her derogatory remark, Su Jingning's gaze towards Shenzi turned frosty. She gently pushed Su Luoting aside and stood before her, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, yet her dark eyes were chillingly fearsome. Su Luoting sensed her sister's anger. With a hint of concern, she glanced at Su Luoshu. The two exchanged worried looks, each reflecting their anxiety. Miss Shin seeks to avenge Chen Ruafu. Does she? Su Jingning cast a fleeting glance at the silver whip in her hand and spoke softly. So what? Shenzi raised her head disdainfully and retorted. Ha, truly foolish. A light laugh escaped Su Jingning's lips as she regarded Shenzi with a cold, sardonic tone that only Shin could hear. Foul creature, what did you say? Shenzi, incensed by the subtle insult, swung the whip towards her. The silver whip glinted in the air as it swiftly approached, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. The sound of the whip slicing through the air was audible to all, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. If it were to strike the fragile young lady of the Duke of Zhenguo's household, the consequences would be dire. Su Jingning remained rooted in place, her gaze icy as she scrutinized Shenzi. Just as the silver whip was a mere half-inch from her, a collective gasp of horror escaped the crowd. Second sister. Be careful. Watch out. Only Shenzi noticed the peculiar smile adorning Su Jingning's face as she unleashed the whip, causing her heart to skip a beat in alarm. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, in the split second before Shenzi swung the silver whip, Su Jingning discreetly flicked out a lustrous pearl from her sleeve, an orb she had nonchalantly plucked from the headdress Shenzi had purchased moments ago. The pearl flew forth with such swiftness that it was almost imperceptible, landing right before Shinzi's right foot. Shinzi exerted all her strength into the whip, naturally relying on her legs for momentum. Suddenly, the onlookers witnessed her losing her balance and crashing heavily to the ground, her instinctive reaction causing her to extend her hands in a desperate attempt to break her fall. Su Jingning observed the peculiar contortion of the hand that struck the ground first as she fell. Ah, my hand! Shinzi's complexion turned ashen in an instant as she clutched her left wrist tightly, writhing in agony on the ground. The sudden twist of events startled the onlookers. The one who should have been injured was standing unharmed, while the one intending to inflict harm was rolling on the ground in pain. What is wrong with you? The rapid unfolding of events left Mu Hung momentarily speechless. Cousin, my hand. It feels as though it is broken. What shall I do? Shinzi cried out in a fit of despair, her sobs echoing. Quickly, summon a doctor. Mu Hung commanded, his brow furrowed, addressing the servants nearby. Shinzi, in her agony, rejected any assistance, remaining on the ground in a comical yet pitiful state of lamentation. Su Luoshu and the others, relieved to see Su Jingning unharmed, regarded Shinzi with cold indifference. The Su family held grudges fiercely. They would not pity her after her recent harsh words. Your Highness, it appears Miss Shin has injured her wrist when she fell and braced herself against the ground. I have been frail since childhood and have studied a few medical texts, so I possess some knowledge of healing. Instead of waiting for the doctor, perhaps I could examine Miss Shin first? Su Jingning spoke softly to Mu Hung, her tone as serene as a mountain spring, exuding elegance and comfort, entirely devoid of anger towards Shinzi's earlier conduct. Mu Hung regarded Su Jingning with skepticism. Yet as he observed her tranquil demeanor juxtaposed with Shinzi's pallor, he hesitated for a moment. Then I am grateful to Miss Su for your assistance.
No, cousin.
You must not allow her to see me. I only fell because I was about to strike her. What if she harbors ill will against me? Upon hearing this, Shinzi instantly shook her head in refusal. Shinzi, were it not for your provocation against my second sister, and your own lack of skill resulting in your fall and injury, why should you doubt her when she was merely trying to assist you? Su Luowan's face flushed with indignation as she attempted to pull Su Jingning away. Onlookers, witnessing the scene, recognized the rare kindness and integrity of the Su family's second young lady, who, despite Shinzi's earlier arrogance and bullying, chose to overlook past grievances to offer help. Miss Shin, you need not worry. With so many witnesses present, I am unable to act against you. I merely wish to prevent any rumors tomorrow in the capital that Miss Shin was injured due to my actions, Su Jingning stated coldly. Cease your antics, and allow the second young lady to take a look at you. Help her to a chair, Mu Hung commanded, his patience waning from Shinzi's obstinacy. He then turned to Su Jingning, offering an apologetic nod. Su Jingning approached Shinzi, who had been assisted to a seat, disregarding the latter's murderous glare, and examined her oddly twisted wrist. Your wrist is fractured, Su Jingning stated, her voice cool and measured. Shinzi's expression darkened further, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow from the pain. Mu Hung gazed at the nearly unconscious Shinzi, a pang of regret gnawing at his heart. He lamented the decision to accompany her today. If his father, the emperor, discovered he had slipped away, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. What should he do now? He asked in a low voice. Su Jingning remained silent, merely turning to retrieve 2 landscape folding fans from a nearby rack, which she handed to the crown prince. Please, Your Highness, assist me in disassembling the ribs of these fans, she requested. Mu Hung, perplexed, complied and dismantled the folding fans, the ribs made of sturdy Nanmu wood. After finishing, he handed the ribs to Su Jingning. She placed them aside, glanced at Shenzi's dress, and casually extracted the embroidered silk ribbon from her sleeve. Shenzi looked on with trepidation, unsure of her intentions. Su Jingning, observing the fear etched on Shenzi's face, seized her hand and pressed several acupoints around the injured wrist. Then, she cradled the fractured bone, pausing momentarily before swiftly realigning the dislocated joint during a moment of distraction. She deliberately intensified her grip, causing Shinzi to cry out in pain and lose consciousness. Unperturbed, Su Jingning expertly secured Shinzi's wrist using the 4 ribs and the silk ribbon, preventing any further dislocation. Her actions were deft and composed, a serene expression on her face. The scene was oddly captivating, drawing Mu Hung into a trance as he observed. All done, Su Jingning declared. meticulously wiping her hands with a handkerchief before addressing Mu Hung. At this moment, the doctor arrived just in time, and upon witnessing Su Jingning's bandaging skills, he could not help but express his admiration. Mu Heng's earlier doubts about Su Jingning dissipated, and his tone took on a sincere note. I am grateful for the assistance of Miss Su today. Once Yi's injury is healed, I shall ensure she pays a visit to Miss Su to apologize. Your Highness is too courteous. Let us first escort Miss Shin back, Su Jingning replied with a respectful nod, her demeanor poised and elegant. With that, Mu Hung carried the unconscious Shinzi away from Yunmiao Pavilion. As Su Jingning observed Shinzi being taken away, she overheard whispers nearby, praising her as a kind-hearted individual. A flicker of mockery crossed her dark, icy almond eyes. Kind-hearted? Ha! She had always been one to repay grievances tenfold. She had indeed allowed her to escape lightly. Second sister. She spoke of you in such a manner, yet you still assist her. Su Luowan exclaimed, her expression one of confusion. Su Luoding and Su Lushu also shared her bewilderment. Who says I am assisting her? She spoke ill of you, Luoding. How could I possibly help her? I merely wish for her to endure a bit more hardship. Su Jingning gently ruffled Su Luowan's fluffy hair, speaking in a soft voice. Su Luowan continued to lower her head, still perplexed. All right, enough of that. Second sister invites you to Founding Tower for the flour brewed chicken, Su Jingning said affectionately. In an instant, Su Luowan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I adore the flour brewed chicken at Founding Tower. Let us go. Chapter 20. The young master awaits your presence. Founding Tower is also situated on Xinwu Street, directly across from Yunmiao Pavilion. The sisters arrived at Founding Tower in no time. In recent days, the establishment has been bustling with patrons, and upon their arrival, the first floor was completely packed, leaving no vacant seats in sight. Su Luowan wore a face of disappointment, fearing that they would miss out on the famed floral chicken today. Fortunately, the timing was fortuitous. A private room was available on the second floor. This way, please, a young attendant greeted them with courtesy, leading them toward the elegant chamber above. Stealing glances at the lady clad in a smoke-blue silk dress, exuding an air of icy elegance, he recalled that the proprietor had personally attended to her the previous day. We are indeed fortunate to have encountered an empty private room upon our arrival. We can also enjoy a view of the bustling Xinwu Street. Su Luowan exclaimed as she stood by the window, her expression brightening at the lively scene below. It was no wonder that Founding Tower thrived. Its decor and layout were uniquely captivating, reminiscent of the charming pavilions of Jiangnan. Su Luoting admired the room's Jiangnan-inspired adornments, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. Seated nearby, Su Jingning and Su Luoshu ordered an array of their favorite dishes, then quietly settled by the window, resting their chins on their hands while gazing down at the street. As the year-end approached, the street was alive with a mingling of people, vendors calling out and performers showcasing their skills, creating a truly vibrant atmosphere. Before long, the attendant brought out the dishes, and Su Luowan's gaze fell upon the signature floral chicken of Founding Tower, its alluring colors nearly making her salivate, which prompted playful teasing from Su Luoding and Su Luoshu. Su Jingning, however, was not particularly hungry. She merely sampled a few bites before setting her chopsticks aside. Having sought an excuse, she stepped out of the elegant chamber. Outside, a graceful maid with delicate features awaited her at the door. Upon seeing Su Jingning emerge, she respectfully inclined her head. Miss, did you summon me for a matter of importance? Earlier, in Yunmiao Pavilion, Su Jingning had noticed, the maid gesturing to her from the corner. Miss, the young gentleman from yesterday has awakened and insists on meeting you. The maid whispered to Su Jingning. Su Jingning lowered her gaze in contemplation. Where is he? In the rear courtyard. This way, please, the maid replied, leading Su Jingning to the back of Founding Tower. The courtyard exuded tranquility and serenity, an ideal setting for recuperation. Lu Xifan had sustained significant injuries and required a period of rest, so Uncle Yan had arranged for him to recuperate in the innermost courtyard. Miss, this is the place, the maid announced. You may leave now, Su Jingning instructed softly. She gently tapped on the door. Come in, a clear and mellow voice responded from within. Su Jingning pushed the door open to find Lu Xifan, clad in a blue robe, standing by the sole potted plant in the room, meticulously tending to its withered leaves. Although his complexion bore the pallor of illness, he appeared much improved from the previous day. I hear you wish to see me? Su Jingning crossed her arms, remaining by the door, tilting her head to scrutinize the serene countenance of the handsome man. Upon hearing her cool and detached voice, Lu Jifan raised his gaze toward the woman standing in silhouette against the light. The young woman adorned in an elegant smoke blue gown, draped with a pristine white fox fur cloak, exuded an air of refined nobility. Her demeanor appeared somewhat indifferent as she gazed at herself, her complexion fair and translucent, pure and unblemished. The depths of her pitch-black, lively eyes scrutinized him with a disarming candor, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Why did she go to such lengths to save me, only to send me away? Lu Jifan, eschewing any circumlocution, posed the question directly, his gaze fixed intently on Su Jingning, ensuring he did not miss a flicker of emotion on her face. Yet upon hearing his inquiry, Su Jingning regarded him with an untroubled expression, smiling enigmatically as she replied, "If I were to say that you had once aided me and that my rescue of you was merely a return of a favor, would you believe it?" "I do not," Lu Jifan asserted with unwavering conviction, certain he had never encountered her before. The girl was exquisitely beautiful, and had he met her, he would surely not have forgotten. "Suit yourself," Su Jingning shrugged, unfazed by his disbelief. "Uncle Yen should have provided you with the bond. If, upon your recovery, you wish to leave the capital or have a destination in mind, that is entirely your choice. Should you lack a place to go, you are welcome to remain here. You may depart whenever you wish. Regardless of your belief, my act of saving you is solely to repay a kindness. I have no ulterior motives. Moreover, at present, you are of no use to me, are you?" Su Jingning's gaze was candid and forthright. Observing her demeanor, which did not suggest jest, Lu Zifan felt his initial wariness dissipate significantly. He was a man who valued clarity in relationships, preferring to avoid debts of gratitude. "You have rescued me. I am willing to assist you in a matter, should you require it." Lu Jifan regarded Su Jingning, the aloofness in her tone considerably diminished. "Very well." The woman's voice was clear and crisp. A fleeting disappointment crossed Lu Jifan's heart. Indeed, there are no individuals who extend kindness without reason. "Then focus on your recovery. Consider it a task completed on my behalf." The woman's voice, laced with mirth, resonated. Lu Jifan stared in astonishment at the cunning expression on her face. Her laughter seemed to dispel the gloom that had settled within him for a fleeting moment. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Su Jingning cast a glance at the somewhat dazed Lu Jifan, stood upright, and turned to depart. Just then, a low thank you echoed from behind her. She paused briefly before continuing her exit from the small courtyard. Having been outside for a while, she realized that Ling and the others must be worried about her. Lu Jifan observed the retreating figure of the woman, feeling a sense of bewilderment. This girl was exceedingly peculiar. He could not fathom her, yet found himself inexplicably drawn to trust her, despite having encountered her only twice. Su Jingning swiftly exited the Fengting building's rear courtyard, avoiding the throng and returning to the elegant room within. In the Duke Qinggua's residence, Shen Ziyi remained unconscious when Mu Heng brought her home. Alas, how could she have returned injured in such a manner? Madame Shen, her expression fraught with concern, looked at her daughter, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. "Do not fret, let the doctor examine her first." Duke Qinggua, standing nearby, was notably calmer, offering words of comfort to Madame Shen before turning his attention to Mu Heng. The physician, who had been prepared nearby, swiftly approached to assess Shen Ziyi's injuries. He gently lifted her hand and carefully unwrapped the bandage that Su Jingning had applied to her wrist. After pressing gently in a few places, his brow furrowed in concern. After a lengthy pause, he bowed respectfully to the Duke of Qinggua, saying, "My lord, the young lady's hand is severely injured. Her wrist bone is fractured."
Fortunately,
this skilled physician was able to realign the bone, or the consequences would have been dire.
"What?
A fractured wrist bone? Can it be healed? Lady Shen turned pale with fright, her heart aching profoundly. "Do not fret, madam. It is treatable. However, given the nature of a fractured bone, especially the wrist, it is likely that, even after healing, there may be lingering effects that cannot be completely remedied," the physician replied, his expression troubled. "What shall we do, my lord? How could this happen to my daughter?" Lady Shen looked helplessly towards the Duke of Qinggua. "We understand, Lao Fu. Take the physician to prescribe medicine." The Duke of Qinggua instructed after a moment of silence, then turned to Mu Heng, who stood nearby. "Your Highness, you were present when Ear was injured today. Can you explain what transpired? How did she come to be harmed?" Mu Heng recounted the events of the day to the Duke of Qinggua with unwavering honesty. With each revelation, the Duke's brow furrowed deeper. This girl had been so indulged that she acted without restraint, daring to provoke anyone and everyone. The residence of the Duke of Jinghua was filled with those who would protect their own at all costs. If they were truly offended, the Duke of Jinghua's household would surely suffer. This is utterly outrageous. It is high time she learned a lesson. The Duke of Qing bore a solemn expression. For just a few days prior, he had incurred the Emperor's wrath. The Duke's residence could not afford any further mishaps. Your Highness should promptly return to the estate. It is unwise for you to be out today. Should word of this reach the Emperor's ears, it may prove detrimental to your position, he said, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Mu Heng. Yes, uncle, I shall take my leave now and visit Ir in a few days, Mu Heng replied, also feeling that it was indeed prudent to return home. By the way, uncle, I must express my gratitude to Miss Su from the Duke of Zhen's household. Had she not set Ir's bones despite their past grievances, his injury could have worsened. Before departing, Mu Heng reminded the Duke of Qing that the Duke of Zhen's household should not be treated as an adversary. I understand. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to the Duke of Zhen's household to convey our apologies and gratitude on behalf of Ir, the Duke of Qing acknowledged, fully aware of the implications of the Crown Prince's words. The Duke of Zhen wielded considerable influence and commanded a formidable military presence. Any rift with them could hinder the Crown Prince's future endeavors. Early the next morning, the Duke of Qing personally penned a letter of apology to Xin Ziyi and sent gifts to Su Jingning at the Duke of Zhen's estate. However, the Duke of Zhen's household declined to accept the gifts and letter, offering only polite refusals in return. Subsequently, the Duke of Qing's residence dispatched gifts several more times. Yet the Duke of Zhen's household continued to refuse, clearly indicating their unwillingness to accept the apology. Left with no other recourse, the Duke of Qing had no choice but to relent. Chapter 21. The return of the Su family, the Duke of Zhen's residence, was bustling with activity today, as the household diligently adorned itself in preparation for the grand return. All the servants and attendants donned the new garments generously bestowed by the third lady, Lu, creating a festive atmosphere. Apart from the matriarch, the other ladies of the household had already readied themselves early in the morning and were now en route to the city gates to welcome the soldiers returning from the northern frontier. Whenever the Su army returned to the capital, the entire family would gather at the city gates to greet the triumphant troops. At the gates of the imperial city, word had spread of the soldiers' homecoming, drawing a crowd that had gathered since dawn to witness the victorious return of the Dazhou warriors and to reunite with their long-absent loved ones. Everyone stood on tiptoe, gazing into the distance, their eyes brimming with anticipation and joy. The members of the Duke of Zhen's household stood to the left of the city gates, while officials from the court occupied the main entrance. The Minister of Rights, the leading official, acknowledged their presence with a respectful gesture towards the Duchess of Zhen. The Duke and his heir had already attended court in the morning and were, therefore, absent from the gates. Su Jingning stood behind her mother and two aunts, her gaze drawn to the Minister of Rights, who stood beside a striking figure clad in violet court robes. This man, tall and graceful, possessed an alluringly devilish charm. His aura radiated nobility. His long, fair fingers absent-mindedly caressed the white jade Buddhist beads resting on his left wrist as he gazed distantly, awaiting the army's arrival. Su Jingning inwardly lamented that Gu Yan'an was indeed the most handsome yet perilous man she had ever encountered. As if sensing her gaze, Gu Yan'an turned his attention toward her. Caught off guard, Su Jingning found herself ensnared by the depths of his gaze and hastily averted her eyes. Gu Yan'an observed her movements, a flicker of indulgent amusement crossing his eyes before he turned away, no longer gazing at her. They have arrived. The black sail and white tiger flag. The crowd at the city gate erupted in joyous cheers, stretching their necks to catch a glimpse of the approaching spectacle. In the distance, the army drew nearer, resembling a majestic dragon returning home, its might and grandeur stretching to the horizon. Leading the charge were the valiant riders of the Su family. At the forefront stood General Su Ming, the commander of the Western Frontier Army and Su Yan'an's uncle. Behind him, the resolute-faced general clad in black armor was General Su Zheng, the commander of the Northern Frontier Army, another of Su Yan'an's uncles. Following closely were the young warriors of the Su family, their spirits soaring, the fabric of their battle-worn attire billowing in the wind, betraying the blood and valor they had accumulated on the battlefield, causing the maidens on either side to blush in bashfulness. Father, and brother, mother, look quickly, Su Luowan exclaimed, jumping amidst the crowd, her face alight with excitement as she turned to urge Madame Su Heir to look as well. With reddened eyes, Madame Su Heir nodded vigorously, tightly clasping the hand of Su Luoting beside her. Their family was finally on the verge of reunion. Fourth sister, I want to see too. Where is father? In the arms of his nurse, little Su Jinghuai, the seventh son of the Su family, craned his neck in an effort to see the distant figures. Look, dear. Your father is over there. Madame Su San pointed towards Su Zheng in the distance, her expression gentle. Su Jingning gazed at his two uncles and 6 elder brothers, who returned safely, standing tall and full of vigor, his eyes misting over with emotion. A bittersweet ache swelling in his heart. This time, regardless of the cost, she is determined to ensure the safety of the Su family. No one shall harm her kin. The armies swiftly arrived at the city gates. The leading general dismounted as per tradition, receiving the ceremonial welcome from the court officials. The emperor, valuing the Su family's generals who have long guarded the northern and western borders, dispatched the Minister of Rights along with several other second-rank officials to greet the victorious troops. The commander of the Western Region Forces, Su Ming, and the commander of the Northern Region Forces, Su Zheng, were honored to carry out His Majesty's sacred decree, leading the soldiers of the northern frontier to triumph. The emperor has proclaimed that the generals of the northern frontier are unmatched in valor and have achieved a resounding victory over the western Liang. Such formidable warriors are indeed a blessing for the Great Zhou. A celebratory banquet will be held tomorrow at the Taichin Hall to personally welcome the esteemed generals. The Minister of Rights presented the imperial edict to Su Ming. The northern frontier generals accepted the decree, expressing their gratitude to His Majesty. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Su Ming received the bright yellow edict and solemnly responded on behalf of the generals. Congratulations to all the generals on their triumphant return. I kindly invite you all to enter the palace to pay your respects, as His Majesty and the court officials await your presence. The Minister of Rights, displaying utmost respect, offered a gentle support to Su Ming. According to protocol, the army was not permitted to enter the city, but was to proceed to the military camp in the outskirts, with only the main generals allowed to enter the palace for an audience. Su Ming and Su Zheng, accompanied by a dozen principal commanders from the northern frontier, entered the palace for the audience. Although the Su family sons were youthful, each one was a young hero. Aside from the heir of the Duke of the State, who served as the deputy commander of the Western Region Forces, 3 other sons had already been appointed as commanders of the 3 camps: the second son, Su Jingma, the third son, Su Jingyu, and the 4th son, Su Jingyi. They all began as mere soldiers on the battlefield, gradually fighting their way to the esteemed position of the commanding general of a regiment. The ladies of the Duke's household, after 2 years apart from their husbands and children, finally felt the weight of their hearts lift. Upon deciding to marry into a military family, they had to endure constant anxiety, fearing that any misfortune might rob them of their loved ones forever. Fortunately, they all returned safely. As they gazed upon the townsfolk gathered at the city gates to welcome the triumphant army, they felt a profound sense of pride for their husbands and children. The 5th young master, Su Jingxian, and the 6th young master, Su Jingze, did not need to enter the palace for an audience. They caught sight from a distance of their family members at the gates. The 2 brothers bore a slight resemblance to each other, both possessing striking features. They were merely 2 or 3 months older than Su Jingning. Clad in dark blue armor, Su Jingxian had thick brows and large eyes, with 2 charming dimples on his cheeks reminiscent of the second madam of the Su family, making him quite endearing when he smiled, though he refrained from doing so in the military, believing it would undermine his authority. Su Jingze, also adorned in dark blue armor, had refined features and thick eyebrows. His physique slightly more robust than Su Jingxian's, and years of campaigning in the northern frontier had transformed his once fair skin to a healthy wheat hue. The second and third madams of the Su family looked at the 2 young men, who had matured considerably, their eyes reddened with emotion, wishing fervently to take them home immediately. However, they could not. Their father and brothers had entered the palace, and the young men needed to first report to the military camp to ensure the safe return of their comrades. With a final glance back at their family beneath the city wall, the brothers mounted their horses and galloped towards the military encampment. In the palace, upon the golden throne, the emperor of the Great Zhou, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, sat majestically upon the dragon throne, exuding an air of authority. Summoned the generals from the northern frontier, commanded the Grand Eunuch, standing to the side of the throne, as he announced the arrival of the northern troops. At the forefront stood the Duke of the State, draped in a purple robe emblazoned with lion patterns, leading the martial officials. The head of the civil officials was none other than the Chancellor Lu Wei, who, having reached the venerable age of destiny, bore streaks of gray in his hair. Su Ming led the generals from the northern frontier into the audience hall, bearing in his hands the peace treaty and battle reports from the Western Liang. We, the commanders of the northern frontier, pay our respects to your majesty and present the peace treaty from the Western Liang. Long live our emperor. The assembled officials bowed in unison. The Zhou emperor's countenance brightened as he gestured for the grand eunuch to accept the peace treaty and reports from Su Ming, instructing the soldiers to rise. He perused the reports with keen interest. The Western Liang had suffered a significant defeat, and the contributions of the Su family were indeed remarkable. They were rightly hailed as the pillars of the Great Zhou, born with an innate talent for martial leadership. This resounding victory over the Western Liang had not only dealt a severe blow to them, but had also reclaimed 5 border cities previously seized by the Western Liang, with Zhou casualties far fewer in number. Consequently, the Western Liang had submitted the peace treaty, expressing their desire for a temporary cessation of hostilities and indicating that they would send envoys to the Great Zhou after the festivities to discuss the terms of peace and friendship between the two nations. Excellent. Truly splendid. This triumphant campaign in the northern frontier is a testament to the valor of our generals. Heaven has favored the Great Zhou, bestowing upon us such courageous warriors. Reward shall be granted to all, the Zhou emperor proclaimed with great joy, closing the peace treaty and gesturing grandly to bestow honors upon the victorious soldiers. Turning to Su Ming, who stood at the forefront, he remarked with a tone of admiration, "The Su family is indeed a lineage of formidable military talent. In this battle, they have achieved the foremost merit. Su Ming, do share what rewards you desire." Su Mingfu bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude for His Majesty's abundant favor, which afforded the Su family the opportunity to serve the nation and protect its people. The Su family, with 3 generals in its ranks, had already received the utmost grace and honor from the emperor, and they dared not be greedy. In this recent triumphant campaign, reclaiming 5 cities in the Western territories, every soldier had made invaluable contributions. With a bold heart, Su Ming urged that the emperor's benevolence should reward every soldier who returned safely to the capital, having shed blood on the battlefield. Excellent. To achieve great merit without avarice. This is indeed the hallmark of my scholarly general, the emperor replied. I shall heed your counsel and bestow rewards upon every soldier who returns safely to the capital. However, the Su family must also receive its due recognition. Given the recent defeat of the Western Liang, the nation has suffered greatly and lacks the strength to reignite conflicts in the Western territories. As the year draws to a close, you shall have the peace of mind to celebrate the new year with your families after your long vigil at the borders, the emperor said, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. Your Majesty, on behalf of the soldiers, I express our profound gratitude. Su Ming responded. Moreover, I have one more matter to humbly request of your Majesty. After bowing respectfully to the emperor, he knelt on one knee, lifting the command token that represented his authority over the Western military above his head. Chapter 22. The game of chess. Now that the turmoil in the Western territories has subsided, I humbly request your Majesty to revoke the military orders pertaining to the West.
Zhou Ming stated solemnly. Why is that?
Emperor Zhou inquired, his expression grave, seemingly taken aback by Su Ming's abrupt decision to relinquish control over the Western military forces, which constituted a significant portion of the Great Zhou's might, 1/6 of the entire army. This was something many coveted. As soon as Su Ming uttered these words, the tranquility of the court was shattered. Duke Qing and Prime Minister Liu exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment. With the triumphant return of the army, they had anticipated that the influence of the Su family, led by Duke Xinghua, would only grow stronger, becoming a force to be reckoned with. However, no one expected Su Ming to voluntarily surrender military authority over the West, which would signify a substantial loss of power for the Duke's household and an exit from the court's power struggle. The military authority over the West was indeed a coveted asset, long held by the Su family, preventing others from making their move.
Yet now,
with Su Ming's unexpected offer to relinquish this power, both sides were determined to ensure that the other did not gain it. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, he continued. Half a year ago, I was unfortunate enough to be struck by an arrow from the Xiliang army. My injury has persisted, leaving me with chronic discomfort, insomnia, and a sense of suffocation. The physician has advised me to rest thoroughly and avoid overexertion, or it may jeopardize my life. Thus, I respectfully request a 6-month leave to recuperate, after which I shall return to serve Your Majesty, and I humbly seek your approval. Emperor Zhou gazed at the military orders presented before him, lost in contemplation. He turned his gaze toward Duke Xinhua, who appeared disinterested, his head bowed in silence, causing the emperor's brow to twitch in irritation. It seemed he had cast aside his burdens with remarkable ease. Your Excellency has sustained an injury? Naturally. It is imperative that you prioritize your recovery. I grant your request. The Emperor Zhou cast his gaze upon Su Ming, refraining from disclosing to whom the vacant position of commander of the Western Territories would be temporarily entrusted. I express my gratitude for your Majesty's grace. Su Ming knelt in thanks. Dismiss the court. The Emperor's expression darkened as he ordered the Duke of State to remain. The Duke silently followed the taciturn Emperor Zhou to the imperial study. In the study, the Emperor sat behind the imperial desk with a stern countenance. Observing the Duke of State, who stood before the desk with his head bowed, demeanor unperturbed. Anger surged within him. Is the military authority of the Western Territories a hot potato? Are you so eager to relinquish it to me? What is your Majesty's intention? The Duke of State replied, still maintaining his composed posture. Do you not understand? You cunning old fox, do you still wish to feign ignorance with me? You simply wish to avoid entanglement in the strife between the Crown Prince and Prince Jin. Do you truly believe I am unaware? The Emperor cast a sidelong glance at him. Your Majesty is wise. The Duke of State bowed in acknowledgement. Observing the Duke's cotton-like demeanor, the Emperor felt somewhat exasperated. In this court, I can only trust you and a Yi. A Yi has secluded himself in the northern frontier for years, and now you, too, are evading this tumultuous court. The Emperor sighed bitterly. The Duke of State reminisced about the ambitious aspirations and fervent spirits they shared in their youth. His expression momentarily distant and silent. Your Majesty, this game has been at a stalemate for far too long. It is time to bring it to a close. The Duke's brow furrowed, his countenance shrouded in ambiguity, as he gazed at the unfinished chessboard by the window on the opposite side of the study, where the black pieces were in a precarious position, on the verge of being engulfed by the white pieces. Following his gaze, the Emperor also turned to regard the chessboard. In those eyes, fierce as an eagle, a flash of hatred glimmered. You are correct. This game of chess must come to an end. Emperor Zhou, exuding the aura of sovereignty, gazed upon the Duke of the nation, his expression brimming with the commanding presence of one who reigns over the realm. He looked at the Duke, his countenance betraying a hint of emotion. Rest assured, with me here, I shall never allow any harm to befall the Su family. The old minister vowed to plunge into fire and water for your Majesty, sparing no effort. The resolute features of the Duke of the nation reflected his unwavering determination. As night began to fall, lanterns lit up every street in the imperial capital, casting a warm glow amidst the bustling throng, a vibrant tapestry of life and festivity. In the Duke of the nation's residence, the ancestral hall behind Songhua courtyard burned incense continuously, honoring the ancestors of the Su family. Numerous helmets adorned the hall, a testament to the brave souls of the Su family who perished on the battlefield, their bodies never to return. The matriarch of the Su family stood at the forefront, hands clasped, gazing at the central tablet, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The Duke of the nation, Su Bo, and his wife stood behind her, flanked by the second master, Su Ming, and his wife, Li, as well as the third master, Su Zheng, and his wife, Lu, on either side. Behind them, Su Jingchen stood with the younger generation of the Su family. Ming'er, please inform our ancestors that the children of the Su family have returned safely. The matriarch softly instructed as she stepped aside, her gaze lingering on the children who had returned unharmed. In the center of the ancestral hall, Su Ming and Su Jing took their places at the front, followed in order by Su Jingma, Su Jingyu, Su Jingyi, Su Jingxian, and Su Jingze, each standing tall and proud, exuding an air of nobility. Together, Su Ming and Su Zheng lifted their garments and knelt before the tablets. The vice commander of the Su army, Su Ming, has returned home safely. In the ancestral hall, resounding voices echoed with strength, evoking tears of joy. Su Jingning cast her gaze downward, fearful that the tears welling in her eyes might spill over. Since departing from the Su family in her previous life, she had not experienced such a harmonious homecoming of the Su clan. According to the ancestral laws of the Su family, every child returning from battle must return to the ancestral hall to inform their forebears and seek divine protection for the descendants of the Su family, praying for their safe return from the battlefield. All right, after a long day's labor, let us dine, exclaimed the matriarch, her face beaming with joy as she surveyed her spirited grandchildren, their vitality restored. She eagerly beckoned Su Jingze and Su Jingyi, affectionately patting their faces, filled with delight. The family then made their way to the dining hall of Songhua Courtyard, where the steward had prepared 2 grand tables of dishes, awaiting their arrival after the ancestral rites. The elders took their seats at the main table, while all the younger members of the Su family gathered at another. Siblings, having been apart for 2 years, conversed animatedly, their joy palpable as they reunited. Su Luowan persistently engaged the ever-patient third brother, Su Jingyu, and narrated the intriguing events that transpired on the battlefield. Su Jingyu and Su Jingxian harmoniously entertained Su Luowan and Su Jinghuai, captivating them with their tales. Meanwhile, Su Luoshu boasted to sixth brother Su Jingze about her recently devised crossbow blueprints, only to be met with disdain from him. Su Luoting immersed herself in the formation diagrams that fourth brother Su Jingyi had just provided, utterly perplexed, neglecting even her meal. While Su Jingyi leisurely observed her attempts to decipher the formation, enjoying his meal. "What are you daydreaming about?" Second brother has returned in a foul mood. Su Jingning felt a large hand atop her head, gently tousling her silky hair. A deep, affectionate voice resonated beside her ear. Su Jingning turned her gaze towards her right to behold second brother, adorned in a blue cloud-patterned robe, exuding an unrestrained and carefree demeanor, with starry brows and sharp eyes. His features striking. Second brother. Su Jingning's eyes curved into a smile as she looked at Su Jingma, her voice soft and enchanting. Unable to resist, Su Jingma pinched her round, tender cheek and then produced a dagger, placing it before her. The dagger's sheath was entirely jet black, intricately engraved with ancient totems and adorned with sapphire gemstones, mysterious and exquisite. "Here for you. Keep it hidden. Don't let mother know it's from me." Upon seeing the dagger, Su Jingning's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, second brother understood her well. The abyssal blade. Second brother, where did you find this? This was a relic from the renowned swordsmith Beishong of the former Northern Yan dynasty, the only dagger he ever forged, crafted from an unknown material, with an extraordinarily high hardness, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. As soon as it was cast, it was purchased at a high price by the Emperor of Yan. Subsequently, with the political upheaval in Northern Yan, this dagger vanished without a trace. By chance, I encountered it on the person of a general from Shiliang, and knowing your fondness for it, I brought it back for you, Su Jingma said nonchalantly, reclining in his chair. "Thank you, second brother," Su Jingning exclaimed, turning the dagger over in her hands repeatedly, utterly enamored. Su Jingma's expression softened with affection. Indeed, his sister adored it, and it was not in vain that he had seized it from the hands of that general in Shiliang. Observing that everyone at the dining table was preoccupied with their own affairs, neglecting their meal, Su Jingma could no longer bear it. He urged everyone to set aside their tasks and partake in the meal, prompting a moment of stillness as they finally settled down to enjoy their repast. Chapter 23. Attending the imperial banquet early the next morning, the rewards from His Majesty arrived at the Su residence. No one from the Su family was promoted, yet His Majesty bestowed upon them an abundance of rare treasures, so many that the front hall could scarcely accommodate them. The rewards far exceeded those typically granted in accordance with regulations. That evening, His Majesty would host a banquet at the Taichin Hall to honor the soldiers from the northern frontier, and the Su family was cordially invited to attend. Lady Jinghua had risen early, insisting on trying on one gown after another for Su Jingning, yet she remained dissatisfied with each choice. "Oh, mother, let's not change any more. I shall wear this outfit." Su Jingning sighed wearily from her chair, too exhausted to move. Observing her daughter's reluctance, Lady Jinghua scrutinized the light blue silk gown adorned with intricate embroidery of magnolia flowers. It complemented Ningyi's demeanor remarkably well. "Let's settle on this one then. Arrange her hair and adorn her with that white jade hairpiece," she conceded with a wave of her hand. Her daughter had always preferred solitude and had never participated in banquets before. However, this imperial feast was an occasion she could not decline. Naturally, her treasured daughter, hidden away for years, should not lag behind the noble ladies of other families. Gazing at her daughter, graceful, radiant, and breathtakingly beautiful, Lady Jinghua nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, she was her daughter, embodying the elegance of her youth. In her prime, she had been renowned as the most talented woman in Jiangnan. "Mother, Ningning, are you ready? It's time to prepare for the palace," Su Jingma's voice called from outside, urging the mother and daughter who had lingered for far too long. "All right, mother, please hurry. My elder brother and I are waiting for you at the door," Su Jingning impatiently exclaimed as she rose and made her way outside. At last, she could escape the clutches of her mother. Upon reaching the entrance, they found the carriage ready, coincidentally encountering the late-arriving Madame Su Er, accompanied by Su Luoding and Su Luoan. The two were elegantly adorned under Madame Su Er's meticulous eye, exuding poise and grace. The younger Su Luoan, clad in a delicate pink dress, appeared exquisitely charming, while Su Luoding, in a moonlit white silk gown, radiated an ethereal elegance. Their glances exchanged with Su Jingning were laden with unspoken grievances, and she instantly comprehended that they too had been subjected to their aunt's prolonged grooming. Awaiting them in the carriage was Su Luoshu, who waved eagerly upon their arrival. "Aunt, mother, please board quickly. Look how dark the faces of uncle and father have grown from waiting," Su Luoan remarked, a hint of mischief in her voice as she glanced at Su Bo and Su Ming standing by the carriage in the distance. Pulling Su Jingning along without a backward glance, she urged, "Elder sister, let us hasten to fourth sister's carriage. Mother has been lecturing me on propriety all day. I have memorized it all and wish to avoid her incessant reminders during the journey." Amused and exasperated, Su Jingning was drawn into Su Luoshu's carriage, with Su Luoting following suit. Adorned in a green cloud-patterned silk gown, Su Luoshu had also been carefully prepared, her jewelry showcasing the latest styles from Yunmiao Pavilion. Her lively features possessed a certain spiritedness absent among the Su sisters. The Su family traveled in 4 carriages, with the young gentleman riding ahead. As their procession slowly made its way toward the imperial palace, the duke's residence is but a half-stick of incense away from the palace. And soon the carriage came to a halt at the palace gates. A throng had gathered at the entrance. Today, His Majesty was not only hosting a banquet for the troops returning from the northern frontier, but was also welcoming high-ranking officials of the 3rd grade and above, along with their families. Thus, those fortunate enough to attend the palace feast were all members of the imperial capital's elite, distinguished by wealth and power. As Su Jingning alighted from the carriage, her gaze immediately fell upon a tall and striking figure standing at the forefront alongside her father. Perhaps his brilliance was too radiant, for she spotted him at once. Uncertain of the exchange between her father and this man, he turned his gaze towards her, his eyes filled with warmth. Her mother beckoned her over, urging her to approach. "My mother is calling me. I shall go over for a moment," Su Jingning remarked to Su Luoshu beside her. She swiftly made her way to stand before them. Gu Yenin remained with a gentle smile gracing his lips, standing courteously beside the duke, his eyes fixed on her. "Come here. Allow me to introduce you to the heir of the Northern Sun Prince's residence. Young Master Gu has just returned to the capital. I believe you have not met him before," the Duchess of the Duke said, her face aglow with delight. A flicker of doubt crossed Su Jingning's mind. Why was her mother suddenly introducing her to Gu Yenin? Had her mother known him previously? Had she indeed met young Master Gu? With a composed and obedient demeanor, Su Jingning offered her greetings to Gu Yenin. "Gu Yenin has the pleasure of meeting Miss Su," he said, observing the modesty of Su Jingning, who lowered her head in respect, feigning ignorance of his identity, yet his smile deepened as he played along with her charade. "In those years, the Princess of Beiyang and I shared a bond akin to that of silk and satin. When the princess passed away, I was in Jiangnan nurturing life, unable to pay my respects. Over the years, the mere thought of her brings me sorrow. I often pondered the desire to meet her child, yet you have always resided in the northern frontier, eluding my gaze. Now, witnessing your youthful heroism, I am certain that the spirit of the princess watches over you with pride." The wife of the Duke of Jinghua gazed at Gu Yenin, her heart stirred, her eyes misty, as if she were peering through her to glimpse the days of yore. "You now find yourself alone in the imperial capital. If you would not mind, do visit our home frequently. It would serve to alleviate some of my guilt towards the princess." The wife of the Duke regarded Gu Yenin with tender affection. "Thank you for your concern, madam. It is only fitting that the younger generation pays their respects to you," Gu Yenin replied, her voice humble and demeanor courteous. "Very well. Let us proceed inside. The banquet is about to commence," the Duke of Jinghua stated solemnly. With a nod towards Gu Yenin, he led his wife into the palace. Su Jingning followed behind them, perplexed by the sudden absence of her elder and second brothers. As she gazed upon the towering palace walls and the exquisite, ornate glazed tiles that enclosed the beauty within, she realized that while outsiders could not behold the splendor inside, neither could those within witness the freedom outside. Su Jingning harbored no envy for the lofty grandeur and opulence of the palace. She had resolved that in her past life, she had fallen victim to the treachery of courtly power struggles. In this life, should she resolve all threats to the Su family, she would depart from the imperial capital, embracing the freedom of the rivers and lakes, becoming a wandering hero. Is this your first time entering the palace? Gu Yan'an's deep, melodious voice resonated beside her. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jingning replied, "Indeed, this is my first time entering the palace in this lifetime." Throughout her childhood, she often fell ill and rarely ventured outside. Later, she went to Jiangnan for recuperation, and that lasted 4 or 5 years. Upon her return, she developed an aversion to going out, thus never having set foot in the palace. "Have you applied the medicine regularly?" Gu Yan'an inquired, walking alongside Su Jingning, his gaze gently resting on the delicate halo above her soft hair. "Yes, the ointment you provided is remarkably effective." "What is it made of?" Su Jingning recalled how the scar on her forearm had begun to regenerate with tender new flesh, the mark having significantly faded. She tilted her head to look at Gu Yan'an, eager to replicate the remedy, though there was one ingredient she could not identify. "I am not certain. It was prescribed by the physician of our estate. If you like, I can inquire about the recipe and provide it to you in a couple of days." Gu Yan'an responded softly. "That would be wonderful. Thank you." Su Jingning's almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she smiled radiantly. No need for thanks," Gu Yan'an replied, unable to suppress the slight curve of his lips, his voice gentle. At that moment, the Duke of Xingua turned and caught sight of his daughter smiling sweetly at the well-dressed young man. To his astonishment, the usually proud and aloof youth regarded his daughter with an unexpectedly tender and indulgent gaze. The Duke's expression shifted. This young prodigy, shining brightly with remarkable achievements at such a tender age, was indeed a genius. However, the depths of his thoughts were inscrutable, even to himself. The Duke felt a pang of unease, wishing to keep his precious daughter at a distance, wary of her being deceived. After all, this young man was strikingly handsome, and his foolish daughter had always been partial to those of pleasing appearance. "Ninger, come here," he called in a low voice, his gaze fixed warily on Gu Yan'an. Upon hearing her father's summons, Su Jingning felt a sense of confusion, yet obediently approached. Once she reached him, the Duke of Xingua quickened his pace, leaving Gu Yan'an behind, anxious that he might engage in further conversation with his daughter. Chapter 24. Princess Xuyang in the Taichun Hall. The hour was drawing near. Numerous court officials and their families had already taken their seats. At the highest point was His Majesty's throne, with 2 seats positioned below it. Further down were the places reserved for the princes and lords. At this moment, Prince Chun and several other princes had arrived, with Prince Ling seated at the edge. Su Jingning immediately spotted him. The Su family occupied the upper right corner, directly across from the princes, and Su Jingning found herself facing Mu Ling. A tumult of emotions surged within her, inducing a wave of nausea, and her complexion paled considerably. Most attendees were unfamiliar with Su Jingning. However, she possessed an extraordinary beauty, and today, after having been meticulously styled by the Duchess of the National Protector, she appeared even more exquisite and ethereal, akin to a delicate orchid blooming in the shadows, captivating all who beheld her. "Surely, this enchanting beauty must be the treasured daughter you have concealed for so long," exclaimed the wife of the Minister of Revenue, her voice carrying across the hall as she gazed at Su Jingning with the delight of discovering a precious gem. Turning to the Duchess of the National Protector, "Indeed, what you say is amusing. It is merely that our child has been in poor health since childhood and has not been easily brought out," replied the minister's wife. Her personality free-spirited, and she shared a harmonious rapport with the Duchess, as they were quite familiar with one another. "Ninger, this is the wife of the Minister of Revenue. Come and greet your Aunt Lu." "Ninger greets Aunt Lu," Su Jingning responded dutifully, displaying impeccable manners and beauty that rendered her exceedingly charming, a stark contrast to the rumors circulating in the capital. "Oh, such a well-behaved child. Do you come to our residence often?" Lady Lu remarked affectionately, clearly enamored with Su Jingning. Su Jingning was once again introduced to numerous officials and their families, her smile nearly becoming frozen. After much effort, she finally concluded her introductions, just as the banquet was about to commence. Since her arrival, Mu Ling had been scrutinizing her, observing the woman clad in a blue gown, exuding a gentle and ethereal grace, yet with a somewhat sinister expression. Contemplating the items presented to her by Chun Ruofu that day, her eyes shimmered with vague and inscrutable schemes. "The Emperor has arrived. The Crown Prince has arrived. Princess Xuyang has arrived." The voice of the chief eunuch resonated, and the previously noisy hall fell into an immediate hush. Everyone knelt in unison. Long live our emperor! Su Jingning knelt behind the Duke of Zhenghua, lifting her gaze to the middle-aged man striding towards the imperial throne. Clad in a black dragon robe adorned with a majestic golden dragon, his hair was elegantly styled within a jade crown, his stature tall and imposing, emanating an air of authority. His profound eyes were intimidating, exuding the aura of a sovereign who looked down upon the world. He was the second emperor of the Great Zhou, the most favored son of the late emperor, renowned for his talents and achievements that echoed throughout the realm. In his youth, he had already displayed the audacity and cunning of a ruler, and at the age of 18, he single-handedly led an army to conquer the capital of the maritime nation of Nanjiao, which had repeatedly invaded the southern borders of Great Zhou, transforming it into a vassal state. Since ascending the throne, his accolades had multiplied, earning him the admiration of the Great Zhou populace. Reflecting on the past, Su Jingning recalled how, in the subsequent years, the Zhou emperor, despite being in the prime of his life, had seen his health deteriorate, frequently succumbing to coughing blood and fainting spells, with each episode lasting longer than the last, until ultimately he never awoke again. During this period, the various princes began to engage in open and covert struggles, casting their covetous gazes upon the throne, with each contest growing increasingly fierce. Ultimately, with the clandestine assistance of both himself and the Su family, Muling ascended to the imperial seat. Su Jingning reflected on those years, when the Great Zhou frequently experienced upheavals due to factional disputes within the court. The northern and southern adversaries would intermittently provoke the military and civilians along Great Zhou's borders, leading the populace to suffer tremendously, while the entire nation seemed to teeter on the brink of chaos. Su Jingning mused that had the benevolent emperor, who cherished his subjects like his own children, remained cognizant during that tumultuous time, he would likely have prevented Great Zhou from descending into such dire straits. All ministers, please rise. There is no need for excessive formality today, as we gather for a joyous banquet. Let's not hold back. The Emperor of Zhou, his demeanor radiant, lifted his dragon robe and took his seat. Sheng Fu, commence the feast, he instructed, turning to Chief Eunuch Sheng. As the music commenced, exquisite dancers began to perform in harmony with the melodies, and the grand hall buzzed with lively exchanges and merriment. Su Jingning gazed at the two figures seated beneath the imperial throne. To the left sat the Crown Prince Mu Feng, the eldest son of the emperor, born of the virtuous Consort. Although the virtuous Consort hailed from humble origins and lacked the favor enjoyed by the esteemed consort, the emperor nonetheless chose to elevate Mu Feng, the firstborn of the ambitious yet less capable Prince Chen. The crown prince possessed regular features, seemingly inheriting the looks of his mother rather than the emperor's striking handsomeness. Nevertheless, it was said that the crown prince was renowned for his benevolence and humility, garnering substantial support within the court. On the other side stood a remarkably beautiful girl of about 15 or 16 years of age. She wore a delicate lavender gown adorned with intricate floral patterns, her dark hair elegantly styled and secured with a matching crystal hairpin. She bore a striking resemblance to Emperor Zhou, possessing exquisite and profound features, with a hint of heroism in her gaze. Despite her youth, she exuded an air of dignity and pride akin to that of the emperor, demanding attention and respect. She was none other than Princess Xiyang Muxi, the sole offspring of Emperor Zhou and the late empress. Following the untimely demise of the empress, Emperor Zhou had not taken another consort, and Princess Xiyang had been raised by him from a tender age, basking in his affection. Upon her birth, the emperor had exceptionally conferred upon her the title of a first-rank princess with authority, naming her Xiyang. Later, due to her remarkable intellect, she was accepted into the esteemed Moli Yuan, becoming the only princess of the Great Zhou dynasty to be admitted there. Though a princess, her status surpassed that of all other princes and lords, second only to the crown prince, underscoring the emperor's deep fondness for her. Princess Xiyang rested her chin on her hand, seemingly bored as she observed the performances within the hall, her expression tinged with impatience. Occasionally, she cast glances at the vacant seat below her, which, if she were to guess, belonged to the Northern Sun Prince's residence. Just as Su Jingning was about to divert his gaze, he noticed the unmistakable delight in Princess Xiyang's round eyes. Following her line of sight, he turned to see Gu Yenin, clad in an exquisite deep blue satin robe, gracefully taking a seat. He held a cup of tea with an air of nonchalance, leaning back as he leisurely watched the performances unfolding in the hall. Su Jingning discovered that not only Princess Xuyang but also numerous highborn ladies in the hall were secretly gazing at him. Even the girl who had previously admired Prince Chen could not resist being captivated by him. It was undeniable that Gu Yan'an was strikingly handsome and remarkably accomplished at such a young age, making it difficult not to be drawn to him. Su Jingning pursed her lips, averted her gaze, and thought to herself that he truly was quite popular. Halfway through the banquet, the noise became unbearable for Su Jingning. The hall felt stifling and hot, causing her discomfort. Without even glancing, she seized a silver cup from the table and gulped its contents down. Beside her, Su Jingma noticed her pale complexion and was about to inquire when he saw his sister downing the wine in one go, unable to intervene in time. Upon realizing it was wine, Su Jingning froze for a moment.
Wine.
She glanced at her now empty cup and then at the full cup of clear tea beside her. A flicker of regret passing through her eyes. It was fruit wine. It should be harmless, she consoled herself inwardly. Second brother, I'm feeling rather bored. I'll step outside for some fresh air and return shortly, Su Jingning announced, setting down her silver cup and rising to speak to Su Jingma. I'll accompany you. I find this place tedious as well, Su Jingma replied, somewhat worried about Su Jingning venturing out alone. All right then, she conceded. The siblings quietly slipped out through a side door. Once outside the grand hall, the chill of the wind crept into Su Jingning's clothing, brushing against her fair, delicate neck, instantly awakening her senses. Ah, it feels so much better out here, she could not help but exclaim. Wrap yourself in your cloak. You wouldn't want to catch a chill and risk your cold flaring up again, he cautioned. Su Jingma gracefully draped the snow-white fox cloak over her shoulders. His movements tender and affectionate. Su Jingning stood still, obediently allowing him to cover her with the cloak. Let's linger for a while. I understand your aversion to being confined indoors, yet we must not forsake decorum, he softly coaxed. All right. The Tai Chen Hall, nestled close to the palace walls, featured a lengthy corridor leading from a side entrance, where the siblings conversed as they strolled. Upon turning a corner, they encountered a vast terrace that offered a panoramic view of the capital's nightscape. The grand and bustling imperial city unfolded before them in all its splendor, illuminated by vibrant lights, shrouded in mystery and awe. Wow! It's so beautiful, Su Jingning exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with wonder as she stood on tiptoe, resting her chin in her hands while gazing at the cityscape. Su Jingma leaned against the wall, arms crossed, silently watching her from behind. Chapter 25. Entanglement. May I inquire if you are the second master, Su? The Duke of the State has sent me to summon you. A young eunuch emerged from the side, bowing his head in respect as he addressed Su Jingma. A sense of unease stirred within Su Jingma. Why had his father called for him? He had only just stepped out. Ning ning, let us return, he voiced, intending to take Su Jingning back with him. Brother, you should go back first. I wish to linger for a while. Father must have urgent matters for you. Su Jingning was reluctant to return so soon. Finding the outdoors quite pleasant, Su Jingma frowned, contemplating persuading Su Jingning to accompany him. Oh, brother, the banquet hall is not far. I shall return on my own shortly. Look at all the people still here. Su Jingning waved her hand dismissively at Su Jingma, turning away with a rare display of stubbornness. With no other choice, Su Jingma could only admonish, just remember to come back after a while. Understood. With that reassurance, Su Jingma followed the eunuch back to the banquet hall. Inside, Gu Yan stood aloof and indifferent, lazily observing the performances. His gaze caught sight of Su Jingmo returning alone, but he noted the absence of Su Jingning. Turning his attention, he realized that Prince Ling was not in his designated spot, a flicker of concern passing through his dark eyes. His fingers tightened around the teacup he held. On the corridor, Su Jingning watched as the distant lights grew increasingly hazy, her mind drifting into a dreamy state. Hearing footsteps behind her, she presumed it was Su Jingmo returning due to concern for her. Brother, I told you I would return on my own shortly. Why are you back again? Yet. The person behind her offered no response. Finding this peculiar, Su Jingning turned to look at him. As Su Jingning discerned the figure standing behind her, her words faltered, her countenance instantly turning frosty. Prince Ling, what brings you here? Su Jingning leaned against the wall, her vigilance sweeping the surroundings, revealing that the individuals on the corridor had indeed vanished. Jingning, do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to converse with you. Mu Ling, clad in a silver-gray robe adorned with serpentine patterns, approached her with a gentle demeanor. Converse? Why would His Highness the Prince dismiss the nearby populace?
Shuhinmin ditorti.
Her voice resolute and icy, as if she wished to distance herself from him without delay. Regardless of your belief, my feelings for you have always been sincere, and I have never contemplated using you or causing you harm. Mu Ling gazed at Su Jingning with profound affection, yearning for her to comprehend his genuine heart. With a frosty expression, Su Jingning gripped the wall tightly, striving to maintain her clarity. Cursed be the moment. How could she be so easily intoxicated even by fruit wine? Since childhood, she had been unable to tolerate even the slightest alcohol. One sip would render her lightheaded. Little did she expect that even fruit wine could affect her so. If His Highness truly harbored sincere feelings for me, he would not have cornered me here and dispersed those around. Su Jingning scoffed coldly, shaking her head in an attempt to distance herself from him further. Mu Heng seemed to perceive her unease, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes as he stepped closer to her. Jingning, you are the most astute woman I have ever encountered, and I genuinely hold you in high regard. In the possession of this prince lies an object of great significance to the Su family. Should you willingly choose to remain by my side, I assure you, I shall not relinquish this item. I trust that your keen intellect would not permit you to see the Su family suffer as a consequence. Mu Heng raised an eyebrow, the scheming glint in his eyes unmistakable. Su Jingning's gaze turned frosty, her cold eyes fixed on Mu Ling, causing a chill to creep into his heart. What could it be? Her voice, already frosty, now carried an iciness that deterred any approach. The military report from the Su family regarding the battle in the northern region 3 years prior against Beiyan suggests that the Su family has concealed something from His Majesty. Mu Ling's gentle voice ventured forth, probing. Observing the swift shift in Su Jingning's expression, Mu Ling understood. Indeed, Chen Ruofu had not deceived him. The Su family had indeed withheld information from the emperor and the court. He could leverage this to compel the Su family to assist him. How did you come to know? Was it Chen Ruofu who informed you? Su Jingning's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her gaze frosty as she struggled to regain her composure. Yet, as she swayed on her feet, she nearly fell to the ground. Mu Heng, quick as lightning, caught her. Su Jingning attempted to break free, but the dizziness overwhelmed her, her limbs weak and unyielding. Let go. Let go of me. Su Jingning's voice, softened by intoxication, struggled against the nausea roiling within her. Jingning, what ails you? Mu Ling held her tightly, feigning concern as the look on his face betrayed a sense of insincerity. In the distance, Gu Yenin stood beneath the dim corridor, searching for Su Jingning, who had yet to return. His gaze fell upon the couple entwined in an embrace on the balcony, and the girl's flushed cheeks pierced his heart with anguish. The string of Buddhist prayer beads in his hand was gripped tightly, his knuckles turning pale under the pressure. He observed the dark, solitary shadow cast upon the ground by the light, and a bitter smile escaped his lips. Gu Yenin, you are as desolate and shadowy as this silhouette, unworthy of illumination, while she shines as the brightest star in the heavens. How could you ever dare to hope she might notice you? With a downward glance, he turned swiftly and disappeared down the corridor. Just as he rounded the corner, an image of Su Jingning flashed through his mind, her face slightly reddened in an unusual manner.
No.
He halted abruptly, quickly retracing his steps.
Indeed.
He found the girl with flushed cheeks, frowning in distress, desperately trying to extricate herself from his embrace. A string in Gu Yenin's mind seemed to snap, his deep, dark eyes filled with fury and wrath. Mu Ling, who was holding Su Jingning, remained oblivious to the impending danger, still attempting to calm her. Before Mu Ling could react, an enraged Gu Yenin kicked him to the ground, his head striking the floor violently, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Before he could discern who had attacked him, a punch landed squarely on his right cheek, rendering it numb. Suddenly released, Su Jingning stumbled backward, colliding with the wall before steadying herself. Having been held by Mu Heng for an extended period, she felt tainted, a dull ache churning within her chest, overwhelming her with discomfort. Her small face turned pale with panic as she leaned against the wall, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing her pale and distressed demeanor, Gu Yenin felt a pang of anguish in his heart. How had he not noticed her distress sooner? It's all right, do not be afraid. Gu Yenin endeavored to soften his voice, gently soothing the girl while cautiously avoiding any physical contact, fearful of startling her further. Su Jingning's slender frame continued to tremble slightly, her head bowed, too timid to look up. Witnessing such a timid and fragile version of Su Jingning for the first time filled Gu Yenin with deep regret. Why had he not recognized her plight earlier? Damn Mu Ling. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Gu Yanen's eyes, but upon turning around, he discovered Mu Ling had vanished, likely having fled upon realizing Gu Yanen's presence. Gu Yanen. Su Jingning finally managed to regain some composure. Her voice soft and faint. I'm here. It's all right, Gu Yanen replied in a low, gentle tone, striving to calm the girl's emotions. Su Jingning clutched his sleeve tightly, and Gu Yanen soon realized her body was rigid and chillingly cold.
How could this be?
He grasped her hand firmly, attempting to coax her into relaxation, but to no avail. Do not be afraid. I am here. Everything will be fine. He tenderly reassured her. Gu Yanen, it's dirty. At last, the girl spoke with a thick nasal tone, her voice delicate and soft, her stiff body beginning to ease slightly. Gu Yanen was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what she meant by something being dirty. I touched the clothes. They're filthy. Su Jingning's large almond-shaped eyes brimmed with tears as she struggled to remove her cloak, but in her haste, she found it impossible to untie, appearing both delicate and aggrieved. As Gu Yanen finally registered her words, she mentioned that Mu Ling had embraced her, and she found her clothes dirty. Observing the delicate and aggrieved girl, Gu Yanen's heart softened, and he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He extended his hand and bent down to untie the cloak, which she had knotted in her haste. All right, since the cloak is soiled, we shall discard it. It is of no consequence. His voice was gentle, his gaze affectionate as he looked at Su Jingning, casually tossing the removed cloak aside. Chapter 26. Intoxication. Su Jingning remained silent, her head bowed. Gu Yanen furrowed her brows, casting a worried glance in her direction. Suddenly, Su Jingning leaned in close, grasping Gu Yanen's hand firmly, refusing to let go. Her gaze was fixated on the white jade Buddha beads adorning Gu Yanen's wrist, her silence profound. It was then that Gu Yanen caught a faint scent of grapefruit wine wafting from her. A smile danced in Gu Yanen's eyes. It seemed Su Jingning was intoxicated, though she had only sipped a single cup of fruit wine. Observing the girl's fragile attire, Gu Yanen contemplated draping her own cloak over her. But as she raised her hand, Su Jingning pressed it down once more. The girl remained silent, her eyes glued to the white jade Buddha beads. Do you fancy this? Gu Yanen inquired, shaking her wrist lightly, unable to conceal the joy evident in her gaze. Su Jingning's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red as she looked up at Gu Yanen, nodding like a chick pecking for grain. Utterly endearing. With a resigned smile, Gu Yanen removed the Buddha beads from her wrist and offered them to her. Su Jingning accepted the beads with unrestrained delight, akin to a child who has discovered a treasured possession, cradling the beads and grinning foolishly. Gu Yanen then took off her cloak, gently wrapping it around Su Jingning. Seeing that she offered no resistance, Gu Yanen exhaled in relief. The girl's earlier frigid and rigid demeanor had genuinely alarmed her. Su Jingning adorned her wrist with the beads, mimicking her previous gestures and swaying them before Gu Yanen, tilting her head with a soft, delicate voice. So beautiful. Gu Yanen was enchanted by her charming movements, her smile radiating warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring. Following her lead, Gu Yanen praised, beautiful indeed. You wear it best. The lustrous white jade beads shimmered gracefully against her porcelain-like, slender wrist. Su Jingning gazed at Gu Yanen's exquisite and enchanting visage, slowly extending a delicate finger towards the crimson tear mole nestled at the corner of his left eye. Gu Yanen remained frozen, paralyzed by the moment, as Su Jingning's fair hand, light as a feather, gently rested upon his tear mole. She caressed it softly, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy and unfocused. As she looked at Gu Yanen, she murmured something under her breath. Upon finishing her words, she leaned into his embrace. Gu Yanen stared incredulously at the girl in his arms, his expression a blend of astonishment and restraint. He distinctly heard her whisper, beautiful.
Ian.
There was only one person in this world who would address him in such a manner, and that was the young Su Jingning from his childhood. During the most torturous and hellish days of his life in Jiangnan, it was Su Jingning who had rescued him. He had never imagined that a girl even younger than himself would lead him out of despair. Despite her tender age, she was remarkably calm and intelligent, hiding herself within a rice barrel to divert their pursuers. Later, when he escaped that dreadful place, he could not find her. It was only through the hands of fate that they met again. He had eliminated all those who hunted him. His terrifying and bloodthirsty visage even repulsed him. Yet she saw him. He had expected her to be frightened and disdainful, but instead, he discerned surprise and compassion in her eyes. She had concealed herself in a secluded village, seeking a doctor to tend to his wounds. He resided there for 6 months, and the girl often visited him, bringing delicacies and affectionately trailing behind him, calling him beautiful Ian. After a considerable period, the girl did not return, and it was only then that he realized she was afflicted with a grave illness, one severe enough to pose a threat to her very life. He feared that the only person who cared for him might also abandon him. In his desperation, he could do nothing but retreat to the temple, where he fasted and prayed for 7 days, imploring the Buddha not to take her away. Providence smiled upon him, for within that temple resided a skilled healer who, upon learning of his plea, saved the girl and, in turn, rescued him as well. Upon discovering that she had recovered, he planned to depart quietly. However, fate intervened, and she encountered him. Upon realizing his true identity, a sense of melancholy washed over her, yet she did not impede his departure. She uttered, "Beautiful Ian, we shall meet again, will we not?" Following that moment, 5 long years passed without a glimpse of one another until their recent reunion. His heart brimmed with joy. Yet in her eyes, he perceived a wariness and trepidation. The once endearing term beautiful Ian was replaced by the formality of his full name or the title Master Gu. He assumed he would never again hear her call him in such a tender manner. Gu Yanan dispatched a messenger to inform the Duke and Duchess of the state, subsequently carrying the unconscious Su Jingning out of the palace. She clung tightly to his hand, compelling him to remain by her side. He gazed at the slumbering girl, whose exquisite features bore a serene beauty. Her typically cold and dark eyes now seemed softened, as if infused with warmth. Contemplating the events orchestrated by Mu Ling that day, a flicker of bloodthirsty intent ignited within his gaze. In the banquet hall, upon receiving word from Gu Yanan, the Duke and Duchess of the state felt a surge of anxiety. As the banquet neared its conclusion and the emperor took his leave, they too decided to exit the hall prematurely. Observing Gu Yanan in the carriage alongside the slumbering Su Jingning, draped in a grand cloak, Su Jingma suddenly realized that the eunuch had intentionally drawn him away. Cursed be his negligence. Fortunately, Ningning had encountered Gu Yanan. "Ningning, young Master Gu, what transpired? How could Ningning?" The anxious expression of the lady of the state protector reflected her distress as she lamented the child's misfortune after only a brief lapse in supervision. While the state protector himself cast a worried glance toward his daughter, the lady's voice rose in urgency, causing the drowsy Su Jingning to furrow her brow and clutch Gu Yanan a tad tighter. Gu Yanan gestured discreetly toward the outside of the carriage, imploring them to lower their voices so as not to disturb the girl. Once he confirmed she had drifted back to sleep, he cautiously withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, Su Jingchen, who had remained silent, keenly observed the white jade Buddha beads adorning Su Jingning's wrist, contrasting sharply with Gu Yanan's bare wrist, which typically bore the same adornment. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as doubt crept into his heart, scrutinizing Gu Yanan. It was said that the young master of the Beiyang Wangfu held a strict taboo regarding his white jade Buddha beads, never permitting them to be touched, not even by the Beiyang Wang himself. It was rumored that anyone who inadvertently brushed against them had their hand severed. "Yanan, how is it that you encountered my sister? What exactly transpired?" Both Su Jingma and Gu Yanan, seasoned commanders from the Northern Front, shared a profound admiration for each other's remarkable talents. They had fought side by side on the battlefield, and Su Jingma counted Gu Yanan among his few close friends. Gu Yanan gazed at the anxious members of the Su family, hesitating for a moment before relaying the events that had just transpired, omitting any mention of his own dealings with Su Jingning. The expressions of the Duke and Duchess of the state grew increasingly grave with each word, while the fury on Su Jingma and Su Jingchen's faces was uncontainable. "We are deeply grateful for your assistance today, young Master Gu," the Duke expressed with sincere appreciation. "It was but a trifling effort on my part. There is no need for such formality, Your Grace," Gu Yanan replied, bowing in respect.
"Mo.
"Please inform your second uncle and the others that we shall return to the residence now," the Duke instructed Su Jingma, having been too hurried earlier to convey the message. "Understood." Gu Yanan watched as the carriage of the Duke's household departed, lingering for a moment in place. His gaze fixed upon the snow accumulating on the palace walls in the distance, his expression obscured by a veil of uncertainty. He then turned and mounted his horse, swiftly riding towards the southern part of the city, seemingly in the direction of the Ling Wang residence. Chapter 27. The misfortune of Prince Ling. Gu Yanan rode swiftly to the residence of Prince Ling. The guards at the entrance attempted to obstruct him, but he dispatched one with a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Clad in a deep blue brocade robe, his sharp features exuded an almost otherworldly allure, and an aura of menace surrounded him, deterring anyone from approaching. "Bring Mu Ling out," he commanded, standing in the courtyard of Prince Ling's residence, his head bowed. Avoiding eye contact with anyone, his voice cold and deep. "Audacious. Who dares to intrude? Do you understand the gravity of this place? This is Prince Ling's residence. How dare you create such a disturbance?" The steward of the estate, unacquainted with Gu Yenin, rebuked him vehemently. Meanwhile, in the study, Mu Ling had just returned home. Entirely unprepared for the unexpected encounter with Gu Yenin, the harbinger of death. The Northern Sun Prince's influence was formidable, and his father doted on Gu Yenin immensely. In terms of favor, even the Crown Prince could not compare. No one in the court dared to offend him, leaving Mu Ling in trepidation, opting instead to retreat to his residence, hoping to avoid Gu Yenin. Gu Yenin's kick and punch had been delivered with considerable force, leaving Mu Ling with a severe abdominal pain and a swollen face. Chen Ruofu, who had been secretly residing within the estate, learned of his injury and hurriedly brought a medicine box. Upon Gu Yenin's arrival, she had just finished applying the ointment. Since departing from Su family manor, she had taken up residence in Prince Ling's abode. With no princess to contend with, and possessing both beauty and a knack for amusing Mu Ling, along with her presumed secrets of the Su family, she had earned his unwavering affection, living a life even more indulgent than that at the Duke of Zhan's residence. Yet, the sudden emergence of Gu Yenin had thwarted her plans, causing her to squander such a splendid opportunity. Chen Ruofu seethed with resentment, cursing Su Jingning for allowing her to escape disaster. Mu Ling sat upright in his chair, eyes closed and silent. Observing this, Chen Ruofu smiled gently and moved to kneel before him, her delicate hand grasping his. "With me by your side, your highness need not worry. We possess leverage over the Duke of the State. Persuading them to serve you is merely a matter of time," she softly reassured him. Gazing at the understanding and gentle Chen Ruofu, Mu Ling instinctively pulled her into his embrace. The warmth of her presence alleviated much of his anxiety. Suddenly, a cold and somber voice pierced the air, accompanied by the housekeeper's reprimands, snapping Mu Ling back to clarity. "Gu Yenin, how dare he come to the prince's residence? Such audacity! Your highness, who is it?" Chen Ruofu inquired, having also heard the commotion outside, her brow furrowed in confusion. Mu Ling rose, intent on investigating, but the study door was forcefully kicked open. Standing at the threshold was Gu Yenin, exuding an aura of menace. A chill ran through Mu Ling, instinctively invoking a sense of dread. He softly urged Chen Ruofu to exit first. "Your highness, you." Chen Ruofu's eyes reflected concern, yet she obediently left the study. Coldly addressing Gu Yenin, Mu Ling declared, "Do you know the penalty for trespassing a royal residence?" Gu Yenin remained silent, casting a cold glance at the vigilant Mu Ling before turning to shut the study door behind him. With only Gu Yenin and Mu Ling remaining in the room, the former, seasoned by years of battle, emanated a ruthless aura that suffocated Mu Ling with every step he took closer. "Gu Yenin, what do you intend to do?" Mu Ling's expression tightened, his voice trembling.
"Someone,
"Quickly come." Gu Yenin's expression turned fierce as he transformed his hand into a blade, striking fiercely towards him. Mu Ling quickly raised his hand to defend himself and rolled away, narrowly evading Gu Yenin's assault. Although Mu Ling's martial prowess was commendable among the princes, he stood no chance against Gu Yenin. "Have you lost your mind, Gu Yenin?" Mu Ling could not comprehend why Gu Yenin had suddenly turned so ruthlessly violent towards him, each move aimed at taking his life. Gu Yenin offered no reply. Instead, his attacks grew more ferocious, leaving Mu Ling unable to escape and sending him crashing to the ground. Gu Yenin's bony fingers tightened mercilessly around Mu Ling's neck, depriving him of breath. His veins bulging on his forehead, his face turning an alarming shade of purple, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In that moment, he glimpsed the palpable intent to kill in Gu Yenin's eyes, and a chill of terror gripped his heart. He felt that Gu Yenin truly intended to end his life. Just as Mu Ling believed he was about to draw his last breath, Gu Yenin suddenly released his grip, his gaze chillingly cold. "Which of your hands touched her?" His voice was low and hoarse, imbued with a formidable sense of intimidation. "Oh, it seems both hands have touched her," he retorted, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. The blood-red tear mole at the corner of his eye accentuated his sinister allure, and he regarded Mu Ling with a gaze as frigid as that reserved for a corpse. His pale, slender hand slowly reached towards Mu Ling's arm. A scream of terror and agony erupted from the man, echoing throughout the Ling Wang mansion, particularly haunting in the dark of night. Outside the study, a crowd anxiously awaited, hearing the sounds of the struggle within. They yearned to burst in, but upon seeing the two cold-faced guards with eyes as unblinking as death itself, weapons in hand at the door, none dared to advance. At long last, the study door swung open, and a man exuding an aura of lethal intent emerged, followed by a chorus of anguished wails. Chun Ruofu beheld the man, whose ethereal beauty was otherworldly, as a woman. She could not deny that he was the most handsome man she had ever encountered, rendering the Prince Ling a mere shadow in comparison. He was none other than Gu Yenin, the heir of the Beiyang royal residence. As she watched him stride away, Chun Ruofu was suddenly reminded of the anguished cries of Prince Ling within the room and hurriedly dashed toward the study. Inside, Mu Ling appeared ghastly pale, his entire being drenched in sweat, leaning helplessly against the desk, a picture of desolation and distress. His hands hung at his sides in a peculiar manner. Chun Ruofu was taken aback. Your Highness, what has happened to you? She exclaimed, stumbling toward Mu Ling. My hands.
Mu Ling uttered weakly.
In a flurry, Chun Ruofu grasped his sleeve, wishing to examine him, only to be horrified by the sight. Gu Yenin had dislocated Mu Ling's hands at the joints, his elbows and wrists, leaving them bent at an unnatural angle, limply dangling at his sides. Doctor. Steward, quickly summon a doctor. Chun Ruofu urgently instructed the steward to fetch medical assistance and called for others to lift Mu Ling onto the bed. Little did she know that Gu Yenin had already dispatched men to summon all the doctors in the vicinity of the Ling royal residence for the inspection of soldiers stationed at the outskirts of the capital, leaving Mu Ling to await medical help until the morrow. At the Duke of the State's residence, Su Jingning remained in a deep slumber until the following noon, when she finally awakened languidly. Miss, you are awake. Su Jingning was plagued by an excruciating headache, her mind still somewhat foggy as she pressed her hands against her temples and threw aside the covers to rise from her bed. Yunya stepped forward to assist her, pouring a cup of the hangover remedy that had been prepared earlier. The young lady had inadvertently indulged in the fruit wine during last night's banquet at the palace and had returned home in a state of complete inebriation, carried back by His Highness the young master. The pain in Su Jingning's head was intense as she gulped down the restorative broth. The memory of Mu Ling's repugnant demeanor from the previous night still churned her stomach, leaving her increasingly agitated. Taking a deep breath, she set the cup down, her mind swirling with fragments of the night. She vaguely recalled seeing Gu Yenin later on, yet the subsequent events eluded her grasp. It was only upon lowering her cup that she noticed the translucent, white jade Buddha bracelet adorning her wrist. Su Jingning's beautifully expressive eyes widened in disbelief, questioning her own perception. Yunya, what is this? She asked, pointing at the bracelet with a dazed expression. Oh, miss, you wore it upon your return yesterday. I have no idea whose it is. I intended to remove it, but you insisted it remain untouched, Yunya replied, busy arranging the freshly inserted peach blossoms in the room. Had she turned around, she would have seen the rigid expression on Su Jingning's delicate visage. Who could clarify why Gu Yenin's bracelet was now on her wrist? What had transpired the night before? Yunya, what was I like after I got drunk? Su Jingning inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Yunya halted her actions, stating, Miss cannot indulge in alcohol. A mere sip leads to inebriation. I recall the last occasion when you succumbed to drunkenness in Yuqing, having inadvertently consumed the floral brew crafted by the Lord of Night Valley, resulting in 2 days of intoxication. Upon hearing this, Su Jingning's complexion darkened further, for she was acutely aware of her appearance when intoxicated. The time she accidentally drank the floral concoction made by senior sister Yiling had left her a subject of jest among her fellow disciples, a tale that had even reached her master's ears. Consequently, her master decreed that senior sister Yiling should henceforth keep her wines well concealed, away from her sight. Gazing at the Buddhist prayer beads in her hand, she felt an intensifying ache in her head. How was she to return the prayer beads to Gu Yenin? It was said that these beads held great significance for him, as he never parted with them. Chapter 28. The Buddhist beads. Miss, have you risen? Yunqing hurriedly entered the room, observing Su Jingning, who was lost in thought at the table. The young master has asked me to invite you to the front hall. He mentioned that a guest wishes to meet you. A guest? Who is it? Su Jingning showed little inclination to move. It is a remarkably handsome young man, even more striking than the young master, Yunqing remarked after a moment of contemplation. Suddenly, The visage of Gu Yenin flashed through Su Jingning's mind. Is this young man the one with a red tear mole at the corner of his eye? Indeed. Do you recognize him, miss? A wave of despair washed over Su Jingning. How could he come to the Duke of Zhen's residence? He must be here for his Buddhist beads. Must I really go? In the front hall of the Duke of Zhen's residence, Su Jingchun observed the man seated gracefully in the chair, his demeanor exuding an air of noble elegance. Every gesture revealing his aristocratic bearing. Did young Master Gu know my sister before? Su Jingchun hesitated, yet the question escaped his lips, driven by his lingering doubts. If he did not know her, how could he have given the Buddhist beads, which he never parts with, to Ningning? Gu Yenin took a sip of tea, shaking his head, his tone distant and cool. I met Miss Su for the first time yesterday. Su Jingning had not disclosed her acquaintance with him to her family. Su Jingchun felt an unsettling dissonance, yet the two resided in different realms, one in the northern frontier, the other in the southern territories, leaving him with no justification for their familiarity. Thank you for your kindness last night, young Master Gu. I express my gratitude on behalf of my younger sister, Su Jingchun continued. My sister is innocent, kind-hearted, and timid, having seldom ventured beyond our home. Young Master Gu, a youthful hero of integrity and valor, should not have any entanglement with her. Su Jingchun wore a gentle smile, expressing his gratitude to Gu Yenin, though his words carried an undertone of caution. Gu Yenin was an enigmatic figure, too profound to decipher, and Su Jingchun wished to limit Ningning's interactions with such a person. Seemingly oblivious to the implication in Su Jingchun's words, Gu Yenin remarked, Madam Su is an old acquaintance of my mother. There is no need for you to be overly courteous. Observing Gu Yenin's apparent ignorance of the underlying meaning, Su Jingchun's suspicions regarding his intentions toward his sister deepened. He preferred to refrain from further conversation and glanced outside, wondering why Ningning had not yet arrived. He was eager to return the Buddhist beads to Gu Yenin and send him on his way. Just as he turned, he spotted Su Jingning hesitating outside. Ning, what are you dawdling for? Come in, it's cold out. Startled by her elder brother's call after lingering outside for so long, Su Jingning reluctantly entered the room. Elder brother, young Master Gu, she greeted them with a bow, avoiding eye contact with Gu Yenin. The more she pondered, the more she felt embarrassed about her behavior the previous night. Gu Yenin, noticing the faint flush on Su Jingning's ears, couldn't suppress a smile. He decided to tease her. Has Miss Su awoken from her slumber? Indeed, I have. I am grateful to young Master Gu for his assistance last night. If I behaved inappropriately, I hope you will forgive me. She continued, by the way, I am unsure how this string of Buddhist beads came into my possession, but I intended to return it to you. Su Jingning handed the box containing the beads to Gu Yenin, her demeanor calm and detached, as if genuinely unaware of how the beads had ended up in her hands. Gu Yenin took the box, opened it, and adorned himself with the Buddhist bracelet. The luminous, smooth beads contrasted beautifully against his slender, fair wrist as he gently shook his arm. Su Jingning found this gesture strikingly familiar, a vivid image flickering in her mind. Last night, she had waved his bracelet in front of him, exclaiming how lovely it was, hoping for a compliment from Gu Yenin. To her surprise, he had softly obliged, saying, It looks beautiful. You wear it best. A flush of embarrassment crept across Su Jingning's face. How could she have been so mortifyingly forward? The second Miss Su was not adept at holding her liquor, and it would be prudent for her to abstain in the future. Gu Yenin's voice was gentle as he observed her rigid expression, recalling how stiff and cold you were last night. I felt compelled to visit the Duke of Zhen's residence today.
It appears you are well now.
Su Jingning lowered her gaze, her demeanor growing somewhat impatient. She had no desire to drink. Thank you for your concern, young Master Gu. Gu Yenin chuckled softly at her reaction, choosing not to tease her further. He turned and bowed slightly to Su Jingma, saying, I have official matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please convey to your esteemed mother that I shall visit again. Official business takes precedence, so I will not detain you, young Master Gu. Travel safely, Su Jingmo replied, sensing his brother's intentions towards his sister were less than honorable, eager for him to depart. Gu Yenin cast one last glance at Su Jingning before leaving the Duke of Zhen's residence. He had an audience in the palace to attend, after having struck Mu Ling. The emperor had summoned him early this morning, and he had delayed his visit until now. In the palace, within the imperial study, Mu Ling knelt on the ground, his hands wrapped in bandages and suspended before his chest. Tears streamed down his face, rendering him a pitiful sight. Father Emperor, he lamented, Gu Yanin has said nothing but suddenly stormed into my residence and struck me. I am at a loss as to what offense I have committed to provoke such cruelty. I implore you, Father Emperor, to seek justice for me. Emperor Zhou furrowed his brows, observing the kneeling Mu Ling in silence. Finally, he inquired, where is eunuch Sheng? Why has Yenin not yet arrived? Please, urge him to come. This old servant shall go at once, eunuch Sheng replied hastily, departing the imperial study to ascertain Yenin's whereabouts. The Prince of Ling had been lamenting for the better part of the morning, and should this continue, it was evident that the emperor's patience would soon wear thin. Eunuch Sheng paced at the entrance of the imperial study, casting glances into the distance. At last, Gu Yenin made his appearance, prompting Sheng to rush towards him. Oh, my esteemed ancestor, what took you so long? His Majesty awaits.
With that,
He grasped Yenin's sleeve and ushered him inside, continuing, Prince Ling has been here since early morning, claiming that the air struck him last night and is seeking His Majesty's intervention. Gu Yenin, upon hearing this, maintained an unperturbed demeanor as he entered the imperial study. He regarded Mu Ling, whose face was swollen and hands bound, with an impassive gaze as he walked past. Gu Yenin, pay my respects to your majesty.
ah,
You've arrived. Quickly rise. Emperor Zhou beamed at the tall youth, his eyes crinkling with delight. Thank you, your majesty, Gu Yenin replied in a deep voice.
meanwhile,
Mu Ling observed the emperor's favorable disposition towards Gu Yenin, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. To my astonishment, Gu Yenin is so favored by His Majesty the Emperor. Father, it is entirely due to Gu Yenin that I am in this grievous state. I implore you to take my side. Mu Ling's sorrowful voice suddenly resonated. The emperor's smile faded slightly. Xingfu, assist the Ling Wang in rising. A man should not weep so pitifully. The emperor then turned to Gu Yenin, inquiring gently, Yenin, it has been said that you visited the Ling Wang's residence last night and inflicted this harm upon him. Is this true? Gu Yenin cast a glance at Mu Ling, his expression one of haughty indifference. Indeed, it is true. The Ling Wang's injuries were caused by me. The emperor was taken aback by Gu Yenin's admission, without a hint of defense for himself, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Why did you strike him? The emperor found it peculiar, as Yenin was typically composed and would not act without just cause. I willingly accept the consequences, Gu Yenin replied, bowing his head in submission. Observing the silent, resolute youth, the emperor furrowed his brow, pondering why the boy would seek punishment for himself. Casting a glance at Mu Ling, who awaited his own reprimand with hands bound, the emperor felt a flicker of irritation. Xingfu, take the Ling Wang back to the residence to rest. Fear not, I shall provide a resolution. Yes, Ling Wang, please. The steward assisted Mu Ling out of the imperial study, leaving the Ling Wang lamenting his unfortunate fate for provoking the young Master Gu. Witnessing his father's evident favoritism towards Gu Yenin, Mu Ling seethed with resentment, yet dared not voice his objections, recognizing the impatience in the emperor's eyes. Further dissent would be to his detriment. Within the hall, the emperor's demeanor grew stern. You dare to strike a prince? The king of Beiyang truly has taught you to be lawless. If the ministers within the court were to become aware of this matter, do you comprehend the grave charges that would befall you? I am aware, and I accept my punishment, Gu Yenin replied coldly, still unwilling to divulge the reason behind his altercation with Mu Ling. Punishment? What punishment do you deserve? Should there be a next time, I shall send you back to the northern frontier. The Emperor Zhou exclaimed in exasperation. Gu Yenin's lips twitched, as if he were all too eager to remain in the imperial capital. I understand. Thank you, your majesty, Gu Yenin said, bowing respectfully yet maintaining a distant demeanor. Your majesty, please temper your anger. I shall take my leave. He spoke in a voice that was both cold and subdued, turning to exit the imperial study. This left Emperor Zhou alone behind him, pondering how this young man had grown increasingly unruly, yet feeling powerless to intervene. Chapter 29. Mu Ling endures another beating that evening. Emperor Zhou dispatched Xingfu to the Ling Wang mansion in person. He presented the Ling Wang with a plethora of jewels, medicinal herbs, and rare antiquities, yet deliberately refrained from mentioning the incident involving Gu Yenin striking him. Before departing, Xingfu cautioned him to let the matter rest and to refrain from bringing it up again in the future. Mu Ling could easily surmise that this was his father's directive. He was taken aback by the extent to which his father seemed to value the Beiyang mansion. Gu Yenin, he would remember this grudge. Mu Ling gazed at the glaring yellow imperial edict, feeling it to be an eyesore. Outside the prince's chamber, The gentle voice of Chun Ruofu resonated. Mu Ling tucked away the edict.
Come in, he called.
Chun Ruofu entered, carrying a food container into the study. I heard you haven't eaten anything today, which made me quite worried. This is a soup I personally brewed this afternoon. Please give it a try, she offered softly. Chun Ruofu deliberately omitted any mention of Mu Ling's visit to the palace, displaying remarkable understanding. As he observed the beautifully colored, fragrant chicken soup, Mu Ling felt a flicker of appetite. You've worked hard. From now on, let the servants handle these matters, he said. I do not mind the effort. As long as the prince enjoys it, Chun Ruofu replied, extending the soup toward him. Her delicate, fair hand bore several prominent red blisters. What happened to your hand? Mu Ling asked, concern etched across his face. Chun Ruofu quickly concealed her hand behind her back. It's nothing. I accidentally burned myself. Just a minor injury. It's of no consequence. I noticed the prince seemed unhappy today, and I did not wish to add to your troubles. Inherently charming, Chun Ruofu's feigned strength in that moment evoked a profound sense of pity in those who beheld her. Mu Ling's heart warmed as he reflected on the humble origins of his mother, who had passed away early, leaving him vulnerable to the scorn of even the eunuchs during his childhood. It seemed that no one had ever taken the time to prepare soup for him until now. Chun Ruofu was the first. Mu Ling gazed at Chun Ruofu with deep affection, saying, Fuer, you are all I have now. Your Highness, whatever you choose to do, I shall always stand by your side, Chun Ruofu replied with a gentle smile, causing Mu Ling's expression to soften even further. In the residence of the Duke of the State, within the courtyard of Su Jingma, a servant named Ensheng stealthily entered the room, presenting a porcelain vial to him. Young master, here, this is the sole concealment powder obtained from the fourth young master. Su Jingma accepted the vial, inquiring. He did not suspect anything, did he?
No.
I conveyed your words as instructed, and the fourth young master handed it over to me, and Sheng assured him.
Good.
Ensure that no one discovers my absence from the residence, Su Jingma instructed, casting a glance at the darkened night sky. A moonless night such as this is perfect for clandestine deeds. With that, his tall figure melted into the shadows. As Su Jingma discreetly exited through the back door, he encountered Su Jingyi, the fourth young master of the Su family, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed in a corner. Clad in black, with his hair elegantly tied up, Su Jingyi exuded an air of charisma, his captivating phoenix-like eyes narrowed in amusement as he regarded Su Jingma. A dismissive scoff echoed in Su Jingma's mind. He had anticipated that the cunning Su Jingyi would not be easily fooled. The Xianming camp, under Su Jingyi's command, was the most perilous unit within the Su family army, renowned for its expertise in employing poison in military formations and assassinating enemy commanders. Each soldier in that camp was a master of toxic warfare, leaving desolation in their wake. Brother, at such a late hour, where are you headed in that attire? Su Jingyi inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Su Jingyi's lips curled slightly, his voice carrying a hint of mischief. How do you explain your attire in all black? Su Jingma did not respond but turned the question back to him. Standing upright, Su Jingyi's smile faded somewhat. I fear that my second brother may not be adept at utilizing my medicine, so I shall accompany you. Understanding dawned on Su Jingma, aside from their eldest brother. No one in the Su family possessed as much cunning as Su Jingyi. He must have been aware of last night's events. The two exchanged knowing smiles before they vanished into the night, heading towards their residence of the Prince of Ling. The following day, the Prince of Ling's estate echoed with cries akin to that of slaughtered pigs. Rumor had it that the prince had recently offended someone, and last night he had been assaulted. Now he was confined to his bed, unable to rise. Even his latest favorite, Miss Chen, was not spared, having been poisoned, her face now marred with festering sores. As for this affair, Su Jingning, who remained holed up in her room all day, was blissfully unaware and had no time to investigate. Elder sister. Elder sister. Su Jingning was roused from her slumber by the lively voice of Su Luowan. Oh dear. Elder sister, why are you still in bed? Today is New Year's Eve. Did we not agree to play in the back garden in the snow yesterday? Su Luowan hurriedly barged into Su Jingning's warm chamber, cautious of the chill clinging to her, and thus refrained from approaching her bed. Instead, she stood by the hearth, attempting to warm herself while craning her neck to catch a glimpse of Su Jingning. Su Jingning lay motionless, her head covered, unwilling to rise. Elder sister, please wake up. Su Luowan persistently called out. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, Su Luowan pulled Su Jingning from her bed and hurriedly dressed her before rushing off to the back garden of the Duke of State's residence. By the time they arrived, everyone was already gathered, eagerly awaiting their presence. Su Jingning was dressed warmly, enveloped in a voluminous fur coat, leaving only her fair and delicate face exposed, which was utterly charming. Second sister, you should stay in the warm alcove of the garden and watch us play, Su Luowan said as she gently ushered Su Jingning into the cozy space. Knowing that the young gentlemen and ladies of the household would be visiting today, the coal fire inside was already blazing, creating a delightful warmth, complemented by an array of exquisite pastries and tea. The warm alcove was surrounded by windows, offering a splendid view of the garden, where the thick blanket of snow lay undisturbed. Su Jingning cast a hopeful glance at the snowy landscape outside, sighed softly, and settled into the alcove. Her frail body could not withstand the cold. Since childhood, while her siblings frolicked in the snow, she remained indoors, observing from a distance. She picked up a plate of candied peanuts and took a seat by the window, resting her chin on her hand, listlessly munching while watching the activities outside. Her elder brother and third brother had yet to arrive. They were more composed and mature compared to the other siblings and had previously only accompanied her in the warm alcove to watch the fun.
Su Luowan,
clad in a vibrant red short coat and skirt, was playfully leaping through the snow, looking quite adorable, as she pulled Su Jingma and Su Jingyi to help her build a snowman. Unable to resist her playful insistence, the two boys resigned themselves to rolling snowballs for her creation. Nearby, Su Luoding and Su Luoshu crouched carefully on the ground, meticulously shaping their own snowman, their movements cautious to avoid any mishaps that might ruin their work. Their nimble fingers crafted a snowman that was lifelike and beautiful. Just as they were about to complete it, out of nowhere a snowball flew in and knocked off the snowman's head. The two individuals stared momentarily at the snowman, now reduced to mere half a body. Turning to confront the instigator, they beheld the mischievous Su Jingxian in the distance, grinning widely as he rolled on the ground in laughter, having just toppled Su Jingza with a flurry of snow. Enveloped in the joy of their antics, neither of them noticed the furious glances cast by their two younger sisters at their side. Su Luoding and Su Lushu exchanged knowing looks before swiftly and silently crafting firm snowballs, one aimed at Su Jingxian and the other directed at Su Jingza. The sisters hurled their projectiles with precision and force, catching their brothers off guard as the snowballs landed squarely on their heads. Witnessing the immediate discomfort of their older siblings, the sisters erupted into gleeful laughter. How daring to ambush their brothers! Su Jingza, observing the joyous antics of his two younger sisters, felt a surge of playful mischief and gestured towards Su Jingxian. Oh, sixth brother, do not underestimate us. Who knows who will emerge victorious?
Su Lushu retorted proudly.
Unwilling to concede to Su Jingza's taunts. Prepare yourself, declared Su Luoting as she flung a snowball that had been prepared in advance, striking Su Jingza squarely on the shoulder.
Ha 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 ha.
Sixth brother, perhaps you should evade my snowballs before anything else, laughed Su Luoding, her usual grace and poise momentarily forgotten as she reveled in this rare display of audacity. The atmosphere was charged with impending battle as Su Jingxian retaliated with a hefty snowball, propelled with swift precision towards Su Luoding. Yet, with remarkable agility, she deftly sprang into action, performing an aerial flip in the snow, gracefully evading the oncoming projectile. My agility is a skill taught by fourth brother, and his prowess and lightness is unparalleled among the Su family brethren. Filled with a sense of complacency, she was swiftly ambushed by Su Jingza upon her descent, causing her to slip and tumble to the ground. Su Luoting fell heavily, remaining motionless. Su Jingxian, noticing her fall, felt a surge of concern and hurried to assist her. However, as he approached, Su Luoting retaliated with a loosely packed snowball, which struck his handsome face squarely, inadvertently causing him to take a mouthful of snow, leaving him frozen in place. Deception in battle is a lesson imparted by my fourth brother, is it not? Su Luoting chuckled mischievously like a little fox, tilting her head towards Su Jingyi, who was frolicking not far away. Beside her, Su Luoshu also supported her waist, laughing uncontrollably, remarking on how amusing the fifth brother was. Chapter 30, A New Year, Peace and Prosperity. Su Jingning observed the merriment in the snowy expanse, and a spontaneous laugh escaped her lips. Ning Ning, what has brought you such joy? A warm and melodious voice inquired from behind her. Turning around, Su Jingning found herself face to face with Su Jingchen and Su Jingyu, elder brother, third brother, she greeted them obediently. Su Jingyu, bearing a striking resemblance to their third uncle with his rugged features, donned a brown brocade robe, exuding an air of maturity and steadiness, a demeanor that reflected his decisive and vigorous nature. He was the second among the Su family brothers to command a battalion, after the heir, Su Jingchen. I was watching fifth brother and sixth brother engage in a snowball fight with a ting and a shoe. A ting cunningly ambushed fifth brother with a snow shower. And it was utterly delightful. Su Jingning pointed towards the distant figures frolicking in the snow. Quickly, third brother, look at fifth brother's expression. Ha ha ha. A ting has always adored following AE around since childhood, and it seems she has inherited his cleverness. Su Jingyu chuckled. Glancing at the joyful Su Jingning peering through the window, a pang of concern tugging at his heart. If only Ning Ning were free from her illness. She could enjoy the winter play like her sisters. Do not linger on them. The wind is brisk outside. Look at what your third brother has brought you. Su Jingyu said as he stepped past her to close the window. Curious, Su Jingning turned to face her brother, puzzled. What is it? Let me see, she urged, as Su Jingyu handed her an ornate box. With intrigue, she opened the brocade box to reveal a magnificent, fist-sized crimson stone. Translucent and glimmering with golden flecks under the light, enchanting and otherworldly. Phoenix Blood Stone. Su Jingning gazed at Su Jingyu with astonishment. The Fengshui stone, as it is said, is formed from the heart's blood of the ancient phoenix during its fiery rebirth, glimmering with a ruby hue and golden radiance. Such a rare treasure is difficult to find. Even a piece the size of a fingernail could be worth a fortune. This particular stone, roughly half the size of a fist, is immensely valuable. Didn't my brother promise you that upon your return from Jiangnan, he would find you a piece of Fengshui stone? I was in the Northern Territory when you came back, so I didn't have the chance to give it to you. Now is not too late, is it? Su Jingyu's voice was gentle as he affectionately ruffled her round head. Su Jingning recalled her reluctance to journey alone to Jiangnan. At that time, she had a fondness for beautiful stones, and her elder brother had coaxed her, promising that if she obediently went to Jiangnan to recuperate, he would bring her the most exquisite gem of all, the Fengshui stone. She thought he was merely indulging her, yet to her surprise, he truly found one for her. Thank you, brother. It pleases me that you like it, Su Jingyu replied with a warm smile. What other treasures has brother bestowed upon you? Let me see, too. Su Jing's hearty voice echoed in Su Jingning's ears before his figure appeared. Su Jingning quickly concealed the Fengshui stone in her sleeve to hide it from Su Jing's view. Su Jingze, tall and robust, walked ahead with a cheerful demeanor, followed by the chattering Su family siblings. As soon as his words fell, Su Jingyi playfully smacked the back of his head. How dare you covet what brother has given to Ningning? How could I? I wouldn't dare. Su Jingze instantly feigned submission, his expression amusing, which elicited laughter from everyone. Su Luoding and Su Lushu quietly approached Su Jingning. Elder sister, allow me to show you something. With an air of mystery, Su Luoshu produced a small snowman, no larger than the palm of her hand, from behind her. Having been cradled during the journey, the once plump snowman had partially melted, rendering it a crystalline and exquisite sight. A warmth enveloped Su Jingning's heart as she reached out to receive the snowman. Its icy touch was piercingly cold, yet it filled her with an unusual warmth. Second sister, place it on the windowsill. It's melting rapidly. Su Jingting opened the window, allowing Su Jingning to set the snowman down. Su Jingning lingered, playing with it for a while longer before reluctantly placing it on the sill. Observing the joyous atmosphere within the room filled her heart with profound contentment. Ladies and gentlemen, the New Year's feast at Songhua Courtyard is prepared, and the matriarch is urging you to join her. The butler's sudden appearance reminded everyone of their gathering at Songhua Courtyard. Each year, the Su family's New Year's dinner is held in the matriarch's courtyard. Traditionally, if the men of the Su family were absent, the matriarch and the Duchess of Zhenguo would ensure that everyone gathered to celebrate the New Year in Songhua Courtyard. This year, aside from the eldest daughter, Su Luojing, who had married far away, the Su family was more united than ever, making the festivities particularly lively. After the New Year's feast, the matriarch joyfully distributed red envelopes to every younger member, including the Duke and Duchess of Zhenguo. The Duke, with a self-deprecating chuckle about his age, received a red envelope, feigning disdain yet smiling more broadly than anyone else. The entire family gathered in Songhua Courtyard to welcome the new year. Siblings Su Zheng and Su Ming sat by the window, engrossed in a game of chess, while the Duke of Zhenghua offered unsolicited advice. Aware of the Duke's limited skill in chess, the brothers tactfully ignored his suggestions, which only served to frustrate the Duke, who was eager to join the game himself. The three sisters-in-law of the Su family gathered around the matriarch, engaging in casual conversation, reminiscent of an ordinary household, radiating warmth and familial bliss. Observing the evident boredom of the Su siblings, Su Jingyi set up a sand table to arrange a complex 9-star illusion array that he had meticulously studied, providing a means to pass the time. The array proved challenging. One by one, the Su siblings took their turns, yet none could unravel its intricacies. Eventually, they succumbed to fatigue, sprawled lazily on their chairs, unwilling to move. As the hour of Z approached, the sky above the imperial capital erupted in a splendid display of fireworks, enchanting and ethereal, prompting everyone to make their New Year wishes. They wished for peace and prosperity for the Su family and enduring success for the Duke of Zhen's residence. Su Jingning gazed at the dazzling fireworks, palms pressed together in silent prayer. The old year bid farewell, and the new year was welcomed amidst the vibrant atmosphere. The streets of the imperial capital were aglow, filled with the sounds of firecrackers, alive with festivity and joy. At the Northern Yang Prince's residence, it was a rare occasion for the heir to spend the new year in the capital. The estate was adorned with lanterns and couplets, courtesy of Steward Lin, who infused the place with the spirit of the new year. Unfortunately, the prince found himself solitary and desolate, as he was the only occupant of the residence. Steward Lin observed Gu Yenin, engrossed in a book within the study, feeling a twinge of compassion for his loneliness. When he wondered, would the Northern Yang Prince's residence become lively again? "My lord, today is New Year's Eve. Allow this old servant to keep you company through the night," offered Steward Lin. "That will not be necessary, old Lin. Aunt Lin and the others are waiting for you. You may retire. There is no need for anyone to attend to me here," replied Gu Yenin, setting aside his book. Steward Lin understood that the heir preferred solitude, and thus complied with his request. Gu Yenin lifted his gaze to the red lantern hanging from the eaves. Keeping vigil for the new year? What was there for him to keep watch over in solitude? He lowered his eyes once more to the pages of his book. The tassels on the Buddhist bracelet obscured the words on the book, and Gu Yenin found herself lost in thought, gazing at the pale blue strands. She should be spending the New Year's Eve with her family. The memory of the girl's bright and charming face suddenly ignited a fervent desire within Gu Yenin to see her. Rising from her seat, she retrieved an envelope and 2 porcelain vases from the cabinet before swiftly making her way out the door. At the Duke of Zhengua's residence, Su Jingning returned to her courtyard well past midnight. Having spent the day outside, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. She resolved to return and immediately succumb to slumber. It was New Year's Eve, and she had not brought anyone from her courtyard along, as her household staff was engaged in festivities in the side rooms. Relishing the joy of the occasion, wishing not to disturb their merriment, Su Jingning returned alone to her warm chamber. The warmth enveloped her as she entered, prompting her to shed her cloak. Suddenly, she perceived a flicker of movement at the west window, initially dismissing it as a trick of her eyes. Then, a stone struck the window with a thud. Su Jingning's expression turned serious. She swiftly retrieved the dagger gifted to her by Su Jingma from beneath her pillow and cautiously approached the west window. With a sudden motion, she flung open the window to ascertain who was outside, only to find no one there. On the windowsill lay 2 porcelain vases and an envelope. Chapter 31. Gu Yenin. Happy New Year. Su Jingning, with a puzzled expression, picked up the porcelain bottle and opened it, revealing a faint, familiar fragrance, an essence previously provided by Gu Yenin to diminish her scars. She then took the envelope beside her and opened it, discovering a meticulously detailed prescription and method for preparing the medicine. Having already identified most of the required herbs, she realized that she was still missing a few ingredients: lingluo fruit and chicao juice. Recalling her inquiry about the medicine with Gu Yenin during a recent banquet, she was pleasantly surprised that he had sent it to her today. She glanced around the quiet courtyard, her attention drawn to a shadow lurking at the corner of the corridor. He indeed had a penchant for unconventional approaches. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to scaling walls. With a smile, Su Jingning looked at the medicine before putting it away. Memories of Gu Yenin's previous midnight intrusion into her chamber, which had earned him a reprimand, surfaced in her mind. This time, he had indeed made progress by not entering her room. Pretending not to notice his presence, she took the medicine, closed the window, and soon extinguished the light. In the darkness of the now dimly lit room, Gu Yenin, standing beneath the wall, believed himself undiscovered and prepared to depart. Suddenly, the window behind him swung open with a bang, causing him to stiffen. Young Master Gu seems quite fond of sneaking into ladies' chambers. A mischievous and charming voice echoed from behind him. Su Jingning languidly leaned against the window frame, gazing at the tall figure of a man standing in the courtyard. He was clad in a dark blue brocade robe adorned with subtle patterns, his inky hair casually pinned back with a jade hairpin, cascading loosely behind him. Though he stood in the shadows, his extraordinary beauty was undeniable. The moonlight illuminated half of his face, accentuating the exquisite beauty mark at the corner of his eye. You previously inquired about the recipe for the scar ointment. Today, I fortuitously received it and, finding myself with some leisure, have brought it to you. Gu Yenin said as he turned to face Su Jingning, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding an air of noble detachment, as if he were not the one intruding upon her private space, once more. Were it not for the dim moonlight, Su Jingning would have certainly noticed the slight flush at the tips of his ears. Since the recipe has been delivered, I shall take my leave, he remarked, preparing to depart. Under the cool moonlight, his dark attire blended seamlessly with the night, exuding an aura of solitude and chill, as though he were destined for the darkness, with the abyss as his rightful domain. Watching his retreating figure, a fleeting thought crossed Su Jingning's mind, and her heart ached unexpectedly, though she dismissed it. In her previous life, Gu Yenin had always worn an icy expression, cold and indifferent. After their reunion in adulthood, it seemed she had never witnessed him smile. Perhaps it was tied to his childhood experiences. He emanated an overwhelming sense of loneliness, keeping others at a distance, as if his world contained only himself, untouched by the joys and laughter of the world. Gu Yenin, wait! Su Jingning suddenly called out to his receding silhouette. Gu Yenin paused, turning back with a look of curiosity directed at Su Jingning. As Su Jingning turned back into the room to fetch something, she quietly climbed out of the window, careful not to disturb those in the adjacent room. Gu Yenin stood still, awaiting her intentions, uncertain of her purpose. Su Jingning, lifting her skirt to avoid noise, tiptoed to stand before him. What is it? Gu Yenin asked, lowering his gaze to the girl before him. Hand, she replied. Gu Yenin, taken aback, remained motionless, failing to comprehend her words. Growing impatient as he did not move, Su Jingning urged, come on, extend your hand. At last, Gu Yenin obediently extended his hand. Su Jingning placed a heavy red pouch into his palm, embroidered with the character for blessing. Gu Yenin, Happy New Year! She beamed, looking up at the man shrouded in the darkness of the night, her smile warm and gentle, her voice soft. The girl's voice and smile seemed to brush against Gu Yenin's cold heart like a delicate feather, stirring ripples within. Staring at the weighty pouch in his hand, he remained silent for a long moment. Noticing Gu Yenin's dazed expression, Su Jingning waved her hand in front of him to bring him back to reality. This is a red envelope, a New Year gift. You are alone in the capital, without any elders at home, so surely no one has given you a red envelope. I have plenty. Let me share one with you, for good luck. As she explained, Gu Yenin looked at her, and a glimmer seemed to lighten his usually indifferent and lonely eyes. With a low, warm voice, he replied, Thank you. Happy New Year. He tightened his grip on the pouch in his palm. No need for thanks. Now go. Remember to use the front door next time. Su Jingning gazed at him, waving her small hand to signal him to depart. As she watched his figure vanish into the dark of night, an unexpected pang gripped her heart. She pressed a hand against her chest, leaning on a nearby stone table, her expression betraying a flicker of anguish as an inexplicable pain twisted within her. The discomfort caused beads of sweat to form on her forehead, and she steadied herself against the wall, slowly making her way back to her bed, where she lay down. Suddenly, she felt an unsettling familiarity in Gu Yenin's shadow that lingered in the darkness, as if she had encountered him before. As the sharpness of her heartache began to subside, Su Jingning lay in bed, straining to recall if she had forgotten something important. Yet, her mind remained a blank canvas. And soon, drowsiness enveloped her. In her hazy state, she seemed to glimpse Gu Yenin once more. The man, typically aloof and exuding an air of cold nobility, knelt in solemn solitude within a mysterious ancient shrine. The statue of the Buddha loomed ominously, its fierce countenance appearing to gaze down upon him. He knelt before the figure, enveloped in an aura of despair, devoid of any trace of vitality. Nearby, on the obsidian floor, lay a blood-soaked dagger, sinister and foreboding. It seemed as though he had lost everything, his world cloaked in darkness. Su Jingning could feel the depths of his unending despair and sorrow, an urge to reach out to him rising within her. Yet, despite her fervent efforts, she found herself unable to draw near, as if an invisible barrier held her back. The following morning, Yun Qing discovered Su Jingning sitting by the window, her expression grave and her complexion somewhat pale. "Miss, what troubles you?" Su Jingning's mind was occupied with the bizarre dream from the previous night, its strangeness haunting her. How could she have dreamt of Gu Yenin? The sorrow and despair felt too palpable, as if they were woven into the fabric of reality. "Oh, it's nothing. What is it? Is there something you need?" Su Jingning regained her composure, choosing to set aside the dreams of the previous night, attributing them perhaps to mere coincidence. "Miss, why do you look so pale? Is your cold acting up?" Yunqing inquired, her expression laced with concern as she observed Su Jingning's wan complexion. "It's nothing. I merely didn't rest well last night." She had checked her pulse early that morning, her heart rate was stable, and there were no issues. The events of the previous night must have been an anomaly. If the miss is well, then that's a relief. "Oh, the madam has sent word that lunch at Songhua Courtyard is nearly ready and is requesting your presence," Yunqing softly informed her. "I understand. I shall head there at once." After the meal, she would accompany her parents to pay New Year's visits to various households. Her elder brothers had long concocted excuses to visit the military and celebrate the new year with the soldiers, slipping away unnoticed by their mother, leaving her to shoulder the burden alone. Eventually, her mother had firmly pulled her out the door to pay New Year's respects to different families. During the 3 days of the new year, the Su family gathered in the old matriarch's courtyard for their meals, rejoicing in the family reunion and warmly welcoming the new year. As the harsh winter faded and all things began to awaken beneath the vibrant festivities of the spring festival, the various factions within the capital started to stir with subtle undercurrents. Chapter 32. The beginning of revenge. Su Jingning stood beside the roaring fire, slowly discarding the letter she had just read into the blazing furnace, where it quickly turned to ashes. She gazed at the remnants of the letter fading into the golden embers, her dark, expressive eyes filled with unfathomable thoughts. With the arrival of the new year, the time had come to ensnare the treacherous rodents and to eradicate the filth once and for all. "Yunya, prepare the carriage. We shall venture out," Su Jingning instructed her companion. Chun Ruofu had arranged to meet her at the Qingyan tea house, claiming to possess something of great interest to her, something that concerned the lives and fortunes of hundreds within the Duke of State's household. It was best that she comply and meet her at the Qingyan tea house. Upon arriving at the Qingyan tea house, Su Jingning found Chun Ruofu already seated within. Clad in an exquisite purple embroidered gown, she appeared regal and refined. For reasons unknown, her face was partially concealed by a silk scarf, leaving only her eyes visible. Upon noticing Su Jingning's arrival, she did not rise but remained seated, exuding an air of haughty superiority. Unfazed, Su Jingning approached and took a seat directly opposite her, fixing her gaze upon Chun Ruofu without uttering a word. Her penetrating stare seemed to strip away all pretense, rendering Chun Ruofu's facade completely exposed before her discerning eyes. Eventually, unable to withstand the silence, Chun Ruofu spoke first, her demeanor dripping with arrogance as she smirked condescendingly. "Su Jingning, spare me your lofty airs. Let me assure you, your triumph will not last long." "Oh, is that so?" Su Jingning replied, her expression frosty as she regarded Chun Ruofu with a cold smile. "Humph, however. If you obediently cooperate with us and marry the Ling Wang as a concubine, perhaps we shall refrain from relinquishing what we possess. This may also preserve the century-long reputation of the Duke of the State." Chun Ruofu scrutinized Su Jingning, taking a sip of tea with a condescending expression. "A concubine?"
I.
"The legitimate daughter of a first-rank general from the esteemed Duke of the State, and to be relegated to such a trivial role." Su Jingning tilted her head, amusement flickering in her gaze as she regarded Chun Ruofu. "His Highness has long promised me the position of Ling Wangfei. If you comply in the future, as sisters, I shall not make things difficult for you," Chun Ruofu declared, lifting her chin proudly, like a peacock. "After all this, I remain in the dark about what it is you possess that compels you to threaten me repeatedly. How am I to trust you?" Su Jingning leaned back, her demeanor relaxed as she regarded Chun Ruofu. The world believes that the Duke of the State has been loyal and devoted for generations, protecting the nation and its people. Even the Emperor holds them in some esteem. Yet, who knows that beneath this facade of loyalty, the duke's household harbors ill intentions, concealing matters from the emperor. What do you mean? Su Jingning's expression turned icy as she gazed at Chen Ruofu. Noticing the sudden change in Su Jingning's countenance, Chen Ruofu realized her suspicions had been accurate. The Duke of the State had achieved a resounding victory against Shiliang, yet no one received promotions or honors. And they surrendered a significant portion of their military power, retaining only a handful of northern troops. While outsiders may be oblivious to the true nature of the Duke's household, I am most keenly aware. The Duke of the State holds dominion over the northern and western armies, with the latter vastly outnumbering the former. By relinquishing control of the western army, the Duke has successfully diverted public attention. Yet only those within the Duke's household comprehend that the northern army is the true force of the Su family, renowned for its formidable strength, capable of withstanding an onslaught of myriad foes with merely a single division. Why, then, does the Duke conceal such critical information from His Majesty? Chen Ruofu regarded Su Jingning with unwavering conviction, for she had, on a previous occasion, inadvertently eavesdropped on a conversation between the Duke and the second master. Thus acquiring knowledge of this matter, Su Jingning cast a cold smirk in her direction, remarking, "Do you truly believe that this revelation could undermine His Majesty's trust in the Duke's household? Such naivety is rather astonishing." "Of course not. However, consider this before deciding whether to collaborate with His Highness." Chen Ruofu shook her head and produced a piece of letter paper from her sleeve, handing it to Su Jingning. Currently, the court is divided between the Crown Prince and Prince Chen, with the former receiving support from the esteemed Liu, his mentor since childhood, while the latter's mother, the virtuous concubine Shu, hails from the esteemed Qinghua Duke's household. The Duke's household has long alienated both factions, and should either ascend to the imperial throne, the Su family would undoubtedly lose its current prominence. In contrast, Prince Ling lacks maternal lineage and possesses no foundational support within the court, rendering him the most advantageous choice for the Duke's household. Should you marry His Highness as a secondary consort, the Duke's household would be inclined to assist Prince Ling in distinguishing himself among the royal princes and establishing a firm foothold. Once His Highness ascends to a position of power, he shall undoubtedly safeguard the century-old prestige of the Duke's household, perhaps even elevating it further. Chen Ruofu articulated these seemingly enticing terms on behalf of Prince Ling, aiming to persuade Su Jingning. Su Jingning gazed at the document in her hand, which was a transcribed military report from the Su family's campaign. 3 years prior, the military report detailed a prolonged conflict between Beiyan and Dazhou in the northern territories. A battle that was originally expected to conclude within half a month, but instead lingered for 6 arduous months before a tenuous victory was achieved. The report indicated that the stalemate was not due to the formidable prowess of the Yan army, but rather the lethargy of the Duke of Jinggua's forces, who intentionally prolonged the engagement. The Duke deceived His Majesty, engaging in warfare to sustain both troops and personal reputation. Historically, military officials have flourished during wartime, while civil officials gain prominence in times of peace. Should Dazhou find itself devoid of conflict, the court would become a realm governed by civil officials, leading to the potential marginalization of the Duke of Jinggua's position and resulting in the erosion of the century-old prestige and wealth of his house. Chen Ruofu meticulously observed Su Jingning's countenance, seeking to glean some insight from her expression, yet her hopes were dashed. Since receiving the letter, Su Jingning had maintained an impassive demeanor, utterly unfazed, as if the missive posed no threat to her. "I advise you to reflect carefully. Tomorrow the court reconvenes. This is the last opportunity bestowed upon the Su family by His Highness. If you fail to respond before the morning assembly, His Highness will present the original military report to the Emperor during the court session. At that juncture, the century-long esteemed reputation of the Duke of Jinggua's house may well be irrevocably damaged," Chen Ruofu urged, her impatience surfacing. "Oh, very well." Su Jingning placed the letter upon the table, rising to her feet. She gazed at Chen Ruofu with a genuine smile, seemingly swayed by her counsel, and gradually approached her. Towering over Chen Ruofu, the latter felt a disquieting sensation. Su Jingning leaned closer, whispering into Chen Ruofu's ear, causing her to instinctively recoil. Su Jingning suddenly reached out, firmly grasping her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. His eyes, as cold as a frigid pond, instilled a sense of dread in Chen Ruofu. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Sending you to converse with me is indeed an unwise decision. Chen Ruofu, I seem to have warned you not to set your sights on the Su family. Why are you so disobedient?" Chen Ruofu, confronted by Su Jingning's fierce demeanor, felt a flicker of panic in her eyes. She forced herself to glare at him. But Su Jingning merely scoffed, disdainfully releasing her face and regarding her from a superior stance. The veil that had concealed her visage slipped to the side, revealing the horrifying, dried pustules on her cheeks, a truly repulsive sight. Upon observing her face, Su Jingning's eyes flickered with suspicion, quickly replaced by revulsion. In a flurry, Chen Ruofu snatched the veil and rewrapped it around her face, her eyes filled with turmoil. That night, she and the King of Ling had been rendered unconscious by unknown assailants, and upon awakening the following day, her face was marred with pustules, while the King of Ling was incapacitated in bed. Despite their inquiries over the past few days, they had found no leads.
Oh.
Mu Ling truly harbors deep affections for you. Even in the presence of such a disfigured visage, he offers you the title of princess. Tell Mu Ling that he may present this military report to His Majesty. The Duke of Zhengua stands unwaveringly loyal to the Emperor and will not lower himself to consort with scoundrels. The Duke of Zhengua has always been unyielding and will not fear his trivial threats. Su Jingning's words were sharp and piercing, dismissing Mu Ling entirely. After delivering his scathing remarks, he turned away from Chen Ruofu and, accompanied by Yunya, strode out of the tea-house with purpose. After Su Jingning departed, Chen Ruofu's gaze fixated on his retreating figure as if it were poisoned. Su Jingning, you continue to regard others with such disdain. Wait and see. Your days of fortune are numbered. Chapter 33. Friends. Upon exiting the tea-house, Su Jingning did not return to her residence, but instead visited Fengting Tower. Today marked the final day of operation for the old building, after which it would close for a period to prepare for its relocation to a new venue. With Yu Sun absent, Uncle Yen had some matters to discuss with her. When Su Jingning arrived, Uncle Yen was preoccupied with his tasks. Remembering Lu Zhifan, she wondered if he had improved since his injury, and decided to venture into the courtyard. During her previous visit, she had noticed his fondness for flora and had arranged for several potted plants to be sent to him. Now, aside from taking his medicine and recuperating, he devoted his time to tending to the plants, finding it quite enjoyable. Occasionally, when Uncle Yen was overwhelmed, he would assist him with calculations. As soon as Su Jingning entered, she spotted Lu Zhifan in the courtyard, gently loosening the soil around the newly sprouted orchids. "It seems you are recovering quite well," she exclaimed. Hearing her voice, Lu Zhifan set down his small trowel, dusted off his hands, and bowed respectfully towards her. "You have nurtured the delicate orchids remarkably well," Su Jingning remarked, admiring the lush green leaves and the partially open flower buds. "I have yet to properly thank you for the plants you sent," Lu Zhifan replied. Bowing again, his demeanor devoid of the previous wariness and scheming, replaced instead by sincerity. "I am Su Jingning. You may simply call me by my name in the future," she said casually, settling beneath the floral pavilion and smiling at him. Lu Zhifan paused, his expression thoughtful. She was quite enigmatic. During the days he had spent recuperating at Fengting Tower, few were aware of his condition. The staff there mentioned her not at all, and he only knew that only a select few recognized her existence. Even the manager, Uncle Yen, referred to her as Miss, displaying a demeanor of utmost respect. Su Jingning, to her surprise, was indeed the delicate and ailing legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State. Lu Zhifan was increasingly convinced that she had deliberately come to the Wushao casino to rescue him, yet her demeanor was one of unpretentious honesty, devoid of any ulterior motive. "I have heard from Uncle Yen that you frequently assist him with the accounts, and you manage them exceptionally well," Su Jingning remarked, her voice cool and gentle, akin to that of a friend speaking to Lu Zhifan. "The young lady saved me from the casino and has graciously provided me with shelter and sustenance. So, I thought to help Mr. Yen with some ledgers, merely as a token of my gratitude. His praise is unwarranted." Taking a seat opposite Su Jingning, Lu Zhifan poured her a cup of clear tea, her expression warm and gentle. "Do you wish to remain in the capital?" Su Jingning paused for a moment before inquiring. "The capital is bustling with life, and I wish to stay and observe it. After all, as a lowly commoner, I am subjected to scorn and humiliation wherever I go. Apart from the capital, I know not where else I could find refuge." Lu Zhifan lowered her gaze to the frothy surface of her cup, her expression clouded. After a prolonged silence, Su Jingning refrained from further questioning. Through the open window, she caught sight of a shelf brimming with an array of books in the inner room. A sudden perplexity arose within her. Despite being of low birth, Lu Zhifan possessed remarkable talent and a breadth of knowledge, her strategic acumen unparalleled, an incongruity that intrigued her. Your talent and demeanor are not akin to those of an ordinary person. How is it that you ended up sold to the Wuxiao casino? Lu Jifan was taken aback by the abruptness of the question, momentarily at a loss for words. If you prefer not to answer, you need not, Su Jingning said, her gaze imbued with respect and sincerity. Lu Jifan felt a stirring in her heart, for in Su Jingning's eyes, she perceived a respect that was absent in the gazes of others. There is little to say. My mother was sold into a brothel as a daughter of an official. Thus I was born into a life of lowly status. Although she was sold into that establishment, my mother was well versed in poetry and literature from a young age, setting her apart from common courtesans. She imparted knowledge to me, teaching me to read and write. Lu Jifan's voice was flat and indifferent. Your mother must have been a woman of remarkable grace, who, despite her dire circumstances, did not forget to educate you. Su Jingning felt a profound sense of sympathy. Life is indeed difficult for women in brothels, especially those who bear children. She is certainly not like an ordinary mother. Lu Jifan let out a cold laugh, imbued with deep-seated resentment. Su Jingning sensed a heavy atmosphere of hatred surrounding him. Did he harbor animosity towards his mother? To escape the brothel, she sold me at a high price to a renowned male courtesan when I was merely 12, and then she took the money and abandoned me. I longed to flee, yet I was repeatedly beaten back by the proprietor. Eventually, I barely escaped with my life. Afterward, I wandered from place to place, begging and working to survive for several years, only to find myself offending a powerful figure who sold me into the deadly arena of the Wuxia casino. His voice was chillingly cold, devoid of any emotion, as if he spoke of another rather than himself. Su Jingning remained silent after hearing him. It was no wonder he had been so ruthless in his past life, showing no mercy to anyone and never easily trusting others. Those betrayed find it exceedingly difficult to trust again, especially when abandoned and exploited by their closest kin. Such anguish is surely etched into one's very soul, a pain that lingers for a lifetime. After Lu Zifan spoke, he hesitated to meet Su Jingning's gaze. He had encountered too many disdainful looks upon the revelation of his background and had endured countless jeers. Though he believed he had grown indifferent to it all, he found himself fearing the reflection of that same contempt in her eyes. Have you ever contemplated making those who once tormented you pay the price? Su Jingning asked, her eyes resolute and devoid of any trace of disdain for him. Lu Jifan stood in stunned silence. She did not despise him, but I am of lowly status, powerless to effect any change. A flicker of hatred crossed his eyes, yet it was overshadowed by a profound sense of despair. He longed to make those who had inflicted suffering upon him experience his pain, to evoke regret in the mother who had cast him aside, but he felt utterly powerless. Have you considered entering the civil service? Lu Zifan was exceptionally talented, possessing the ability to govern wisely. In his previous life, though he was ruthless and cunning, he was also a good official who understood the hardships of the common people and acted for their benefit. With his intellect, he could surely carve out a place for himself in the world, free from oppression. However, in his past life, his political career had been tainted by corruption. Perhaps in this life, he could forge a path unmarred. If you so wish, I can assist you in renouncing your lowly status. Thus, you would be eligible for the major examination in April. A young man's ambitions lie in the vastness of the world. With your talents, you are destined to succeed in the spring examination and establish a remarkable career, no longer subject to humiliation. Lu Jifan was taken aback by her willingness to assist him, momentarily at a loss for words. Her unwavering conviction moved him deeply. Since his birth, he had endured the most venomous curses and witnessed the darkest facets of humanity. Yet he had never encountered such a pure and untainted gaze directed at him, nor had anyone ever affirmed him with such unwavering certainty. He rose abruptly and knelt down, offering a solemn and grateful bow towards Su Jingning, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I, Lu Jifan, express my heartfelt gratitude to you, Mississippi. You have not only saved my life, but also granted me a chance for rebirth. Your kindness, miss, will forever be etched in my heart. Su Jingning was taken aback by his gesture. She merely believed that Lu Jifan's talent should not be obscured and felt a sense of sympathy for his somewhat similar plight, wishing to lend him a hand. Yet, ultimately, he must rely on his own efforts in the future. She hurriedly assisted him to his feet. You need not be so formal. I have already stated that you are my friend, and it is only natural to assist a friend. Friend? Lu Jifan recalled her words spoken to that person outside the carriage on the day she had rescued him, assuming she had merely spoken them in passing. Do you think I am unworthy of being your friend? Su Jingning tilted her head, playfully teasing him. Lu Jifan's unwavering loyalty in his past life, following Mu Ling for many years due to her kindness and his willingness to extend a helping hand during the tribulations faced by the Su family, indicated that he was a person of deep affection and a trustworthy friend. No, it is not that. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Jifan quickly clarified, unable to hide the smile that graced his face. Miss, Manager Yen requests your presence. A maid suddenly approached Su Jingning, offering a respectful nod and speaking softly. Take good care of your injuries. If anything arises, just speak with Uncle Yen. I will handle the matter regarding your contract. Su Jingning instructed Lu Jifan gently before rising to depart. Lu Jifan bent deeply in a gesture of respect towards her departing figure, his eyes seemingly resolute with a newfound determination. He owes her a life, and in the future, should Miss Su require it, he would willingly shatter his very bones without hesitation. Chapter 34, An unexpected encounter at dinner. It would take a few days for Yusun to reach the capital. The opening of the new Fengting Tower required the handling of numerous affairs, and Uncle Yen found himself unable to make decisions alone. Thus he summoned Su Jingning to assist him. After discussing the relevant matters concerning the new establishment and considering some of Su Jingning's suggestions, they made several adjustments to the opening plans, spending nearly an hour to finalize everything. Once they finally concluded their business, Su Jingning, accompanied by Yunya, prepared to return to the residence. Upon exiting Uncle Yan's reception room, they unexpectedly collided with Su Jingma, who was ascending the stairs, leaving no room to evade. Nink nink. What brings you here? Su Jingma was taken aback, momentarily believing he had misidentified her. Su Jingning was equally surprised to encounter her elder brother and could only greet him with a delighted smile. Elder brother? I heard that the Fengting Tower will close for a while starting tomorrow, so I came to enjoy the Jiangnan cuisine. What about you? Su Jingma glanced behind her towards the reception room, which typically did not allow uninvited guests, leading him to think that Su Jingning had mistakenly wandered in. Did you perhaps enter the wrong private room? I have an appointment with friends here. Come, I shall take you to dine. Without waiting for her consent, Su Jingma wrapped an arm around Su Jingning's shoulders and firmly led her toward another private room. Wait, no. Elder brother. Su Jingning lamented silently, feeling exasperated. While her elder brother was gentlemanly, how could her second brother be so brusque? She could do nothing but follow him toward the private room. I shall introduce you to some friends. They will be envious of how beautiful my sister is, he declared with pride in his tone. I do not wish to meet them. Su Jingma dragged her to the door, finally releasing her as he stood before her. He was the first to push open the door, stepping inside. Su Jingning had no choice but to obediently follow in his wake. Apologies for the delay. I encountered some setbacks on the way. I hope you will not hold it against me. Inside the elegant chamber sat 2 men and a girl, all turning their attention towards Su Jingma with varied expressions. The man seated by the window possessed a refined and graceful demeanor, clad in flowing white garments that made him resemble a scholarly gentleman. His expression towards the tardy Su Jingma bore an unexpected fierceness, seemingly intended to intimidate him. However, upon catching sight of the stunning girl behind Su Jingma, his expression faltered, transforming into something almost comical. To his left sat a girl in red, her features exquisitely deep-set, her dark hair elegantly tied up, exuding a hint of masculine vigor. Her presence was marked by an air of noble authority, and a sword leaned against the side of the table. She gazed at Su Jingma with a composed demeanor, as if accustomed to such encounters. Though she did momentarily pause upon seeing Su Jingning, Su Jingning recognized her immediately as Princess Mu Xi of Xiang. Did her elder brother know her? There was also a figure who had his back turned, not facing them, yet she discerned it was Gu Yanan. Oh, this is my sister, Su Jingning, whom I often mention, Su Jingma said, wrapping an arm around Su Jingning as he introduced her. At the sound of his voice, Gu Yanan, who had not turned around, finally faced the standing siblings, his gaze landing squarely on Su Jingning. Ningning, allow me to introduce you. This is Qi Nanfeng, the grandson of Master Qi. And this is Princess Mu Xi of Xiang, whom you should have met at the last palace banquet. You also recognize this individual, the heir of the Northern Sun King. Gu Yanan, allow me to introduce a few more people to you. So, you are the younger sister of Ning Ning, whom Amo speaks of constantly.
Today,
I finally have the pleasure of meeting you in person. It is a great honor. I am Chi Nanfeng, but you may simply call me Nanfeng. Before Su Jingning could utter a word, Chi Nanfeng had already spoken. With an elegant demeanor, he no longer bore the fierce expression from earlier. Greetings, young Master Chi. Su Jingning remarked, surprised by a sudden change in demeanor, yet she complied and offered her greeting. How delightful. I never expected Amo to be so uncouth and lacking in grace, while his sister is so gentle and beautiful, a stark contrast to him. Mushi cast a glance at the beaming and ineffectual Chi Nanfeng, her disdain nearly overflowing from her eyes. Turning her attention to Su Jingning, who was adorned in delicate pink, exquisite and fair, she appeared somewhat frail, certainly more so than the average girl. She had often heard Jing Mo mention that his sister suffered from a chronic illness and had been in poor health since childhood. Upon seeing her today, it was indeed evident. Noticing Princess Xuyang gazing at her, Su Jingning performed a slight curtsy, her voice soft as she addressed the princess. I have met Princess Xuyang. There is no need for such formalities. Like Jing Mo, you may simply call me Mushi, Mushi said, deliberately lowering her voice. She smiled gently at Su Jingning, wishing to appear more approachable. Her beauty was striking, with clear and pure eyes that conveyed a sense of fragility, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. It was no wonder the Duke of the nation's household sheltered her so diligently. Even a raised voice might startle her. Su Jingning smiled at her, remaining silent, however. When Su Jingning smiled, her almond-shaped eyes curved charmingly, exuding a gentle warmth that was quite endearing. The contrast between her cheerful demeanor and her usual cold disposition was striking. And Mushi's impression of her improved further. Su Jingning took a seat across from Mushi, beside Gu Yenin. She hadn't anticipated encountering Gu Yenin here and could only feign a casual familiarity by nodding and greeting him. Lord Gu. A hint of amusement flickered in Gu Yenin's eyes as he returned her nod, yet he said nothing further. Mo, when will you correct this habitual tardiness of yours? This meal was your invitation, yet you consistently arrive late. In all of Dezhou, only you would dare to keep a legitimate princess and the heir of Beiyang waiting. Chi Nanfeng complained, eyeing Su Jingma, who seemed entirely unperturbed by her lateness. You're the one talking too much. You arrived early, didn't you? Just admit that Yenin only just got here. Mushi arrived merely half a quarter earlier than I did, right? Su Jingma retorted without a hint of remorse. Chi Nanfeng was momentarily speechless, as it was indeed a fact. Whenever they gathered, he was always the earliest, driven by his impatient nature, while the others would invariably arrive late. Humph, enough said. I cannot argue with you. Waiter, bring the menu. Chi Nanfeng rolled his eyes at Su Jingma and called out towards the entrance. Since it was Su Jingma's treat, he intended to indulge himself. The attendant at the door quickly rushed in, and without consulting the others, Chi Nanfeng promptly ordered an array of dishes. Seemingly accustomed to the routine as the others allowed him to order freely. At last, Chi Nanfeng recalled Su Jingning and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, offered her a smile. Sister Ningning, what do you fancy to eat? Feel free to order. Your second brother is treating. Su Jingning pondered over the dishes he had just selected, hesitated for a moment, and shook her head. I can eat anything. Gu Yenin, who had remained silent until then, glanced at her and turned to the waiter. Remove the dish with almonds and replace it with something else. Su Jingma, who had also intended to interject, was momentarily taken aback by Gu Yenin's words. Ningning is allergic to almonds. Consuming them would provoke a severe reaction. Yet, he couldn't recall Gu Yenin having an aversion to almonds either.
Why?
I just ordered almond milk cake, which is a specialty of Fengting Tower, Chi Nanfeng remarked, furrowing his brow in confusion as he looked at Gu Yenin. I have a fiery constitution. I cannot tolerate almonds, Gu Yenin retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Chi Nanfeng, who promptly fell silent, refraining from further comment. Mushi found Chi Nanfeng's sudden quietude amusing. Since there were no almond dishes on the table, Su Jingma also chose not to speak further. Only Su Jingning discreetly observed Gu Yenin, marveling at his memory of her almond allergy. Quite impressive indeed. The dishes were served promptly, and indeed, none contained almonds. As Su Jingning listened to the conversations among the group, she gleaned the reason behind their acquaintance. It turned out that 3 years prior, Chi Nanfeng and Mushi had ventured to the Northern Territory and, by chance, lost their way in the desert, only to be rescued by Gu Yenin and Su Jingma. Thus, their friendship blossomed, as they discovered a shared temperament that fostered ongoing correspondence. Princess Xuyang appeared somewhat different from what she had envisioned. In her previous life, Princess Xiang was either honing her skills in the depths of Malinuan or traversing distant lands, seldom gracing the capital. Yet, whenever she did make an appearance, she exuded an innate nobility and pride that deterred others from approaching her. Su Jingning did not possess extensive knowledge about her. She only recalled Mu Ling mentioning that if Mu Shi harbored ambitions for the throne, no prince would stand a chance against her, even the crown prince himself. However, the Mu Shi she encountered today was not the dignified and regal princess she had witnessed at the court banquet. Rather, she was spirited, carefree, and exuded a striking charisma, engaging in conversation with ease that was quite refreshing. Yet, Su Jingning noticed a distinction in the way Mu Shi gazed at Gu Yan'an compared to her looks towards Qi Nanfeng and her second brother. There was a glimmer of joy and trepidation in her eyes, which, despite her commendable attempts to conceal it, did not escape Su Jingning's observation. Throughout the gathering, the majority of the dialogue was dominated by Qi Nanfeng, Su Jingma, and Mu Shi, while Gu Yan'an contributed only a few remarks. Su Jingning, on the other hand, spoke little, choosing instead to focus intently on her meal, making it seem as though she had specifically come to Founting Tower for dining alone. Chapter 35. Deceiving the Emperor. Su Jingma and Qi Nanfeng had not seen each other for an extended period. They dined and conversed, taking a full hour to finish their meal. Had they not concluded, she would have surely succumbed to slumber from merely listening to their chatter. After the meal, Mu Shi and Qi Nanfeng departed together, while Gu Yan'an went to the Imperial Guard. Su Jingma then escorted Su Jingning back to the residence. Late at night, in the residence of the Ling Prince, Mu Ling sat alone in the study, gazing at the military reports laid before him, his expression inscrutable. He had concealed his talents for years, burdened by the humble origins of his birth mother, enduring a life of inferiority and subjugation. Over the years, he had feigned ignorance, deceiving all those around him, surviving in the ruthless court where people devoured each other without remorse. Everyone believed him to be a timid and ineffectual individual. Yet now even the heir of the Northern Sun Prince dared to bully him. Should he continue to endure, it would not be long before no one remembered that the great Zhou still had a Ling Prince. Mu Ling cast a cold glance at the military report, his gaze sharp and merciless. In the Duke of the State's residence, should you refuse to serve this prince, do not blame me for trampling you underfoot. The military power of the Su family shall ultimately rest in my hands. The following day, in the Golden Hall of the Great Zhou, the emperor sat upon the throne. This day marked the resumption of court after the new year, and various departments had accumulated a multitude of affairs, leading to a rather brief assembly. Observing that the ministers had ceased to offer counsel, the emperor prepared to dismiss the court. Just as Chief Steward Sheng was about to announce the adjournment, a voice rang out from below. "Father Emperor, I, your son, have a matter to present." Mu Ling, clad in crimson court attire, stood at the end of the assembly of princes. His voice elicited surprise among the attendees, for the Ling Prince was known for his reticence, seldom voicing opinions in court. "What matter is to be reported?" The Emperor of Zhou was taken aback. "I, your humble son, wish to accuse the Duke of State Preservation of treachery against the sovereign and of plotting insurrection." Mu Ling stepped forward, kneeling with a resounding voice, presenting the military report overhead. The Duke of State Preservation, positioned at the forefront of the martial officials, glared at Mu Ling, the aura of a seasoned warrior pressing down upon him. The Duke's loyalty to His Majesty is unwavering. Why does His Highness, the Prince Ling, so malign the Duke's house? The Emperor of Zhou cast a glance at the kneeling Mu Ling, gesturing for Sheng Fu to retrieve the document from his grasp. "Father, this is the military report from 3 years ago regarding the conflict between the Great Zhou and Northern Yan at the northern frontier. That battle should have been concluded within half a month. However, the Duke, Su Bo, in a bid to safeguard the Su family's favor, deliberately prolonged the confrontation, extending what should have been a swift victory into a 6-month ordeal, thereby draining the resources and military strength of Great Zhou. Furthermore, he concealed the truth and coerced military scribes into falsifying reports, deceiving the sovereign. His intentions are treasonous." As Mu Ling beheld the Duke's ominous expression, he felt an even stronger conviction that the Duke was indeed rattled. He continued to articulate the contents of the military report aloud, provoking a flurry of discourse among the esteemed ministers present. "From whence did you acquire this report?" the Emperor inquired after swiftly reviewing the document, directing his question at Mu Ling. It was the Duke's adopted daughter, Chen Ruofu, who uncovered this matter. Unwilling to become complicit with the Duke's household, she surreptitiously procured the report and delivered it to me, her humble son. Knowing the gravity of this situation, I dispatched envoys to locate the military scribe from that time, meticulously investigating the affair and contrasting it with previous engagements against Northern Yen. It became evident that the battle from 3 years prior should not have required such an extensive duration. The Duke exploits warfare for personal gain. His intentions are indeed dubious. Lord Protector, what is your perspective on this matter? The Emperor did not press Mu Ling further, but instructed General Sheng Fu to present the military report to the Lord Protector. As the Lord Protector took the report and meticulously examined it, he noted that it was exceedingly detailed, the handwriting identical to that of the military report he had submitted to His Majesty years ago. With his head bowed, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Your Majesty, the Lord Protector's household is steadfastly loyal, dedicated to safeguarding the nation and its people, having never engaged in deceit against the throne. The Lord Protector maintained a composed demeanor, bowing respectfully to the Emperor before casting a penetrating glance at Mu Ling. As for this military report from Prince Ling, I find it rather perplexing. Not only had I already presented the military report from that year to His Majesty, but even if I had indeed forged a report, why would I leave traces of the forgery unaddressed? Why retain an authentic report in my residence, awaiting discovery of my supposed treachery? In response, Mu Ling let out a cold laugh and queried the Lord Protector, your thoughts are profound. Perhaps you retain the genuine report for future needs. The battle 3 years prior saw the Northern Army outnumbered by the Yen forces several times over, so why the prolonged delay? Did Prince Ling not realize that the conflict with Northern Yen commenced in winter? The Lord Protector did not contest Mu Ling's assertion but posed a question in return. And what of it? The Yen forces are formidable, and the northern region was in the throes of a snow-laden season. The soldiers of Dezhou are not as adept in winter warfare as their Yen counterparts. That year, the convoy tasked with delivering military supplies encountered difficulties, causing significant delays. They were trapped by heavy snow, unable to reach the battlefield, leading to a dire shortage of supplies. The northern soldiers endured hunger and frost, valiantly engaging in a protracted struggle against the Yen forces for several months, ultimately persevering through the winter and preserving the northern front of Dezhou. Your Highness, have you ever experienced the battlegrounds of the north? Have you witnessed the arduous struggle faced by the soldiers of the Great Zhou 3 years ago? The Duke of the State spoke with piercing words, observing Mu Ling as he posed 2 questions in quick succession. Mu Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. This is merely your perspective. As the former commander of the Northern Army, your commands were absolute. And given the rugged terrain and remote distance of the north, concealing the truth from my father is not a challenging endeavor for you. Father, this is not an attempt by your son to tarnish the reputation of the Duke of the State. I have a military record from that time as evidence. Every word I speak is the truth and not a slander against the Duke's household. He inclined his head towards the Emperor, stating that he had examined the handwriting of that military record, confirming it matched precisely with the documents in question, leaving no room for error. Where is that military record now? The Emperor inquired coldly, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the ministers engaged in hushed discussions, his stance remaining ambiguous. He is currently waiting at the palace gates. Mu Ling was aware that the Duke would undoubtedly dispute this matter, and had made arrangements for the military record to be on standby outside the palace. Bring him in, the Emperor commanded, gesturing to Sheng Fu. Soon, Sheng Fu hastily returned to the Golden Hall. Your Majesty, there is no one waiting outside the palace gates. The Emperor's expression darkened as he turned to Mu Ling. Prince Ling, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Mu Ling's countenance fell. It was inconceivable. He had exerted tremendous effort to locate that military record, fearing that he might escape, and had even assigned someone to keep watch over him. How could he possibly be missing? Sheng Gonggong, did you not see anyone there? Sheng Fu cast a puzzled glance at Mu Ling and said, Your Highness, the guards at the palace gates have reported that there is no one awaiting entry, not even your own attendants. How could this be? Mu Ling's complexion instantly turned pale. Devoid of color, as realization dawned upon him, he had been ensnared in a plot. After a prolonged silence, the Duke of Zhenghua bowed slightly to Emperor Zhou and spoke solemnly, Your Majesty, I am unaware of how His Highness acquired this military report, but it undoubtedly did not originate from the Duke of Zhenghua's residence. Furthermore, the so-called adopted daughter of the Su family, Chen Ruofu, did not leave of her own accord. Rather, she was expelled from the Su family for her treachery against her own sister. He then cast a cold, disdainful glance at Mu Ling. As for the military record mentioned by His Highness, I must inquire whether the name of that military scribe was Li Liang? Indeed. Mu Ling replied, steadying his breath. Then it is settled. This military report is certainly unrelated to the Duke of Zhenggua's residence. And it appears that someone is maliciously framing the Duke. Your Majesty. The military scribe Li Liang was injured during the Northern Frontier Campaign and succumbed shortly after the army returned to the capital. From where, then, did His Highness procure this scribe's information? The Duke of Zhenggua's expression remained composed, his gaze towards Mu Ling akin to that of one observing a farcical spectacle. Should His Highness doubt my words, let it be known that the heir of the Northern Yang Prince is also aware of this matter. For he too was present on the battlefield. The Duke turned to regard Gu Yenin, who stood not far behind in his purple official robes, indifferent amidst the assembly of ministers. Upon hearing his name mentioned by the Duke, Gu Yenin raised an elegant brow. He stepped forth from among the military officials and bowed respectfully to the emperor, his voice cool and detached. During the Northern Border War, I was indeed present on the battlefield, and every word spoken by the Duke of the nation is entirely accurate. As for His Highness, Prince Ling's claims regarding the Duke's lethargy and greed for achievements, as well as the alleged fabrication of military reports. This is the first I have heard of such accusations. Moreover, the military record from that time was marred by an ambush from a hidden scout infiltrating the great Zhou army's camp, which was a situation I, alongside Princess Xuyang, intervened to rectify. 3 years prior, not only was I present on the northern battlefield, but so was Princess Xuyang. It appears the emperor has recalled a memory. His gaze towards Mu Ling growing more somber. I almost forgot. It seems that 3 years ago, Xi'er also ventured to the north. Prince Ling, how do you account for this matter? As for my son, Mu Ling's mind was a tumult of confusion. His lips parted, yet no words emerged. He suddenly remembered that the military officer he sought is no longer in the court, though there exists a record of his resignation due to illness 3 years ago. He had located the man at his hometown, where he claimed to have fled back under duress and threats from the Duke of the nation. He even had witnesses and evidence to support his assertions, which is why he chose to present the military report at court today. Your Majesty, I have dedicated my life to the military service of Great Zhou, diligently safeguarding its territories and its people. Today, I find myself unjustly accused by His Highness, Prince Ling, of deceiving Your Majesty and forging military reports, a crime punishable by death. I beseech Your Majesty to stand in my defense. The Duke knelt, his posture unwavering, his voice resonant with indignation. Prince Ling had yet to account for his grievances against Ning Ning, yet here he found himself ensnared in this predicament. Duke of the nation, do not speak ill without cause. I harbor no enmity towards you. Why would I seek to ensnare you? Mu Ling's brow was slick with perspiration, fear and astonishment overtaking him.
No enmity?
Your Majesty, I had not intended to broach this matter, but Prince Ling has gone too far. I have a daughter who has suffered from a chronic ailment since childhood, rendering her frail and sickly. She is cherished and nurtured by my family, and it is a miracle she has survived to this day. However, for reasons unbeknownst to me, she has caught the attention of Prince Ling. Given her tender age and her delicate condition, I cannot bear to see her wed so soon, and thus I decline the prince's advances. Little did I know that this rejection would incite his wrath. On the day of the palace banquet, had it not been for the timely intervention of the heir to the Northern Sun Kingdom, my daughter would have faced grave humiliation at the hands of Prince Ling. Your Majesty, I beseech you to stand with me in this matter. The Duke of Zhenggua's expression was one of sorrow and indignation as he feigned wiping away a tear. With each passing moment, the emperor's countenance darkened further. He had not anticipated such despicable behavior from Prince Ling. Prince Ling, you possess an audacity that is truly astonishing. With such a narrow mind, you would frame your fellow courtiers. This is a profound disappointment to me. Father, I am wronged. I, too, have been deceived. This military report was forged by Chun Ruofu. The Duke of Zhenggua has severed ties with her, and she harbors resentment, deliberately using me to avenge herself. My intentions have always been for the good of the Great Zhou, which is why I fell victim to her manipulation. Please, Father, spare me. Mu Ling fell to his knees, trembling with fear. Deceived and manipulated, you say? Mu Ling, do you not comprehend that should I choose to believe you today, the Duke of Zhenggua would bear the consequences? Forging a military report is a capital offense. You would be jeopardizing the Duke's life. The Emperor's fury erupted as he hurled the memorial in his hand at Mu Ling's head. Duke of Zhenggua, please rise. I shall ensure justice is served in this matter. The Emperor addressed the kneeling Duke. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Duke of the State cast a glance at Mu Ling, who was kneeling on the ground, and then rose to his feet. Chapter 36. A fate not to be endured in vain. The Zhou emperor cast a cold gaze upon Mu Ling, who knelt upon the ground. This farce of the day demanded that he impose severe punishment upon the Prince of Ling. Otherwise, the discontent of the ministers and the ire of the military generals could very well upheave the entire court. Mu Ling, the Prince of Ling, was narrow-minded and of questionable character, having conspired against esteemed officials of the court. Henceforth, he would be stripped of his princely title and exiled to the southern region of Yuzhou, forbidden to return to the capital without imperial decree. All related individuals would be imprisoned and subjected to strict legal repercussions. Mu Ling immediately slumped to the ground, for Yuzhou was notorious as a land of pestilence, a toxic province notorious for claiming lives, inhabited by barbarous folk and characterized by barren soil. If he were to be sent there, would he even survive to return to the capital? Your son acknowledges his mistakes. I beseech your majesty for forgiveness. Your son acknowledges his mistakes. Mu Ling, in a state of utter panic, fervently bowed his head in submission, imploring the Zhou emperor for mercy. He could not afford to be sent to Yuzhou. Such a fate would render his aspirations for advancement eternally unattainable. The Zhou emperor's expression remained frigid, his brows furrowed as he regarded Mu Ling with a steely gaze, devoid of any compassion.
Dismissed.
As the court session concluded, the officials bowed deeply, reverently sending off the Zhou emperor, their gazes towards Mu Ling filled with indifference and mockery. Although the Duke of the State had surrendered military authority in the Western territories, significantly diminishing its power, the enduring prestige of the Duke's house within the military over the past century, coupled with its contributions to the Great Zhou, was unmatched by any ordinary individual. The Prince of Ling, lacking any foundational support within the court, dared to completely offend the Duke's house, a display of audacity that was unfathomable. Exiled to Yuzhou, the sixth Prince Mu Ling was left to ponder whether he would ever again see the imperial capital. Ultimately, he was escorted back to the Prince of Ling's residence by the guards. As the guards stormed into the residence of Prince Ling, Chun Ruofu had just prepared a lavish feast and was in exceptionally high spirits, eagerly awaiting good news from Mu Ling. However, upon seeing Mu Ling being escorted back by the palace guards, her face paled in an instant. Your Highness, what is happening? You are Chun Ruofu. Seize her. The captain of the guards scrutinized Chun Ruofu with a cold, stern expression before gesturing to his subordinates. Two armored guards stepped forward, poised to detain Chun Ruofu.
Wait.
Who are you? Why are you apprehending me? Your Highness, what on earth is going on? Chun Ruofu exclaimed in shock, struggling against the guard's hold as she turned to Mu Ling for answers. I have matters to discuss with her. I ask for your leniency. Mu Ling stated impassively to the captain of the guards. After a moment's hesitation, the captain nodded. Mu Ling ushered Chun Ruofu into the room and shut the door behind them. Suddenly, he delivered a sharp slap to her face, his gaze filled with malice. Chun Ruofu fell to the ground, clutching her face, momentarily dazed by the blow. Your Highness, what are you doing?
Mu Ling approached her, seized her collar.
And in a low, gritted voice demanded, Chun Ruofu, where did you obtain that military report? Are you certain you took it from the Duke of Zhen's study? Realization dawned on Chun Ruofu, and her complexion paled further as she trembled and asked, Your Highness, what do you mean? I do not understand what you are saying. Do not feign ignorance. That military report you possess is a forgery. This prince has been left with nothing because of you. He forcefully cast Chun Ruofu aside. Observing Mu Ling's expression, which resembled that of a lifeless soul, Chun Ruofu began to panic. Your Highness, what has transpired? What is the matter? That military report you possess is forged. The military officer I consulted is also a fraud. The individual who authored that report has long since passed away. I painstakingly orchestrated a farce, only to find myself ensnared and utterly defeated. Mu Ling, as though drained of all vitality, sank into a chair, appearing disheveled and despondent. How could this be? That was Chunlan. Chun Ruofu attempted to voice a rebuttal, but as the words lingered on her lips, she abruptly realized that she had not seen Chunlan all day. She had witnessed the military report with her own eyes in the study of the Duke of Jinghua. It was she who had instructed Chunlan to pilfer it from the Duke's residence. Chunlan had betrayed her. She had been ensnared in a scheme. A chill crept down Chun Ruofu's spine. Zhouhinning. She had been setting a trap from that very moment. Your Highness, it is Su Jingning. She orchestrated our downfall. At this juncture, what significance does it hold who devised the trap? Just remember one thing. That military report was given to me by you. I was deceived by you. Mu Ling's eyes were deep and cold, devoid of any warmth as he gazed at Chen Ruofu. Now, if Chen Ruofu were to accept this matter, he would be seen as the victim of deceit, a mere victim of misjudgment, which might one day offer him the opportunity to return to the imperial capital. Chen Ruofu looked at Mu Ling in disbelief, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. Your Highness, you have abandoned me. Mu Ling rose from the chair and slowly knelt beside Chen Ruofu, enveloping her in his embrace. In a soft whisper by her ear, he assured her, rest assured. I shall not allow your sacrifice to be in vain. I will avenge you. Chen Ruofu trembled slightly, tears flowing uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, her expression one of utter despair as she closed her eyes. Ultimately, Chen Ruofu was imprisoned in the Jingzhou Division's jail, accused of forging military documents and framing court officials, a crime punishable by death under the laws of the Great Zhou. In the Duke of the State's residence, at Lineage Pavilion, Su Jingning sat by the window. Absorbed in her reading, her demeanor serene and tranquil. Miss, Anxia has arrived, Yunya announced as she opened the door, ushering in a tall woman with well-defined features and an unremarkable appearance. Anxia had met the young lady before. Clad in azure attire, the woman exuded a calm and unique aura. You've come, please rise. Su Jingning stood to assist Anxia, her smile gentle and warm. Anxia, like Yue Xuan, was an orphan she had befriended during her time in the Southern Territories. Having traversed the martial world from a young age, she possessed remarkable skills and had mastered various unconventional techniques. When Su Jingning first encountered her, she was poisoned and ambushed by hostile forces, and it was Su Jingning who saved her. Subsequently, she chose to stay, assisting alongside Yue Xuan. How has the matter progressed? Su Jingning inquired. Anxia's previously serious demeanor softened as she replied quietly, Anxia has upheld the young lady's mission and successfully completed the tasks you entrusted to her. Prince Ling has been stripped of his title and banished to Yuzhou by His Majesty, prohibited from returning to the capital without summon. He is to depart tomorrow. Chen Ruofu, having forged military documents, has been confined to the Jingzhou Division cells, facing the death penalty according to the law. A glimmer of hatred and exhilaration flickered in Su Jingning's eyes. Mu Ling, this is merely the beginning. The finest drama is yet to unfold. Send someone to ambush him on his way to the southern borders. Ensure he remains uncomfortable as long as he is not killed. Su Jingning's expression was icy and indifferent. Mu Ling's life was one she would personally take. During this period, pretending to be Chunlan beside Chen Ruofu had been arduous. The subsequent matters could be entrusted to others. Allowing you to rest well at home, Su Jingning gently remarked to Anxia. Anxia glanced at Su Jingning, a flicker of amusement shining in her eyes. Understood. In the study, the Duke of the State sat, his gaze fixed upon the military report presented by Mu Ling that day, his expression grave. This report was detailed and authentic, outlining combat strategies and formations that were his customary methods. Even the names of the generals from 3 years ago were flawlessly accurate. The handwriting was identical. Had he not personally experienced that battle 3 years prior and was aware of the death of military recorder Li Liang, he might have been deceived himself. The author of this military report must possess an intricate understanding of military affairs, particularly of the Su family army in the northern borders. As well as himself, it was impossible for Su Ruofu to have such capability. Who then provided her with this report? There was evidently a plot to frame the Su family. Su Jingchen stood at the side of the desk, his head lowered, lost in thought as he scrutinized the report. The individual had forged the military document, aiming to incriminate the Su family, yet, given their profound knowledge of his father's combat tactics and the meticulous detailing of the report, how could they be unaware that the military recorder had already passed away? Furthermore, the King of Ling, who rarely spoke at court, had today boldly confronted the Duke of the State, indicating he had significant confidence in solidifying today's events against the Duke's household. Observing the demeanor of King Ling today, it appears he has indeed located that military informant. Were it not for such a revelation, he would not act with such reckless abandon. A nagging suspicion lingers within him that this matter is not directed towards the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Rather, it seems a scheme is afoot to gradually ensnare King Ling, leading him to believe that the Duke's household has committed treason against the sovereign. Fortunately, this issue was brought to light during today's court assembly. Chen, investigate today's events. I cannot shake this sense of unease. Something feels amiss. The Duke of Zhenghua furrowed his brow as he instructed Su Jingchen, aware that the architect of this plot is well acquainted with both the Su family army and himself, prompting fears of a traitor within the Su clan.
Indeed, Su Jingchen replied, equally perplexed.
Who could it be? And why would they choose to use the Su family to undermine King Ling? Chapter 37. The death of Chen Ruofu after leaving the study. Su Jingchen found his mind consumed by the events of the day, devoid of clarity. He decided to visit Su Jingning's courtyard, hoping to glean her thoughts on the matter. Upon entering the courtyard, he encountered Anxia emerging from the house. Anxia was not a servant of the Su family. She had been brought back by Ningning from Jiangnan. Su Jingchen had investigated her background and discovered that she was an orphan with no relatives, possessing some knowledge of martial arts. It had been quite some time since he last saw her. Greetings, young master. It has been a while. Where have you been these past few days?
Su Jingchen inquired.
Miss wished to visit the old Lord Niuqing, so I was dispatched to deliver some items to him. And Xia replied softly, bowing slightly. Su Jingchen regarded her thoughtfully before proceeding into the house. Elder brother, what brings you here?
Su Jingning,
just finishing the medicine brought in by Yunya, grimaced as she popped a piece of candy into her mouth. I came to see you, Su Jingchen replied, taking a seat opposite her. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Ningning, are you aware that today His Highness, the Prince of Ling, was stripped of his title and exiled to the southern frontier of Yuzhou for forging military reports and slandering our father? Chen Ruofu, for her part in this forgery, faces the death penalty. Su Jingning paused momentarily in her actions of pouring tea. Are you asking if this matter pertains to me? She asked, her voice gentle as she handed the tea to Su Jingchen. It was I who did it, Su Jingning stated calmly, meeting Su Jingchen's gaze, unflinchingly confessing. She did not wish to deceive her elder brother. Why did you take such action? Su Jingchen had sensed something amiss upon seeing Anxia. Anxia grew up amidst the tumult of the martial world, becoming acquainted with numerous extraordinary individuals. However, he could not fathom why Ningning would take such perilous risks to conspire against Mu Ling. The Su family does not tolerate betrayal. Chen Ruofu deserves her fate. She has divulged the Su family's military strength in the northern territories to Mu Ling, colluding with him to undermine the Su clan. I cannot allow any future threats to the Su family. As for Mu Ling, he seeks to take me as a concubine, using me as leverage to compel the Su family to serve his interests. If he dares to extend his reach into the Su family, he must face the consequences. Su Jingning regarded Su Jingchen, her voice icy, her dark eyes filled with an unmistakable chill. Su Jingchen looked at her, at a loss for words. Ningning had always been gentle, and he had never witnessed such a frigid demeanor. With her head bowed, Su Jingning suddenly found herself hesitant to meet Su Jingchen's gaze, fearing to see disappointment reflected in her elder brother's eyes. Her scheme was far from honorable, not in keeping with the Su family's values. Yet, she had no regrets about her actions. The once naive and ignorant Su Jingning had long since perished. If fate had granted her a second chance, it was to rectify the mistakes of her past life. She would never show mercy to those who betrayed and harmed her. Suddenly, a warm hand gently rested upon her head, tenderly ruffling her hair. Ningning, your brother knows you are intelligent and resourceful, he said softly. But you must always remember that you are never alone. You have our father and mother, and you have your siblings. Whatever you wish to pursue, you must learn to discuss it with us, rather than embarking on such dangerous ventures alone. It is not worth risking your safety for a mere Prince Ling and Shinruofu. Should the Ling Wang discern the trap you have set today, do you comprehend the peril that would ensue? You are sheltered by your father and brothers. Your sole duty is to embrace joy and pursue the endeavors that delight you. Su Jingchen's voice was gentle yet tinged with helplessness, filled with concern for his sister, who, from a young age, exhibited a maturity beyond that of her peers. Having faced the world alone for many years, she always resolved her troubles independently, never burdening her family. Brother, do you not blame me? Su Jingning raised her head, her dark eyes seeking Su Jingchen's, her voice barely above a whisper. Why would I blame you? He replied. If Mu Ling dares to bully you, even if you do not retaliate, do you believe our brothers and father would let him off the hook? Thus, it was indeed your second and fourth brothers who assaulted the Ling Wang in the dead of night? She recalled the visage of Chen Ruofu, as if she had been poisoned, that poison she had witnessed with her fourth brother. And the act of striking at such an hour was something only her second brother could conceive. It was merely their folly, Su Jingchen thought, recalling the two he had caught that night. Only they could devise such a caper. Regardless, henceforth, You must consult with us before undertaking any actions. Do not attempt to resolve everything on your own, understand? Fortunately, the Ling Wang does not hold significant favor with His Majesty. Had it been another prince, the situation would not be as uncomplicated as you imagine. Su Jingchen felt a shiver of anxiety, his gaze on Su Jingning growing somewhat serious. Understood, brother. Do not worry. I shall be more prudent in the future, Su Jingning responded, bowing her head in acknowledgement. Su Jingchen shook his head, finding himself at a loss with her. As for their father, he must devise a way to conceal the truth. It was imperative that their father remain unaware of Ningning's involvement in this affair. 3 days hence, at the imperial capital's Wu Gate. Recently, the plot concocted by Prince Ling and the adopted daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, Chen Ruofu, to frame the esteemed Duke of Jinghua, a pillar of the Great Zhou, has stirred up a great uproar in the capital. As a consequence, Prince Ling was stripped of his title and relegated to the status of a nameless prince, exiled to Yuzhou.
Meanwhile,
Chen Ruofu has confessed to all charges before the Jingzhou office, admitting her deep-seated grievances and her act of forging military reports to exact revenge on the Duke's household, claiming that she had manipulated and deceived Prince Ling. The Jingzhou office has rendered its verdict, and today, she faces execution at the Wumen. At this moment, the area before Wumen is thronged with onlookers. The Duke of Jinghua has served the people of the Great Zhou for a century, earning countless military honors and fostering a legacy of loyalty and valor that is deeply respected by the populace. The people of Zhou value propriety and righteousness, and in the face of Chen Ruofu's ingratitude and venomous disposition, they can only express disdain and contempt for her, feeling a sense of injustice for the Duke's household. After all these years, they have nurtured a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Su Jingning, shrouded in a dark blue cloak, concealed himself within the crowd. Observing Chen Ruofu on the execution platform, clad in prison garb, her pallid visage and disheveled hair stained with dirt bore no resemblance to the former elegance and opulence she once possessed. Expressionless, she endured the onslaught of public scorn, as if she were impervious to the vitriol, her eyes devoid of life. Chen Ruofu lifted her gaze to the heavens and let out a self-deprecating smile. She had entrusted herself to the wrong person, aligning with someone as self-centered as herself, selfish to the core. She felt hatred and bitterness, yet as an orphan, no one would come to her aid. Regardless of whether the crimes were truly hers, she was faced with an inescapable fate. Su Jingning gazed at Chen Ruofu. In her previous life, on a winter's day much like this one, Chen Ruofu and Mu Ling had condemned the Duke of State's household under the accusation of treason, forcing her to witness the tragic demise of the ladies of the Duke's household, one by one, falling into pools of blood. The entire execution ground was filled with the aggrieved souls of her family.
today,
She intended to make Chen Ruofu experience the suffering endured by the Duke's household in her past life, to let her feel the sting of betrayal, the weight of injustice, and the despair of being unable to defend oneself. As Chen Ruofu locked eyes with Su Jingning amidst the crowd, she stood alone, her exquisitely beautiful face partially concealed beneath her cloak, exuding an ethereal grace that rendered her unmistakable even in a throng of people. The gaze directed at Chen Ruofu was tranquil yet profound, capable of sending chills deep into one's bones. In that fleeting moment, the resentment, hatred, and fear of death that had simmered within Chen Ruofu were suddenly ignited by Su Jingning's presence. She glanced at the burly executioner standing nearby, and an overwhelming urge to break free from her shackles surged within her. Her expression twisted into one of terror, causing the onlookers to recoil in fear. The prison guards pinned her forcefully to the ground, rendering her immobile, as she lay in a pitiful state upon the frigid earth. Her eyes followed the retreating silhouette of the resolute figure clad in dark blue, and gradually, she surrendered her struggle. Chapter 38. Umbrella. Su Jingning turned away from the execution ground, the sky hanging heavy and oppressive, stifling the breath from her lungs. The chill in the air suggested an impending downpour, and the streets were less crowded than usual, with passers-by hastening homeward. After only a few steps, raindrops began to fall. Su Jingning kept her head bowed as the rain soaked into her deep blue cloak, its icy touch penetrating to her very bones, yet she continued to walk aimlessly, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Ultimately, she had become the very embodiment of the persona she had most despised in her previous life. Suddenly, she halted. Had the rain ceased? She looked up to find someone holding a pale yellow oil paper umbrella above her. Turning her gaze toward the figure, she beheld a man clad in a grayish-blue cloak. his ink-black hair meticulously gathered, exuding an air of cool elegance and nobility. His sharp features were softened by a striking, crimson tear mole at the corner of his eye, rendering him breathtakingly beautiful. Each encounter left Su Jingning in awe of his allure. Gu Yenin, she softly called his name, her voice delicate and faint. Gu Yenin lowered his gaze to the girl whose nose had turned a vivid red from the cold. The corners of her eyes were slightly flushed, and her expression bore an indescribable melancholy that tugged at one's heartstrings. "Why aren't you holding an umbrella?" "Oh, I forgot," she shrugged in response. "Gu Yenin, may I treat you to tea?" "I haven't tea yet expressed my gratitude for your help last time." Su Jingning smiled at him, her eyes crescent-shaped and filled with a touching sincerity. She was reluctant to return home, yearning instead for a secluded place where she could linger for a while. Very well. Gu Yenin sensed that something was amiss with her emotions. She appeared to be suppressing her feelings, enduring yet unable to express them. He had followed her all the way from the execution ground, and though she was typically astute, she had not noticed his presence despite his prolonged companionship today. Had it not been for the rain, which had compelled her to forego her umbrella, he would not have intruded upon her solitude. Concerned as he was about the onset of her cold, Su Jingning walked beside him with her head lowered, while Gu Yenin held the umbrella, its canopy tilted towards her, shielding her closely beneath its cover. Neither spoke a word. They simply proceeded in silence toward the tea house. Nestled within a secluded alley, the tea house was run by an elderly couple, offering a tranquil and serene environment, devoid of crowds. Seated across from Gu Yenin, Su Jingning quietly prepared the tea. Her beauty striking, her features were exquisite and vibrant when she smiled, yet when unamused, she exuded an aura of ethereal aloofness akin to a delicate orchid. Su Jingning's mastery of the tea ceremony was imparted by her master, who had a deep appreciation for tea. Unfortunately, her senior brothers and sisters lacked both the talent and enthusiasm for it, leading her master to bestow all his knowledge upon her. For he took great delight in the tea she brewed. As Gu Yenin observed her graceful movements, as fluid as flowing water, a gentle breeze tousled the wisps of hair at her temples. In a moment of selfish desire, he wished that she would brew tea exclusively for him. Though the tea may not be exceptional, the brew I create is indeed rare and precious. Su Jingning offered him a cup of tea, her slender, fair hand cradling the delicate white porcelain cup, exquisite and lovely. Gu Yenin smiled softly as he accepted her tea. The porcelain cup, as white as jade, held a delicate green hue, exuding a fragrant aroma amid the night. He took a gentle sip, savoring the rich flavor that lingered on his palate. Refreshing and distant, a rarity in this world. His voice was low and soothing. Su Jingning, still smiling, poured him another cup. As he gazed at her, he noticed her smile, yet he sensed an indescribable sadness in her eyes. He chose not to inquire, instead opting to accompany her in silence. Su Jingning mentioned her gratitude for Gu Yenin's previous rescue, yet after pouring the tea, she merely sat quietly, staring out the window in contemplation. For reasons unknown, Gu Yenin possessed an aura that brought her tranquility. Being near him calmed her restless thoughts. "Gu Yenin, how was your life after returning home as a child?" Su Jingning suddenly turned to him and asked. At that moment, Gu Yenin remained as dignified and aloof as ever, despite his pride, still a spirited young general. She couldn't comprehend how the Gu Yenin of the past had transformed into a bloodthirsty figure in her previous life. Reflecting on the time she had saved him, she realized she still didn't understand how the noble heir of the Beiyang royal family had been subjected to such torment. Gu Yenin was taken aback by her unexpected question. He had thought she would refrain from discussing their childhood. The concern in her gaze was clear. "It was quite good," he replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Su Jingning furrowed her brow, questioning, "Quite good?" What could have prompted his sudden transformation in a past life, leading him to become the ferocious and ruthless king of Beiyang, instilling fear in various factions? The king of Beiyang. At that time, Gu Yenin was indeed the king of Beiyang, rather than merely the heir apparent. It seems that the old prince passed away suddenly in June of the 17th year of Longan. His death was unexpected, with some claiming it was due to illness, while others whispered of assassination or poisoning. Yet, the true cause of his demise remained a mystery. Following Gu Yenin's ascension to the throne of Beiyang, he appeared to transform entirely, becoming cold-hearted and bloodthirsty, employing cruel and violent methods. He commanded an army of 500,000 in the northern frontier, and during the emperor's critical illness, he issued an enigmatic imperial decree appointing him as regent. Everyone presumed he harbored treacherous intentions. Even Mu Ling and herself were on guard against him. However, Gu Yan'an accepted the edict, yet did not step beyond the northern border, not even returning to the capital to mourn the emperor's passing. It was only later, when she entrusted him with the Su family's military insignia and formation, urging him to fulfill a childhood promise by eliminating Mu Ling and Chen Ruofu, that he ventured out of the northern territories. Thus, was his profound change triggered by the old prince's death? Now it is January, which implies that the old prince died 5 months later. If only the old prince had been saved, would he have continued to be the proud and flamboyant young general he is now? Arrogant yet dazzling? Is the old prince in good health? Su Jingning inquired, her expression somewhat grave. Gu Yan'an was momentarily taken aback, failing to follow her rapid shift in thought. Suddenly, Su Jingning realized that her question had been too direct, and with a hint of awkwardness, she added, "I was merely inquiring. My father is in excellent health." Gu Yan'an found this somewhat peculiar but responded truthfully, "In good health? Then how could he have suddenly passed away? In a place as fortified as the Beiyang Wangfu. How could a mere assassin approach him? How did the Beiyang king meet his demise? Gu Yan'an, do you trust me?" Su Jingning gazed at him with unwavering determination. At this moment, Gu Yan'an appeared well, and she did not wish for him to revert to the way he had been in her previous life. Gu Yan'an scrutinized her intently, a smile dancing in his eyes as he replied gently, "I trust you. In this world, aside from you, I trust no one else." His response was resolute and unwavering. Su Jingning's heart fluttered at the intensity of his gaze. From now on, pay close attention to everyone around the old prince, especially those who are close to him. Deploy more of those you trust to be by his side, and ensure his safety, she stated earnestly.
Why?
Gu Yan'an's expression turned serious upon hearing this. He knew she would not speak without reason. Su Jingning hesitated, struggling to find a way to explain her concerns. Was there not a more effective means to convey her warning? "I cannot explain fully, but I simply wish to assist you," she admitted, her gaze cast downward, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts to Gu Yan'an. Gu Yan'an observed her silence for a long moment. She seemed reluctant to speak, burdened with many secrets. Yet, upon hearing her desire to help him, he felt powerless to dissuade her from discussing what she was unwilling to share. "I understand, and I will be mindful. Thank you." Gu Yan'an gazed at the girl who had been looking down, offering a gentle smile, his voice tender. Su Jingning immediately lifted her head, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with joy, hoping that this time, he would forever remain the noble and proud young gentleman he appeared to be. Chapter 39. Blood Gu's sorrow that night. Within the royal residence of Beiyang, Gu Yan'an stood in the study, a scroll in hand. Yet his thoughts were occupied with the words spoken by Su Jingning earlier that day, urging him to remain vigilant about the individuals surrounding his father and to ensure his father's safety. He pondered whether he should warn his father about the presence of those with ulterior motives. But how could he possibly know that? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yan'an took a seat and began to write a letter. Bound by his official duties in the capital, he was unable to return to Beijing. Yet the matter of his father's safety demanded his utmost seriousness. "MOU. Your subordinate is here." MOU entered the room, bowing to Gu Yan'an. "Deliver this letter to Lu Feng and instruct him to set out immediately to personally hand it to my father in Beijing, ensuring it does not pass through any other hands. Furthermore, he need not return. He shall discreetly protect my father." "Understood." MOU raised his gaze to meet Gu Yan'an's, but instead of promptly departing, he hesitated before speaking again. "Master, tomorrow marks the full moon. I have already informed the guards. For the next 2 days, no one is permitted to approach your courtyard." His voice carried a note of concern. "Noted. Tomorrow, send someone to excuse me from court duties. You may go now." Gu Yan'an replied absently, his gaze fixed on the book in his hands, though his grip tightened to a point where his fingers turned pale. MOU exited the study, and Gu Yan'an set the book aside, looking down at his hands, long and slender fingers, with distinct knuckles. Yet they trembled slightly, and he slowly removed the white jade prayer beads from his wrist, holding them for a considerable time before carefully placing them into a dark ebony box. He removed the bracelet of Buddhist beads from his wrist, revealing skin that was once fair and luminous, now marred by an unusual dark hue beneath. A grotesque and terrifying sight. Yet, he seemed oblivious to it, casually shielding his wrist with his hand. Rising, he walked towards the wooden bookshelf adorned with various antiques and artworks, gently pressing a relief on the left side of the shelf. The bookshelf slowly shifted to the right, unveiling a hidden door. After Gu Yenin stepped inside, the door quietly closed behind him. Beyond the concealed entrance, the walls of the secret passage were embedded with luminous pearls, illuminating the entire corridor. Gu Yenin reached the end of the passage, where a secret chamber awaited. The room was frigid to the bone, frost clinging to the walls. It was barren, devoid of any furnishings. Clad in a single layer of thin clothing, Gu Yenin appeared impervious to the cold. His expression remained impassive as he settled cross-legged in the center of the chamber, seeking tranquility. Time became an abstract concept as beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, veins bulging at his temples, his eyes a fiery crimson, and his hands clenched into fists, seemingly enduring immense torment. The blood goo, a malevolent poison that devours the soul and ensnares the spirit, is the epitome of evil in this world. Its toxicity grows with the afflicted, intensifying until it obliterates the essence of one's being, driving them to madness. During its onset, the victim experiences a hellish existence, with their internal organs aflame, suffering excruciating pain that gnaws at their very bones and sears their heart. Yet, the true horror of the blood goo lies not in the physical agony it inflicts. It is also known as the demon-enticing goo. The torment endured by the afflicted far surpasses the suffering of the body. For years, they are haunted by nightmares that magnify every ounce of malice they perceive, fostering a profound disdain for the world and even for themselves, transforming one into a malevolent, ferocious, and terrifying being, gradually evolving into a sinister deity, a heartless and merciless monster. The day of the blood goo's peak activity is a time when even the most resolute minds succumb to its torment, losing their reason and becoming bloodthirsty and savage. The chilling confines of the ice chamber can suppress the blood goo, preventing Gu Yenin from completely losing his sanity and harming others. Mou stands vigil at the entrance of the ice chamber, where Gu Yenin has been for a full 2 days, nearing his emergence. Suddenly, the secret door creaks open, and Gu Yenin, covered in blood and utterly exhausted, stumbles out from the passage, as though clawed by some ferocious beast. Mou understands that there is no beast. It is the result of his own efforts to remain conscious, to prevent himself from becoming a heartless, bloodthirsty killer. Master,
How are you?
it's nothing. Gu Yenin, leaning on Mou, shakes his head. Having endured this trial, he can rest for 3 months. Mou, his brow furrowed, assists Gu Yenin in changing out of his blood-soaked garments, meticulously tending to his wounds and dressing him in clean clothes before supporting him to bed for rest. As Gu Yenin grows, the episodes of the blood goo's affliction have become increasingly frequent, now occurring every 3 months. If no remedy is found, he fears that his master will lose control and plunge into madness entirely. In the Duke of Zhen's residence, as dusk approaches, Su Jingning has just exited the matriarch's manhwa courtyard. Her second uncle has taken a leave of absence from court to recuperate, having departed this morning with her second aunt, a Ting, and Xiaowan for Jiangnan. They intend to combine his convalescence with a visit to her second aunt's family in Anqing, a place she has not returned to in many years. After sending them off, Su Jingning lingered at her grandmother's until evening. Miss, you have returned. Fourth Miss is waiting for you inside, Yunya softly remarked upon seeing Su Jingning's return.
Shaya?
What brings her here? Su Jingning inquired as she entered the warm room. Inside, Su Luoshu sat beside the hearth, idly flipping through the military texts in her hands, clearly not paying them much attention.
Shaya?
What brings you here?
Shuhin Ismail.
Retrieving a plate of soft pear pastries from the food container she had brought from her grandmother and placing it on the low table next to the fire before taking a seat. Second sister, you have returned, Su Luoshu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with delight. I brought soft pear pastries from grandmother. Do try some, Su Jingning offered, pushing the plate toward her. Wow, it has been ages since I enjoyed the soft pear pastries made by Granny Su. Thank you, second sister. Su Luoshu responded with joy, taking a piece and placing it in her mouth. Now, do tell me, what brings you here? Su Jingning asked, her gaze warm and inviting. After finishing a piece, Su Luoshu clapped her hands and chuckled. Has second sister received the birthday invitation from the third miss of the Jiang family? Having received numerous invitations in recent days, Su Jingning was uncertain and glanced at Yunya. Miss, indeed, the third miss of the Jiang family delivered an invitation the day before. I had no opportunity to inquire further, and it remains unanswered. Yunya replied softly. Second sister, third sister, and Xiaowan have gone to Anqing. Will you accompany me to the Jiang residence tomorrow? Su Luoshu pleaded, holding onto Su Jingning's arm. Su Jingning cast a smiling glance at her. Typically, she would seclude herself in the equipment room, immersed in her drawings, reluctant to step outside. What has prompted such a change today? Did you not express your disdain for outings? Why the sudden desire to attend Miss Jiang San's birthday celebration? Sister, you are unaware that tomorrow, Shinzi is hosting a poetry and tea gathering, to which a significant number of the noble ladies in the capital are invited at the Duke of Qing's residence. Hardly anyone is attending Miss Jiang San's birthday banquet. She is one of Shuer's few friends. So, I thought it would be nice for you to accompany me to the Jiang residence, to bring some liveliness and ensure she doesn't feel too lonely.
Shu Luoshu explained.
Besides, Miss Jiang San is not only beautiful but also possesses an exceptionally kind nature. I am certain you will take a liking to her. Given your sentiments, I shall certainly accompany you tomorrow. Su Jingning responded with a tender smile directed at Su Luoshu. Wonderful. Thank you, sister. Su Luoshu exclaimed, her joy evident. Chapter 40. The birthday banquet at the Jiang residence the following day. After finishing breakfast, Su Luoshu took Su Jingning and set off for the Jiang residence. The Jiang residence and the Duke of Qing's manor were situated on the same street, and at this moment, the entrance to the Duke of Qing's manor was bustling with carriages, while the Jiang residence remained forlorn and neglected. I suggested that we should not hold this birthday banquet. Yet my third sister insisted otherwise. Just look at the throngs at the Duke of Qing's entrance and compare it to our desolation. It is utterly humiliating, remarked a girl clad in a purple silk gown, her tone biting and her expression vexed, as she cast a scornful glance at the girl quietly seated in the corner. Indeed, third sister, you are well aware that your birthday banquet coincides with Miss Shin's poetry and tea gathering. Yet you still insist on making a fuss for our mother to organize it. Now, no one wishes to attend our Jiang residence. We are bound to lose face entirely. Chimed in another girl in a pink butterfly gown, who sat beside the purple-clad girl, joining in the derision. Madame Jiang sat at the head of the table, her face stern and silent. The two speakers were the eldest and second daughters of the Jiang family, born of the late second wife of Master Jiang, who had long held disdain for the legitimate daughter, Jiang Heling. Jiang Heling remained silent, her grip on her handkerchief tightening. She had never wished to hold this birthday banquet. It was they who insisted on organizing it, seeking to bask in her reputation for their own glory. Originally, many noble ladies of the capital had intended to attend, but unexpectedly, Miss Shin from next door also decided to host a poetry and tea gathering, coinciding with her birthday banquet.
Now,
everyone had flocked to the Duke of Qing's residence, leaving no one willing to visit the Jiang residence, and the blame fell squarely upon her. With her elder brother absent and her father disinterested in the affairs of the inner residence, there was no one to shield her, leaving her with no choice but to endure. On the street outside the Jiang residence, the carriage of the Duke of Zhenghua came to an abrupt halt midway. Su Jingning lifted the curtain of the carriage to ascertain the cause. It appeared that two carriages had encountered each other, necessitating the Duke's carriage to yield to the oncoming vehicle, allowing it to enter the alley leading to the Jiang residence. The approaching carriage was resplendent and opulent, accompanied by a retinue of palace guards, exuding an air of authority and grandeur. At that moment, as Su Jingning raised the curtain, she was caught in the gaze of one within the carriage. Inside was Princess Mu Shi, her countenance not particularly cheerful, yet surprised upon spotting Su Jingning.
Jingning,
Mu Shi called out, halting her carriage and smiling warmly at her. Taken aback by the unexpected call, Su Jingning bowed respectfully in response. Are you also attending Shenzi's poetry and tea gathering?
Mu Shi inquired.
Shaking her head gently, Su Jingning replied. Today marks the birthday celebration of the third miss of the Jiang family, the Minister of Rights household. My sister and I are headed to the Jiang residence. Upon hearing this, Mu Shi's expression shifted as she asked, the third miss of Jiang's birthday? Is it the Jiang residence adjacent to the Duke of Qing's?
Indeed.
Su Jingning affirmed. I shall accompany you to the Jiang residence. Mu Shi declared suddenly. She had intended to visit the Qi residence to seek out Qi Nanfeng, only to discover he had clandestinely proceeded to the Duke of Qing's to partake in Shenzi's poetry and tea gathering. The allure of the event stemmed from a relic of the previous dynasty's revered sage of literature, and Qi Nanfeng, being an ardent lover of literature, had eagerly made his way there. Initially, she had planned to retrieve him from the Duke of Qing's, but encountering Su Jingning prompted her to momentarily relinquish her pursuit of Qi Nanfeng, sparing herself the distress of witnessing the Shen family's presence. Su Jingning was taken aback by Mu Shi's sudden declaration of her intention to visit the Jiang residence, momentarily at a loss for words. I shall go ahead and await your arrival. Mushi smiled at her before instructing the guards to proceed to the Jiang Manor. At the entrance of the Duke of Qing's estate, Shenzi, upon hearing that Princess Xuyang's carriage was en route, hurriedly stepped out to receive her. She presented the princess with an invitation, never having anticipated that Princess Xuyang would grace her gathering with her presence. The princess was known for abstaining from private soirees, making her attendance at today's poetry and tea event particularly surprising. Thus, amidst the chorus of congratulations from the onlookers, Shenzi, filled with pride, stepped forward to greet the arriving carriage. Meanwhile, in the shadows behind her, Qinan Feng watched the approaching carriage with a face full of dread. This was it. Mushi undoubtedly knew of her secret visit to the Duke of Qing's residence. Given her aversion to the Shen family, she feared that she would surely face severe repercussions. Was it too late to slip away now? Welcome, Princess Xuyang, Shenzi exclaimed, bowing before the still advancing carriage, her voice slightly louder than intended due to her exuberance. Consequently, the crowd witnessed the opulent carriage glide past Shenzi without hesitation, heading directly toward the Jiang residence across the street. It came to a gradual stop at the entrance of the Jiang Manor. Caught in a moment of embarrassment, Shenzi stood before the gathering, her face flushed, listening to the whispers behind her. Princess Xuyang is not here to attend Miss Shen's poetry and tea gathering? Indeed. Why would she go to the Jiang residence?
Oh.
Right, I heard today is the birthday of Miss Jiang-san. As Shenzi was about to call everyone back to their seats, a subtly luxurious carriage emblazoned with the insignia of the Duke of Jinghua passed by, causing her expression to darken. Had the people from the Duke of Jinghua's residence also come to the Jiang residence? It appeared to be Miss Su Er and Miss Su Si from the Su family. The crowd observed as Su Jingning and Su Luoshu alighted from the carriage before the Jiang residence. Jingning. Mushi waited for Su Jingning in front of the carriage from the Duke of Jinghua, her smile warm and inviting. As her gaze fell upon the delicate figure of Su Jingning, adorned in a pale blue orchid dress, exuding an air of elegance and grace, she could not help but be captivated by her beauty. I have met Princess Xuyang. Su Jingning greeted her with a gentle voice. Mushi took a step closer, grasping her hand, her smile tender. There is no need for such formalities. In private, you may simply call me by my name, just as you do with Jingma. With a playful wink, she added quietly. Mushi held a fondness for Su Jingning, who appeared soft and charming, exuding a delightful allure. Indeed, ever since they dined together last time, Su Jingning had developed a favorable impression of the noble-born princess. By the way, Your Highness, this is my sister, Su Luoshu. Sure. Please greet Princess Xuyang. Su Jingning introduced her sister, who seemed somewhat uneasy in the presence of the royal. I have met Princess Xuyang. Mushi turned her attention to the girl standing beside Su Jingning, clad in a neat green attire, with a poised demeanor and striking features. Su Luoshu also presented a likable countenance. Your sister is equally as beautiful as you, she complimented Su Luoshu without reservation. Your Highness, you flatter me. Su Jingning felt somewhat embarrassed. Your Highness, second sister, let us proceed inside. The banquet is likely to commence soon. Su Luoshu glanced at the crowd before the Duke of Qing's residence, feeling a touch of discomfort. She tugged at Su Jingning, saying, That Shenzi looks as if she could ignite with fury. Shenzi glared daggers at Su Jingning, who was behaving intimately with Princess Xuyang, her hatred palpable. Damshuhinnin. She is the reason my hand is injured. My left hand can no longer support the guqin. My brother, Prince Chen, still expects me to thank Su Jingning. Humph. If it weren't for her, my hand would not be hurt. I haven't sought her trouble, yet she has come to me first. Miss Shen, I just remembered that Miss Jiang has also invited me to her birthday celebration. I shall make my way there now, and will trouble you at the residence another time. Qi Nanchuan, upon seeing Mushi and Su Jingning heading towards the Jiang residence, could no longer contain himself. With Su Jingning present, he thought perhaps Mushi might spare him, and he hastily bid farewell to Shenzi. Young Master Qi. Shenzi began to call him back, but Qi Nanchuan had already slipped away swiftly. Subsequently, the young ladies and gentlemen who had originally gathered at the Duke of Qing's residence all sought excuses to head to the Jiang residence. Even the reigning emperor's legitimate daughter had a connection with Miss Jiang-san. Thus, they felt compelled to visit the Jiang family, hoping to engage in conversation with Princess Xuyang. As Shenzi watched her invited guests depart one by one for the Jiang residence, her expression darkened ominously.
Laifu,
Prepare the gifts. We shall also go to the Jiang residence. Miss, are we not holding the poetry and tea gathering anymore?
Lei fu looked astonished.
Hold it? What is there to hold? Everyone has gone there. Shunzi's complexion was pale, her expression filled with anger as she strode towards the Jiang residence. Chapter 41. The Birthday Banquet at the Jiang Residence, Part 2. In the Jiang household, the two Jiang sisters continued to mock and criticize Jiang Heling, whose petite face flushed crimson from their taunts, tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly, an excited voice from the steward rang out. The princess of Shuyang has arrived. Jiang Heling, astonished, thought she must have misheard. How could the princess of Shuyang possibly be here? Nevertheless, she rose to greet the esteemed guest, only to be obstructed by Miss Jiang and Miss Jiang Er, who positioned themselves behind her. What could have prompted the princess to visit the Jiang residence? Lady Jiang hurried ahead, her expression a mix of surprise and mild anxiety, while the elder and younger Jiang sisters busily adjusted their garments, fearful of any breach of decorum. The three of them seemed to have completely forgotten that it was, in fact, Jiang Heling's birthday celebration. Your Highness, we are honored.
Mu 11.
Adorned in a deep crimson brocade gown with intricate patterns, exuded an air of elegance and grace, entering the Jiang residence alongside Su Jingning. Lady Jiang, please rise. There is no need for excessive formalities. Mushi gently supported Lady Jiang, a smile playing upon her lips. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings in my manners. Lady Jiang responded with a warm demeanor, adept at conversation. Mushi smiled lightly. It is I who intrudes upon you. These are my two daughters, the elder, Jiang Xuejin, and the younger, Jiang Xueyao. The two sisters immediately beamed like blooming flowers, bowing towards Mu Shi with flattering gazes that elicited little fondness. Mu Shi politely nodded to them before glancing behind. I have heard that today marks the birthday celebration of Miss Jiang San. May I inquire as to her whereabouts? At the royal banquet, she encountered Miss Jiang Heling, renowned for her exquisite beauty, which left a lasting impression on her. The smiles on the faces of Madame Jiang and the two young ladies of the Jiang family faltered momentarily. This humble subject has had the honor of meeting Princess Shuyang. I am deeply grateful for the princess's gracious presence at my birthday celebration. Finally, Jiang Heling found the opportunity to step forward from behind the others. She was celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the capital, adorned in a simple moon-white brocade dress that elegantly accentuated her figure. Her skin was flawless and pale, her brows as dark as ink, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes exuded a gentle allure. With a petite nose and cherry-like lips, she embodied the delicate grace of a noble lady. Due to a sudden change in her itinerary, Mushi had not prepared a gift. She casually removed a bracelet from her wrist and offered it to Jiang Heling. I arrived in haste and could not prepare a present. Let this serve as your birthday gift. Jiang Heling was taken aback by the unexpected honor, hesitant to accept the bracelet. Your Highness's presence is already the greatest surprise for me. I cannot accept such a gift. Mushi cast a glance at the two sisters of the Su family, who were watching Jiang Heling with evident jealousy, and smiled at Jiang Heling. Playfully, she insisted, if you do not accept it, I shall feel quite embarrassed to attend your birthday celebration. Thank you, Your Highness. Please do come in. Jiang Heling finally acquiesced, accepting the bracelet and gesturing for Mu Shi to enter. Miss Su Er, Luo Shu, please do come in as well, she added, smiling at the two ladies nearby. Jiang Heling felt a surge of emotion upon seeing Su Luo Shu, as she had heard that Su Luo Ting and Su Luo Wan had gone to Jiangnan, leading her to believe that Su Luo Shu would come alone. To her surprise, she actually arrived. Typically, she had few friends, with only the daughters of the Su family willing to spend time with her. She observed the girls standing silently beside Princess Shuyang, the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Though she uttered no words, her demeanor was imbued with a cool elegance reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley, rendering her impossible to overlook. She shared no particular friendship with Princess Shuyang, and the princess's sudden attendance at her birthday banquet was undoubtedly due to Miss Su Er. With Princess Shuyang's arrival, a multitude of guests descended upon the Jiang residence, including many noble young ladies and gentlemen. Madame Jiang and her two daughters exerted themselves to cater to the guests, hoping to attract the attention of some eligible bachelor. Due to the throng, Su Jingning and her companions sought refuge in a quiet pavilion to converse. As soon as Qi Nanfeng spotted them, he rushed over and settled beside Mu Shi, refusing to budge. Mu Shi, uninterested, continued her conversation with Su Jingning. Many others attempted to engage Su Jingning and her friends, hoping to converse with Princess Xuyang. However, the fierce and intimidating guards flanking the princess deterred anyone from approaching. They are all here to celebrate your birthday. Why don't you attend to them? Su Luoshu inquired, glancing at the disinterested Jiang Heling, who remained seated beside them. Su Jingning and Mu Shi turned their gaze toward her. Jiang Heling glanced at the lively scene behind her and shook her head. This birthday banquet was never my desire. It was merely my elder sister's whim to enliven things, using my name to host this gathering. They are enjoying themselves now, and I have no inclination to interfere. Su Luoshu gazed at her with a twinge of sympathy. The Jiang residence was not comparable to the Duke of Zhen's mansion. Jiang Heling's mother had passed away early, and the current Madame Jiang was but a concubine elevated to her position, treating her poorly, while her father also showed her little affection. With a gentle disposition, she was often bullied by her two elder sisters at home. She grasped Jiang Heling's hand and squeezed it, offering a reassuring look. Jiang Heling smiled back at Su Luoshu, saying, "It's all right. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you." Su Jingning observed Jiang Heling, a flicker of regret crossing her eyes. Such a wonderful girl had met with such a tragic fate in her past life. In her previous incarnation, Jiang Heling ultimately married Prince Chen, only for him to send her, shortly after giving birth, to the lustful emperor of Manhwa in pursuit of assistance from that kingdom. Unable to endure the humiliation, she took her own life on the way to Manhwa. Later, her brother, Jiang Hechuan, seeking vengeance for her, allied with Prince Ling, leveraging his power to personally slay Prince Chen, subjecting him to a horrific demise.
Miss Jiang.
I wondered why I hadn't seen you around. It turns out you were hiding in this tranquil spot. Shenzi swayed her way toward them, head held high. Having met Princess Xuyang, she noticed Mu Shi's presence and bowed respectfully. Mu Shi, engaged in conversation with Su Jingning, was interrupted by Shenzi, her smile fading slightly. "You may rise," she said, her demeanor cold and distant. Shenzi regarded Su Jingning, realizing she had indeed befriended Princess Xuyang, who must have been deceived by her, unaware of Su Jingning's treacherous and cunning nature. "Your Highness, a lady of such exquisite grace and nobility. How do you dare to be in the same company as the princess?" Shenzi cast a scornful glance at Su Jingning, who had anticipated her approach and remained aloof, indifferent to her provocations. However, Mu Shi, taken aback by Shenzi's impolite remarks, interjected with authority, "Shenzi, what do you mean by that?" With a smile directed at Mu Shi, Shenzi's eyes brimmed with malice as she continued, "Princess, are you aware that a few days ago, this humble servant injured her hand, rendering her incapable of playing the guqin for the rest of her life? It is all due to Su Jingning's wickedness. This woman harbors ill intentions. It would be wise for you, princess, to keep your distance and not be deceived by her." Mu Shi, perceptive in her judgments, had taken an immediate liking to Su Jingning upon their first encounter, finding her delicate and fragile, thereby dismissing Shenzi's slanderous words. "It is not for you to dictate with whom I associate," she retorted. "It seems there is a discrepancy in your account, Miss Shen. I have heard that it was you who first spoke disrespectfully at Yunmiao Pavilion and sought to usurp another's affection. Furthermore, you attempted to strike Su Ermis with a whip. As for your injury, was it not the result of your own unsteadiness while wielding the whip? Or perhaps Su Ermis, in her kindness, tended to your wound? I have heard that, without her intervention, your hand might have been irreparably damaged." At that moment, Jiang Heling's gentle yet resolute voice emerged, defending Su Jingning. On her birthday celebration, with Su Ermis's timely arrival providing her with respite from Shenzi's accusations, Jiang Heling felt compelled to ensure that Su Jingning did not suffer any indignity within the Jiang household. Jiang Heling, renowned as the most exquisite beauty of the imperial capital, surpasses Shenzi in looks, yet possesses a disposition far less endearing than her two elder sisters. It was only upon hearing of Jiang Heling's upcoming birthday celebration that Shenzi deliberately scheduled her own poetry and tea gathering to coincide, seeking to witness her embarrassment.
Now,
as Jiang Heling speaks on behalf of Su Jingning, her disdain for Jiang Heling deepens. "Oh, so you can advocate for others as well? I had thought you would remain cowering in the shadows, too timid to utter a word. What favor has Su Jingning bestowed upon you to elicit such fervent defense?" Shenzi's words are sharp and scathing. Observing this, Su Jingning furrows her brow, realizing that the severing of one of Shenzi's hands has yet to impart any wisdom. Chapter 42. Jiang Hechuan. Su Jingning cast a cold glance at Shenzi. Just as she was about to speak, a clear voice laced with anger interrupted her. Miss Shun, have you come to stir trouble at my sister's birthday celebration today? Turning towards the source of the voice, her eyes widened in surprise upon seeing a strikingly handsome young man striding swiftly towards them, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Heling. It was Jiang Hetsuan, Jiang Heling's elder brother. What astonished her further was the sight of Gu Yanin leisurely approaching from a distance. What brought him to the Jiang residence? Mu Shi also spotted Gu Yanin, her expression betraying her delight. Yet, neither of them voiced their thoughts, choosing instead to maintain their cold gaze on the troublemaker, Shenzi. Shenzi had not anticipated Jiang Hetsuan's sudden return, for he cherished his sister dearly. Brother, you're back. Jiang Heling's eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of Jiang Hetsuan. She had believed that he would be unable to attend her birthday celebration this year. Jiang Hetsuan smiled indulgently at Jiang Heling before turning his attention to Shenzi. I heard that Miss Shun is hosting a poetry tea gathering today. How is it that you have the time to attend my sister's birthday banquet? Surely, she did not send you an invitation for this occasion? Jiang Hetsuan's words were blunt, implying that Shenzi had intruded uninvited. Shenzi's face flushed crimson, yet she retorted defiantly, what? I came with good intentions to present a birthday gift to Jiang Heling. Are you suggesting that you could expel me? Jiang Hetsuan had never encountered someone so brazen, leaving him momentarily speechless. The commotion they caused captured the attention of Madame Jiang, who was taken aback to see Jiang Hetsuan's unexpected return. What could have prompted his sudden arrival? If that little rascal Jiang Heling were to speak nonsense, it would surely cause trouble with the master. Ah, Heluchuan, you have returned? Why did you not send someone to announce your arrival so that I might prepare accordingly? Jiang Heluchuan, in a fit of anger, ignored Madame Jiang and cast a cold glance at Shenzi. If Miss Shun continues her reckless talk and shows disrespect towards my sister's friends, she is requested to leave the Jiang residence. Madame Jiang, observing the dark countenance of Shenzi, immediately understood the situation. The master had instructed her not to provoke the Duke of Qing's household. Yet now she found herself unable to offend either party. Heluchuan, do not be rude. Miss Shun is here to attend Ling's birthday celebration and is a distinguished guest of our household, Madame Jiang said with a smile, stepping forward to greet Shenzi. She then bowed respectfully to Mu Shixing and addressed Mu Shixing and Su Jingning with warmth. The flowers in the garden are in full bloom, presenting a unique spectacle in this winter season. Let Linger take the princess and the young ladies to appreciate the blossoms. Madame Jiang, being astute, managed her words to offend no one, hoping that separating the groups would avert any conflict. Jiang Heling was also reluctant to continue entangling with Shenzi. Princess. Miss Su Air, please follow me this way. Madame Jiang affectionately attempted to lead the somewhat displeased Shenzi in another direction, only to freeze in her tracks upon turning. She stood in a daze, gazing at the figure leaning against a nearby pillar in the corridor, Gu Yanin, the young master, who wore a dark robe adorned with silver embroidery and a deep blue cloak, his ink-black hair partially tied up, exuding both nobility and an air of aloofness. How could young Master Gu be here? It is over. Her recent display of petulance must have been witnessed by him. Shenzi promptly adopted a delicate and charming demeanor, lifting her voice as she curtsied in the direction of Gu Yanin. She had previously encountered young Master Gu. Gu Yanin straightened his posture and approached her. In an instant, Shenzi's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her somewhat at a loss. What to do? Young Master Gu was approaching her. How exhilarating! She tugged at her handkerchief, presenting what she believed to be her most enchanting expression to Gu Yanin. However, Gu Yanin's attention remained fixated on Su Jingning, who stood gracefully in a pale blue gown beneath the pavilion, her expression aloof and indifferent. He completely overlooked Shenzi, passing right by her. Shenzi's sweet smile froze on her face. Young Master Gu had not acknowledged her. Yanin, what brings you to the Jiang residence? Surely, you are not here to attend Miss Jiang's birthday celebration as well? Qi Nanfeng teased, directing his question at Gu Yanin. Gu Yanin paid him no heed. Instead, he nodded towards Mu Shi and then turned to Su Jingning, offering her a smile. Miss Su Air is also present. Su Jingning responded with a slight nod, her gaze revealing a flicker of curiosity. His complexion appeared paler than usual, and as he approached, the breeze carried a heavier scent of ancient sandalwood than was customary. Was he injured? Young Master Gu is my guest. I happened to encounter him on my way back to the residence and, having not seen him in quite some time, invited him for a visit, Jiang Hechuan explained. Linger, please take the princess and the other young ladies for a stroll around the estate. I have a few matters to discuss with young Master Gu, and I shall join you shortly, he instructed Jiang Heling. Young Master Gu, this way please. After speaking, he courteously led Gu Yenin to his courtyard, which belonged to Jiang Hechuan. Gu Yenin, holding the teacup, attentively listened to the news brought by Jiang Hechuan. Jiang Hechuan had been tasked with secretly assisting the fourth prince of Xiliang, Feng Yujie, in seizing the throne from Xiliang's great prince, who had plotted rebellion. He had orchestrated the fourth prince's acquisition of support from the most significant tribe of Xiliang, the Helians, and swiftly subdued the faction of the rebellious great prince. On New Year's Eve, the fourth prince ascended to the Xiliang throne. Feng Yujie pledged an alliance with the great Zhou, and to demonstrate his sincerity, he revealed that both Bai Yan and manhwa had begun clandestine communications since September of the previous year. They had secretly assisted manhwa with a shipment of cold iron ore, which, due to the stringent defenses of the Great Zhou, was transported through Xiliang, evading detection. Given that manhwa's mineral resources were scarce and did not yield cold iron, the fact that Bai Yan was covertly supplying manhwa with cold iron suggested that the two nations had likely formed an alliance. Jiang Hechuan's expression was one of concern. Bai Yan's weaponry was forged from cold iron, and should they manufacture cold iron weapons for manhwa, the blades would inevitably be directed at the Great Zhou, leading to potential turmoil in the southern territories. Gu Yenin furrowed his brow. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the palace to report this matter to His Majesty. I will discreetly dispatch someone to investigate the situation in the southern regions, Gu Yenin spoke solemnly to Jiang Hechuan. Understood. The Xiliang envoy would likely reach the imperial capital in about half a month, and among the delegation was the Xiliang princess, rumored to have received a secret decree from the emperor, indicating intentions of an alliance with the Great Zhou. The Xiliang princess? Is it Feng Xian? Gu Yenin raised his gaze, somewhat astonished. Indeed, the princess of Xiliang is quite a remarkable figure. Should she genuinely come for the purpose of a political marriage, the current equilibrium between the two factions in the court would likely be disrupted. Jiang Hechuan maintained a tranquil demeanor, almost as if he were an amused spectator. It would be prudent to discreetly monitor her movements. With the young emperor of Xiliang, an alliance with de Zhou would eliminate a significant source of support. Gu Yenin pondered deeply. Having suffered defeat, Xiliang's proposed terms for peace were already stringent, and it would be foolish for the young emperor to send another princess as a hostage, especially when Feng Xian holds substantial power in Xiliang. In the Jiang estate's garden, Shen Zi stood beneath a snow pine, occasionally glancing towards the distant courtyard. Ever since Gu Yenin's arrival, she had been unable to remain still. She harbored deep affection for the young Master Gu, vowing never to marry anyone else. Unfortunately, the young master was notoriously indifferent to others, and no woman seemed to catch his eye. He seldom attended social gatherings and rarely returned to the capital, rendering her opportunities to see him exceedingly rare. Thus, today, she resolved to express her feelings to Gu Yenin, ensuring he would remember her. At last, she spotted him emerging from the courtyard, clad in a deep blue cloak, his tall figure exuding an air of aloof nobility. Shen Zi felt her cheeks flush as she awaited his approach. Young Master Gu. Upon encountering the suddenly appearing young woman, Gu Yenin furrowed his brow, sidestepping her presence and regarding her with a cold gaze.
Who are you?
His voice was deep and laced with chill. I am the youngest daughter of Duke Qing, Shenzi, she replied, her head bowed in shyness, unable to meet his gaze. What business do you have with me? He cast a fleeting glance at Shenzi, finding the name somewhat familiar. Young Master Gu, I wish to express that I have long admired you. Would you be willing? Shenzi's petite face flushed crimson, her voice laced with shyness. I refuse. Gu Yenin's tone was cold and decisive, his gaze sweeping disdainfully over Shenzi before he strode past her without a hint of mercy. Suddenly, he recalled that she was the one who had troubled Su Jingning at Yumiao Pavilion the other day, and it seemed she had also been in the pavilion of the Jiang residence moments ago. He felt no desire to linger any longer. Shenzi stood frozen in place, her small face as pale as a ghost, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed incredulously at the retreating figure. Chapter 43. Matchmaking. Gu Yenin paid no heed to Shenzi, who was weeping inconsolably behind him as he strode purposefully away from the Jiang family garden. Just as he turned the corner of the corridor, he encountered Su Jingning, causing him to slow his pace. What brings you here? Gu Yenin's previously icy demeanor softened considerably. I accidentally dropped my hairpin in the pavilion over there, so I came to look for it, Su Jingning replied, raising the white jade hairpin in her hand. She stepped a little closer to Gu Yenin and detected a faint scent of medicine emanating from him. Her gaze shifted to his pale lips and the delicate blood vessels visible in his eyes. How did you get hurt? Is someone pursuing you again? Su Jingning regarded Gu Yenin, her almond-shaped eyes cooling, her small face taut with seriousness. A tremor of apprehension coursed through Gu Yenin. She had discerned his condition. He had concealed it well. Even Jiang Hechuan had not perceived it. How had she managed to find out? Noticing his silence, Su Jingning suddenly placed her hand on his wrist. Although he knew she would not uncover anything significant, Gu Yenin still felt a flicker of panic. Are you worried about me? He skillfully evaded her cool fingertips, a wicked smile playing on his lips, his voice low and enticing. Su Jingning's outstretched hand trembled slightly, yet her expression remained unchanged. She firmly grasped his pale wrist. Do not move. This time, Gu Yenin did not resist, allowing her to take his pulse. He lowered his gaze to her slightly furrowed brow, a smile dancing in his eyes. After a moment, Su Jingning's expression grew serious, and she finally released his hand. His pulse was unremarkable, even more robust than that of an ordinary person, indicative of excellent health. This young lady certainly did not wish to save someone whose life had not yet surpassed her own. Su Jingning regarded him, her exquisite face radiating a confident and proud smile, an attempt to alleviate her earlier embarrassment. Gu Yenin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, returning her smile with a gentle, affectionate expression. In gratitude for your life-saving kindness, I shall endeavor to live a bit longer. However, it is merely a minor injury, nothing to fret over. Su Jingning's smile faltered momentarily, her ears flushing red as she awkwardly replied, Who is worried about you? Observing her discomfort, Gu Yenin's smile grew more pronounced. Unbeknownst to them, Shun Zi stood at a distance beneath a tree, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes filled with resentment. Why should this be? She had harbored feelings for Gu Yenin for 3 years, her heart and mind consumed by thoughts of him. Yet, he had coldly rejected her before she could finish speaking, leaving her utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, Su Jingning could brazenly grasp his hand in public, and not only did he not refuse her, but he also appeared genuinely delighted. It was once again Su Jingning, a frail, sickly child from a family of military generals. How could she possibly compare? She was the beloved niece of the favored Consort Shu, a close cousin of His Highness the Crown Prince. What was Su Jingning, after all? Mu Shi and Su Luo Shu, along with a few others, waited for quite some time in the flower room of the Jiang residence, yet Su Jingning had yet to return. As noon approached, Madame Jiang sent someone to convey that the banquet was about to commence and requested their presence in the banquet hall. The group prepared to make their way back to the hall when they fortuitously encountered Su Jingning and Gu Yen and approaching them side by side. The man stood tall and handsome, exuding an air of nobility, while the girl was delicate and gentle, her demeanor elegantly aloof. Resembling a pair of ethereal figures stepped out from a painting. Mu Shi observed Gu Yen who wore a gentle smile and had a relaxed gaze fixed on the girl beside him, and felt a twinge of curiosity. It was a rare sight to see Gu Yen so at ease. For some inexplicable reason, she sensed a certain warmth in Gu Yen's eyes when he looked at Jingning. Jingning, have you found your hairpin? She called out as she approached Su Jingning. Princess, I found it. It was left in the pavilion, Su Jingning replied, holding up a jade hairpin and shaking it playfully, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, exuding a charming aura. That's wonderful. How did you come across Yenin? Mu Shi inquired, now standing beside Su Jingning and addressing Gu Yenin. We met in the corridor, Gu Yenin replied in a low voice. Since we have encountered each other, Princess, young Master Gu, Miss Su Air, let us proceed to the banquet hall together. The feast is about to begin, Jiang Heling said, pulling Su Luo Shu along as she addressed the group. Upon their arrival at the Jiang residence's banquet hall, they found it already filled with guests. Shan Zhe, with reddened eyes, sat at the table reserved for the esteemed ladies of the Qing nation, her gaze fixed with unmasked resentment on Su Jingning, who was seated alongside Princess Su Yang. Su Jingning, just you wait. I shall ensure that you reveal your true self as a hypocrite before young Master Gu and Princess Su Yang. The banquet at the Jiang residence bore no distinction from those of ordinary families in the imperial capital. Following the midday feast, the gathering was merely filled with young noblemen and women reciting poetry and painting, lacking any novelty. Su Jingning, disinterested in participation, chose instead to bask in the sun while observing the festivities. Mu Shi stood beside her, glancing at the girl who seemed at ease under the sunlight. And after a moment's hesitation, inquired, Jingning, did you know Gu Yanan in the past? Or did he recognize you? Su Jingning turned to face Mu Shi, who towered over her with an innate air of nobility. She recalled in her mind the northern frontier after Gu Yanan ascended to the throne, which resembled a fortress forged of bronze and iron. He was then known for his bloodthirst and cruelty, harboring deep-seated suspicions and violent tendencies. With many officials of the Beiyang royal household meeting untimely fates at his hands, the royal household had become so impenetrable that not even a mere fly could enter, save for the esteemed Princess Xuyang, who could come and go freely. It seemed she held a unique significance in his life. Why would the princess pose such a question? Su Jingning refrained from answering, instead casting her gaze towards Gu Yanan, who was conversing with Jiang Hechuan and Qi Nanfeng in the distance. Mu Shi followed her line of sight, her expression tinged with melancholy. It's nothing. I merely perceived that his gaze towards you resembled that of an old friend. Moreover, when you're not smiling, your aura bears a striking resemblance to his. It was precisely because of this similarity in aura that she had been drawn to Su Jingning at first sight. Upon hearing Mu Shi's words, Su Jingning looked down at herself, pondering for a while but failing to discern any resemblance to Gu Yanan. Did the princess harbor feelings for Gu Yanan? She hastily clarified, Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. I have no relationship with young Master Gu. Mu Shi observed the slightly anxious expression on Su Jingning's face and instantly realized that she had misunderstood his feelings for Gu Yanan. Leaning in closer, he softened his tone. Oh dear, you've misinterpreted my intentions. I merely believe that you and he appear remarkably well suited for one another. I seldom witness him so at ease. His eyes always glimmer with joy when they rest upon you. This jest cannot be taken lightly. A princess ought not to jest, Su Jingning exclaimed, suddenly awakening to the realization that her recent encounters with Gu Yanan had indeed been rather frequent. If it were true that Gu Yanan harbored feelings for her, what then should she do? Mu Shi, regarding the dazed Su Jingning, appraised her from head to toe, increasingly convinced that only a woman as stunning and gentle as she could be worthy of the aloof and proud Gu Yanan. Yet, he noted with concern that her constitution seemed frail. He had heard tales of the daughters from the Duke's household being well-versed in both literary and martial arts. However, when he held her hand today, he sensed no trace of internal strength within her, suggesting that she was not accustomed to martial training. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that Gu Yanan, with his formidable prowess, would surely protect her. As the banquet at the Jiang residence drew to a close, twilight had nearly settled in. Upon departing, Mu Shi's gaze lingered on Su Jingning and Gu Yanan as he had arranged for their gathering at Qi's residence the following day, his eyes betraying a hint of matchmaking intent. Su Jingning, exasperated, acquiesced without much thought. Previously, she had perceived Princess Xuyang as an imperious and dignified figure, a free-spirited woman. Yet today she discovered a delightful side to her character, vivacious, loquacious, and with a penchant for playing matchmaker. Chapter 44. Misunderstanding cough, cough, cough. Su Jingning bent over, pressing her hand against her chest as she coughed violently, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She had been exposed to the sun for too long today, leaving her throat somewhat uncomfortable. Sister, are you all right? Su Luoshu asked anxiously, patting her back to help her breathe. Su Jingning offered her a reassuring smile. It's nothing serious. Just a bit of sun exposure today. I'll be fine after a short rest, Su Jingning replied in a hoarse voice. After speaking, she closed her eyes and leaned back against the carriage, her mind filled with the words Mu Shi had shared with her earlier. She had indeed grown closer to Gu Yanan recently, and the Beiyang Wangfu had become quite conspicuous in court. If anyone were to notice her proximity to Gu Yanan, it might bring trouble to the Zhenghua Gongfu. Reflecting on her past regrets regarding Gu Yanan, she had conveyed everything she could to him. Henceforth, it would be prudent to maintain some distance. Upon returning to the manor, Su Jingning instructed Yunya to visit the Qi family the next day, claiming she was unwell and thus declining Mu Shi's invitation. Su Jingning then secluded herself in the manor, not venturing out. When Mu Shi came to check on her, seeing her grave condition, she chose not to disturb her further. Even the long-awaited invitation from Yu Sun, who had just returned from Jiangnan to the capital and wished to take her to the newly opened Fengting Lu, went unheeded. This self-imposed isolation lasted a full 20 days. The winter in the capital was shorter than in previous years, and by late February, the weather had warmed considerably. The long-dormant willows of the Zhenghua Gongfu had begun to sprout new buds. finally free from the heavy fox fur cloak she had worn daily. Su Jingning felt a newfound lightness, rejuvenating her spirit considerably. She had a rocking chair moved beneath the magnolia tree in the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight while reading. A most delightful experience. Eventually, feeling drowsy, she shielded her face with the book and succumbed to slumber. As Su Jingma entered the courtyard, he spotted his sister, Su Jingning, reclining in the rocking chair with a book covering her face. He approached her stealthily, intending to startle her. However, just as he reached out, Su Jingning hurled the book at him, catching him off guard. "Brother, how old are you? Still trying to scare me? If you frighten me, I shall tell mother that you are bullying me," she said, sitting up, smoothing her skirt, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Yet her expression conveyed disdain as she regarded Su Jingma. Unfazed, Su Jingma approached her with a smile, handing the book back. "Well, you weren't frightened, were you?" Su Jingning accepted the book and inquired, "What brings you here, brother? You've been cooped up in the courtyard every day. One might think you've gone a bit daft. The spring hunt at Huishan is approaching, and the emperor has decreed that officials of the third rank and above, along with their families, are to accompany him to Huishan for 5 days. Didn't mother inform you?" Su Jingma felt a twinge of concern that his sister was so oblivious to such an important matter. "No, is it mandatory?"
Su Jinmin replied.
Her desire to remain in the courtyard evident, wishing to go nowhere else. "It is imperative. This year's spring hunt is unlike any other, featuring envoys from Xiliang and the Xiliang princess. They will also participate in the hunt, and the noble ladies and gentlemen of the imperial capital, accustomed to a life of luxury, will hardly be their match. The emperor has specifically instructed that the sons of the Duke of Town must attend, including you and Shuer." Su Jingma recalled the Western Liang princess, her gaze dimmed slightly, emotions swirling beneath the surface, quickly concealed. Following the conclusion of the peace talks between Western Liang and the Great Zhou, the princess of Western Liang had established a pact with His Majesty of the Great Zhou, carrying the edict of the Western Liang Emperor to remain in the Zhou for 3 years, specifically to learn from Zhou's economic and cultural practices. In light of this, Western Liang had generously presented 1,000 warhorses. How could His Majesty refuse? The Western Liang princess, Feng Xian, truly intended to stay in the Great Zhou? Su Jingning furrowed her brow in inquiry. Ever since the Western Liang delegation arrived in the capital, her heart had been in turmoil, as events diverged from her previous life. In her past existence, the Western Liang princess had not come to the Great Zhou, nor had she ever suggested remaining there. She could not fathom what had gone awry. Was it due to her rebirth? Yet, since her rebirth, she had been exceedingly cautious, only dealing with Mu Ling and Shen Ruofu. Could it be because she had relinquished military power over the Western Front to her father? Indeed, her family, the Duke of the Nation, had long guarded the western borders, and had established enmity with Western Liang. This time, they might be coming for them, thus she needed to exercise caution. Su Jingma, feeling apprehensive, advised Su Jingning. Understood. The following day, at the royal hunting grounds at the foot of Mount Hua, the spring hunting event marked the first significant affair of the new year for the Great Zhou, and this occasion was particularly grand, with the Western Liang delegation in attendance, accompanied by a multitude of official families. Mount Hua, as a royal hunting ground, boasted picturesque scenery. Towering mountains kissed the sky, with trees standing tall among the clouds. While the air was fragrant with the scent of greenery, the gentle spring breeze caressed the face, intoxicating all who breathed it in. The hunt will officially commence tomorrow. Today, after a half-day's journey, the emperor instructed each household to rest. The tent of the Duke of the State was situated near the edge of the camp, with the women residing in one area and the men in another. Accompanying the Duke were only the Duchess and the Third Lady, Lu, along with Su Jingning and Su Luoshu. The Third Lady, Lu, rarely ventured beyond the capital, and after this brief journey, she was severely affected by motion sickness. The Duchess and Su Luoshu were tending to her, while Su Jingning, feeling helpless, stepped out of the tent. Having never visited Huishan in her previous life, she was taken aback by the beauty of the landscape. Hearing tales of a picturesque misty lake, she decided to take a few extra steps to see it for herself. However, upon reaching the lake, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Yenin, whom she had been avoiding for quite some time. Clad in a deep blue embroidered robe, his long hair was elegantly tied atop his head with a jade crown, his striking features reminiscent of an otherworldly being. He appeared to be in deep conversation with Mou, his brow furrowed in concentration. Startled by the sight of him, Su Jingning instinctively turned to flee, hoping he had not noticed her.
Miso.
Where are you off to? Gu Yanen's voice, cold and tinged with an icy demeanor, called out from behind her. Su Jingning froze in place, caught in a dilemma of whether to turn around or remain still. As Mou passed by, he offered her a respectful bow. With the sound of approaching footsteps growing ever closer, Su Jingning closed her eyes in resignation and turned to face him. What a coincidence you are here too. She managed a sheepish smile. Gu Yanen, observing her beaming face, suddenly wore a frosty expression. Is it truly that undesirable to see me? That you would rather hide upon encountering me? Gu Yanen's voice was inherently frigid, but at this moment, fueled by anger, it resonated with an unsettling chill. What are you saying? I am not avoiding you. I merely refrained from interrupting your conversation with others. Su Jingning continued to explain with a smile. Is that so? Then why did you feign illness to decline the invitation you had with Mu Shi, and why have you persistently pretended to be unwell to evade her? Gu Yanen's voice retained its icy undertone, his expression tinged with hurt. He had pondered for so long, yet could not comprehend what he had done wrong to cause her to suddenly distance herself from him.
Su Jingning's smile faltered,
Gradually cooling into a guarded and wary demeanor. You have been investigating me in secret. The depths of her dark eyes glimmered with frost, her tone calm yet chilling. She loathed the sensation of being scrutinized, every action monitored. If he was aware of her pretense of illness, then he must have gleaned some understanding of her previous actions. Gu Yanen, I have always despised being watched. Whatever fears I harbor or whether I am feigning illness is none of your concern. Su Jingning felt a surge of anger at Gu Yanen's words, her small face taut with indignation, and with that, she turned to leave. Gu Yanen felt a sharp pang in his heart from her words. He had never anticipated she would misinterpret his intentions. He knew she was pretending to be ill because her maid had visited the Qi residence, reporting her sickness and inability to go out. Believing her cold symptoms had flared up, he hurried to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, only to find her in good health, leading to his realization. He initially thought that she was merely feigning illness to avoid going out, but as the days passed and she continued her charade, it dawned on him that she was indeed evading him. He assumed he had done something to displease her, yet despite the passage of half a month, he remained oblivious to the source of her distress. Today, upon seeing him again, she instinctively turned to flee, and in a moment of frustration, he spoke to her with a tone that was somewhat icy. Noticing her anger as she attempted to depart, he quickly grasped her wrist. You misunderstand. I have not been investigating you. I am. His voice softened considerably, yearning to clarify, yet when he met the frigid gaze of Su Jingning, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Indeed, what was he to her? He could not even muster the courage to approach her openly and express his concern. Ultimately, he resigned himself, conceding, if you believe I am investigating, then so be it. Gradually, he released Su Jingning's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He ought not to harbor hopes of winning her affection. He was the first to depart from Mist Lake, his retreat marked by a sense of disarray. Observing his departing figure, Su Jingning felt a pang of regret for her earlier words. As Su Jingma emerged from the tent, he encountered Gu Yanen, whose face was a mask of displeasure. He greeted him with surprise, but Gu Yanen, as if oblivious to his presence, brushed past him. This left Su Jingma bewildered, especially when he noticed Su Jingning approaching from the same direction, prompting his curiosity. Ningning, did you run into Gu Yanen just now? He seems as if he has just emerged from the underworld, emanating an aura of menace. Su Jingma inquired of Su Jingning. How would I know? I am not acquainted with him, Su Jingning replied, her tone somewhat sharp, her expression cold as she made her way into the tent.
Ah.
But I heard that you all visited the Jiang residence together. He even came specifically to inquire whether you were unwell. Su Jingma murmured behind her. Su Jingning paused as she entered the tent, then re-emerged. What did you say? When did he come? Just a day after you went to the Jiang residence, replied Su Jingma, observing the serious expression on Su Jingning's face.
What?
How did you speak to him?
Suhinmin luktaterli estanist.
You weren't ill, after all. Your cold has been quite well managed recently, Su Jingma stated matter-of-factly. Su Jingning covered her face, wishing to avoid seeing her elder brother any longer. Why didn't he mention it sooner? This is a significant misunderstanding. Su Jingning glanced in the direction where Gu Yanen had departed, contemplating how she might clarify the situation. Chapter 45. The spring hunt. Su Jingning tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find solace in sleep. His mind consumed by the image of Gu Yanen leaving with reddened eyes. Her departure had clearly been precipitated by frustration. At dawn the following day, the Zhou emperor conducted the opening hunt ceremony before a gathering of civil and military officials, as well as participants in the hunt, while the official families observed from the periphery. Since the emperor had departed from the imperial capital, he entrusted the affairs of the court to the crown prince. Thus the crown prince was notably absent among the accompanying princes. It was rumored that the emperor had brought along the noble consort Shu for this outing. Seated prominently among the official families on the observation platform, the noble consort Shu exuded an air of elegance and grace in her splendid attire. Occasionally, she engaged in conversation with the wife of the Duke of Qing seated beside her. On the opposite side sat the wife of the Duke of Zhen and the third lady of the Jin family, accompanied by the wife of Minister Liu. These ladies, all of esteemed rank, were seated just below the noble consort Shu. Observing the participants in the hunt, the wife of the Duke of Zhen, Lady Shi, and the third lady, Liu, finally spotted the children from the Duke of Zhen's household among the hunters. Noticing Liu's evident anxiety, Lady Shi grasped her hand reassuringly, saying, "Yuan Yi, there is no need for concern. These children are seasoned warriors, and this contest is merely trifling." Yuan Yi was the given name of the third lady. Yet, the third lady remained furrowed in worry, whispering to Lady Shi, elder sister-in-law, "What merit is there in fretting over those rascals? My true concern lies with Ning and Shuer. Why, I wonder, does the Princess of Xiliang insist on participating in the hunt so suddenly?" The lady of the Duke of the State appeared remarkably at ease. Rest assured, Shuer and Ninger are quite clever. Although Ninger is of frail health, she has trained in martial arts alongside her brothers since childhood, and besides, they have several brothers to protect them. Su Jingning stood among the hunting participants, casting her gaze towards Gu Yenin, who stood a short distance behind the emperor, his countenance cold and exuding an air of detachment. With a silent sigh, Su Jingning resolved to approach him once the formalities concluded. The Xiliang delegation comprised 18 members, positioned to the left of the great Zhou hunting party, led by the Xiliang princess, adorned in resplendent crimson attire. Her waist was adorned with jingling golden bells, and a magnificent agate ornament graced her forehead, epitomizing the pride and beauty of a quintessential Xiliang maiden with strikingly bold features. Behind her stood robust Xiliang warriors, clearly selected for their exceptional prowess. Even the princess's two handmaidens appeared to be trained fighters. In contrast, the majority of the great Zhou hunting participants were pampered nobles who, despite having received martial training at home, could not rival the mastery of the Xiliang people who had grown up on horseback. Su Jingning also spotted Xinzi among the crowd, accompanied by several daughters of generals allied with the Qinghua house. With the resounding call of the horn echoing through the air, the hunt officially commenced. The spring hunt spanned 5 days. The initial 2 days were designated for individual hunting, after which the participants could exchange their catches for rewards from the emperor. It was said that this year's top prize would be a sunbow, bestowed personally by His Majesty. In 3 days, a competition was to be held at the behest of the Western Liang princess. Over the course of 3 days, the teams from Western Liang and the Great Zhou would engage in a hunt in the majestic manhwa, with rewards bestowed on the 3rd day based on the results. Su Jingning, disinterested in the competitions of the preceding days, had originally intended to seek out Gu Yenin immediately after the ceremonial proceedings concluded. However, the Emperor of Zhou's insistence on having Gu Yenin accompany him during the hunt thwarted her plans, preventing her even a glimpse of him. The following day unfolded in a similar fashion. When she visited Gu Yenin's tent, she was informed by Mou that Gu Yenin had ventured into the mountains and his return was uncertain, leaving her once more without a meeting. Su Jingning felt that he was deliberately evading her, and she resolved to return, determined that he could not possibly avoid her again the next day. On the morning of the 3rd day of the hunt, a ceremonial platform was erected before the hunting grounds, where the Emperor of Zhou and the noble consort sat in elevated positions, prepared to award the top performers from the previous 2 days. To her surprise, the highest scorer in the hunt was none other than the Princess Feng Xian of Western Liang, who had single-handedly slain 2 wild wolves. Following her was Princess Muxi of Xiyang, while Prince Chen showcased commendable dedication, securing 3rd place. Muxi, having studied the sword under the esteemed Mo Linyuan, displayed exceptional swordsmanship. Yet, given that Princess Feng Xian was not only the princess, but also a seasoned general commanding her own troops, her experience far surpassed that of Muxi. Thus, Su Jingning was not astonished by the outcome that crowned the Western Liang princess as the victor. What puzzled her was the absence of Gu Yenin from the leaderboard. Had he not been hunting in the woods these past 2 days? How could he have been overlooked? Truly, Princess Xian exemplified the prowess of a female general from Western Liang, and the bow under the blazing sun was rightfully hers. Emperor Zhou, with a smile gracing his face, personally descended from the dais to present the exquisitely crafted sun bow, forged entirely from red iron, to Feng Xian. Xian expressed her gratitude to His Majesty, remarking that the Princess of Xuyang from your esteemed nation is indeed a remarkable talent, rivaling her male counterparts. Accepting the sun bow, Feng Xian thanked him once more, then cast a glance towards Mu Xi, her eyes filled with admiration for a worthy opponent. The Princess of Xuyang was merely 5 points short of her prowess, and she was pleasantly surprised by the formidable skills of the Princess of Zhou. Princess Xian offered her compliments. Mu Xi, poised with her sword, gracefully bowed to Feng Xian, exuding a spirit of valor. Prince Chen cast a subtle glance at Mu Xi, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Had he captured that wild boar, the dais honor would have rightfully belonged to him. Ha ha ha. This girl merely brandishes a sword a few times, but she cannot compare to Princess Xian. The Emperor of Zhou, who has always held a special affection for Mu Xi, felt an even greater joy upon hearing Feng Xian praise her, his words brimming with pride. Very well, from today onwards, the contest between the warriors of Xiliang and the Great Zhou begins. Is the princess ready? The Emperor inquired of Feng Xian. In response to His Majesty of Zhou, the warriors of Xiliang stand ready to accept any challenge from the warriors of Zhou, Feng Xian replied succinctly, her demeanor radiating confidence. The warriors of Xiliang are meticulously selected, and their previous performances were merely a fade to conceal their true strength. The noble ladies and gentlemen of Zhou are no match for her. Only the esteemed Su family, renowned in the Western territories, could possibly rival her. Yet, it seems they too have masked their abilities, and she must remain vigilant. In the recent competition, the Duke of the town had specifically advised the young lords of the Duke's residence to maintain a low profile, resulting in a lack of earnestness in their contests. Now let the events commence. Including the princess, there are a total of 18 participants from Xiliang. Thus, the Great Zhou has also dispatched 18 individuals: Princess Mu Xi of Xuyang, Prince Mu Heng of Chun, Gu Yenan, along with 6 young lords from the Duke's residence, as well as Su Jingning and Su Luoshu. Additionally, several distinguished young gentlemen from the imperial capital have joined, making the appearance of Xin Zi somewhat unexpected. Chapter 46. The contest begins. The hunting grounds opened after midday, for the vast expanse of manhwa was teeming with a plethora of avian and terrestrial creatures, not lacking in fierce birds of prey and ferocious beasts. Consequently, both parties were afforded an hour and a half to deliberate on their hunting strategies before venturing into the mountain. Mu Xi caught sight of Su Jingning within the ranks and furrowed her brow with concern, calling out to her. Jingning, Your Highness, Su Jingning replied, performing a respectful bow. Truly, Father has chosen you for this endeavor. Given your frail condition, how can you possibly enter the hunting grounds? Perhaps it would be best for you to remain in the military tent and assist us in tallying the spoils, Mu Xi said, her frown deepening with irritation. Indeed, with your delicate constitution, do not become an encumbrance to us. Should we fail to capture any game, we would then be obliged to rescue you. Xin Zi remarked disdainfully as she passed by Su Jingning, her tone laced with contempt, leaving behind a dismissive comment. You, as Mu Xi prepared to admonish Xin Zi, she was halted by Su Jingning's grasp. Your Highness, I hail from a family of military distinction and am not as feeble as you perceive. You may not be aware, but my second sister's archery skills were taught by our grandfather himself. He only instructed my elder brother and second sister. My brother's prowess is renowned throughout the Western territories, and my second sister's skills are not to be underestimated, Su Luoshu interjected with a bright smile. Observing Mu Xi's worried expression, in the entire Duke of the State's household, no one can rival my brother and sister in archery and horsemanship. Is that truly so? Mu Xi asked, a hint of astonishment in her voice. While she had not witnessed the Duke's heir's archery skills firsthand, she had heard of his renown. Yet, Su Jingning appeared so delicate, she hardly seemed the type to wield a bow. Rest assured, my princess, I shall not hold you back, he said with confidence. Let us proceed inside. Su Jing led Mu Xi into the military tent. Within, everyone had already gathered, and at the center of the tent lay a sand table depicting the terrain of manhwa. Prince Chen, surrounded by the assembly, was deep in discussion regarding strategies. Upon entering, Su Jing's gaze fell upon Gu Yenan, who, In stark contrast to the others engrossed in the sand table, sat leisurely at the back, sipping tea. Clad in black armor, his noble aura was unmistakable, yet he paid no heed to their arrival. The hunting ground of manhwa is intricate and vast. The 18 warriors dispatched by Shiliang are handpicked and formidable, not to be underestimated. Do any of you have insights? Prince Chun inquired, his voice grave as he studied the sand table. Though the Shiliang princess's team has not performed remarkably in the recent competitions, they have spent 2 days navigating manhwa, thoroughly familiarizing themselves with its nuances. They are acutely aware of where the beasts are most prevalent, and for the next 3 days, they need only to encircle and hunt. The Shiliang people have been raised in the wild. If we do not take precautions, their chances of victory may surpass ours, he added. Do you have any clever strategies, young Master Su? Prince Chun inquired, seeking Su Jingchen's knowledge of the Shiliang princess and her warriors. Knowing that he had engaged with them before. The Rain Creek Valley is easy to enter but difficult to exit, serving as a natural trap. We could divide into 4 groups. One to set up formations in the Rain Creek Valley to ensure that any beasts entering Yunshi Valley cannot escape. Another to drive the prey towards the Rain Creek Valley. A third to lie in ambush within the valley to shoot down the quarry. And the final group to divert the attention of the Shiliang warriors, hunting throughout manhwa to mislead them. Su Jingchen pointed to a valley on the sand table, his voice calm and composed. Prince Chun nodded. Indeed, let it be so. I shall take charge of eliminating the prey, while the other personnel will be assigned by young Master Su. Upon hearing this, Mushi curled her lip, thinking it rather convenient that he would only handle the killing, leaving the arduous tasks to others, merely waiting in the valley for prey to present itself for his slaughter. Truly a master of manipulation. Su Jingchen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced, bowing slightly to Mushi. Then the princess shall lead a group to drive the forest prey towards Yushi Valley. Su Jingma and Su Jingxian, you will accompany the princess. The terrain of Hua Mountain is vast. The princess's group may take 2 additional members, while the remaining 3 groups will consist of 4 members each. I will oversee one group to set up formations in Yushi Valley to ensnare the prey, ensuring they cannot escape. Su Jingyi, Su Jingza, and Su Luoshu shall join me. Su Jingyi excels in creating illusionary arrays, while Su Jingza and Su Luoshu's trap designs are of the highest caliber. The last group will be tasked with distracting the Shiliang forces, ensuring they do not approach Yushi Valley, which will be entrusted to young Master Gu, Su Jingchen said, glancing back at the disinterested Gu Yenin. Gu Yenin nodded expressionlessly, deliberately avoiding the gaze of Su Jingning, who stood beside Su Jingchen. Miss Su, given your frail condition, it would be prudent for you to remain with me at Yunshi Valley to oversee the broader strategy, Prince Chun suggested, casting a concerned glance at the silent Su Jingning. Just as Su Jingning was about to decline, she was interrupted by Shinzi. Cousin, I refuse to be in the same group as Su Jingning. With her present, she will undoubtedly hinder our progress. Shunzi's voice was filled with disdain and dissatisfaction. The several young masters from the Duke's residence turned their gazes towards her, their expressions darkening. No one had ever dared to speak of Ning Ning in such a manner in their presence. Even those from the Duke's household had never looked down upon her due to Su Jingning's frail health. How could Shinji presume to do so? Once Shinji had spoken, she belatedly realized the presence of the Duke's men within the tent and quickly retreated behind Prince Chun. The tent fell into an awkward silence, the atmosphere thick with tension due to Shun Ji's words. I am in the same group as her, a cool, melodic voice interjected. Gu Yanin set down his teacup, casting a frosty glance towards Prince Chun and Shin Ji, his eyes radiating a chilling aura. He then rose and exited the tent, still avoiding any acknowledgement of Su Jingning. Su Jingning bowed to Prince Chun, her demeanor composed and serene. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. However, as a member of the Su family, I can manage this modest level of horseback riding and archery without being a burden to you all. After nodding at Su Jingchen, she too departed from the grand tent. You shall be grouped with young Master Wang and young Master Gu, Su Jingchen instructed. Su Jingyu nodded and, accompanied by Wang Leng, the son of the Minister of Justice, stepped outside. Outside the tent, Su Jingning followed closely behind Gu Yan until they reached the stables. Throughout the journey, Gu Yan maintained a frosty demeanor, refusing to engage in conversation with her. Gu Yanin, Su Jingning called out as he took a horse and began to leave, sensing his indifference towards her. She hurriedly grabbed a horse from the stables, hoping to catch up. Gu Yan and continued to walk as though he had not heard her, prompting Su Jingning to raise her voice in frustration. Gu Yanin. Stop right there. Due to exertion, her throat felt a bit scratchy, and after calling out, Su Jingning coughed twice. Gu Yanin could no longer restrain himself and halted his steps, turning to her with a hint of concern in his gaze. Su Jingning's raven hair was elegantly styled, and she donned a specially crafted silver armor, slender and tall. Her delicate face was fair and beautiful, with an added air of vigor and spirit compared to her usual demeanor. She approached him, fuming and leading her horse. Gu Yanin, what is the matter with you? How can a man simply ignore someone when he is angry? Yes, I misjudged you, but you should not constantly evade me. Otherwise, how can I apologize if I cannot find you? How do we resolve this misunderstanding? Or, do you truly intend to act as though you do not know me from now on? To never speak again. As Su Jingning gazed at Gu Yanin, whose expression was aloof and ethereal, her frustration only grew, and her heart felt increasingly heavy. Gu Yanin observed her flushed cheeks, resembling a little cannonball as she pointed at him in indignation. He had never witnessed her in such a state, and his irritation immediately dissipated. She was inherently charming, and her anger was far from intimidating. But it was you who pretended not to know me first. Gu Yanin recalled that day at the palace banquet when she feigned ignorance of his presence, murmuring under his breath. I did not pretend not to know you. You were the one who. Su Jingning began to retort but halted abruptly, realizing that she had indeed feigned ignorance first. Even if I did pretend not to know you on that day at the fog lake, I misunderstood you. Why did you not explain? And why did you not listen to my explanation afterward? Su Jingning continued in a cold tone. It was you who said that what you do is none of my business, urging me to keep my distance. Gu Yanin's voice, low and hoarse, carried a hint of grievance, the corners of his eyes tinged with a slight redness, his expression forlorn. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Su Jingning felt her heart soften instantly. Her words had indeed been excessively harsh. I apologize, I misunderstood you. Please disregard what I said, Su Jingning said cautiously, her almond-shaped eyes observing Gu Yanin. Gu Yanin gazed at the delicate girl before him, suppressing the urge to pull her into his embrace, and seriously replied, Su Jingning, I have never held you at fault. He simply believed that he had no right to be angry with her over a misunderstanding. Su Jingning's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. Really? Gu Yanin looked at her, smiled gently, and nodded. Then let us reconcile. Su Jingning, leading the horse, walked beside him with a cheerful smile. Gu Yanin paused for a moment at her words. Reconcile? Su Jingning, what do we define our relationship as? His voice was clear and tinged with a hint of inquiry. Su Jingning hesitated for a moment, her large, expressive eyes blinking. Of course, we are friends. If we weren't friends, I wouldn't care whether you were angry or not. Gu Yanin, you are the friend I have always recognized since childhood. Thus, I wish to continue this friendship. Do you understand? Su Jingning spoke softly, avoiding his gaze. Gu Yanin turned his face slightly to glance at Su Jingning, the light in his eyes dimming momentarily. Friends? Forget it. As long as she remains safe, happy, and joyful, nothing else matters. I understand. Gu Yanin smiled at her, his voice deep and resonant. Then, with a swift motion, he mounted his horse and grasped the reins. Let us go. The hunting grounds await. With that, he galloped away. Su Jingning gazed at the receding figure, the light in her eyes dimming slightly. Having once succumbed to the so-called illusory love, she found herself reluctant and fearful to trust anyone easily again. Chapter 47. Archery. The hunting grounds were now open. Feng Xian led the warriors of Shiliang into the depths of Huishan. Su Jingchen cast a glance at the crowd and addressed them. We shall meet at Yunxi Valley in 2 hours. Let us proceed. With that, he spurred his horse, taking the Su siblings along into Huishan. Prince Chen and Shunzi followed closely behind, entering the serene and tranquil forest. Mushi glanced at Gu Yanin and the others, instructing, the Shiliang people have headed towards Donggu. Remember to hold them back. Do not let them discover Yushi Valley. With a swift motion, she pulled the reins, turning her steed in another direction, leading her 5 companions away. Let us also confront the Shiliang warriors, Gu Yanin commanded, reining in his horse and altering their course. His stature tall and imposing, his countenance radiant with youthful arrogance and confidence. Onward! Giddy up! Amidst the resonating whinnies of their steeds, the group galloped into the dense forest, stirring up a cloud of dust behind them. An hour and a half later, in the tranquil and secluded woods of Donggu, A robust elk suddenly came into Feng Xian's view. She signaled to the Shiliang warriors, who swiftly dispersed, encircling the elk without causing it the slightest alarm. A sharp, piercing sound of an arrow slicing through the air followed, and the elk collapsed, a lethal arrow having pierced its abdomen. No matter how it struggled in agony, it could not rise. Satisfied, Feng Xian stowed her bow and mounted her horse, continuing deeper into the woods with her companions. Suddenly, she twitched her ears, grasped the reins, and slowed her pace, signaling the person behind her to halt. She stepped forward gently, brushing aside the leaves that obscured her view. Not far away in the valley stood two figures, both mounted on sleek black steeds. The man, with an alluring and devilish countenance, held the reins and stood behind the woman, his gaze fixated intently on the girl who was drawing her bow to shoot an arrow. The girl, slender and breathtakingly beautiful, appeared delicate from behind, yet she effortlessly pulled back the heavy, iron bow that weighed several dozen pounds. Tilting her head, she aimed at a magnificent male elk, significantly larger than the one she had just shot, which was situated 100 paces away. Her expression transformed into one of fierce determination. The sound of the arrow was low and muffled, barely audible from a distance. In an instant, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, and before the elk could react, it collapsed to the ground, struck directly between the eyes. The arrow had pierced through its skull with lethal precision. When Xian observed the striking girl, astonishment flickering in her eyes, she recognized this remarkable archery. The deputy commander of the Western Army, Su Jingchen, was renowned for his extraordinary skill, having claimed countless lives of soldiers from Xiliang with his black Ming Bao. Yet this young lady's prowess was no less than Su Jingchen's. She must be a member of the Su family. Bravo! Su girl! What exceptional archery! Wang En, who had appeared by their side without notice, exclaimed in surprise. The second daughter of the Duke of the town, rumored to have been frail and sickly since childhood, now presented herself as a striking figure. With the bow in her hand, she seemed transformed, exuding a cold, fierce beauty and a composed demeanor. Far from the sheltered and pampered young lady she was presumed to be. Su Jingning sheathed his bow and smiled at Wang En. "How are things on your side, young Master Wang?" Wang En, with his honest demeanor, spoke without a hint of deceit, declaring loudly to Su Jingning, "Prince Chun has taken 2 companions to pursue 2 wild boars into the western woods, and instructed us to explore deeper into Donggu." "Very well, let us proceed further in," he replied. Feng Xian glanced toward the depths of Donggu, pondered for a moment, and then retreated slightly, instructing the warriors behind her, "Head west." Initially intending to explore Donggu, she reconsidered upon realizing the presence of the crown prince of Beiyang and the third son of the Su family, both formidable figures. Furthermore, there was that remarkably skilled archer. She preferred to avoid an encounter with them. However, she felt confident in her ability to snatch prey from Prince Chen's grasp. With half an hour remaining, if they could hunt another elk or wild boar, they could return home today. As Su Jingning listened to the sound of hoofbeats gradually fading, a triumphant smile graced his features. "They have left. Indeed, let us go meet them at Yushi Valley," Gu Yenin said softly, his expression warm yet serious. Yushi Valley, shaped like a trumpet, was enveloped in dense forest, making entry easy but exit difficult. Shenzi hid beneath a tree, swatting away the numerous mosquitoes in the forest with a look of annoyance, clearly discontent with her surroundings. Prince Chen stood elevated, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down into the valley at Su Jingchen and the others, his expression inscrutable. It is widely said that the Su family of the Great Zhou possesses an innate talent for leadership and strategy, with their military tactics and formations unmatched by any adversary. Having never witnessed it firsthand, today's experience has truly confirmed their esteemed reputation, revealing profound mysteries and subtleties. Even the seemingly inconspicuous illegitimate daughter of the Duke of the State has demonstrated remarkable ingenuity in her traps, leaving him perplexed as to the principles behind them. The 4 of them, in perfect harmony, took merely an hour to transform the vast forest into an impenetrable cage using the natural terrain of rocks and trees. As Su Luoshu tied the final knot, she brushed the dust off her hands with satisfaction and remarked to Su Jingze, who was tidying up the tools beside her, "It is such a pity that third sister and Xiao Wan went to Jiangnan. They have missed out on such an entertaining affair. When they return, I shall certainly boast before third sister." Su Jingze gently tapped her on the head and chuckled. "What is there to boast about? This is a contest against Xiliang. Be serious." After saying this, he pulled her towards Su Jingchen and the others. Eldest brother, fourth brother, it is ready over here. All right, let us proceed. Su Jingchen glanced towards the Prince of Chun, knowing that what remained was merely to ensnare their quarry effortlessly. Young Master Su, are the traps set? The Prince of Chun inquired, observing the group approaching with great strides. Your Highness, it is done. We now only await Princess Xuyang and her companions to drive the prey our way, Su Jingchen replied in a measured tone. The Prince of Chun nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Young Master Gu, have you all arrived? A voice filled with delight rang out behind them. Gu Yenin and his companions emerged from the woods, and Shun Zi's eyes sparkled with joy as she rushed towards Gu Yenin, her expression radiant. Gu Yenin cast a cold glance at her, nodded slightly, and strode past her to take hold of Su Jingning's horse. Su Jingning handed over the reins to Gu Yenin and then dashed towards Su Jingchen and the others. A flicker of resentment flashed in Shun Zi's eyes as she clenched her fists. Elder brother. Su Jingning joyfully ran towards Su Jingchen and the others, elated at the prospect of riding freely after such a long time. Su Jingchen stepped forward to steady the girl rushing towards them, his expression filled with affection.
Slow down.
Hee, I'm just so happy. Su Jingning steadied herself and laughed shyly. Is that so much joy? Su Jingyi, standing nearby, removed the water flask from his waist and handed it to the rarely smiling Su Jingning, gently inquiring. Su Jingning accepted the water, took a small sip, and playfully remarked to Su Jingyi, fourth brother, let us have a friendly competition today. All right, it has been years since you last handled a bow. Let me see if you have become rusty, Su Jingyi replied with a raised eyebrow and a grin. Chapter 48. A crisis brews. Su Jingning, with a fleeting glance, noticed the startled birds soaring from the distant forest. A beautiful smile graced her lips as she softly murmured, they have arrived. From the depths of the dense thicket, flocks of birds took flight, stirring the entire woodland. The sound of galloping hooves, accompanied by the melodious chime of bells, drew nearer. The group, sensing the tension, turned their gazes towards the valley, tautly holding their bows and arrows, aiming at the impending quarry. As the prey approached the valley, the air resonated with the roars of animals and the activation of traps hidden within the underbrush. A robust wild boar was the first to burst into view. The Prince of Chun loosed an arrow at the boar, but alas, it missed, allowing the creature to escape. Gu Yenin swiftly followed with a well-placed shot, bringing the beast down. The prince cast an irritable glance at Gu Yenin, harboring displeasure in his heart. The animals that evaded the traps entered the valley, only to be ensnared by the maze within, comprising deer, wild boars, and foxes, common denizens of the mountain. A gray wolf caught Su Jingning's attention. Being a pack animal, she pondered how this lone wolf had been separated from its kin. Before she could dwell further on this thought, the wolf was struck down by the prince's arrow. Half an hour later, tranquility returned to the forest. The traps lay heavy with prey, for Su Jingchen and his companions had only set traps capable of ensnaring animals alive. Consequently, most of the captured creatures still breathed. The prince, intent on slaughtering them all, was halted by Mu Shi. Your Highness, the bounty is too abundant. Would it not be excessively cruel to slay them all? Perhaps it would be wiser to capture them alive instead. Prince Chen furrowed his brow and glanced at Mu Shi, perceiving her compassion as naivete. After all, prey is meant to be hunted. If the princess found it too cruel, she ought to keep her distance and refrain from witnessing the act. A flicker of disdain crossed Mu Shi's heart at Prince Chen's indifferent demeanor, and she fell silent, choosing not to speak further. Su Jingning cast a glance at the darkening sky and respectfully addressed Prince Chen. Your Highness, the hour grows late. If we were to slay all these creatures now, we may not have sufficient time. Furthermore, capturing live prey to return home would certainly reflect our great Zhou's adherence to propriety and virtue, in contrast to the West Liang's pile of lifeless game. Prince Chun considered the waning daylight, hesitating momentarily, yet recognizing the validity of her argument. Very well, let us bring the prey and return to the camp. At the Hua Mountain hunting grounds, the West Liang had emerged with a commendable bounty, filling 10 large sacks with game, including pheasants, wild rabbits, mountain foxes, wild boars,
and elk.
Truly, they lived up to their reputation as a nation thriving on the hunt. The participants from Great Zhou could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Meanwhile, the spoils of the West Liang had been tallied, amounting to a staggering total of 1,500 points. Good heavens, such an impressive score. These West Liang people are formidable. Where are our hunters? Why have they not yet returned? Surely they haven't caught nothing at all? That would be utterly humiliating. Above, Emperor Zhou and the virtuous consort Shu occupied their elevated seats, their expressions inscrutable as they listened to the murmurs of the crowd, revealing neither joy nor anger. In the distance, the sound of thundering hooves approached, mingled with the resonant calls of deer, racing towards the camp. The crowd at the camp gazed towards the distant entrance of the hunting grounds, where a group of spirited and youthful individuals approached with vigor. However, much to their disappointment, the number of prey they bore was meager. What could this possibly mean? Despite it being merely the first day, the onlookers felt a flush of embarrassment and indignation, as if they had lost face before the Shiliang people. Your humble son pays his respects to His Majesty, announced Prince Chen, who led the way in bowing to Emperor Zhou. The emperor nodded slightly and cast a glance behind them, his voice deepening with inquiry. Why have you brought back so little game today? With a composed expression, Prince Chen replied, Your Majesty, the game is just behind us and will arrive shortly. Oh, what do you mean? The emperor's interest was piqued. Here they come, esteemed guests, please take a look. Prince Chen beckoned, turning to the rear. In the distance, a dozen soldiers were seen pulling 5 or 6 carts laden with an impressive array of game, accompanied by the cacophony of various animals' cries. Is this truly so much? The spectators were astonished. They had never witnessed such a grand hunt. Father, this is the bounty of today as hunt. Given the sheer volume, we requested the guard's assistance to transport them, Prince Qin declared proudly. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly worthy of my esteemed sons of Zhou. Quick, let us tally the spoils. The emperor's countenance brightened with delight. Meanwhile, an official responsible for the accounting, snapping back from his astonishment, hurried off with a joyful demeanor to begin the tallying process. Observing the numerous carts filled with live game, Wind Xian felt a shadow of discontent wash over her, realizing their own catch was nearly 3-fold less. On this day, the Great Zhou team amassed a total of 5,720 points. Upon receiving the results, the officials immediately announced them to the crowd. The onlookers erupted in exclamations of astonishment, their faces brimming with joy. This score exceeded that of the Shiliang by more than double, indicating that victory for Great Zhou was all but assured. Ha ha ha, splendid. Yet these prey are still alive. Pray, tell me how you accomplished this? In response to the emperor, the confident prince replied, We utilized the Rain Creek Valley as a natural trap, laying ambushes in the vicinity. By startling the forest creatures with bells, we drove them into the traps and illusions within the valley, thus allowing us to capture them effortlessly. The Emperor of Zhou nodded in satisfaction, his approval evident. However, Feng Xian, standing nearby, appeared less pleased. The Shiliang's hunting contests relied on horsemanship and archery. She deemed Great Zhou's tactics questionable. Your Majesty of Great Zhou, we of Shiliang pride ourselves on our skills in horsemanship and archery, relying on our own prowess. Why then does Great Zhou resort to such methods? Herding the prey into one location? I find this unjust. Feng Xian rose and saluted the emperor, her voice cool and laced with discontent. The princess's words are misguided. The essence of the hunting contest lies in the total number of prey captured. Once within the hunting grounds, it is fair game for all to showcase their abilities. The original rules imposed no restrictions on the use of arrows or blades. As the saying goes, all's fair in war. With 2 days remaining, the outcome is still uncertain. And the princess need not lose her composure. Su Jingma stepped forward, a mischievous smile adorning his face as he addressed the visibly displeased Feng Xian. Feng Xian was momentarily rendered speechless, infuriated by Su Jingma's remark, which made her appear as if she could not accept defeat. She, Feng Xian, was forthright and honorable. A loss was merely a loss, and a victory merely a victory. She could accept both with grace. When had this princess ever faltered in her composure? With eyes wide with indignation, she glared at Su Jingma. Su Jingma merely raised an eyebrow and remained silent. Ha ha ha, very well. There are 2 days remaining. Since Princess Xian feels this is unfair, we shall only compete in archery and horsemanship for the next 2 days. The emperor chuckled, addressing Feng Xian. Today, everyone should rest well. The competition will resume tomorrow. With that, he departed, accompanied by Concubine Shu. As they left, one of the guards behind Concubine Shu cast a cold glance at Su Jingning, who stood behind Su Jingma. Inside the tent, Mu Shi was animatedly explaining to Su Jingning her idea of using bells to drive away the prey, her face alight with pride. Su Jingning recalled the gray wolf she had seen in the valley and inquired, Princess, I saw a gray wolf today. Gray wolves are social creatures, rarely acting alone. How did you manage to lure that wolf away? Oh, that was a solitary gray wolf discovered near the clear water gorge. It seems the princess of Xiliang inadvertently wandered there a couple of days ago, claiming it to be the den of the Hua mountain gray wolves, which are numerous and fierce. Be sure to avoid that area tomorrow. Nonetheless, it must be said that the Xiliang princess is indeed formidable. She managed to capture a gray wolf, Mushi responded with a bright voice. Outside the tent, Shenzi, preparing to enter, overheard their conversation and paused in her tracks. She turned back, unaware that the two inside had noticed her presence. Within the confines of the noble consort's chamber, she reclined gracefully upon a soft couch, her phoenix-like eyes glimmering with a chill as she regarded the kneeling figure before her. Are you certain she is the girl from that day? I am certain she is the one. No wonder we could not locate her before. It turns out she is the infamous sickly miss from the Duke of Zhen's household. From the Duke of Zhen's household? Encountering matters she ought not to know. How unfortunate for her. Ensure she does not leave Huishan tomorrow. Should you fail, once more, do not expect to return. The noble consort cast a glance at her delicate, exquisite hand, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yes. Chapter 49. The peril of Su Luoshu the following day, due to the decree of the Emperor Zhou that the competition would solely involve archery and horse riding. They were compelled to adjust their plans, dispersing into groups for the hunt. The crown prince took it upon himself to arrange the teams. Su Jingning and Su Luoshu were assigned to a group alongside Wang and three other young aristocrats from prominent families. Although Su Jingchen and the others were reluctant to separate the two sisters, they felt it inappropriate to voice any objection since it was the crown prince's decision. They merely reminded their sisters to meander around the outskirts and avoid venturing too deep into the woods. Neither sister was particularly competitive. Thus, they spent the better part of the day foraging around the periphery of Huishan, successfully capturing all the local small game, such as wild rabbits and pheasants. Second sister. Look. Su Luoshu suddenly lowered her voice, her gaze fixed intently on a nearby fox, its coat a pristine white, exquisite in its beauty. Resembling a sprite that had inadvertently wandered into the realm of humans, far surpassing the gray foxes she had encountered in the previous days. Su Jingning was equally captivated, exchanging a glance with Su Luoshu before they both cautiously approached the fox, eager to catch it. Miss Su, there's nothing left to find here. Let us explore over there. Wang An's boisterous voice interrupted at an inopportune moment, startling the ethereal white fox, which promptly darted into the thicket, vanishing from sight. Oh no! It ran away. Second sister, I'm going after it. I must catch it today. Su Luoshu glared fiercely at Wang An, her face etched with frustration, and swiftly mounted her horse to chase after it. Wait for me, sure. Su Jingning furrowed her brow, concerned by her sister's impulsiveness. Young Master Wang, you may go ahead. I shall join you shortly, Su Jingning remarked, mounting her horse and addressing Wang An. After speaking, she turned and followed the direction of Su Luoshu, vanishing into the forest. Su Luoshu, with her impetuous nature, swiftly disappeared from sight. The manhwa, long designated as a royal hunting ground, was off-limits to ordinary folk, harboring numerous ferocious beasts within its depths. Concerned for Su Luoshu's reckless wandering and the potential encounter with a wild creature, Su Jingning diligently followed the hoof prints in search of her. Unbeknownst to her, she had already ventured deep into the thicket, yet she had not caught a glimpse of Su Luoshu.
Miss Esue.
So, you're here, exclaimed a plain-looking young man, rushing towards Su Jingning, perspiration streaming down his face, his expression fraught with urgency. I saw Miss Su Si enter the clear water gorge. There are dozens of gray wolves there. I attempted to call out to her, but she was far too swift. I injured my foot and wanted to find someone to rescue her, but I have encountered no one along the way. Please, let us go together to save her. Upon hearing this, Su Jingning's heart sank, her demeanor turning grave as she regarded the young man. She recalled him. He had been paired with Mu Shi the previous day. You are certain? It is indeed my sister. He insisted fervently. Absolutely. Miss Su Si is the one wearing a green hairband. I recognize her. I cannot be mistaken.
Suea.
We must hasten. The young man, his anxiety palpable, paid no heed to the blood seeping from his wounded foot.
Su Vinkning furoret herbrals.
Her heart suddenly hanging in suspense. It was indeed sure. She turned to the anxious young man and said, Thank you for informing me. I must head to Qingshui Gorge. Please assist me in finding my elder brother and notify them of this matter. Very well, take care. The young man nodded in agreement. With her face taut and expression tense, Su Jingning hastened towards Qingshui Gorge, fearing that any delay might put Su Luoshu in peril. Nestled deep within Huishan, Qingshui Gorge was enveloped by towering, dense trees that blocked the sunlight, casting the entire forest into a shadowy, damp, and eerily quiet realm. The only sound that broke the stillness was the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. There were no signs of struggle or combat. Su Jingning breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that Shu'er had likely not encountered a pack of wolves. Dismounting her horse, she glanced around and suddenly spotted a green ribbon caught on a branch not far away. Su Jingning's expression turned cold as she hurried to the tree and retrieved the ribbon. It was Shu'er's. The ribbon bore signs of damage and a small smear of blood at the corner. Confusion washed over her. There were no signs of a struggle. How could the ribbon have ended up here? Shu'er was hurt. Su Luoshu, Shu'er, are you there? Su Jingning called out anxiously as she walked, hoping for a response. If she had turned around, she would have noticed a shadow darting past behind her. A chilling howl reverberated through the sinister, desolate woods, sending shivers down her spine. Su Jingning paused, realizing the wolf pack had spotted her. Slowly, she drew 3 arrows from behind her, knocking them to her bow, her gaze sharp and vigilant as she scanned her surroundings. The crisp sound of withered branches and fallen leaves being crushed echoed through the forest, accompanied by creaking noises from all directions. Su Jing observed the pack of wolves encircling her, their predatory gazes fixated upon her, their eyes glimmering with a sinister green light. They remained motionless, baring their sharp teeth and emitting low growls that threatened her very existence. In the distance, she spotted a deep gray male wolf, significantly larger than the others. Likely the leader of the pack. From its eyes, she discerned both caution and wariness. Wolves are indeed intelligent creatures, and before launching an attack, they first assess their opponents to ensure their prey cannot escape. It was evident that this pack had been drawn to her presence. Throughout her journey, she had encountered no other gray wolves. Now, she understood why there had been no signs of struggle at the earlier location. Despite Shu'er's headband hanging there, it was a deliberate trap meant to lead her into the wolves' lair, intending for her demise in the clear water gorge. Learning of Shu'er's misfortune had shattered her usual composure, blinding her to such a glaring oversight. Nevertheless, a mere pack of gray wolves would not be sufficient to bring about Su Jing's end. Steeling herself, she gradually pulled her bowstring taut and abruptly released 3 arrows towards the pack. The arrows sliced through the air, followed by the sound of gray wolves wailing as they fell to the ground. 3 wolves collapsed, struck down beside the Wolf King. The pack, enraged by her audacity, lunged at her recklessly. Chapter 50. The night pursuit. Su Jingning swiftly knocked her arrows and released them towards the approaching wolf pack, inciting their ferocity as they yearned to tear her apart. She deftly evaded their onslaught amidst the trees, her quiver now depleted. As she surveyed the relentless wolves in pursuit, a gray wolf leapt towards her. Utilizing her bow as a staff, she struck forcefully at the beast, eliciting a whimper as its spine shattered beneath her blow. The Wolf King, overwhelmed by the acrid scent of blood wafting through the woods, became frenzied, letting out a mournful howl that echoed through the night. Its fur bristled as it lunged viciously at Su Jingning. In a swift maneuver, she sidestepped and rolled away, narrowly escaping the Wolf King's attack. Undeterred, it sprang again towards her. Standing her ground, she executed a peculiar bend and maneuvered to the side of the Wolf King in its momentary advance. The sound of flesh tearing was unsettling, and as Su Jingning turned her head to evade the worst of it, a few drops of warm, foul blood splattered across her delicate visage, rendering her eerily beautiful. With a decisive kick, she cast aside the lifeless body of the Wolf King, her gaze icy as she regarded the remaining few wolves around her. Their eyes reflected sheer terror as they whimpered and fled into the shadows of the forest. At last, Su Jingning exhaled in relief, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground. The sky darkened gradually, the eerie howls of wolves echoing ominously through the trees. Meanwhile, on the other side of Huishan, Gu Yenin emerged from the forest, his expression devoid of emotion, leaving behind a scene steeped in bloodshed. He cast a disdainful glance at the bloodstains that had inexplicably appeared and walked toward the hunting grounds. As dusk descended upon the Huishan camp, the day's quarry had been accounted for, revealing that the Great Zhou had outnumbered Shiliang by 200 shares, the disparity in their gains being unequivocally pronounced. It was only upon gathering that they realized the absence of Su Jingning, Su Luoshu, and Gu Yenin. Su Jingchen furrowed his brow and inquired of Wang En. Young Master Wang, were you not stationed at the periphery today? Why are only 4 of you present? Wang En, having searched for Su Jingning and Su Luoshu before departing, had assumed they had left ahead. The 2nd and 4th young ladies went after a snow fox. They assured us they would return, but having not seen them, I scoured the woods and found no trace, leading me to believe they had returned early.
What?
They have not come back? Wang En looked around in confusion, and indeed, the figures of the Su sisters were nowhere to be seen. Brother, look what I caught! Su Luoshu exclaimed, running towards Su Jingchen with a snow fox in tow. With Gu Yenin emerging from the tent in freshly changed attire not far behind her. Upon sighting Su Luoshu, Su Jingchen felt a wave of relief wash over him.
Sure.
Have you seen your second sister? He asked her. Second sister? No, I haven't seen her since I returned with the fox. Wasn't she with young Master Wang and the others? Behind them, the young man who had informed Su Jingning that Su Luoshu had gone to Qing Shui Gorge discreetly withdrew. Unnoticed by anyone.
What?
Miss Su Air followed you into Hua Mountain, yet we have not seen her. Surely she has not remained there? Night has fallen. Could she be in any peril? Wang An's expression mirrored surprise, tinged with concern. Upon hearing this, Su Luoshu's snow fox slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground as she turned to leave. Elder brother, I shall go in search of second sister.
Shia, Vite.
Do not rush. Let us first inquire who has seen Ning Ning today. Su Jingchen grasped Su Luoshu's arm. Su Luoshu, in a state of agitation, fretted about the darkness enveloping the mountain. What if her sister was still lost within its depths? Feng Zian, standing a short distance away, observed the anxious group with a thoughtful gaze. Earlier, she had overheard a conversation between Su Jingning and a man, and subsequently witnessed Su Jingning hastily make her way to Qingshui Gorge. Shortly thereafter, a woman emerged from the gorge, her demeanor fraught with alarm. After a moment's hesitation, she called out to Gu Yenin, who was passing by.
Hey.
The girl you were with yesterday seems to be in danger. Gu Yenin halted, turning to face Feng Zian, his expression icy. Are you referring to Su Jingning? Feng Zian nodded. I am not certain, but it appears she was deceived into going to Qingshui Gorge today. There are packs of grey wolves there. She must be in peril. As Feng Zian spoke, she could visibly sense the man's aura shifting dramatically, his entire being radiating a fierce intensity. The dark fury in his eyes crystallized, a sight she had never encountered before, prompting her to take a cautious step back. Gu Yenin remained silent, turning to seize a nearby guard's horse, galloping swiftly towards the hunting grounds, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Upon reaching the clear water gorge, he was met with a grim sight. The forest floor was strewn with the carcasses of wolves and a solitary figure clad in black. The moment his gaze fell upon the body, a wave of chilling malice surged within him, his already frigid eyes igniting with a fierce intent to kill. They had set their sights on her. Observing the bloodstains on the ground, his grip on the sword tightened, his fingertips paling with tension. Following the trail of blood, he encountered a growing number of corpses, his expression darkening with each step, his pace quickening as he navigated through the woods with urgency. At last, from his left front, he discerned the faint sounds of a struggle. Su Jingning was drenched in blood, one hand clutching her abdomen while the other swiftly struck down a black-clad assailant. Her complexion was ghastly pale, her steps faltering. In pursuit were relentless assassins, and today, misfortune had befallen her. After vanquishing a pack of wolves, her strength was utterly depleted when these unknown killers had emerged from the shadows, each strike lethal, relentlessly pursuing her to this very spot. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she managed to dispatch another attacker. She could not perish here. That would be utterly humiliating. Yet fatigue weighed heavily upon her, her mind clouded, and her hands trembled involuntarily. As a sword suddenly arced toward her from the left, she attempted to evade it, but the blade was too swift, leaving her no time to escape. It plunged directly toward her heart. There was no avoiding this lethal strike. The sickening sound of the blade piercing flesh was especially jarring in the stillness of the night. Yet, Su Jingning felt no searing agony. She gazed in astonishment at the man before her, pierced through the left shoulder by a sword. The cold moonlight illuminated his ethereal features, resembling a beguiling spirit. In his phoenix-like eyes lingered a chilling and ruthless intensity, his entire being exuding an aura of malevolence akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Su Jingning observed as he lowered his gaze to the bright red sword tip embedded in his shoulder, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes reflecting an endless frost. With a swift motion of his right wrist, he thrust backward fiercely, and the figure clad in black behind him collapsed lifeless to the ground. Chapter 51. Unconsciousness. The cloaked figures surrounding them hesitated, momentarily daunted by the sudden emergence of the man exuding a palpable aura of menace. Gu Yanin, observing Su Jingning, who stood frozen before him, spoke coldly. "Help me draw the sword." Upon gazing at his blood-soaked wound, an intense pang of anguish pierced Su Jingning's heart, overwhelming her with a torrent of pain, despair, and helplessness. She nodded numbly in response to Gu Yanin. With his back turned to her, Su Jingning, suppressing her own suffering, grasped the hilt of the sword with trembling hands. With a sudden, forceful step backward, she withdrew the blade. Gu Yanin furrowed his brow and advanced a step, lifting his gaze toward the retreating figures in black. Not intending to let them escape, dragging the blood-dripping sword, he approached them with relentless determination, resembling a vengeful specter from the depths of hell. As Su Jingning stared at the sword in her hands, she collapsed to the ground, her mind flooded with painful memories of Gu Yanin, each recollection twisting like a knife in her heart, nearly suffocating her, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Once Gu Yanin had dealt with the last of the black-clad assailants, he returned to Su Jingning's side, his heart heavy with the fear he had endured while searching for her. Kneeling beside her, he gazed at her abdomen, stained crimson with blood, yearning to staunch the flow but fearful of causing her further pain. Her tears betrayed the excruciating torment she was enduring. "Do not be afraid. I shall take you to seek a physician. Do not fear," Gu Yanin murmured softly as he carefully lifted her into his arms, his voice a gentle reassurance amidst the chaos. Tears welled in Su Jingning's eyes as she gazed at Gu Yanin, whose face was taut with worry. She raised her hand, intending to caress his cheek, but fatigue overwhelmed her, and she could only graze his handsome jaw before losing consciousness. "Ayen." Su Jingning's voice was faint and fragile. Gu Yanin bent down to listen, yet failed to discern her words. Soon after arriving at Huishan, Su Jingchen and the others witnessed Gu Yanin cradling the bloodied form of Su Jingning. "Elder sister." Su Luoshu gasped in shock, paralyzed with fear at the sight of her sister drenched in blood. "Ningning. Young Master Gu, what has happened to her?" Su Jingchen and the others rushed to Gu Yanin, their voices filled with urgency. "Let us discuss this later. Summon the physician at once. She's injured," Gu Yanin commanded coldly, his steps unrelenting as he hurried toward the camp. Su Jingchen, observing Su Jingning's pallid, blood-soaked visage, felt a surge of rage well up within him, his usually gentle demeanor replaced with fury. "Amo, Au, ensure that Luo Dong is secured. If anything befalls Ningning, I shall inform the Ministry of Revenue that his son shall not live either." "Understood." Su Jingma and Su Jingyu shared a similar sentiment, wishing to exact swift retribution upon that scoundrel Luo Dong. They believed that by withholding the identity of the person who had deceived Ningning into venturing to Qingshui Gorge, they could evade the truth. Yet, within the Su family's ranks, there had never been a secret that could not be pried open. The wife of the Duke of State, upon seeing the bloodied figure brought back by Gu Yanin, felt her legs weaken, nearly succumbing to faintness, but was steadied by the Duke himself. Gu Yanin had just gently laid Su Jingning down when Su Jingchen hurriedly ushered in the imperial physician. The physician had never witnessed the usually gentle and courteous heir to the Duke of the State in such a state of distress. Upon seeing the bloodied figure lying on the bed, he suddenly understood the gravity of the situation. "Dr. Du, please attend to my daughter," urged the Duke, who was now visibly anxious, pulling Dr. Du towards Su Jingning's side. Dr. Du examined the girl, her garments soaked in blood, and furrowed his brow, lamenting how a once healthy girl could be so grievously injured. "I must first staunch the bleeding for Miss Su. It is inappropriate for too many to remain here. Ladies should stay to assist, while the rest must step outside," he instructed, opening his medical kit and retrieving his instruments. As buckets of blood were carried out from the tent, Gu Yanin's complexion turned pale, his hands trembling subtly at his sides. "Young Master Gu, you are injured as well. Allow me to fetch a physician to tend to your wounds," Su Jingchen exclaimed, noticing the spreading crimson stain on Gu Yanin's chest. "It's nothing," Gu Yanin replied dismissively, casting a fleeting glance at his own injury before turning his gaze back towards the tent, indifferent. At last, Madame Su Sen lifted the tent flap and hastily announced, "The bleeding has stopped. Aining is temporarily out of danger. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they eagerly entered the tent. Gu Yenin clenched his fists tightly for a moment before relaxing them, then turned his gaze towards the large tent in the distance. His eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill as he strode purposefully in that direction. Inside the royal tent, Empress Shu suddenly erupted in fury, expelling everyone within. She gulped down 2 glasses of water in a desperate attempt to quell her anxiety. With a bang, the noble consort, Shagifei, gazed in terror at Gu Yenin, whose entire demeanor radiated a menacing aura, his eyes filled with a chilling malice. Gu Yenin tightened his grip around her delicate neck, an icy murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Shagifei felt certain that if she made even the slightest movement, he would surely end her life. Gu Yenin lowered his gaze upon the flustered and disheveled Shagifei, devoid of her usual lofty grace, and let out a mocking laugh, his voice a low, haunting whisper. With just a slight exertion, I could snap your neck. Do you wish to die? Shagifei fervently shook her head, her face awash with tears from sheer fright. Gu Yenin forcefully released her face, regarding her with a smile. Shagifei, you know well that I excel in the art of killing. You monster! Stay away from me! Shagifei cried out, retreating in panic. Gu Yenin advanced step by step, a wicked grin plastered across his face. If you cause her even the slightest harm, I assure you, Mu Heng will meet an untimely demise, along with you and the entire Duke of Qinggua's household. Cherish your current wealth and glory. Do not provoke my displeasure. Should you utter or do anything that irks me, I will ensure you deeply regret ever entering this world. Furthermore, some matters are best kept from prying eyes, for both our sakes. Do you not agree? Gu Yenin observed her, tilting his head slightly as he glanced at the blood trickling from his hand, carelessly wiping it on the nearby curtain. He then turned and vanished from Shagifei's grand tent. Shagifei sat on the ground, her complexion pale and her expression vacant. My lady, what has happened to you? Her close maid, upon seeing the noble consort Shu sitting on the ground, hurriedly rushed over to assist her, only to discover the bruised marks upon her neck. With the support of the maid, consort Shu barely managed to rise to her feet. Your Highness, what has happened? I shall summon His Majesty, exclaimed the maid, turning to leave. Do not go, consort Shu commanded coldly, halting her. Take that away and dispose of it discreetly. Do not let it be known. The fear in consort Shu's eyes had yet to completely dissipate. Yes, I shall do so at once. The maid, glancing at the place pointed out by consort Shu, was horrified to see blood staining the curtain, a vivid, glaring red. Beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead as she cautiously removed the curtain and secretly carried it away. In the great tent of the Duke of Qinghua, Emperor Zhou, upon hearing of the incident involving the Duke's second daughter, hurried over. Fortunately, it seems all is well. Do not worry. Have you discovered who is responsible? Emperor Zhou inquired, seated across from the Duke of Qinghua, offering words of comfort. The Duke, with a solemn expression, let out a cold huff. I thank your Majesty for your concern. My daughter nearly met a dire fate. The Emperor, unfazed, smiled at the Duke. Knowing how precious this daughter is to you, if this matter indeed involves them, I shall not be lenient. I will ensure a satisfactory resolution. The Duke's expression softened somewhat. I am grateful to your Majesty. In the tent of the Su family, the Duchess of Zhenghua remained vigilantly by Su Jingning's side, accompanied by Madame Su San and Su Luoshu. Su Luoshu gazed at Su Jingning, who lay upon the bed, devoid of color. Her eyes were rimmed with red. Had she not pursued that snow fox, and had she run a little slower, her second sister would not have been deceived by that scoundrel Luo Dong out of concern for her, nor would she have sustained such grave injuries, remaining unconscious until now. Chapter 52. In exchange for your life, grant her a new birth. Su Jingning lay upon her bed, her traditionally vibrant and exquisite visage now rendered pallid from excessive blood loss. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her thick, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her finely arched brows were tightly knitted, as if ensnared in a nightmarish reverie, exuding an aura of profound anguish. In her dream, she found herself once again in that eerie and desolate ancient temple, enveloped in a dense fog that imparted a sense of enigmatic foreboding. She stood amidst the mist, observing Gu Yenin clad in a flowing black robe, his otherworldly countenance as pale as parchment. The melancholic depth of his striking features was marred by an unshakable gloom. Before the temple lay an interminable flight of stone steps, where he knelt reverently, akin to a devoted disciple in a sacred realm. Su Jingning yearned to call out to him, yet he appeared oblivious to her presence, continuing his solemn supplication as he ascended the steps. She trailed behind him, witnessing his unwavering devotion until he finally reached the temple, where he slightly bent forward to rise. Upon looking back, Su Jingning was astonished to find that the stone steps had vanished, leaving the temple suspended in the somber clouds. As Gu Yan'an entered the temple, she hastened to follow him inside. The interior was adorned with fearsome and malevolent deities, their presence steeped in a sinister aura. It felt as though their blood-red, bell-like eyes were fixed upon Gu Yan'an, sending a chill down her spine. Yet, he remained tranquil, kneeling before the statues. "Are you truly willing to sacrifice your life to grant her a new beginning?" A raspy, chilling voice, imbued with an ancient echo, suddenly reverberated from an unknown source, sending a shiver through Su Jingning.
Yes.
Gu Yan'an opened his eyes, as unfathomable as a cold, ancient well, staring expressionlessly at the idol. "For someone who harbors no thoughts of you in their heart, do you truly bear no regrets or grievances?" The mysterious voice was hoarse and grating, eliciting involuntary frowns. Laced with mocking derision, Su Jingning stared blankly at Gu Yan'an, her mind exploding in a cacophony that left her momentarily vacant. A tear suddenly cascading down her cheek as she staggered back 2 steps, her delicate frame swaying precariously. With your life, you exchanged for her rebirth. Thus, her revival was a life traded by Gu Yan'an. Su Jingning gazed at the man kneeling on the ground, clad in the darkest of garments that could not conceal his elegance. He seemed to smile, a warm and captivating expression. "I bear no grievances nor regrets."
Ah.
This is her reincarnation pearl. With your heart's blood, watered before the divine for 49 days, there lies a chance to aid her rebirth. This potion can ensure your heart's blood can be drawn without causing your demise. The enigmatic voice echoed within the ancient temple, as a wisp of black mist coalesced before the idol. When the mist dissipated, a crystalline lamp appeared before Gu Yan'an, intricately engraved with archaic and elaborate patterns, within which hung a teardrop-shaped crystal, radiating a luminous, white glow. Gu Yan'an lowered his gaze upon the crystal, tenderness flickering in his eyes, reaching out to gently touch it, only to retract his hand hesitantly. He seized a pill from beside him and swallowed it, then drew a dagger from his sleeve, unwavering as he plunged it into his own heart. "No, Gu Yan'an, you mustn't." Su Jingning gazed at Gu Yan'an, who had unhesitatingly plunged the dagger into his own chest. A sudden, heart-wrenching pain tearing through her soul. She lunged towards him, desperate to grasp the dagger, yet she could only watch in horror as it pierced his heart, helpless to intervene. Trembling with urgency, Su Jingning knelt before Gu Yan'an, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She beheld his pale face, drenched in cold sweat, as he struggled to maintain his composure, blood dripping into the luminous cup. The agony was excruciating, the veins at her temples throbbing. This was a pain that pierced to the core. How could it not hurt? Blood fell upon the pristine crystal orb, swiftly absorbed, creating a scene both eerie and fantastical. "Gu Yan'an, why must you?" Su Jingning's voice quivered with the weight of her sorrow. What merit did she possess to warrant such a sacrifice from him? She stared at the crimson stain upon his chest and the bloodied dagger that lay on the ground, realizing that the dream she had on her New Year's Day, the vision she had struggled to comprehend that night, was indeed this tragic reality. For an entire cycle of 49 days, she witnessed Gu Yan'an faint from pain, only to revive and continue nurturing the reincarnation orb with his lifeblood. His once vibrant face growing paler with each passing moment, yet she could do nothing to alleviate his suffering. At last, in that final moment, she knelt beside him. As he looked at the reincarnation crystal that had blossomed with a faint blush after being nurtured for 49 days, it seemed he caught a glimpse of the girl he had loved throughout his life, radiant, kind, forever brilliant and wise, his lips curling into a bittersweet smile. "Su Jingning, until we meet again in the next life, fear not. A yen shall never harm Su Jingning." Su Jingning bit her lip tightly, suppressing the urge to weep aloud. A yen shall never harm Su Jingning. This was a vow she had made to herself. On that fateful day, after rescuing Gu Yan'an in the outskirts of Yuqing, he had once questioned her about her lack of fear towards his murderous demeanor. At that time, she had casually joked, "The handsome A Yen would never harm me." Little did she expect to hear those very words again today as his last utterance before departing from this world. When Su Jingning awoke, she found herself back in the residence of the Duke of Zhenghua. The setting sun cast a warm, slanted glow through the window onto her bed, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. The room was empty, and she slowly propped herself up, her hands trembling and her lips pale. Raising a hand to wipe her face, she was taken aback to find it damp, remnants of lingering pain still echoing in her heart.
Ningea.
You have finally awakened. The Duchess of Zhenghua entered just in time to see Su Jingning sitting with her head bowed, her face alight with astonishment. After so many days of slumber, her daughter had at last returned to consciousness. Thank goodness you are awake. Had you slept any longer, your mother would have been at a loss for what to do. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Her daughter had endured such grave injuries that she wished to bear the pain herself, to shield her child from suffering. She gently sat beside Su Jingning's bed, brushing aside the strands of hair that fell over her ear. Mink mink. Why are you crying? Is the wound still painful?
Junja.
Quickly, summon Dr. Du. The Duchess, upon seeing Su Jingning's tear-streaked face, felt a surge of anxiety and hastily rushed out to call for the physician. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Su Jingning's face as she cast her gaze upon the bracelet given to her by Master Huihai, which adorned her wrist. The translucent, teardrop-shaped beads glimmered, revealing a faint blush that now made sense. The old friend Master Huihai had spoken of was none other than Gu Yanan. She pressed the bracelet to her heart, and her tears flowed freely, for this was his fate. Gu Yanan, how could you be so foolish? Chapter 53. Awakening. Su Jingning remained in a state of unconsciousness for 3 days, during which her condition fluctuated between improvement and deterioration. Given that the incident occurred at the hunting grounds, the emperor specifically ordered Dr. Du to attend to Su Jingning's health at the Duke of Zhenghua's residence until her full recovery. After examining Su Jingning's pulse, Dr. Du bowed to the Duke and his wife, stating, "Miss Su has awakened," which signifies she has surmounted her greatest peril. Fortunately, the cold affliction within her has not been exacerbated. I shall prepare a prescription. She need only take her medicine diligently, and in approximately 2 months, she should fully recover. Thank you, Dr. Du, the Duke expressed with a sigh of relief after days of anxiety. Old Lin, please accompany Dr. Du to fetch the medicine. The Duke's heart, which had been heavy with worry, finally found solace. The incident involving Ningning had frightened them terribly. Had he foreseen such an occurrence, he would have never allowed her to enter the hunting grounds. Do you feel somewhat better? The Duchess inquired softly, seated beside Su Jingning's bed as she gently caressed her daughter's pale face, her heart aching with concern. Su Jingning gazed at the room filled with worried faces, realizing the fear her 3-day unconsciousness had instilled in them. She nodded slightly, her voice hoarse. Much better. I apologize for causing you such worry, Mother. The Duke looked upon her with a pained expression. Take good care of yourself. The grievances you have endured will be avenged, with interest. Anger flickered across his resolute features. Luo Dong, the son of the Minister of Revenue, remained imprisoned in the Dali Temple, a place where not just anyone could intervene. Without the Emperor's consent, Luo Dong would not be released. He had been manipulated into luring Ningning into a den of wolves, and within half a day, he had confessed everything under the intimidation of Jingma and Jingyu. It was Shunzi of the Qingwu Duke's residence who incited him to harm Ningning. Now the entire capital is aware of the venomous disposition of the young lady from the Qingwu Duke's household, who endangers lives, rendering the second miss of the Su family in a state of unconsciousness. The Qingwu Duke's residence has audaciously feigned illness for Shunzi, hoping to evade responsibility. Such a notion is utterly impossible. Those who dare to harm his daughter shall be compelled to surrender Shunzi themselves. Hasn't the Minister of Revenue always been subservient to the Qingwu Duke? This time, he is keen to observe which he will choose, his son or his master. Master. The Minister of Revenue, Lord Luo, seeks an audience, announced the guards of the Duke of Zhenghua in a grave tone. The Duke's expression sharpened. He was indeed well informed. Have him wait in the front hall. Understood. Upon hearing that the Minister of Revenue had arrived, the Duchess of Zhenghua's face flushed with anger, her voice resolute. What is there to wait for? Throw him out. My daughter has narrowly escaped death and lies bedridden. Her son sits comfortably in prison. What harm could possibly come to him? There is no way we shall let him off the hook. Duchess Shi, the sole daughter of the esteemed head of the Zhaowen Academy in Jiangnan, had students scattered across the land. Her father, Shi Yunru, is a renowned scholar of the age. Shi has always valued propriety and knowledge, rarely exhibiting such fury to the point of disregarding etiquette. The Duke of Jinghua glanced at his enraged wife and hurriedly reassured her, "Fear not, I shall not easily let his son off the hook." However, now that Ningning has awoken, it is high time this matter be resolved. The anger on the Duchess's face began to subside slightly.
Asu Yingning galoke Madame Susan.
Li let out a sigh of relief. She glanced at Su Luoshu, who had been cloistered in the workshop for days, her face etched with worry and her mind elsewhere. It was evident to Li that the girl held herself accountable for her elder sister's injury. The onlookers, witnessing Su Jingning's initial recovery, refrained from further intrusion and gradually departed. Standing in the corner, Su Luoshu hesitated to approach her sister until the others had left. Su Jingning, leaning against the bed's railing, noticed Su Luoshu in the shadows. Her eyes red-rimmed, and her demeanor cautious. "Sure, I feel a bit parched. Could you fetch me a glass of water?" Su Jingning said softly, offering a gentle smile. Obediently, Su Luoshu poured a cup of warm water and handed it to her sister. After taking a sip, Su Jingning felt some relief in her throat. She patted the bed, signaling for Su Luoshu to sit beside her. Observing Su Luoshu's downcast expression, she smiled tenderly and took her hand gently. "Do not blame yourself. My injury has nothing to do with you. It was my carelessness that led to my being ambushed. You are not at fault, do you understand?"
Su Jingning spoke in a soothing tone.
As soon as she finished, Su Luoshu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, looked up at her sister, her voice trembling with emotion. "Elder sister, you frightened me to death. If only I hadn't chased that fox, I wouldn't have been manipulated, and you wouldn't have been harmed. That fox was deliberately released by someone from Luodong. There are no snow foxes in Hua Mountain." "A snow fox was placed there by Luodong?" Su Jingning inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, it was Shunzi who directed him to commit these acts. Luodong, enamored by Shunzi, has always obeyed her every command. However, it was utterly unexpected that he would deceive the second sister into venturing into that den of wolves at Qing Shui Jian. Whenever Su Luoshu thinks of Luodong and Shunzi, an intense hatred gnaws at her. It was Shunzi who manipulated Shuer into leading her to the wolf's lair. Yet one must ponder, who dispatched those highly trained assassins? Surely, it could not have been Shunzi. Who else in the imperial capital harbors a desire for her demise? Regardless of who lured me into that den of wolves, the paramount concern is that you are unharmed. Su Jingning gazed at Su Luoshu with a gentle expression. Those wolves at Qing Shui Jian cannot inflict harm upon me. Thus, my injuries bear no relation to you. Do you understand? Only then did Su Luoshu suddenly recall the corpses of the assassins extracted from Hua Mountain that fateful night. That venomous woman, Shunzi, even sent assassins into Hua Mountain, intending to take advantage of the second sister's exhaustion from the wolf pack to claim her life. Were it not for the timely arrival of the Crown Prince of Beiyang, who saved the second sister, Shunzi might have succeeded in her wicked scheme. Su Jingning remained silent for a considerable period after hearing Su Luoshu's words. Those assassins had come solely for her, exhibiting formidable strength and a ruthless intent to take lives, their objective unmistakably fixed on her. Yet, she doubted that Shunzi possessed the power to summon such adept killers to eliminate her. The Crown Prince of Beiyang? What has become of him? Su Jingning hesitated momentarily before inquiring of Su Luoshu. Gushitsi? He is unharmed. But the Prince of Chen was attacked last night and is reported to be in grave condition. Numerous imperial physicians rushed to the palace overnight. Su Luoshu found it peculiar how these princes were consistently attacked in the dead of night. It seemed rather coincidental. Not long ago, the sixth Prince Mu Ling, who had been banished to the Ghost City, was also assaulted during the night. Su Jingning cast a glance at the bracelet adorning her wrist. How could he be unscathed? She had witnessed him being pierced in the shoulder by a blade, blood gushing profusely. How could he possibly be fine? "Sister, you have just awakened. Do not overthink things. Rest well and recuperate fully first," Su Luoshu said, observing the pallor and weariness on her sister's face as she adjusted the covers for her. After Su Luoshu departed, she remained fixated on the beads on her wrist, lost in contemplation. Chapter 54. Never regret Anxia. Su Jingning softly called out towards the door. The door creaked open, and Anxia, clad in emerald attire, stepped inside. "Miss," she greeted Su Jingning with a respectful bow. "Investigate the identity of the assassins from that day in Huishan," Su Jingning commanded, her tone laced with an icy chill. "After the incident, I ventured to Huishan to conduct an inquiry," Anxia replied. There were not only the assassins you encountered, but also an additional group who perished deep within Huishan, eluding the search efforts of the officials. As for their identities, I have yet to ascertain any leads. 2 groups? Do you know the target of the other group? Su Jingning inquired, her voice soft yet probing. I have scrutinized all individuals present in Huishan that day and discovered that the heir of the Beiyang prince had left for a period, returning early from the Huishan hunting grounds. If my conjecture holds true, their target was none other than the Beiyang prince's heir. These 2 groups are linked. Anxia replied solemnly. Su Jingning's brow furrowed, which implied that the group had simultaneously attempted to assassinate both her and Gu Yenin. The mastermind behind this plot sought the demise of both individuals. His Majesty was also present at the Huishan hunting grounds, which means the defenses there were undoubtedly stringent. How could so many assassins infiltrate such a fortified area? Unless someone deliberately facilitated their entry. With this realization, Su Jingning abruptly raised her gaze and asked Anxia, who was responsible for the defenses at the Huishan camp during His Majesty's spring hunt. It appears to be General Qingshu, Anxia responded. General Qingshu of Dingnan is renowned for his unwavering integrity. Could she have been mistaken? Investigate whom he has recently met or who has sought an audience with him. And also look into the recent activities of his family members, Su Jingning commanded. Understood, and Xia replied before turning to leave. Once Xia departed, Su Jingning gently pressed her hand against her wound and lay down. Despite having slept for 3 days, she still felt an overwhelming heaviness in her head, yearning for rest. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound, almost imperceptible. For a moment, she instinctively reached for the small knife hidden beneath her pillow, but then hesitated and slowly withdrew her hand. Closing her eyes to feign sleep, she sensed someone drawing closer to her, approaching until they halted at the foot of her bed. The faint scent of ancient sandalwood filled the air, unmistakably belonging to him. Gu Yenin stood beside Su Jingning's bed. Throughout her 3-day slumber, he had witnessed the unpredictable fluctuations of her condition. For 3 days, he had waited outside the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, hesitant to enter and gaze upon her, fearing that the sight of her fragile state might unleash his blood curse, causing him to succumb to his affliction in her presence. Only today, upon learning that she had finally awakened, did he dare to enter. As he beheld her pale, sickly visage, his heart felt as though it had been mercilessly twisted by a knife. Indeed, he was a monster, a harbinger of disaster. All he desired was to draw closer to her, yet his presence had rendered her so wretched. With a tender and pained expression, Gu Yenin gazed at her tightly furrowed brow, knowing that she had lost so much blood and must be in excruciating pain. He gently reached out to brush aside the strands of hair from her face, yet hesitated, fearing he might awaken the girl. As he attempted to retract his hand, it was firmly grasped by a cool little hand. Gu Yenin met the girl's dark, starry eyes, which betrayed no hint of drowsiness. She had merely been feigning sleep. Su Jingning tightened her grip on Gu Yenin's hand, her apricot eyes cool and round, staring intently at him. Her voice tinged with a slight annoyance. You think you can just leave without saying a word? She fixed her gaze upon him, struggling to rise, inadvertently pulling at her wound. Frowning slightly, she still refused to release his hand, as if terrified he might depart. Gu Yenin, feeling a rush of anxiety, hastily supported her with his other hand. As Su Jingning sat upright, she observed Gu Yenin, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, his features etched with fatigue. And suddenly her eyes brimmed with tears. Looking at him, her voice quavering with a sob, she said, Gu Yenin, please don't sneak away again. Taken aback by her sudden tears, Gu Yenin clumsily attempted to wipe them away, only to find he was making it worse. Don't cry. I'm here, I haven't gone anywhere. He awkwardly reassured her. Gu Yenin, come closer, my wound hurts, Su Jingning said, her nose reddened from crying, her grip on his hand tightening further. Gu Yenin, gazing at her tear-filled eyes, was filled with tenderness. He cautiously leaned closer, watching her intently, hoping she would cease her tears. Ah Yen, you foolish one. Are you in pain? Gu Yenin gazed at the girl who suddenly leaped into his embrace, holding his breath and freezing in place, as if he could hear his heart pounding wildly. She embraced him and affectionately called him Ah Yen. His eyes brimmed with tenderness and warmth as he slowly extended his hand, gently patting the trembling back of the girl who was crying, softly coaxing her, Do not weep. All right? I won't leave. I'm just a fool, isn't that so? Under his gentle reassurances, Su Jingning eventually ceased her sobs. The moment she saw him, the image of his demise flashed through her mind, filling her with an overwhelming fear. fear of his departure, and an even greater dread of never seeing him again.
Ayan,
I regret it. I regret saying that we were merely friends on that day, at the hunting ground. Su Jingning buried her face in Gu Yan'an's chest, her voice thick with emotion and nasal tones. Gu Yan'an's eyes flickered with anxiety and trepidation, tinged with uncertainty. He gently pulled Su Jingning away, lowering his gaze to meet hers, his expression imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. What do you wish to convey? With her eyes slightly reddened, Su Jingning sensed the fear and uncertainty reflected in Gu Yan'an's gaze, causing a pang in her heart. She looked at him, her expression sincere and crystalline. Gu Yan'an, I cherish you. Therefore, I fear for your injuries, worry about your sorrow, dread your anger, and am afraid of not seeing you. Each time I behold you, a sense of tranquility envelopes me. As long as you are by my side, all my troubles and worries dissipate. Gu Yan'an, I wish for you to remain by my side always, and I long to accompany you forever. The girl's voice was both soft and delicate, yet each word she uttered stirred a tempest within Gu Yan'an's heart. He gazed intently at her, restraining the overwhelming joy that surged within him, his hand trembling slightly as it gripped her shoulder. After Su Jingning finished speaking, she abruptly closed her eyes, too afraid to meet his gaze. She sensed the intensity of his stare, a heat that made her heart race, as if it were a startled deer. All her courage seemed to have been spent in that moment. Suddenly, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, held tightly as if she were a treasured possession. Cherished and protected, the intensity of his hold allowed her to hear the rapid, powerful beating of his heart and feel the slight tremor of his body. "Zhuhinin, I take your words to heart today, which means you can never retract them," he murmured, nuzzling against her soft hair, his eyes filled with profound tenderness and affection. His voice was a melodious whisper, imbued with a restrained passion for her. Su Jingning remained silent, simply wrapping her arms around his waist, gradually tightening her grip while nodding fervently. Gu Yan'an held her close, feeling as if he were embracing the entire world. Though it seemed that no one knew that the girl in his arms was, indeed, his entire universe. Chapter 55. I long to call you after a prolonged moment. Su Jingning gently pushed aside Gu Yan'an, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at his left chest. She reached out to touch it lightly, then withdrew her hand, her eyes brimming with compassion. In a soft voice, she inquired, "Does your injury still hurt?" Gu Yan'an fixed his gaze upon her, the tenderness and affection in his eyes nearly overflowing. His mind was flooded with the image of Su Jingning confessing her love for him, rendering the pain of his wound inconsequential. After all, he had endured such injuries throughout his life. "It's nothing, it doesn't hurt," he replied, his voice gentle and low. Observing his slightly pallid complexion and his calm demeanor, Su Jingning furrowed her brow slightly. "How can it not hurt? You've lost so much blood." Gu Yan'an took in her concern, feeling as though a warm spring day enveloped his heart. With a smile in his eyes, he tenderly brushed aside the stray strands of hair that had fallen across her face, speaking softly, "This injury is trivial to me. Do not worry. You have been unconscious for 3 days, and it is a relief that you have finally awakened. You must rest well and not fret, all right?" Having said this, he assisted Su Jingning in lying down and meticulously arranged her bedding. As Su Jingning gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, she recalled how, in her previous life, she had perceived him as cold and unfeeling, a heartless individual. It was only after living again that she recognized the tenderness and warmth reflected in his eyes.
Ayan.
"Yes. What is it?" Gu Yan'an, having just finished adjusting her covers, could not suppress the joy that surged within him upon hearing Su Jingning call him Ah Yen. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, the delight in his voice unmistakable. "Nothing much. I merely wish to call out to you." Su Jingning was enveloped in a soft pink blanket, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at Gu Yan'an, her voice warm and gentle. Gu Yan'an settled by her bedside, locking eyes with her. He tenderly stroked the plush top of her head, his expression filled with affection. "Sleep now. I will watch over you as you drift off. Once you are asleep, I shall take my leave." Obediently, Su Jingning nodded and closed her eyes. Gu Yan'an regarded the serene beauty of the girl before him, his heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of contentment and peace. At the Beiyang Prince's residence, Mou had just received a letter from Lu Feng, who wished to report matters to his master. However, his master had gone to the Duke of Jinggua's residence and had yet to return. "Master, you have finally returned." Upon glimpsing the figure approaching from the corridor, Mou hurried forward, his demeanor flustered, nearly colliding with Gu Yenin. Remarkably, Gu Yenin seemed in good spirits today, his tone noticeably lighter. Why the haste? Are you being pursued?
Come in and speak.
With that, he entered the study. Master, Lu Feng mentioned that the old prince intends to return to the capital. He set out from the prince's residence 3 days ago. Gu Yenin paused, nearly spilling the water he was pouring. He turned to Mou, a frown creasing his brow. Why would the old man suddenly wish to come to the capital? He cannot possibly know about my injury. The old prince said it had been a long time since he visited the capital and wished to see it again. As for your injury, he has not been informed. Who accompanies him? Gu Yenin inquired, his voice low and serious. Lu Feng reported that the old prince did not allow anyone to accompany him, bringing only a contingent of personal guards. Gu Yenin lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. A faint smile gracing his lips as he realized the old man had returned just in time. He decided to send someone to fetch him tomorrow, ensuring his swift return to the capital, lest he wander off again to indulge in libations with old friends. Mou was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that the master was eager for the old prince's prompt return to the capital. Hadn't he always found the old prince's ramblings tedious? Each time the old prince ventured to the northern frontier to reunite with acquaintances, the master seemed to wish for him to linger a few extra days.
Ah.
Fetch the old prince? Very well. Tomorrow it shall be done, swiftly in and out. Gu Yenin gently swirled his teacup, the delight in his features unmistakable. Oh, indeed. Mou glanced at Gu Yenin with a perplexed expression, sensing something amiss. His master appeared unusually cheerful today. Could it be due to Miss Su's awakening? He shook his head and exited the room. The following day, at the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Miss, regarding the matter you entrusted me with yesterday, I have gathered some insights, and Xia reported, clad in a vibrant green ensemble that radiated confidence, addressing Su Jingning softly. Su Jingning, draped in a white fox cloak, leaned against the bedside and handed the empty medicine bowl to Yin Qing. What have you discovered? In accordance with the young lady's instructions, I sought information regarding General Qing Shu. It is indeed true that General Qing is a man of unwavering integrity and loyalty, earning the trust of His Majesty. However, his son has not inherited his father's noble character. Instead, he is a gambler, frequently frequenting establishments of ill repute, a quintessential idle scion of a wealthy family. I have heard that he recently committed a grave offense at the Zui Chunlu, where he, in full view of the public, accidentally took the life of an innocent citizen. He has since been detained by the Jingzhou Division and, according to the law, should face execution by hanging. Yet, this matter has been suppressed, and Qing Shu's son, Qing Shi, has merely been sent to the family estate not far from the capital. My investigation revealed that it was not General Qing who silenced this incident. I suspect that someone has intervened on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Su Jingning pondered for a moment before looking up at Xia and coldly instructing, discreetly confine Qing Shi and find someone clever to take his place. Ensuring that no one perceives any irregularity. Continue to surveil General Qing and the Qing residence day and night. If someone is aiding him, he will inevitably reveal his hand. Although General Qing is a man of principle, it is inconceivable for a father to remain indifferent when his son has committed such a perilous crime. Understood. And Xia replied before turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, Su Jingchen and Su Jingma entered the room. Ningning? You're awake. How do you feel? Su Jingma inquired with concern.
Noticing Su Jingning's swan complexion.
I'm much better, elder brother. What brings you and second brother here? Su Jingning gestured for Yinqing to step out and spoke softly in response. I was at the Dali Temple all day yesterday and couldn't visit you. I came today to check on your condition. Rest assured, my second brother will undoubtedly avenge you. That wretched Shenzi dares to scheme against you. Su Jingma spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with fury. Is Luo Dong still at the Dali Temple? Indeed, early this morning, individuals from the Dali Temple went to the residence of the Duke of Qing to bring Shenzi to the Dali Temple. Although Luo Dong was manipulated by Shenzi to harm you, he shall not escape without facing consequences. As for Shenzi, even if the Duke of Qing offers her protection, she shall find it impossible to evade the repercussions of this matter. Su Jingchen's voice turned icy, expressing his deep disdain for those affiliated with the Duke of Qing. What is infuriating is that Shenzi has consistently refused to acknowledge her involvement in bribing assassins to end your life since her arrival. Su Jingma declared with indignation. Chapter 56. Peach Frost Candies. Su Jingning lowered her gaze, immersed in contemplation for a moment before speaking slowly. The assassin was not hired by Shinzi. She lacked the capability to bribe the guards of the hunting grounds, stealthily allowing the assassin to infiltrate. Moreover, those assassins were all highly skilled. Su Jingchen and Su Jingma looked at her in confusion. However, aside from Shinzi, there were scarcely any who recognized you in the imperial capital. Who else would covet your life? I am uncertain. I am still investigating, Su Jingning replied, shaking her head softly. She had forgotten to inquire with Ian about this matter last night. It seemed that on numerous occasions when she encountered him, there were those who sought to harm him. But if that were the case, it would only serve Shinzi's interests. Furthermore, leading you into the wolf's den at Qingshui Gorge was precisely intended to jeopardize your life, was it not?
Yet.
She did not anticipate that those wolves would fail to harm you. Su Jingma's gaze darkened. He was unwilling to let Shinzi evade retribution so easily. How dare she injure Ningning? She would not escape their vengeance unscathed. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Su Jingning's eyes. To manipulate her family against her was a grave miscalculation. Evidently, the previous injury to her hand had not imparted her with sufficient wisdom. Whoever this person was, capable of corrupting the guards of the hunting grounds to permit the assassin's entry, indicated that they held considerable influence in the imperial capital. Your personal guards are too few. Starting tomorrow, I shall assign you additional covert protectors. It is prudent to exercise caution, for your health is already fragile. Continuous injuries may inadvertently aggravate the cold ailment within you. What shall we do? Su Jingchen asked, concern etched upon his face as he regarded Su Jingning. The imperial capital was rife with tumult. The intricate web of power dynamics invariably attracted those who resented the Duke of the State and sought to exploit his household. Brother,
There's no need for that.
I have Yunya and Yunqing by my side, and there's also Xia, so we do not require so many people. Su Jingning smiled at Su Jingchen, expressing her preference for solitude. No, this matter is settled. Since you dislike having company, they shall remain outside your courtyard. You must focus on your recovery. Any matters can be addressed once you are healed, Su Jingchen stated firmly, unusually resistant to her wishes. He understood Ning Ning's capabilities and acknowledged the prowess of her attendants, yet his concern lingered. All right, fine. Su Jingning relented with a slight pout, suddenly contemplating that she should inform a yen to enter through the main gate next time, rather than scaling walls in the dead of night. Miss Young Master. Second young master, Yunya hurriedly entered, interrupting their conversation. Miss Princess Su Yang has arrived, saying she heard you were awake and came to visit. The princess? Please. Show her in, Su Jingning exclaimed, taken aback by Mu Shi's visit and quickly instructed in a hushed tone.
Yes.
Before long, Mu Shi entered, carrying a wooden box. Upon seeing Su Jingning leaning against the bed, pale and frail, her heart ached. The day she learned of Su Jingning's injury, she had rushed to see her, only to be alarmed by the sight of her unconscious and ashen countenance. Today, however, she noticed a slight improvement in her complexion.
Greetings, Princess Su Yang. Su Jingchen bowed respectfully to Mu 11.
Mu Shi nodded in acknowledgement and immediately approached Su Jingning. Jingning, you have finally awakened. You have caused the princess much concern, she said, her voice filled with warmth. Su Jingning, unable to rise, gently nodded in greeting to Mu Shi. I have heard that you have awakened, so I came to see you. It is a relief that you are conscious now. You cannot fathom how alarming your appearance was during your unconscious state. Mu Shi sat by Su Jingning's bedside, holding her hand, with evident concern and compassion in her eyes. By the way, I brought back a number of precious medicinal herbs from the palace and have given them to your maid for doctor. Due to assess which ones might be useful. You must take good care of yourself and recover swiftly. Your current condition is truly pitiful. Su Jingning felt warmth in her heart. She had not anticipated that so many cared for her well-being during her injury. She smiled gently at Mu Shi and softly said, Thank you for coming to see me. Why are we being polite with each other? Mu Shi replied with a smile. Genuinely cherishing Su Jingning as a friend, she wished to wholeheartedly connect with. Mu Shi glanced at the wooden box placed on the small table beside her and addressed Su Jingchen and Su Jingma. Young Master Su, AMO. I would like to speak with Jingning privately, if that is all right. Su Jingchen cast a worried glance at Su Jingning, who smiled and nodded in reassurance. Only then did he reply warmly, Then the princess and Ning Ning may converse at their leisure. After bowing to Mu Shi, he stepped out of the room. It was only then that Su Jingmo rose from his chair, glanced at Mu Shi, and spoke nonchalantly, Don't talk to my sister for too long. She has just awakened and does not possess your level of stamina. Understood. Understood. Mu Shi thought to herself, perceiving the way the two Su siblings looked at her as though she were an obstacle to Jingning's recovery. Su Jingma shot her a sidelong glance before preparing to leave. Oh, by the way, is Shunzi at the Dali Temple? Would you accompany me there for a visit? Mu Shi suddenly called out to her. Su Jingma turned around to look at Mu Shi, her expression filled with curiosity. What do you need to go to the Dali Temple for? Oh, it's nothing serious. I've just found Shinzi displeasing for quite some time and wish to see how she is faring in prison. Mu Shi casually replied as she placed a wooden box on her lap. Su Jingma glanced at Mu Shi, speechless, and replied, Understood. I shall wait for you in the courtyard. Such a reason was truly difficult to counter. Su Jingning observed as Mu Shi sent Su Jingchen and Su Jingma away, pondering what she wished to discuss with her. Mu Shi flashed a mysterious smile at Su Jingning. Wait a moment. She then retrieved 5 or 6 porcelain bottles from the upper compartment of the wooden box, each adorned with a label of varying colors, the characters somewhat familiar. From the lower compartment, she took out 3 exquisitely carved porcelain jars. He, can you guess what this is? Mu Shi shook the jar in front of Su Jingning, her smile radiant, as she inquired. What is this? Su Jingning vaguely suspected who might have sent these items, but was uncertain about the contents of the jar. Here, open it and see. Mu Shi handed one of the jars to Su Jingning, her smile unwavering. With a look of intrigue, Su Jingning accepted the porcelain jar and gently opened it. A delightful scent of sweet peaches wafting toward her. Inside the jar was filled to the brim with pink honey. Su Jingning gazed at Mu Shi with delight. This is the peach frost candy from Yuqing. Mu Shi gazed upon Su Jingning's expression of delight, her enchanting phoenix eyes arching slightly. I may not know where the honey is sourced, but the one bestowing you these sweets is rather exceptional, she remarked. Ever since childhood, you've dreaded the bitterness of medicine. And upon finishing your dose, you always craved something sweet immediately. He specifically instructed me to remind you that you may only indulge in one piece at a time. No more than that, she noted, having counted them diligently. Su Jingning, observing Mu Shi's playful demeanor, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. A touch of embarrassment washing over her. She had previously claimed not to know Gu Yanan, the peach blossom candy from Yuqing, which she had carried with her daily during her time there, had not graced her lips since returning to the capital. Did you not say you were unfamiliar with Gu Yanan? What is the meaning of this? Mu Shi feigned annoyance, her gaze fixed teasingly on Su Jingning's flushed face. I knew I wasn't mistaken. There must be a story between these two. I have never witnessed Gu Yanan exhibit such care and tenderness towards anyone else. They appear to be a perfect match, both possessing such striking beauty. Perhaps you should eat a piece of candy to lighten your mood. Noticing Mu Shi's feigned irritation, Su Jingning reluctantly inched the candy closer to her, casting a hopeful glance her way, her large eyes fluttering in appeal. Unable to maintain her composure, Mu Shi burst into laughter. No, you should keep the candy for yourself. I wouldn't dare to compete with you for it. This was given to me by Gu Yanan for you. The porcelain vials contain healing ointments beneficial for wound recovery. He assured me that these would not conflict with the prescriptions provided by the imperial physician, so you may use them without worry. Oh, very well. Su Jingning clutched the jar of sweets, nodding foolishly, her heart sweeter than honey. Mu Shi observed her somewhat naive demeanor. Noting how it contrasted starkly with the cool and enchanting beauty she had first encountered, she had clearly transformed into a love-struck young maiden.
Leaning closer to Su Jingning,
Mu Shi pondered how, just a few days prior during their outing, the atmosphere between them had felt somewhat tense and peculiar. How had it shifted so suddenly? Do tell me honestly, what exactly is going on between you and Gu Yanan? I am utterly curious. Mu Shi inquired, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Su Jingning's cheeks flushed a deep crimson at the question, the image of Gu Yanan's enchanting visage igniting a flutter of emotions within her. Gu Yanan is the only person I wish to spend my life with, she declared to Mu Shi, her gaze filled with the utmost sincerity. At her words, Mu Shi was momentarily taken aback. The affection and concern that shone in Su Jingning's eyes when speaking of Gu Yanan were impossible to overlook. It mirrored the very emotion she had glimpsed in Gu Yanan's own gaze towards Su Jingning earlier that day, revealing a warmth and humanity that was all too rare. Oh dear, you've moved me to tears, Mu Shi remarked, her eyes slightly misty as she gazed at Su Jingning. Su Jingning offered an embarrassed smile in return. Take care of yourself and heal well. I shall come to visit you in a few days, Mu Shi said as she tidied up the medicine and sweets for Su Jingning, smiling warmly. All right, my princess. Travel safely, Su Jingning replied with a nod. Mushi took a few steps, then turned back to her and said, How many times must I remind you? When there are no outsiders around, just call me Mushi. The smile on Su Jingning's lips broadened. Very well, Mushi, take your time. Only then did Mushi, satisfied, wave her hand at Su Jingning and walk out. Chapter 57. Mushi's warning in the dark and damp confines of the Dali Temple's prison. Su Jingma accompanied Mushi to the cell where Shunzi was detained. The atmosphere was suffocating, filled with an unpleasant mustiness, occasionally pierced by heart-wrenching screams that sent chills down one's spine. Shunzi's cell, however, was relatively clean. In one corner lay an old bed, adorned with a somewhat faded mattress. After all, she was the daughter of the Duke of Qing, and the guards were not overly harsh with her. Seated on the mattress, clad in a thin garment, Shunzi appeared disheveled, her eyes swollen and reddened, likely from prolonged weeping. She had never imagined finding herself in such a wretched place. That useless Luodong had failed her yet again. She was astounded that her father had entrusted her to the Dali Temple, claiming it was merely temporary. Yet she had been here for an eternity, with no one coming to fetch her home. What was she to do now? All she had wanted was for Su Jingning to perish in the wolf's den at Qingshui Gorge. She had never hired any assassins to take her life. Yet now, everyone assumed those killers were in her employ, and no one believed her innocence. Footsteps echoed in the hushed, frigid cell, accompanied by the voice of a guard. Shunzi abruptly lifted her head and rushed to the bars, peering outside. There, she beheld Mushi, adorned in regal purple attire, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. Her hand resting on the sword at her waist as she approached.
Princess! Princess!
I am here, please save me. I am wronged, she cried desperately to Mushi. Mushi cast a cold glance in her direction, a faint, mocking smile gracing her lips as she leisurely approached. Shunzi gazed at Mushi with a face full of hope. Mushi subtly inclined her head towards the guard. The prison guard gestured for the door to be opened, allowing Mushi to step inside. Princess, save me. I am wrongfully accused. The Su family is ruthless. They seek my life. Princess, for the sake of our childhood bond, please help me. Shunzi cried, dropping to her knees before Mushi, clutching her sleeve in terror. Mushi cast a glance at the man Shunzi pointed to, Su Jingma, whose countenance was unusually dark, teetering on the brink of fury. They accuse you and seek your life? Mushi regarded Shunzi with frigid disdain, brushing aside her grip with the hilt of her sword. Yet it was you who first sought Jingning's life. How could I possibly assist you? Her voice was icy, her already exquisite features now radiating an unsettling chill. Shunzi, somewhat frightened, gazed at Mushi, unable to speak. Mushi scoffed softly, leaning down to whisper into Shunzi's ear. Her voice a mere breath meant for only her. Shunzi, I know why you desire Jingning's demise. It is because you are enamored with Gu Yenin. Am I not correct? Alas, he shall never cast his gaze upon someone like you.
You!
Shunzi was rendered speechless by Mushi's words, filled with rage. Do not rush. I have not yet concluded, Mushi replied with a smile, rising to meet Shunzi's eyes with indifference. What makes you think I would save you? What gives you the right? Simply because you bear the surname Shin? I detest those of your surname above all else, especially those of the Qingwa Duke's residents. The sight of you makes me feel ill. Shunzi was incensed by Mushi's scornful gaze, and anger surged within her, prompting her to speak without restraint.
Manhwaedit.
How dare you speak of the Shin family in such a manner? The current imperial concubine is a member of the Shin family. And let us not forget that the Empress Dowager is also of our lineage. You are so audaciously disrespectful. The imperial concubine?
Manhwaedit scoffed.
What is Shunrui but a mere trifle? I am the legitimate daughter of the Empress, the sole daughter of the Emperor, the only legitimate princess of the Great Zhou. Do ask her if she would dare lay a finger on me. As for the Empress Dowager, she is far away in Qingzhou as Buddhist hidden mountain, and has no power over me. Mushi regarded Shunzi with an air of haughty superiority, her demeanor radiating arrogance as she spoke. After finishing her remarks, she turned to the nearby jailer and asked, Did you hear her audaciously address me by name? The jailer quickly lowered his head, replying, Yes, I heard it, Your Highness. To offend the law by disrespecting the royal family and addressing me so directly, does that not warrant 20 strikes with a rod? Mushi replied with a satisfied nod. Indeed, Your Highness, the jailer responded respectfully. I shall observe. Proceed with the punishment, Mu Shi said lightly, raising an eyebrow as she gazed at Shinzi. The jailer hesitated momentarily, realizing the gravity of offending the princess of Xiyang. Yes, he finally said, before turning to instruct the other jailers to carry out Shinzi's punishment. Shinzi had not anticipated that Mu Shi would provoke her with such intent. Her eyes glistened with fury as she glared at Mu Shi, incredulous at her audacity.
No.
You cannot strike me. Your Highness, I was momentarily blinded by anger and spoke thoughtlessly. I implore you to forgive my transgression. Shinzi yearned to break free from the grasp of the prison guard, her visage marred by fear as she implored Mu Shi for mercy. Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears. As a frail woman, she was no match for the guard. In mere moments, she found herself pinned against the long bench, the 5-foot-long military baton striking her mercilessly, again and again, each blow resonating with a heavy thud. Shinzi cried out in pain, her voice piercing the air. Su Jingma cast a glance at Mu Shi beside him. Her gaze toward Shinzi was devoid of warmth, cold and unyielding. The sound of her cries did not elicit even a flicker of emotion on her face. An unsettling chill surrounded her, starkly contrasting the carefree and optimistic Mu Shi he had known. When she had previously expressed disdain for the Shin family, the hatred in her eyes had been palpable. What connection did she have with the Shuns? Accustomed to the pampered life provided by the Duke of Qing's household, Shinzi's complexion turned ashen after enduring 20 strikes from the baton. She lay prostrate on the bench, unable to move. Mu Shi gradually approached and crouched before her, scrutinizing her closely. This is unacceptable. You are far too weak, she remarked, then leaned closer to whisper in her ear. Consider this a warning. Do not harbor designs on Gu Yenin, nor think of harming Su Jingning. Should there be a next time, it will not merely be 20 strikes. While I cannot act against the Duke of Qing's household, your fate may differ. After delivering her admonition, Mu Shi rose to her feet and cast a glance at Shinzi with her striking phoenix eyes, sharp and fearsome, reminiscent of the Emperor Zhou. Shinzi trembled in fright, instinctively recoiling. What connection did her malice toward Su Jingning have with Mu Shi? What link did her affection for Gu Yenin bear to Mu Shi? By what right did she dare to threaten her so? Mu Shi's voice was barely audible. Standing behind her, Su Jingma couldn't discern what she had said to Shinzi. However, he noted the look of sheer terror on Shinzi's face after Mu Shi spoke. Let us depart. This cell is exceedingly filthy, Mu Shi remarked, brushing off her skirt before leading the way out of the prison. Once outside, her steps seemed notably lighter. Su Jingma followed closely, a sense of perplexity stirring within him. Did you come to the execution chamber solely to punish Shinzi with 20 military strikes? Su Jingma inquired in a low tone. Indeed, otherwise, what purpose would I have for visiting the execution chamber? Mu Shi replied with a nod. Su Jingma was taken aback by her genuine intent to confront Shinzi. Do you harbor a grudge against Shinzi? It seems rather peculiar to venture to the execution chamber solely for the sake of striking her. Not particularly. I have simply found her irksome for quite some time. Mu Shi answered casually, her expression indifferent. Su Jingma sensed that she was not being entirely forthright, yet he refrained from pressing further, acknowledging that everyone possesses their own secrets. By the way, spring has arrived. When do you plan to return to Mo Linyuan? Su Jingma asked as he walked alongside her. This year, Mo Linyuan is recruiting new disciples. At the beginning of next month, the young master Xiaoyuan will come to the imperial capital. Nanfeng will also be participating in the selection for Mo Linyuan this year. Once he is accepted, I shall return to the abyss with him. Mu Shi replied with a smile in her eyes. The year she entered Mo Linyuan, Qi Nanfeng was supposed to join her, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he missed the recruitment. He must now wait until this year. Can that bookworm Qi Nanfeng truly catch Mo Linyuan's attention? Moreover, the illustrious Master Song Xian of Mo Linyuan is arriving. Su Jingma harbored some doubts regarding Qi Nanfeng's ability to gain admission into Mo Linyuan. Mu Shi shot Su Jingma a glare and asserted, of course, Nanfeng has grown up alongside me since childhood. None of the disciples in the outer sect of Mo Linyuan's literary path can rival him. Had it not been for his unfortunate accident 3 years ago when he broke his hand, he would have already joined me in Mo Linyuan. Su Jingmo rubbed his nose and chuckled. Well then, I wish him good fortune. Let us hope he does not injure his hand again. It suddenly struck him that Qi Nanfeng's mishap years ago seemed to be related to Mu Shi. Mu Shi immediately furrowed her brow at Su Jingma, gripping her sword tightly. Su Jingma, refrain from such nonsense. This year, Nanfeng will undoubtedly accompany me to Mo Linyuan. If he fails to enter, it shall be your fault. With that, she turned on her heel and boarded her palanquin, storming off as she instructed the guards to the Grand Preceptor's residence. Su Jingma chuckled softly, shaking his head. If memory served him right, she was the one among them who most disparaged Qi Nanfeng's lack of intelligence. Is Song Xian truly coming to the imperial capital? Does Ningning know? Mo Linyuan possesses unparalleled strength, remaining outside the jurisdiction of the four nations while being revered by them. The status of the young master of Mo Linyuan is not inferior to that of any crown prince. Should he arrive in the imperial capital, it would surely become a hub of excitement. 5 days later. Chapter 58. Only smile at me in the Duke's residence. Su Jingning was finally permitted to rise and move about after several days of confinement, her body aching from prolonged inactivity. She requested Yunya to assist her in taking a stroll through the garden. Miss, the Dali Temple has found no evidence that Shenzi bribed assassins to harm you. Therefore, she has only been charged with intentional injury, which originally warranted corporal punishment. However, today, the Empress Dowager from Qingzhou unexpectedly issued a decree to take her away. The Empress Dowager has taken Shenzi away? Su Jingning halted in her tracks to inquire of Yunya. Indeed, she claimed that Shenzi was meditating on Mount Foyan. Since Shenzi has erred, she has been ordered to eat vegetarian and chant sutras alongside the Empress Dowager, who will ensure Shenzi is properly guided. Yunya's expression was notably filled with anger. It was truly too lenient for Shenzi. Her lady had suffered grievously. Yet all that was demanded of Shenzi was to partake in a vegetarian diet and chant. What kind of justice was this? Was the Empress Dowager not merely exerting her influence? A cold smile danced upon Su Jingning's lips as she recalled that the reclusive Empress Dowager of the Great Zhou, who resided in Qingzhou, was indeed a member of the Shen family. Shenzi sought to evade the Dali Temple's judgment by relying on the Empress Dowager. The people of the Duke of Qing's residence were truly accustomed to bullying others through their power. Nevertheless, she had more pressing matters to attend to. Once this situation was clarified, she would settle accounts with Shenzi. Very well for now. Have Xia keep a close watch on the Chung residence. We shall discuss other matters later, Su Jingning instructed in a somber tone. Understood. I will remain here for a while before returning. Su Jingning sat by the lakeside pavilion, her gaze somewhat absent as she looked down at the shimmering surface of the lake, glistening under the sunlight. I have encountered the Crown Prince of Beiyang. A voice filled with astonishment suddenly came from behind her, startling her from her reverie. Upon hearing the voice, Su Jingning swiftly turned her head to glance back. Gu Yenin stood there, adorned in a deep blue satin robe embroidered with cloud patterns, bathed in sunlight. His ink-black hair was elegantly held in place with a jade hairpin, cascading partially down his back, creating a striking contrast against the brilliance of the light. His eyes, filled with gentle warmth, were fixed on Su Jingning in the pavilion. What brings you here? Su Jingning exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she inquired of Gu Yenin. He approached her slowly, but Yunya, furrowing her brow in concern, contemplated whether to intervene. However, before she could act, her young mistress had already dashed past her towards the Crown Prince. Slow down. Your injury has not yet healed, Gu Yenin remarked, observing Su Jingning's joyful and somewhat hurried approach. With a slight frown, he stepped forward and gently supported her, his tone tender yet tinged with exasperation. Yunya stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden intimacy between the Crown Prince and her mistress. Mississippi, she began. But Su Jingning interrupted. Yunya, please return. I will manage on my own shortly. Yes, Yunya replied, momentarily dazed and unable to process the situation. Eventually departing without further thought, Gu Yenin helped Su Jingning to a seat at the edge of the pavilion, observing that she appeared considerably better than before. He had been quite occupied these past few days and had not seen her for a while, anticipating that she could finally take a stroll today. He ventured to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Gu Yenin gently tucked away the stray wisps of hair that the wind had tousled around Su Jingning's ears, his gaze towards the girl brimming with tenderness. I haven't visited you in a few days. Have you been diligent with your medication? You haven't indulged in too many of the peach candies Mushi gave you, have you? Su Jingning met Gu Yenin's adoring gaze, nearly losing herself in its warmth. She furrowed her brow and playfully retorted, Oh, Yen, I am not a child. How could I possibly sneak a treat? Upon witnessing her feigned annoyance, Gu Yenin chuckled softly. I was merely jesting. It's good to know you haven't, Propping her chin on her hand, Su Jingning regarded him intently. Yen, you ought to refrain from smiling in front of outsiders.
Why not?
Gu Yenin inquired, his voice deep and melodious, laced with confusion. You may only smile in my presence, Su Jingning declared, her tone light yet commanding. He was inherently handsome, and his smile was captivating. What if someone else were to take an interest in him? Gu Yenin's smile widened, tinged with affection. Very well, I shall reserve my smile solely for you. Delighted with his response, Su Jingning nodded in approval. By the way, on the day I was injured, were you pursued again? Su Jingning asked, her expression turning serious. Indeed, Gu Yenin replied, not intending to conceal the truth from her. She was astute, and any attempt to deceive would be futile. Was it the people of Consort Shu? Su Jingning's inquiry was more of a statement. Her eyes filled with certainty. Gu Yenin was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated her to uncover the truth so swiftly. He remained silent, unwilling to involve her further. Thus, the assassin we encountered on Qingfu Mountain that day was also dispatched by the noble Consort Shu? Su Jingning's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Ayan is the heir of the Beiyang prince. Why would Consort Shu repeatedly seek his life? Gu Yanin lowered his eyes to the distant lake, nodding slightly, seemingly reluctant to discuss the matter. Su Jingning gently grasped Gu Yanin's long fingers, her gaze steadfast and warm. Do you not wish to reveal why she seeks to kill you? Gu Yanin looked down at the small hand holding his, gradually tightening his grip. Su Jingning, if I am not as good as you believe, if I am a villain who has committed heinous acts, would you despise me? His voice trembled slightly as he uttered the final question. Su Jingning regarded him, sensing his inner turmoil and fear, though she could not discern its source. With a soft sigh, she extended her other arm to gently embrace him, her tone tender. Gu Yanin, I do not know what you fear, but I have told you. I care for you, regardless of who you are. Moreover, I am not entirely virtuous myself. Gu Yanin closed his eyes, holding Su Jingning close, uncertain of how to articulate his reasons for allowing Consort Shu to pursue him, ultimately opting for silence. Su Jingning did not compel him to disclose the reasons behind his predicament. Everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep, and she respected that. Leaning against Gu Yanin's embrace, a fierce determination flickered in her eyes. The noble consort has made several attempts on Ayan's life, even injuring herself in the process. This debt of vengeance is one she cannot swallow. Regardless of the circumstances, she must repay the noble consort in kind. Chapter 59, A Life Without Regrets. Gu Yanin embraced Su Jingning, burying his head in the crook of her neck, his warm breath occasionally brushing against her skin. Su Jingning instinctively shifted to the side, only to be drawn back into his arms once more. Su Jingning, will you marry me? His voice, husky and low, resonated with heartfelt sincerity and profound affection. Frozen in Gu Yanin's embrace, Su Jingning remained motionless, her heart racing at his words. She fell silent, while he patiently awaited her response. After an indeterminate span of time, Su Jingning gently pushed him away, tilting her head to meet his gaze with her clear, luminous eyes. Do you truly wish to marry me? In her eyes, Gu Yanin discerned a flicker of fear and uncertainty about the future. I, Gu Yanin, vow before the Buddha that in this life, my one true love shall be Su Jingning alone. I shall take her as my wife, pledging my life to protect her from all worries and bestow upon her a life of tranquility. I shall never betray you, Su Jingning. Gu Yanin fixed his gaze upon her, his words imbued with genuine emotion. He raised his long, fair hand above his head, his expression solemn as if he were making a sacred oath to the divine. Should I break this vow, may it be. Su Jingning raised her hand to cover his lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You must not sacrifice your life for anyone, except for your dear parents. No one else is worth such a sacrifice, not even me. But Ning, my life was given to me by you. Without you, I would have perished 5 years ago. Gu Yanin tenderly caressed her delicate face, his thumb gently tracing her cheek, his demeanor tinged with a hint of obsession. 5 years ago, in the depths of despair, he never envisioned a life beyond the abyss. Despite enduring relentless torment, thoughts of escape eluded him. He believed a person like himself had no rightful place in this world. It was then that Su Jingning, like a radiant beam of light, abruptly entered his life and rescued not only his existence, but also his very soul. He resolved to quietly protect her, to watch over her from a distance. Yet, upon learning of her affection for another, he found himself consumed by an uncontrollable jealousy and rage, harboring thoughts of eliminating anyone who dared to steal her heart. Thus, when she confessed her feelings for him that fateful night, no one could fathom the depths of his elation. Su Jingning felt a wave of emotion, realizing that Gu Yenin, that foolish man, had long since repaid the life debt he owed her. "Very well, I am willing," she declared, her gaze fixed upon him, resolute in her choice. The moment Gu Yenin heard her affirmation, he enveloped Su Jingning in his embrace, his large hand cradling the back of her head. "I shall never betray you in this life," he proclaimed, his voice earnest yet trembling. Su Jingning nodded emphatically, her heart racing. Perhaps this was the most courageous decision she had ever made since her rebirth. Suddenly, the sound of something crashing to the floor startled them both. Su Jingning quickly released Gu Yenin and turned towards the source of the noise, only to be met by the furious faces of two individuals. Her heart raced as she instinctively stepped away from Gu Yenin. Second brother. Fourth brother. "Gu Yenin, how dare you take advantage of my sister?" Su Jingma approached Gu Yenin with a mixture of astonishment and ire, his countenance darkened as flames of fury ignited within his eyes. Su Jingyi shielded Su Jingning behind him, his own anger no less palpable than that of Su Jingma. Su Jingning quietly exhaled in relief, thankful that it was not her eldest brother or father. She cast a glance at Gu Yenin, an expression of silent pleading for mercy, before retreating behind Su Jingyi to observe the unfolding drama. Gu Yenin, with a hint of exasperation, glanced at Su Jingning, who was cowering behind Su Jingyi, and offered her a tender smile. Then, he turned his attention to the two brothers of the Su family, whose faces were clouded with displeasure. Noticing Su Jingma's clenched fists and the silver needles grasped tightly in Su Jingyi's hand, Gu Yenin took a discreet step back and, with solemnity and decorum, performed a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to my two elder brothers," he declared. Su Jingning was taken aback by his gesture. He was performing the grand bow of the Great Zhou, and as the heir of the Northern Yang Prince and a distinguished official of the second rank in the Great Zhou, there was no need for him to show such reverence to her brothers, even if he intended to marry her. Su Jingma and Su Jingyi were equally astonished. Su Jingmo released his fist, feeling disgruntled, and retorted with a sardonic tone, "Gu Yenin, are you quite well? Who is your elder brother? Even if I am a year your senior, there is no need for such formalities." The esteemed title of Gu Young Master was something they could hardly bear. Su Jingyi scrutinized Gu Yenin, recalling how he had just embraced Ningning and found everything about him irksome. He was cunning, and he hoped Ningning would not be deceived by him. Gu Yenin rose, offering a slight smile to the two, exuding politeness and an air of noble composure. "You two are honoring as elder brothers, and thus, you shall also be my elder brothers in the future. This title of elder brother that I bestow upon you is one you shall graciously accept." "Gu Yenin, whom do you address as Anning?" Su Jingma now regretted not having someone keep an eye on this fellow. Had he known of his interest in Ningning, he would never have allowed him to step foot in the Duke of Xinggua's residence. Ningning is fond of handsome individuals. The previous Prince Ling, with his delicate features, had captured her attention, not to mention this chap, who resembled a captivating demon. It was certain that Ningning had fallen under his spell. As for so-called brothers and friends, harboring designs on his precious sister was utterly unacceptable. Observing his second brother's furious demeanor, Su Jingning could not help but attempt to defend Gu Yenin. "Oh, dear, second brother. Fourth brother, my wound hurts," she exclaimed softly, bending over to cradle her injury. Su Jingyi hurriedly supported her, while Su Jingma, frowning, rushed over to her side. Gu Yenin, witnessing Su Jingning's pained outcry, felt a wave of concern wash over him. He longed to approach her. But then he caught sight of Su Jingning winking playfully at him from behind Su Jingma and Su Jingyi, her charm undiminished. With a resigned smile, he remained rooted to the spot. "Ningning, does your wound hurt? Did you strain it just now?" Su Jingma anxiously inquired. "Yes, it hurts," Su Jingning replied, nodding in a manner that conveyed her grievance. "I fetch a doctor. I shall escort Ningning home," Su Jingma instructed, gently lifting Su Jingning into his arms. He then directed his command to Su Jingyi. Su Jingyi responded urgently, hastening out of the pavilion, both of them disregarding Gu Yenin. As Su Jingma exited the pavilion, he cast a fierce glare at Gu Yenin, warning him, "Do not presume that I consider you a brother. You shall not lay a hand on my sister. I must inform you, regardless of whether you are the Crown Prince of Beiyang or any other title, do not even think about it. Do not entertain the notion of deceiving my sister." Upon hearing her elder brother's words, Su Jingning found it somewhat amusing. She was not so easily duped. Su Jingma carried Su Jingning for a considerable distance, and as they walked, she relaxed her furrowed brows and gently patted him on the shoulder. Elder brother, I no longer feel pain. Please set me down. With a stern expression, Su Jingma remained silent, maintaining his composure as he carried her into her chamber and laid her upon the bed. Su Jingning, you truly are remarkable. Are you aware of what sort of person Gu Yan'an is? How long have you known him?
Speak.
Did he not threaten you regarding his act of saving you at the hunting grounds? Su Jingchen had already discerned that she was deliberately attempting to shield Gu Yan'an, which further incensed him. He paced 2 laps around the room, then pointed an accusatory finger at Su Jingning. Elder brother, calm your temper. He did not threaten me. And I understand what kind of person he is, Su Jingning replied softly, perceiving her brother's agitation. You have only met him a handful of times. How can you accurately judge his character? Su Jingma's tone remained unfriendly, anxious that his sister might once again fall victim to deception. Chapter 60. The Ceremony of Acceptance, Second Brother. I am aware. I met him 5 years ago. Su Jingning's voice was resolute and earnest. I should not have allowed him to enter the manor today. Su Jingma, still seething with anger, contemplated seeking retribution from Gu Yan'an. He paid little heed to Su Jingning's words, and only after a while did he come to his senses.
What?
You say you have known Gu Yan'an for 5 years? He suddenly turned to Su Jingning, inquiring with intrigue.
Yes.
5 years ago. At my maternal grandfather's home in Yucheng, Su Jingning nodded affirmatively. Why have you never mentioned this before? Su Jingma asked, furrowing his brow.
Su Vinkning lohret hergaze.
Pondering for a moment before softly responding, he was severely injured at that time. I did not tell anyone nor dared to speak of it. Yucheng? Although Gu Yan'an was the heir to the North Yang prince, seldom venturing out of the northern frontier, how could he have found himself in the distant southern city of Yucheng, bearing such grave injuries? He was enigmatic and inscrutable, always emanating an aura of danger. His sister had been frail since childhood. The Duke of Zhenggua's household could ensure her safety for a lifetime. He only wished for her to find someone who could provide her with stability and happiness, yet in his eyes, Gu Yan'an was not the man capable of offering such a life. But Ningning, Gu Yan'an, he is a perilous individual. If he were an ordinary person, relying on the influence of the Duke of Zhenggua's estate, no one would dare to bully you. But he is Gu Yan'an, the heir of the North Yang prince, wielding considerable power in the northern frontier and being the most favored minister of the emperor. I understand, second brother. I will contemplate this carefully, Su Jingning replied, offering a reassuring smile to Su Jingma. She understood that her second brother had her best interests at heart. Nearly everyone sought a common companion to live a stable life under the protection of the Su family. However, without Gu Yan'an, she would never find herself enamored by another. Yet, having encountered Gu Yan'an, she wished to protect him this time. Very well. Make sure to rest well, Su Jingma gently said, ruffling Su Jingning's hair before stepping outside. Upon exiting, he encountered Su Jingyi, who was hurriedly bringing the house physician. Second brother, why are you out? How is Ningning? Su Jingyi inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. Have the physician step back, Su Jingma commanded coldly.
Ah.
But isn't Ningning in pain from her injury? Su Jingma nodded towards the physician, who then withdrew. What you witnessed today. Do not speak of it to anyone, he instructed Su Jingyi. Yes, I understand. But are we just going to let this go? How about we sneak into the Wang residence and give him a beating? I've recently developed a new medicine. We could test it out, Su Jingyi said, indignation evident on his face. Su Jingma shot him a sidelong glance and replied coldly. Do you think the Beiyang Wang residence is as easy to infiltrate as the Ling Wang residence? Besides, the two of us may not even be a match for that fellow. Without waiting for a response, he turned to leave. But second brother, what if you tried my new medicine? Su Jingyi called after him.
Get lost.
The following day, Miss. Yun Qing rushed into the room in a flurry. Yunya was combing Su Jingning's hair when she noticed her flustered demeanor and furrowed her brow, exclaiming, Why are you in such a panic? Is there a wolf lurking behind you?
No.
Something grave has occurred, stammered Yun Qing, gazing anxiously at Su Jingning. What is it that has you so distressed? Su Jingning took a sip of her tea and replied languidly. The Princess Xuanhe and the Prince of Beiyang have come to propose to the master and mistress.
Puffed.
Su Jingning abruptly spat out the tea she had just sipped, her expression one of incredulity as she stared at Yun Qing. Cough, cough, what did you say? Who has come? Su Jingning thought she must have misheard. Oh dear, it is the Prince of Beiyang who has come to propose on behalf of the prince's heir. The younger sister of the current emperor, Princess Xuanhe, is here in person to make the proposal. The old lady and the master are presently in the front hall attending to them. They arrived very early this morning, bringing boxes upon boxes of betrothal gifts, filling the entire front courtyard. The master has been cornered by the Prince of Beiyang and hasn't even gone to court today. What has stirred grandmother so? What do father and mother say? Though the old lady and the mistress have yet to express their agreement, they seem quite pleased with the heir. However, the master's expression is rather grim. He likely does not approve, Yinqing hurriedly explained. The Prince of Beiyang stated that if you are willing, you would become the sole mistress of the prince's residence, and he would promptly seek the emperor's decree for your marriage to the heir, leaving everything to your wishes. By the way, the princess and the mistress are currently in the flower hall, wishing to see you. Su Jingning never anticipated that Gu Yenin would arrive today to propose. Moreover, how could the Prince of Beiyang, who is supposed to be in the northern frontier, suddenly appear in the capital and come to their residence to make such a request? It was utterly unexpected. Let us proceed to the flower hall. In the flower hall of the Duke of Jinggua's residence, the Duchess was engaged in pleasant conversation with Princess Xuanhe. Dressed in a deep purple robe, the princess exuded an air of elegance and nobility, her simple hairpin adorned with pearls unable to diminish her imposing presence. In her discourse with the Duchess, she continually praised Su Jingning, and no mother would remain indifferent to such commendation of her child. Jingning arrived late and humbly requested the princess's pardon for her tardiness. Clad in a pale blue gown, her figure graceful and poised, she was supported by Yunya as she stepped into the flower hall. Her voice soft and refined as she bowed respectfully to Princess Xuanhe. Noticing her pallor, the princess quickly rose to assist Su Jingning. Dear child, there is no need for excessive formalities. I have heard you were injured some time ago. Are you recovering well? The princess spoke with warmth and kindness, guiding Su Jingning to sit beside her. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am feeling much better now. That is wonderful to hear. You have endured much these days. The princess regarded Su Jingning with compassionate eyes. Jingning simply shook her head, remaining silent. Despite her injuries, she maintained an air of dignified grace that was most pleasing. I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit today. Yenin is a good boy, and as tradition dictates, matters of marriage are determined by the wishes of parents and the words of matchmakers. Regrettably, the Princess of Beiyang has passed away too soon. As her elder, this palace is here to inquire about the lady's sentiments regarding the proposal from the Beiyang prince's residence, which wishes to formally marry her as their future princess through the traditional 3 letters and 6 rites. Today, I have come on behalf of the Beiyang prince to seek the lady's thoughts on the matter. Princess Xuanhe gazed at Su Jingning with a gentle and satisfied expression. Su Jingning glanced at the Duchess of Jinghua, who smiled encouragingly at her. Speak freely of your thoughts. Whatever your intentions may be, your mother shall support you. After a moment of hesitation, she stood to pay her respects to Princess Xuanhe. Jingning felt a surge of trepidation at the prospect of the princess herself proposing. Yet she understood the gravity of such a union and dared not act unilaterally. Although she had promised Gu Yenin, she was acutely aware that for this marriage to materialize, it would require her father's approval. Seeing her lack of rejection, Princess Xuanhe felt a quiet sense of relief. This was Yenin's first request of her, and she was determined to see it through successfully. As long as she showed no opposition to the marriage, everything else could unfold in due course. Dear child, there is no rush. Matters of marriage require not only the will of parents and the words of a matchmaker, but, most importantly, the desires of the heart. Only when both parties are willing can there be a future, Princess Xuanhe gently reassured her, stroking Su Jingning's arm. With a demeanor that upheld propriety and balanced restraint, she regarded her with satisfaction, understanding why Yenin would be so fond of her. In the front hall, an array of exquisite jewels and rare delicacies filled the courtyard, while the ceremonial singers had been performing for half an hour, without conclusion. This spectacle drew many curious onlookers to the gates of the Zhenghua Duke's residence, where the crimson gifts had been paraded through the streets earlier that morning. Chapter 61. The Prince of Beiyang. It is said that the heir to the Prince of Beiyang seeks the hand of the second daughter of the Su family. Today, he has come to make formal proposals, not only with the Prince of Beiyang himself returning to the capital from the northern front, but also with the esteemed Princess Xuanhe, the Emperor's sister, acting as matchmaker. This second daughter of the Su family is indeed favored, receiving such attention from the royal household. Moreover, the heir to the Prince of Beiyang holds a close position to the emperor, commanding the imperial guards and serving as one of the youngest second-rank officials in the court. However, the atmosphere in the front hall of the Su residence is far from the joyous occasion that others might envision. After the departure of Princess Xuanhe, Duke Shengua turned to the beaming Prince of Beiyang, his expression darkening without hesitation. "Oh, Su Bo, you old fool, how have you remained so rigid all these years? Your mind seems utterly inflexible." The Prince of Beiyang, seated to the left of Duke Shengua, wore a brownish-green robe adorned with python patterns. He was tall and imposing, with strikingly handsome features. When he spoke, his voice resonated with fervor, embodying an indomitable spirit and decisiveness. Duke Shengua, still clad in court attire, snorted coldly, casting a glance at Gu Yenin, who stood behind the prince, feeling even more incensed. It was one thing to be blocked at home early in the morning. It was another to propose marriage to his cherished daughter, whom he had protected for over a decade, without so much as a second thought. Were it not for Princess Xuanhe's presence, he would have already thrown them out. His daughter was inherently frail. He could only imagine the potential harm of her being in close proximity to this perpetually stern young man from the prince's household. Gu sighed. It is not your daughter being married off. Naturally, your mind would be quick to turn. The Duke of the State, upon directly addressing the Northern Sun King by name, scoffed and turned away, unwilling to behold the father and son duo. "If you refuse to consent to this marriage, I shall seek an audience with His Majesty. I shall implore the Emperor to bestow the marriage." The Northern Sun King remained unperturbed, casting a sidelong glance at Su Bo, and taunted, "Gu Sai, after all these years, can you not rid yourself of that bandit demeanor? Have you grown so accustomed to being a rogue in the northern wilderness? Marriage is a union that requires the mutual consent of both parties. There is no need to trouble His Majesty." The Duke of the State, incensed by the Northern Sun King's provocations, pointed an accusatory finger at him. Gu Yenin observed the escalating conflict between the two, regretting his decision to summon the old man to the capital. Had he known this would transpire, he would have simply sent him off to enjoy some wine. "Uncle, please temper your anger. My father was merely jesting. I implore you not to take it to heart, nor to hold my father's antics against him." The young man continued earnestly, "I understand that marriage is not solely dictated by parental commands or matchmakers, but must also be founded on mutual affection. I hold Miss Su Air in high esteem and hereby assure you, dear uncle, that I shall take her as my only wife in this life, vowing to protect her from all worries and to ensure her tranquility for all her days." The Duke of the State regarded the youth, who bowed deeply in respect, his eyes reflecting genuine sincerity that was profoundly moving. He recalled the day he had rescued Ning Ning during the hunt. With a softened tone, he replied, "This matter requires consultation with Ning Ning, for it concerns my daughter's lifelong happiness. I cannot acquiesce to this proposal at present." "Thank you, dear uncle," Gu Yenin exclaimed joyfully, humbly performing a deep bow to the Duke of the State. With a stern expression, Duke Shengua nodded and turned to Prince Beiyang, saying, "Come with me. I have matters to discuss with you." Aware of his recent misstep, Prince Beiyang followed without protest. In the study, Duke Shengua observed Prince Beiyang, who seemed to have made himself at home, and could not help but scold him. "Why can't you simply remain in the northern frontier and fulfill your duties there? Why must you wade into the murky waters of the imperial capital? Are you aware of the risks of your secretive arrival? Who will tend to the affairs of the northern frontier?" Prince Beiyang, holding a glass bottle, shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I have been entangled in the murky waters of the imperial capital for over a decade. If staying in the northern frontier could shield me from danger, then a Yao would not have perished. Besides, you are already embroiled with the Su family. I have returned to lend you and His Majesty a helping hand." Duke Shengua fell into a long silence. Indeed, the tragic death of Prince Beiyang's consort weighed heavily on them. After years of scheming, how could he be content to remain idle in the northern frontier? Now that you have returned to the capital, the Empress Dowager will surely take notice. "She may soon return," Duke Shengua remarked coldly. "Yet has the time not arrived?" Prince Beiyang replied passionately. "She has wielded power for many years, and her shadowy guards have claimed the lives of countless scholars and ministers. Many innocents have suffered under the oppression of the Shin family. This court, which His Majesty has painstakingly nurtured, has only begun to show promise. If we do not uproot the Shin family entirely, do you truly believe we can live our lives in peace?" Will this court transform into the harmonious realm we once envisioned, akin to the serenity of Yan Haiqing? Eternally wise? The smile faded from Prince Bei Yang's face, replaced by a look of deep sorrow and indignation directed at Duke Xinghua. However, in northern Jiang, it is imperative that you safeguard your northern Yang army, as it serves as the foundation for our confrontation with the Emperor and the Empress Dowager against the Yuming Guards and the Xin family, the state protector advised. The northern Yang king, with a peculiar expression, replied, "There is no time left for me." Instantly, the state protector sprang from his seat, his gaze fixed anxiously upon the northern Yang king. "What do you mean?" The northern Yang king revealed, "There is a traitor within the northern Yang residence, one who has lingered by my side for over a decade. He concealed himself astutely. Had it not been for Yan An's sudden letter urging me to be wary of those around me, I would have remained oblivious. Fortunately, throughout these years, I have kept our schemes hidden from him, and the Empress Dowager remains unaware."
What do you mean by having no time?
The state protector glared at him furiously. The northern Yang king, meeting the state protector's fierce gaze, resumed his earlier demeanor with a smile. "It is nothing. Merely the effects of the Lushang poison I have endured for several years. I can still survive for another 6 months. I am not yet on the brink of death."
What?
The northern Yang king collapsed into his chair, opening his mouth yet unable to utter a word. The northern Yang queen had claimed her death was due to complications in childbirth. Yet they all knew that she had fallen victim to the Lushang poison from the southern Jiqing kingdom. The poison is notoriously difficult to detect, causing the afflicted to become excessively drowsy and thirsty, languishing in a state of lethargy. Over time, the toxin invades the lungs, numbing the senses. Even when internal decay sets in, the poisoned individual feels no pain, ultimately succumbing to death from internal rot. Poisonous woman. How cruel she is, the state protector muttered under his breath after a lengthy silence. "Come, accompany me to the palace at once. The emperor must have a solution. There are numerous imperial physicians within the palace who can surely find an antidote." The Duke of the State rose to pull the Prince of Beiyang, intending to head outside. "It's futile. Back then, even when a Yao was not deeply poisoned, we could not save her. Besides, having lived for so many years, I have had enough of life and do not wish to linger further." The Prince of Beiyang smiled and shook his head, holding the Duke back. "What nonsense! If you perish, what will become of your son?" The Duke's face contorted in anger, his heart heavy with sorrow. The Prince of Beiyang smiled gently at the Duke. "I am I, and he is he. He has his own duties to fulfill. He is now capable of protecting himself, stronger and wiser than I, and he will surely safeguard his beloved, unlike me. With the completion of his lifelong ambition, I have no regrets."
You!
The Duke was momentarily at a loss for words, sinking into despair beside the prince. The prince patted him on the back and offered comfort. "If I do not witness this world transform into what I, and His Majesty once wished for, then you shall burn a letter for me, a Yao, the Empress, and I shall see it. Enough, take care of your own matters." The Duke shrugged off his shoulder, his eyes reddening. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he grasped the prince's hand tightly. "Perhaps there is someone who can save you. The royal family of Nanjing is all but perished. Who else in the world can cure this lingering poison? Moreover, it has long since invaded your very lungs." The Prince of Beiyang held little hope. Mo Linyuan, the master of the abyss.
What?
Who is this Mo Linyuan? I have no kinship with him. How could he possibly cure my poison? Besides, he is as elusive as a dragon, a figure cloaked in legend. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall find a way. During your time in the imperial capital, focus solely on your well-being and refrain from meddling." The Duke of the State cast a sidelong glance at him and spoke coldly. What of that young man's marriage?" The Prince of Beiyang held no expectations and was indifferent to whether the poison could be cured. He merely wished to contribute his final strength for His Majesty and the two of them.
"We shall see.
This matter is beyond my authority to decide." The Duke of the State regarded him with a frigid gaze and reiterated. Chapter 62. The Shadow Guard. On that day, the Duke of the State said nothing, merely accepted the betrothal gifts, neither consenting nor dissenting to the union of Su Jingning and Gu Yan'an. In the warm chamber, the Duke and his wife sat before Su Jingning, their expressions grave and solemn as they regarded her. "Ningning, do you truly wish to marry Gu Yan'an?" the Duke inquired, his demeanor serious. "Yes, I do," Su Jingning affirmed, meeting her parents' earnest gaze with resolute nod. "Ning, although Master Gu is a commendable young man, do you truly harbor feelings for him?" Will marrying him bring you happiness? The Duchess observed, her expression tinged with uncertainty. Mother, I have faith in him, Su Jingning declared, her clear eyes brimming with conviction. Witnessing the warmth in her gaze when she spoke of Gu Yenin, the Duchess felt some of her worries dissipate. After a lengthy silence, the Duke finally addressed the aged official Su behind him. Old Su. Tomorrow go to the North Yong Prince's residence and inform them to select an auspicious date for the exchange of the wedding invitations. Understood, Old Su replied, his face alight with joy. Su Jingning looked at the Duke in surprise. Father, do you truly consent to my marriage with Gu Yenin? The Duke scoffed lightly. What good is disagreement? It seems your affections have already strayed. Feeling a bit shy, Su Jingning offered a gentle smile. I have a few matters to discuss with Ning Ning. You may return for now, the Duke said gently to his wife. The Duchess, understanding that he wished to speak privately with their daughter, rose and departed. Father, what would you like to say? Su Jingning was perplexed as to why her father wished to send her mother away. Father, if I were to marry Gu Yenin, it is not that you would object.
But Gu Yenin is no ordinary man.
Being with him may lead to considerable suffering and numerous hardships in the future. Are you truly willing to endure this? He is far too dangerous. All I desire is for you and your siblings to live in peace and health, the Duke of Jinguo remarked, his tone gentle as he gazed at Su Jingning. Father, I understand, but should I miss the chance to be with him, I might spend my life alone. Therefore, regardless of the challenges that may arise, I wish to stand by him. Su Jingning replied with maturity and composure, looking earnestly at the Duke. The Duke observed his daughter, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and sighed. Ah, my daughter has indeed grown. Very well, I shall allow young hearts to decide for themselves. You are now of age and capable of making your own choices. Thank you, Father. Su Jingning beamed radiantly at the Duke. There are two matters I must discuss with you. Your mother is timid, and I fear she may be frightened. Please do not inform her, the Duke said, his expression turning serious once more. Noticing her father's grave demeanor, Su Jingning suppressed her smile and asked, What is it? Father is undertaking a task for the Emperor, which may endanger the safety of our Su family. Regardless, it is a course I must pursue. You have always been perceptive. Should anything happen to me, your uncles, or your brothers in the future, I need you to safeguard the Su family. Can you do this? The Duke inquired with a stern gaze. Su Jingning slowly rose to her feet, her expression tense as she looked at her father. What is it you intend to do that could jeopardize the lives of the men in our Su household? Do not fret. This is merely the worst-case scenario. Father will protect you, the Duke of the State reassured Su Jingning. Yet, Su Jingning remained unmoved, her gaze fixed upon the Duke. Having lived a second life, her sole purpose was to safeguard the Su family. She could not allow any harm to befall a single member of her clan. What must father do first? She asked coldly. The Duke sighed, observing his daughter's determination before responding slowly. Father aims to assist His Majesty in eliminating the Shin family and purging the court. Su Jingning paused momentarily, contemplating with furrowed brows, doubt flickering in her eyes. Eliminate the Shen family? They hold considerable influence in the court, deeply rooted and intertwined. While it is undoubtedly challenging to eradicate them, it should not pose a mortal threat to the Su family. Her voice was resolute as she continued to scrutinize the Duke. The Duke's eyes widened in surprise. Ningning? What do you know? I know nothing, Su Jingning retorted, her expression stiff as she addressed the Duke coldly. Is father also planning to assist His Majesty in reclaiming the underworld guards and the Eastern Sea Navy from the Empress Dowager? Su Jingning's face remained taut as she regarded the Duke, perplexed about what could possibly compel him to risk the entire Su clan. The Empress Dowager of the Great Zhou, the mother of the current sovereign, was a figure who instilled fear in the hearts of many. Although she had retreated to the Buddhist hidden mountain in Qingzhou in recent years, seemingly withdrawing from court affairs, it was she who had meticulously nurtured the once-defeated Shin family to their current formidable position of power in the court. The factions aligned with the Shin family, often labeled as the supporters of Prince Chen, were in truth more loyal to this reclusive Empress Dowager in Qingzhou. Upon the demise of the late emperor, he feared that the new sovereign would struggle to command the court officials. Thus he entrusted the YMNWI to the Empress Dowager. Originally established by the late emperor, the YMNWI was directly subordinate to him, answerable solely to his commands. It served as the emperor's eyes and ears, monitoring the officials and examining the intricate and formidable structures of the Great Zhou across various regions. The YMWI could be regarded as the royal death guards, obeying the edicts of their commander. During the late emperor's reign, the presence of the YMWI ensured a disciplined court and a transparent administration. However, following the late emperor's passing, the commander, who should have been the current sovereign, was usurped by the Empress Dowager, who claimed the YMWI for her own and has yet to relinquish it to the emperor. Since the Empress Dowager took control of the YMWI, she began to meddle in court affairs, promoting her loyalists and gradually revealing her ambitions. She transformed the YMWI into her own weapon, systematically eliminating court officials who harbored grievances against her, while simultaneously augmenting her own ranks. The court of the Great Zhou during those years was rife with bloodshed and treachery. Loyal ministers met with untimely ends, and the unscrupulous thrived, leaving everyone in a state of peril. The newly enthroned emperor, having spent years under the Empress Dowager's scrutiny, found himself bereft of the strength to resist, no matter his reluctance. It was only after the passing of the empress, when the dowager suddenly withdrew from court to the Buddhist retreat in Qingzhou, that she rarely returned to the imperial capital. Following her departure, the emperor took it upon himself to manage state affairs, marking the end of that tumultuous period. Yet, by then, many of the loyal ministers had perished, and those who remained lacked the wisdom and fidelity of the late emperor's time.
Subsequently,
the Zhou emperor initiated a new imperial examination, yet the majority of officials in the court remained loyal to the Empress Dowager. The new appointees he selected either fell victim to errors leading to their dismissal or were ensnared by others, resulting in their imprisonment and diminished prospects for advancement. Although the Empress Dowager has withdrawn from the court, she still wields the formidable power of the underworld guards, which effectively constrains the officials of the court. Furthermore, she commands the vital naval forces of the Eastern Zhou, maintaining her influence despite her physical absence from the court. Thus, she remains a figure of considerable authority, instilling fear in both the emperor and the officials. Having lived a previous life, Su Jingning is acutely aware of the terrifying capabilities of the Empress Dowager and her underworld guards. She is unwilling to risk the lives of her family for her father's ambitions. In her past life, the Empress Dowager met her demise at the hands of Gu Yenin 3 years later, though the reasons behind this act remain a mystery to her. What she does know is that Gu Yenin had suffered considerable losses under the Empress Dowager's influence. Only now does Su Jingning comprehend why Gu Yenin assassinated the Empress Dowager without incurring any repercussions from the emperor, as if it were a clandestine occurrence, taboo and unspoken. It turns out that the emperor himself desired the Empress Dowager's life. It is often said that emperors are cold-hearted, yet the reality is even more stark. Father, this is exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire Su family, Su Jingning remarked, shaking her head at Duke of Zhenghua. The Duke was taken aback by how effortlessly Ningning had discerned his intentions. He vowed to protect the Su family with all his might, believing that success in this endeavor would secure their future. He gazed steadfastly at Su Jingning, confident that she would understand and trust in her own capabilities to safeguard the family in their absence. Seeing the resolve in her father's eyes, Su Jingning felt a wave of despair wash over her. She realized she could not sway her father's determination. When do you and His Majesty plan to commence? Do your uncles and brothers know about your plans? She narrowed her eyes and asked coldly. Yes, in a month, once your second uncle arrives in Yuzhou, we shall commence. The Duke of Zhenghua replied solemnly. My father only now chooses to inform me. What if something were to go awry? What if I am unable to protect mother, sister, and aunts? Su Jingning's anger intensified. She felt her father had an inflated opinion of her capabilities. The Duke of Zhenghua was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at his furious daughter, unsure of how to respond. How will you deal with the Shun family, the Empress Dowager's underworld guards, and the naval forces of the East China Sea? If you would only share your plans with me, perhaps I could lend you my assistance. I ask for nothing in return. I merely wish for you to remain by my side, Su Jingning said, her eyes glistening with emotion, her tone tinged with a plea. In that moment, for the first time since her rebirth, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. This situation had caught her off guard. Such events had not transpired in her previous life. Had she overlooked something before, or had her actions in this new life altered the course of fate? Ningning, you should not be privy to this information. It is for your own safety, the Duke of Zhenghua gently stated, observing his daughter's reddened eyes. If you do not disclose your plans, I cannot promise to safeguard the Su family. You must understand that even without your guidance, I have my means of discovering the truth. Su Jingning replied sternly. I have devised a trap with His Majesty. Once it is set in motion, the Su family will find itself ensnared, misleading the Empress Dowager's minions. At that point, His Majesty will use the Shin family as bait to compel the Empress Dowager to act. For only then will there be a pretext to compel her to relinquish the underworld guards and the naval forces of the East China Sea. The Duke of the State ultimately spoke, acknowledging that he was aware of his daughter's capabilities. Even if he remained silent, she would be able to uncover the truth herself. Su Jingning pondered for a considerable time without uttering a word. The father and daughter sat in silence for a while before she finally addressed the Duke with a solemn tone. I understand, father. I shall devote all my efforts to protect the Su family. At present, Su Jingning's mind was in disarray. She required time to untangle the complexities of the situation and devise a means to safeguard her family. The Duke nodded with reassurance, confident that Ningning would not disappoint him. There is another matter, he said. Please, father, speak, Su Jingning replied. The Duke hesitated for a moment before continuing. Could you arrange a meeting with the master, Mo. Linyuan, on my behalf? You wish to meet my master? Su Jingning looked at the Duke, somewhat perplexed. It is said that Master Mo Linyuan possesses unparalleled knowledge of medicine and poison, being familiar with every toxin in existence. A friend of mine has succumbed to the lychee poison, the Duke stated gravely. The lychee poison? That is a toxin exclusive to the southern Jiao royal family. But has that family not long since perished? Su Jingning was astonished to learn that such a toxin still existed. However, my master seldom leaves Mo Linyuan. I fear you may not be able to see him. Perhaps it would be best if I first wrote to my master to inquire if there is an antidote for this poison. If so, Brother Xian is en route to the capital, and with his medical expertise, he would surely be able to save my father's friend. Among their brotherhood, only Brother Xian had received the true teachings of their master. If the master could resolve the lychee poison, then Brother Xian would undoubtedly be capable as well. Are you referring to the young master Song Xian of Mo Linyuan? The Duke of the State inquired, having heard of the illustrious reputation of Song Qian, the renowned healer known as the living dead and the bone white flesh. If he could not meet with the Lord of Mo Linyuan, perhaps encountering this legendary physician could potentially save the king of Beiyang. Very well, when will your senior brother arrive in the imperial capital? I shall send someone to fetch him. The Duke spoke in a deep voice. Su Jingning furrowed his brow. My senior brother's whereabouts are elusive, and I am uncertain. However, he should arrive soon. If he reaches the imperial capital, he will undoubtedly seek me out. The Duke pondered for a moment and nodded. As long as he can save the king of Beiyang, that is all that matters. Chapter 63. Investigation. Su Jingning spent an entire sleepless night, striving to recall every detail concerning the Empress Dowager of the Great Zhou from her past life, leaving no stone unturned. What had she inadvertently overlooked? By this time in her previous existence, she had already departed from the Duke of Zhengguo's residence and taken refuge in the Prince Ling's manor. Yet the Su family had not encountered any significant turmoil. Her father and the others had returned to the northern territories well before the new year. Her second uncle had gone back to the western frontier, and even her brothers had ventured to the borders. The Duke of Zhengguo's household in the imperial capital was left with only her mother and aunts, remaining tranquil until the sudden raid by the Shiliang wolf soldiers. With no incidents to speak of, the great Zhou Empress Dowager, the Yuming Guards, and the Eastern Sea Navy. In her former life, she had never directly confronted this Empress Dowager. It was only after the untimely death of the Northern Yang Prince in the northern borders that Gu Yenin systematically purged the court of officials affiliated with the Shin family, employing ruthless and lethal methods that left no room for error. Eventually, even the Duke of Qing was implicated in a major scandal involving the clandestine manufacture of arms and counterfeit silver in the eastern territories of the Great Zhou, which sent shockwaves throughout the court. In response, the Empress Dowager hastily returned to the imperial capital from Qingzhou, accompanied by the Yuming Guards, in a bid to save the Duke of Qing. However, not only did she fail to rescue him, but she also found herself ensnared within the confines of the imperial capital. As for the circumstances surrounding her demise at the hands of Gu Yenin, it was during her sojourn with the Prince Ling to the southern territories to quell the mountain bandits and the rest of southern Yu. At that juncture, she remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the imperial capital, and news of the Empress Dowager's death at Gu Yenin's hands was tightly concealed, a discovery she stumbled upon by chance. Thus, the Emperor reclaimed the Yuming Guards and the Eastern Sea Navy from the Empress Dowager during her absence in the southern territories. allowing her to inadvertently sidestep all these occurrences. The Shin family has been eradicated by Gu Yenin, and the Empress Dowager also met her demise at his hands. Everything is intricately linked to Gu Yenin. Reflecting on his past life, it appears he seeks vengeance against the Empress Dowager. Could it be that the death of the Prince of Beiyang is connected to her? Or was it the Prince of Beiyang's residence that orchestrated these events in his previous life, rather than the Su family? Yet, what prompted this sudden alteration in fate? She had heard her mother mention that in the past, the emperor, her father, and the Prince of Beiyang were the closest of friends, inseparable companions. However, ever since the emperor ascended to the throne and the Empress Dowager seized control of the Shadow Guard, the three have grown estranged. The Prince of Beiyang departed to the northern frontier to guard the realm, seldom returning to the capital, while her father also spent little time in the imperial city. Initially, she believed it was due to the transformation of old friends into sovereign and subjects, where the emperor's indifference breeds distrust and suspicion even among the most trusted allies. However, she realized last night that perhaps her father, the Prince of Beiyang, and the emperor were merely performing for the Empress Dowager and the court officials. Consequently, whether in his past life or this one, the Su family and the Prince of Beiyang might have aided the emperor in reclaiming the Shadow Guard and the Eastern Sea Navy from the Empress Dowager. Her father had not spoken the truth to her last night. Anxia, hand over the inner servant you captured at the Chung residence, along with the matter of the noble consort and Prince Chen's clandestine underground gambling den at Wuxia, to Yunya. Take a few people and personally journey to the Laoshanga County in the eastern region. The Duke of Qing's residence is illicitly manufacturing arms and counterfeit silver in Laoshanga County. You must uncover the truth within a month and a half, Su Jingning instructed Anxia solemnly. Anxia looked at Su Jingning in shock. Manufacturing arms and counterfeit silver? That is a grave crime punishable by death and the extermination of 9 generations. How could the Duke of Qing be so audacious? Is the information reliable? Su Jingning nodded. In her previous life, Gu Yanan had uncovered evidence of the Duke of Qing's clandestine arms manufacturing and counterfeit silver in the mountainous region of Laoshenggu. The evidence was personally overseen by the Duke's son, who publicly claimed to be leisurely exploring the mountains. The quantities of arms and counterfeit silver discovered were sufficient to support an entire army of Beiyang. You must infiltrate Laoshenggu discreetly, avoiding any disturbance. If you encounter difficulties, present this token to the master of Wandu Valley, Yi. She will assist you. Su Jingning handed Anxia a pitch-black token, engraved with a strange and eerie totem that sent a shiver down her spine. Understood. Anxia accepted the token, her heart racing at the mention of the master of Wandu Valley. You know her? The Duke's son may be in Laoshenggu. He represents a pivotal opportunity. It is imperative to obtain evidence of the Duke of Qing's illicit arms and counterfeit silver production.
Anxia,
This matter concerns the Duke of Zhen's estate, and I entrust it to you. Su Jingning grasped Anxia's hand firmly, her gaze clear and earnest. I shall not fail in my mission. Anxia's expression hardened as she bowed to Su Jingning and then strode purposefully out of the room. Once these matters were arranged, the unease in her heart began to dissipate. In her previous life, this situation had only been uncovered 2 years later, so her father and the others were undoubtedly still unaware of it. Yunya, continue your investigation into the interactions between the Wuxia Casino, Prince Chen, and the noble consort Xu over the years, as well as their dealings with various officials in the court. Be thorough. Additionally, keep a close watch on that eunuch. Ensure he does not meet his end. Su Jingning instructed Yunya, a flicker of ruthlessness in her eyes. She intended to make consort Xu repay the grievance she owed. Yes, Mississippi, Yunya replied softly, you may go. Su Jingning nodded, pinched her forehead, and picked up a nearby book, intending to calm her mind. However, she had scarcely begun to read when she heard voices outside. It was the joyful tone of her mother, accompanied by the low response of Gu Yanan. She turned her gaze toward the door and, indeed, saw her mother and Gu Yanan. He walked half a step behind her mother, attentively listening to her words, exuding politeness. Ning Ning, look who has come, exclaimed the Duchess of the State of Zhen with delight in her eyes. Su Jingning smiled gently, mother, and then glanced at Gu Yanan, softly inquiring, what brings you here? Gu Yanan regarded Su Jingning with affectionate eyes, replying, I have come to pay a visit to uncle and aunt. The Duchess, seated nearby, observed the interaction between Su Jingning and Gu Yanan with growing satisfaction, her eyes reflecting uncontainable joy. Madam, The third lady seeks you to discuss the matter of sending new garments to the soldiers of the northern borders. She wishes for you to render a decision. A maid announced shortly after the Duchess settled in. The Duchess, noticing the two alone together, felt a twinge of unease but hesitated before remaining silent, sensing they had something to convey. After giving Su Jingning a few reminders, she took her leave. Su Jingning propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Gu Yenin, and with a gentle blink, asked softly, Gu Yenin, have you not been visiting me a tad too frequently these past few days? Gu Yenin, captivated by the girl's lively demeanor, felt a stirring in his heart, and with a smile in his voice, he replied, because I wish to see you every day. Su Jingning's expression momentarily faltered, and her ears flushed slightly. I have something to give you today.
What is it?
Su Jingning asked, perplexed.
MOU.
Gu Yenin called out towards the outside. Su Jingning turned her gaze in his direction and beheld his attendant entering, carrying a large wooden box with both hands. He placed the box on the ground before bowing respectfully to Su Jingning. Greetings, Miss Su. Su Jingning offered him a faint nod, then glanced back at Gu Yenin, her expression one of confusion. Chapter 64. Heritage. Gu Yenin gazed at Su Jingning with a tone of indulgence, gently caressing the Buddhist beads in his hand. Intrigued by the contents of the large trunk before her, Su Jingning bent down to open it. Upon unveiling its contents, she was momentarily stunned. The trunk was filled to the brim with property deeds, land contracts, and an assortment of silver banknotes, alongside various accounts for shops, taverns, and other enterprises. As she examined the documents closely, she noticed they were all inscribed with her name. What is the meaning of this? Su Jingning inquired, turning to Gu Yenin. He helped her to her feet and seated her beside him. This represents all of my visible assets, and from this day forth, they belong to you, he declared. There are also some hidden matters that require time to resolve, but they will be included in your dowry. I cannot accept this. You're giving away all your wealth? What will you do? Su Jingning frowned, refusing the offer. Fear not. I have retained the dowry for our marriage. I shall ensure a grand procession to bring my dear bride home as my beloved consort. You will soon be my lady, for all that I possess is inherently yours. Gu Yenin softly smoothed her furrowed brow, his voice tender, his gaze filled with affection. Who is your dear bride? Su Jingning felt her heart skip a beat upon hearing his endearment, her cheeks flushing with warmth. You are mine, Gu Yenin replied, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, my dear. His voice was low and husky, his heated breath brushing against her ear, causing her face to redden even further. She gently nudged Gu Yenin, creating a little distance between them. How had she not previously recognized his eloquence? But you have given me all of this. What will you have for yourself in the future? Su Jingning had just calculated that even half of what he offered would suffice for her to construct numerous pavilions across dozens of states, comparable in scale to the imperial capital. Will you not be there for me in the days to come? Gu Yenin murmured softly. Su Jingning found herself momentarily at a loss for a retort. Was he truly so confident in himself? Did he not fear that she might take the money and refuse to marry him? I am not yet your fiancé, Do not speak so recklessly. She offered him a cup of tea, her cheeks slightly flushed. Gu Yenin, observing her rosy complexion, let out a light chuckle. He took her delicate wrist in his large hand and carefully produced a jade bracelet from his robe, adorning her wrist with it. The pale pink jade bracelet, warm and translucent, bore streaks of white, reminiscent of wisps of smoke. It looked exquisite and gentle against Su Jingning's fair and slender arm. Gu Yenin gently stroked the bracelet with his thumb, gradually tightening his grip on her hand. The bracelet chimed melodiously against the Buddhist beads on his wrist. This is my first attempt. I'm still somewhat unskilled. Next time, I shall craft something even more beautiful, he said, casting his gaze down at their intertwined hands. His voice slightly husky. Su Jingning gazed at the pink jade bracelet on her wrist, her eyes brimming with delight. You can make bracelets too? Indeed. Do you like it? Gu Yenin looked at her with a tender gaze, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. This was his first creation for her, and he feared she might not appreciate it. It is so beautiful. Su Jingning gently shook her wrist, causing the jade bracelet to sway slightly. Her expression filled with delight as she gazed at Gu Yenin. Observing her joyful demeanor, he secretly sighed in relief. As long as you are happy. In the imperial palace of the Great Zhou, within the study, Emperor Zhou sat solemnly behind his desk, regarding the unperturbed Beiyang Wang, who knelt before him. Xingfu. After a prolonged silence, the emperor finally called out to Xingfu, who stood by, his voice tinged with anger. Grant Beiyongwang a seat. Only then did the kneeling Beiyongwang rise cheerfully. Once seated, the emperor exchanged a glance with Xingfu, who took his leave with the attendants. The emperor then turned his attention to Beiyongwang. You possess remarkable audacity, failing to inform me of such a significant matter. Furthermore, you returned to the imperial capital without notifying me. Your Majesty, if I had not returned, my son and daughter-in-law would have been bullied to death. No matter how powerful the Shin family is, they should not be subjected to such indignities. Beiyongwang's expression was one of grievance, as he looked at the emperor. The emperor cast a sidelong glance at him. I have yet to reprimand you for your unilateral actions, yet you already cry injustice. I ask you, what is the matter regarding Yenin and the two daughters of the Su family? Why am I completely in the dark? I was unaware of this matter beforehand. That young man forcibly brought me back to the imperial capital. It took 8 days for the journey, and he made me rush through it in 4. Upon my arrival, I was immediately arranged to propose to the Duke of Jinggua's daughter. By the way, he even enlisted the help of the Grand Princess as a matchmaker. Did the Grand Princess not inform your Majesty? Beiyongwang waved his hand dismissively. The Emperor Zhou learned of this matter only yesterday. He was puzzled by the sudden leave of the Duke of the State, and even Yan and was absent from court. Upon leaving the court, he heard that Prince Beiyong had returned to the capital and had even gone to the Duke's residence to propose. That young man has always kept others at arm's length. Who is this Miss Su that has prompted him to rush into a marriage proposal? Have you ever encountered this Miss Su? What is she like? The Emperor inquired curiously of Prince Beiyong. The Duke treasures her as if she were his own eye. If it weren't for the Grand Princess yesterday, he might have thrown us out of the Duke's residence. I have only just returned to the imperial capital and have yet to meet her. However, I have never seen Yan and so invested in anyone before. His attendants say he is quite anxious regarding the affairs of that girl. The Emperor, upon hearing this, grew increasingly intrigued by the second Miss Su. I have heard Sierra mention her. She often praises her before me. Sierra possesses the same discerning eye as her mother, and I am certain she does not err in her judgments. I am quite eager to meet someone whom both she and Yan hold in such regard. If Yan truly harbors genuine affection, I shall issue a decree for their union, which might serve to compensate him somewhat. The Emperor's eyes glistened with emotion as he gazed at Prince Beiyong. Ah Yi, I am grateful to you for the years of safeguarding him. You have done so admirably. The Emperor's tone grew somber as he regarded Prince Beiyong. Your Majesty, the events of the past have sown seeds of resentment in his heart. Were it not for the resilience of this child, he would have succumbed to despair under the torment of the blood curse long ago. He is fully aware of his feelings. He is unwilling to forgive your Majesty and the late Empress. Yet the anguish he has endured over the years is no less than your own. I have one request to make of your Majesty, the old minister added. The Northern Yang dynasty retreated a step and knelt before the Emperor of Zhou. You see, he said, this child, Yan has endured too much injustice. He has lived to this day under the identity of the Gu family's son. As an old minister, I would stake my life to protect him. Therefore, I implore your Majesty, as long as he does not wish to return to the imperial family, please do not make things difficult for him. After all, it was your Majesty and the Empress who wronged him back then. The Northern Yang king knelt on the ground, his expression grave, meeting the Emperor of Zhou's regal demeanor without fear. The Emperor studied him in silence for a long while. Very well, I grant you this. The old minister expressed his gratitude to the Emperor. A great weight finally lifted from the Northern Yang king's heart. You may return now. The Emperor finally spoke softly. The imperial study was left with only the Emperor. He retrieved a scroll from a concealed compartment beneath the writing desk. Slowly unfurling it, he revealed a painting. In the artwork, a handsome and commanding man held a stunningly beautiful woman in his embrace, her hand gently caressing her slightly rounded belly, radiating happiness. The man wrapped one arm around her while cradling a delicate child in the other. The family of 4 appeared blissfully content. You, my dear, our son is grown up. He is now preparing to take a wife. The Emperor tenderly caressed the beauty in the painting, his expression filled with satisfaction. Yet, he still has not forgiven us. You once said that if I had stood firm against the Empress Dowager's threats and rumors, protecting him before others, perhaps he would not have died. And he would not have harbored resentment towards me for so many years, nor misunderstood you, for all this time. My dear, I have wronged both of you. Emperor Zhou gazed at the portrait, speaking to himself, lost in a reverie. If only it were possible. He wished for time to remain forever suspended within the moment captured in the painting. Chapter 65. The letter from Lu Jifan at Fonting Pavilion since its opening. Fonting Pavilion has increasingly captured the admiration of the nobility in the capital, with its exquisite architecture nestled in the western city. The newly established tea house and dance hall within the pavilion have become a hub of ceaseless patrons, with literary scholars and elegant guests singing its praises. The tea master brought from Jiangnan and the dancers are renowned as unparalleled talents in the capital. Moreover, due to the pavilion's exceptional privacy, numerous politicians, scholars, and merchants prefer to conduct their discussions here. In the bamboo-themed tea house, a strikingly beautiful tea master emerged from a private chamber, glancing around at the patrons before departing the tea house to another room within Fonting Pavilion's courtyard. "Come in," a gentle feminine voice called from within. The tea master pushed the door open and entered. "Master," Yusun was engrossed in her ledger, her fingers swiftly flipping the pages, not lifting her gaze to the tea master as she inquired softly, "What brings you?" "Master, two distinguished guests have arrived at Jiyun Pavilion." Yusun raised her eyes to glance at her. "Who are they?" "The Duke of Qing and the Minister of War. I have heard that they intend to take action against the Duke of Zhonghua. The minister possesses evidence of the Duke's illicit sale of northern military provisions and armaments. The Duke of Qing has instructed the minister to deliver this evidence to Qingzhou for the Yumin Guard to handle, ensuring that no one interferes." Yusun set down her ledger, her expression turning grave as she regarded the tea master. "Do you know when it will be sent to Qingzhou?"
Tomorrow.
The expression on Yusun's face turned cold as he instructed the tea master, immediately dispatch someone to closely monitor the Minister of War. "Every item sent from his residence must be thoroughly examined. We cannot allow any of it to fall into the hands of the ominous Yumin Guards." His demeanor was grave. Should such items end up in the possession of those detestable Yumin Guards, given their notorious methods, they could easily fabricate a false narrative even from the most innocuous objects. If the Su family were to attract their attention, they would be in grave peril. "Yes," the tea master nodded in agreement before departing. Once she left, Yusun promptly retrieved a letter from his drawer, donned a wide-brimmed hat, and stepped outside. In the Duke of the State's residence, Su Jingning regarded the letter presented by Yusun. The contents detailed the names of court officials who had benefited from the Wuzhou casino, along with their affiliations and several correspondences with the casino's proprietor. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Su Jingning's lips. This letter alleviated much of her burdens. Just days prior, she had instructed Xia to investigate the Chung family, only to uncover links to the esteemed concubine Xu and the Wuzhou casino. Such a vast establishment could remain hidden in the outskirts of the imperial capital, entangling so many individuals in its web. With so many lives and fortunes at stake, how could the casino remain concealed so effectively? Thanks to Lu Jifan, a true genius of Wuzhou, he managed to secure such information under such circumstances without arousing suspicion. It is likely that he has heard of the matters concerning himself and the Duke of Qing's household. The individuals listed here were personally selected by the Empress when she intervened in court affairs, and they have since become esteemed officials within the court, closely associated with the Duke of Qing. The evidence gathered previously, along with these documents, should be submitted to Minister Lu. Since they are so eager to reach out to the Su family, there is no need to wait for 2 months. The inner servant must be preserved. He may prove to be invaluable. A ruthless and bloodthirsty glint flickered in Su Jingning's eyes. How could his father engage in the illicit sale of military provisions and arms? His father is a commanding general, fully aware of the significance of supplies to an army. He treasures his soldiers as if they were his own children. How dare the Minister of War attribute such accusations to him? Minister Lu has long regarded the Duke of Qing and the noble consort as thorns in his side. Presenting this evidence before him could potentially dismantle half of their power in a single blow. How could he not be tempted? If the Duke of Qing seeks to leverage the power of the Yumin Guards to annihilate the Su family, then she shall return the favor by employing his own tactics against him, using others to accomplish her goals. Indeed, Yunya responded softly. She took the letters from Su Jingning's hands, glancing down at them. Without these documents, she would have to expend considerable time to unravel the connections behind this gambling den. Yusun then informed Su Jingning about the recent developments regarding the Fonting building and its establishment in the 4 territories of the Great Zhou. Due to sufficient funding, the construction progressed swiftly, yet they encountered difficulties in selecting personnel. The demand for labor was substantial, and even if they were to transfer people from Jiangnan, it would still fall short. Su Jingning pondered for a moment, stating that the shopkeeper must be a trusted individual, not to be taken lightly. In each establishment, a couple of women who had previously been aided by the should be appointed to assist. The maids could be chosen locally, in Jiangnan for instance. Orphans or women sold by their families could be sought. With patient guidance, these individuals, lacking support, would remain loyal to the if treated well. Although the process may be gradual, haste is unwarranted. It must unfold in due time. Yu Xuanling's mind illuminated with a realization. Indeed, orphans and the sold are the forsaken ones, and if they receive assistance now, they could become the most devoted members of the. She had previously only considered expediting the process, neglecting these vulnerable individuals. Now, she comprehended the deeper significance. Su Jingning nodded gently and addressed her in a soothing tone, reiterating that there was no need to rush. This endeavor required time, and she should proceed at her own pace. Furthermore, she advised against staying up late too often, cautioning her to be mindful of her health. Understood, miss, Yu Sun replied softly, smiling at Su Jingning, her eyes brimming with warmth. Is your injury healing well? I was quite alarmed to hear of your misfortune the other day. Why do you seem to be injured so frequently? Perhaps I should arrange for more people to come from Jiangnan. Yu Sun observed Su Jingning's still pale complexion, concern flickering in her gaze. That is unnecessary. I am already on the mend, and there are ample guards in this residence. We should not squander manpower on my behalf, Su Jingning replied gently. Very well. I shall heed your words. Yu Sun nodded in agreement. By the way, the affairs concerning Master Lu have been arranged satisfactorily. He will be able to participate in this year's spring examination. She spoke softly. Su Jingning nodded and replied, that is good. Please convey my gratitude to Lu Jifan. He has been of immense assistance to me in this matter. Chapter 66. The prince's ambition that night, within the confines of the Prime Minister's residence. Chaos erupted as assassins disturbed the peace, rousing everyone from their slumber. The elderly Prime Minister sat alone in his study, draped in a thin garment, his gaze fixed upon a pile of letters laid out upon his desk. A cold sweat broke out upon him. The contents of each letter were deeply alarming. Who could have delivered such ominous messages to him, managing to slip into his study unnoticed? Were it not for his impromptu visit, he might not have discovered them until the following day. A gentle knock on the door heralded the arrival of the Crown Prince, who had been summoned in haste. What urgent matter brings you here at such an hour? He inquired. The Prime Minister bowed respectfully to the Crown Prince. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed Prince, he replied, gesturing for alleviation of the tension. I apologize for disturbing your rest at this late hour, but the gravity of this situation compels me to seek your presence. Please, Your Highness, take a look at this, the Prime Minister said, handing a letter to the prince. As the prince perused the document, his expression shifted from curiosity to astonishment. He quickly scanned the letters on the desk, discovering that the concubine Xu and Prince Chun had established an underground beast-fighting gambling den at Wuxiao, which entangled numerous officials of the court in their illicit activities. By the laws of the Great Zhou, the establishment of such a gambling den was a severe crime, and to think they operated it right beneath the emperor's nose, disregarding human life in the process. Though the enforcers of this den were of the lowest social standing, their numbers were vast, and the financial transactions flowing through the establishment were immense. It was no wonder it had persisted for so long without his knowledge. The officials involved span across the 6 ministries, each holding considerable rank. With their protection and the concealment of the dark market, how could an ordinary person uncover the truth? From where did you acquire these items? Are they credible? The Crown Prince harbors both surprise and ambition in his eyes. The old minister, unaware of who delivered them, had intended to retire for the night. However, he suddenly remembered that the memorial he was to submit to His Majesty the next day had not been properly organized, prompting him to rise and visit the study. To his astonishment, he discovered these items upon the writing desk. The old minister ordered a thorough investigation of everyone in the residence, but found no clue as to who had entered his study. This individual could infiltrate the Prime Minister's residence as if it were unguarded, undoubtedly a master of exceptional skill. The old minister meticulously compared the handwriting in these letters. They did not appear to be forged. Yet, one should not be too easily swayed. It would be prudent for me to dispatch someone to the dark market tomorrow for a thorough inquiry, he suggested, glancing at the Crown Prince, whose delight was barely concealed. The Crown Prince, holding the letters, replied, There is no need. I shall personally visit the dark market early tomorrow. If there is any truth to this matter, I will immediately seal this gambling den. Having been under the yoke of the Crown Prince for so many years, constrained at every turn within the court, this individual who delivered these items to the Prime Minister's residence, regardless of their intentions, has indeed rendered him assistance. Yes, caution is imperative. Since this gambling den involves numerous court officials, it is likely that the entire dark market is rife with their spies. Your Highness, remember to proceed discreetly tomorrow to avoid alarming the snakes in the grass. I understand. I would appreciate it, Minister Liu, if you could verify the details mentioned in these letters. If all this holds true, then after enduring for so many years, it is indeed time for me to put an end to it. The Crown Prince clenched his fists, a remarkable hatred gleaming in his eyes.
Yes.
The old minister will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly for your Highness. Minister Liu could hardly conceal his excitement, although the list did not include the Duke of Qing. Every official mentioned was a confidant of both Prince Chen and the Duke of Qing. Should this matter come to fruition, not only would Prince Chen's own safety be at stake, but the entire faction of the Duke of Qing would be rendered powerless, akin to severing their own arms. The messenger's ability to delve into this matter with such detail and discreetly deliver the letter to the minister's residence is no ordinary feat. If such a person could be recruited, they would undoubtedly become a significant ally for me. The Crown Prince expressed a sense of regret. With such an extraordinary individual aiding him, he would no longer have to worry about being overshadowed by Prince Chen after years of forbearance. However, Minister Liu felt a chill. Each detail in the letter could cost the lives of those ministers. With such capability, if this individual were to target not Prince Chen but them instead, would they not find themselves as defenseless as Prince Chen, having their secrets unearthed? The old minister indeed found this person quite terrifying, possessing formidable skills. Fortunately, his objective is Prince Chen. If he were to turn against us, we would likely be ill-equipped to defend ourselves. Minister Liu expressed his concerns. The Crown Prince remained silent. Since this individual's aim is Prince Chen, he is, after all, an ally. By the way, it is rumored that the Duke of Qing's youngest daughter has been taken away by the Empress Dowager from the Dali Temple. She injured the daughter of the Duke of Zhen, and the Su family has always been protective. In this instance, he has thoroughly offended the Duke of Zhen's household. Yesterday, the Prince of Beiyang unexpectedly returned to the capital and specifically invited his aunt to the Duke of State's residence to propose to the young lady of the Su family. The union between the Duke of State's household and the Prince of Beiyang's is significant, as both families possess formidable strength. If you find the time, I implore you to visit the Duke of State's residence on my behalf once more. With the support of both their households, even with the Empress Dowager's spectral guards and the Eastern Sea Navy backing the Shin family, I shall have no fear. The Crown Prince's eyes are filled with unbridled ambition. However, the Duke of State has openly and covertly rejected my advances multiple times, especially since he has already relinquished military authority in the Western territories, which the Emperor has entrusted to the Crown Prince. The Duke of State's remaining forces in the Northern territories hold little significance for the Crown Prince. Minister Liu has faced repeated rebuffs at the hands of the Duke and is reluctant to further humble himself in seeking an audience. A flicker of displeasure crossed the Crown Prince's countenance, quickly masked by a smile as he addressed Minister Liu. I am aware that the Duke of State possesses a stubborn disposition. Despite your diligent efforts on my behalf, the true value of the Duke's household lies not in the soldiers, but in the Su family. This family has been a lineage of military generals since the previous dynasty, boasting a heritage of several centuries dedicated to safeguarding the peace of the populace. It is for this reason that the elder Duke was willing to support our imperial grandfather in establishing the Grand Realm of Zhou. Each member of the Su family, even the most casual of their sons, is capable of commanding an army. To attain dominion, one must not underestimate the importance of military talent. Without these generals, maintaining order becomes an insurmountable challenge. The renowned reputation of the Western military is attributed to the military prowess of the Su family. Thus, in my pursuit of the military strength of the Western territories, it is imperative that I also secure the talents of the Su family. The Crown Prince approached the window, gazing into the inky darkness of the night. Such intricate stratagems could scarcely be conceived by the seemingly mediocre individual the world believed him to be. Minister Liu observed the prince's silhouette, remaining silent for a considerable time. He knew that with such foresight, the prince was destined for greatness. With such ambition, he would undoubtedly spare no effort to assist the prince in ascending to the throne. Slowly, he bowed to the Crown Prince, exclaiming, "The old minister comprehends." The Crown Prince turned, personally aiding Minister Liu to rise. Minister Liu has been akin to a mentor to me. There is no need for such formalities between us. The prince's demeanor was imbued with humility and courtesy as he guided Liu to a chair, exhibiting no airs of superiority. Minister Liu's satisfaction with the Crown Prince grew. He spoke gently, "Your Highness speaks wisely. Within the Northern Sun Duke's residence, there is but one heir. In time, the 500,000 troops of the Northern Sun Army will be entrusted to Gu Yenin, who is favored by His Majesty. The Duke's household possesses only one legitimate daughter. Should Gu Yenin wed Miss Su, the ties between their families would become inseparable. The old minister shall certainly secure the support of the Su family for your highness. Then I shall express my gratitude to Minister Liu in advance, the prince replied. His Majesty will journey to Wushao tomorrow. If the affairs concerning the gambling house can be resolved first, it would serve to vindicate the Duke, and thus garnering the Su family's support may prove more feasible. Minister Liu spoke deliberately to the prince. Indeed, I understand, the crown prince nodded solemnly. The hour grows late. Minister Liu should rest early. I shall take my leave. With that, he offered a slight bow to Minister Liu before turning to depart. Minister Liu inclined his body, seeing the prince off, only rising once the crown prince had vanished from sight. Chapter 67. Fate entwined with malevolence. The following day, the individuals sent by Yu Sun trailed the Minister of War out of the imperial capital. Shortly after their departure, the minister's entourage was ensnared in the forest, and thereafter, they were never seen again. Meanwhile, the court remained oblivious to this incident. In the imperial study, Gu Yenin had just returned to the capital from the military camp. Clad in dark, iron armor, standing upon the emerald-hued marble tiles of the study, his ink-black hair was elegantly tied up, exuding an air of aloof pride. When do you plan to set out? Emperor Zhou inquired, observing the young man who stood at the center of the study. In 5 days, Gu Yenin replied. Are your companions prepared? The emperor continued, his gaze fixed upon Gu Yenin. Indeed. This journey is fraught with danger. I shall have Shadow accompany you. With him by your side, I can rest easier, the emperor expressed, concern shadowing his features. There is no need for that. I prefer not to have strangers trailing me. Gu Yenin retorted coldly, his eyes glinting with frost. The emperor regarded his icy demeanor in silence, pondering for a moment before conceding, very well then. Additionally, why have you not mentioned a relationship with Miss Su heir? The emperor hesitated briefly before directing his gaze towards Gu Yenin. The chill in Gu Yenin's eyes intensified as he met the emperor's gaze, responding solemnly, that is a private matter. I would not wish to trouble your majesty. Are you truly set on Miss Su heir? The emperor asked softly, his brow furrowing as he recalled the words of Master Huihai from the previous night. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. What is your majesty implying? Gu Yenin shot a sharp, vigilant glance at the emperor, his eyes piercing like an eagle's. The Emperor Zhou observed the vigilant expression on his face, a sharp pain piercing his heart. He sighed and said, I summoned Master Huihai to the palace last night to calculate the fates of you two. Miss Su bears ominous signs in her destiny. She is not a fortunate match for you. Should you wed her, it may bring calamity upon you. Gu Yenin regarded Emperor Zhou, an aura of coldness enveloping him. His eyes tinged with crimson, and his hands clenched tightly into fists at his sides. Why must your majesty concern himself so deeply with my private affairs? You even summoned Master Huihai to divine my compatibility with Miss Su. Surely, the master must have erred. Shouldn't it be I who carries the ill fate? Gu Yenin's lips curled slightly, a mocking smile gracing his face, the chill in his gaze reaching its zenith. Moreover, your majesty should be well aware that what I despise most in this life are these so-called destinies and fates. With a sardonic smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, he fixed his gaze directly upon the emperor. Yenin, do not misunderstand. I act for your own good. Emperor Zhou, watching Gu Yenin suppressing his fury, sought to clarify. He had summoned Master Huihai with the intention of aligning their destinies and issuing a decree for their union. However, to his surprise, Master Huihai informed him that although their stars were entwined, indicating a predestined connection, Miss Su's fate was fraught with peril, and Gu Yenin's life could be endangered should he pursue a relationship with her. Master Huihai, with his transcendent understanding of Buddhist teachings, never made mistakes in his calculations. For my own good? Has your majesty forgotten who confined me upon the altar in years past? Who locked me away in a dark chamber, hidden from the light of day for 2 whole years? Gu Yenin's voice was as chilling as winter's ice, and the atmosphere within the imperial study became taut with tension. The Emperor of Zhou staggered momentarily before abruptly settling onto the dragon throne behind him. The color in his eyes could not be concealed, as if he had aged several years in an instant. The Emperor of Zhou opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. My marriage is to be decided by Prince Beiyang, so your majesty need not fret. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave.
Gu Yan'an,
With an air of cold detachment, regarded the emperor, whose demeanor was shrouded in melancholy. He bowed respectfully and strode out of the imperial study. Mushi observed Gu Yan'an emerge from the study, his expression hardened and exuding an aura of intimidating ferocity, which deterred anyone from approaching him. She furrowed her brow slightly and hastened into the imperial study. Inside, no attendants were present. The emperor sat alone in the vast chamber. A ruler who once looked down upon all from his throne now appeared merely as a solitary elder. Father. Seeing the emperor enveloped in solitude and desolation, Mushi softly called out. The emperor finally roused from his reverie. Ah, Sheer has come. He gazed at his daughter, whom he had nurtured since childhood, masking the sorrow on his face as he spoke gently to Mushi. Father, what has happened between you and my brother? What has become of Gu Shitzi? Mushi inquired softly, her brow furrowed in concern as she regarded the emperor. The emperor lowered his head in silence for a long while, and in that moment, Mushi seemed to perceive the unspoken anguish and sorrow of a father within him. It is nothing. Perhaps I have made too much of a trivial matter. The emperor gazed toward the door, his voice imbued with profound weariness. By the way, I have often heard you mention Miss Su Er. When will you invite her to the palace so that I may have a chance to meet her? The emperor spoke to Mushi with a gentle tone. Regardless of Yan'an's thoughts, he must meet Miss Su Er to find peace of mind. Indeed, Mushi nodded. However, Miss Su Er has just sustained an injury and has yet to fully recover. It may take some time. Well, let us wait until she is well before we meet. Lest Yan'an misunderstand, I observe that he is quite anxious about Miss Su Er, the Emperor of Zhou softly remarked.
Indeed.
It seems that only in the presence of Miss Su Er can I witness my brother's genuine smile, Mushi replied with a smile. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of hesitation crossed the emperor's eyes. At the Duke of Jinggua's residence, the Prince of Beiyang had sent over a marriage proposal early in the morning. And with the exchange of formal letters, the betrothal between the Duke of Jinggua's family and the Prince of Beiyang was officially established. As boxes of red-sealed gifts were carried into the Duke of Jinggua's residence, onlookers marveled at the fortunate fate of the ailing young lady from the Duke's household. The heir of the Prince of Beiyang, being the youngest second-rank general in the court, is not only distinguished by his remarkable achievements, but also by his enchanting and ethereal appearance. With this engagement, one can only imagine how many young ladies in the capital would secretly pine for him. A throng of commoners had gathered in front of the residence, their heads craned to witness the spectacle. Truly, the Prince of Beiyang has maintained a formidable presence in the northern frontier for many years. The gifts sent to the Duke of Jinghua far surpassed those presented during the Crown Prince's wedding to his bride. This is merely the initial engagement, yet the grandeur is already astonishing. One cannot help but wonder what the scene will be like at the wedding. Not far behind the crowd, a low-key yet elegant carriage came to a halt at the street corner. The curtain of the carriage was gently lifted at one corner, revealing a pair of stunning eyes that gazed calmly toward the Duke of Jinggua's residence. As she gazed upon the bustling crowd before the mansion, a glimmer of shadow flickered in her eyes. The carriage curtain gradually descended, and a voice, gentle and soothing, broke the air. Let us depart. Young master, shall we not venture inside for a moment? Not today. We shall return to see Xiaoqi in a couple of days. The man's tone was both elegant and serene. The carriage slowly rolled away from the front of the Duke of Jinggua's residence. Miss, as you predicted, the Crown Prince has indeed ventured out of the city early this morning, accompanied by a contingent, heading towards Wuxiao, Yunya softly informed Su Jingning. Indeed, Su Jingning had anticipated the Crown Prince's personal visit to Wuxiao. His cautious nature dictated that he would not act without meticulous preparation. Yet even so, it was certain that this matter would soon stir up the court by tomorrow. She was eager to witness how the Duke of Qinggua's residence would navigate the unfolding circumstances. Chapter 68. Witnessing the clash of tigers, the Crown Prince Mufeng deliberately concealed his itinerary and stealthily made his way to Wuxiao. Coincidentally, the Wuxiao casino was opening its doors, and the Crown Prince encountered it head-on. He led his men to encircle the entire establishment, ensuring not even a fly could escape. The unsuspecting patrons within the casino found themselves trapped, and many incriminating ledgers had yet to be destroyed before they were seized by the Crown Prince's people. In total, over 500 enforcers were detained at the Wuxiao casino. Upon thorough investigation, it was discovered that nearly half of them were reputable citizens forcibly abducted from various regions. The trafficking of reputable citizens and the slaughter of the populace were laid bare. The amount of gambling funds uncovered was staggering. Moreover, an item of considerable astonishment was discovered: manhwa powder from manhwa. This substance, when ingested, induces hallucinations and addiction, leading to the loss of one's faculties and corrupting even the purest of hearts. This drug is strictly prohibited in the Great Zhou. The emperor despised such contraband, and it was beyond his imagination that such a significant quantity could be unearthed from a casino. The crown prince gazed at the overflowing box of evidence of the illicit trade in the Great Zhou's banned substances, particularly manhwa powder. The audacity of the officials involved was truly remarkable. He cast a disdainful glance at the casino owner, pondering how this cache of evidence could be hidden beneath the very noses of those officials. It seemed that the relationship between the Prince of Chun and concubine Shu was not as steadfast as he had presumed. Keep a vigilant watch over Wushao county officials. From this moment forth, no one is to enter or exit Wushao until I have escorted all related parties back to the capital. Only then shall the gates of Wushao be opened. Any violators or suspicious individuals shall be dealt with ruthlessly, the crown prince declared solemnly while surveying the crowd gathered outside the casino. Upon the arrival of the crown prince in Wushao, he promptly dispatched individuals to monitor the situation and ordered the city to be sealed, strictly guarding the gates to prevent the inhabitants from disseminating any information. The crown prince must discreetly transport the captured individuals back to the imperial capital before anyone could react, ensuring absolute secrecy. The officials involved held significant positions within the 6 ministries, and any disturbance could thwart his intentions. He aimed to deprive the Chenwang faction of any opportunity to compete with him, thereby instilling disappointment in his father towards Chenwang. That night, after detaining the individuals in his residence, the crown prince entered the palace under cover of darkness. The following day, the Lady of the State Protectorate reported that His Majesty was infuriated, issuing an imperial decree at dawn, commissioning the Imperial Guard to directly seal the residences of all officials listed by the young Master of Deer without the intervention of the 6 ministries. It was rumored that the Crown Prince had uncovered the prohibited drug, Nanyu's silver illusion powder, at the Wushao gambling house. This substance had recently infiltrated the imperial capital, and it was feared that many within the city had succumbed to its effects. Yun Qing conveyed the intelligence she had gathered to Su Jingning. Silver illusion powder? They are still peddling this substance. Truly, they are digging their own graves, Su Jingning remarked with a cold smile, furrowing his brow. Indeed, the quantity seized is reportedly substantial. His Majesty is so enraged that he has issued multiple decrees, dispatching individuals to rigorously investigate those selling and consuming this substance in the capital. The streets are now swarming with imperial guards conducting searches. His Majesty has bypassed the 6 ministries entirely, relying solely on the imperial guards and young Master Gu to assist the crown prince in this thorough investigation. Yun Qing contemplated the presence of the imperial guards searching throughout the estate, noting the pervasive atmosphere of anxiety in the imperial capital as officials felt increasingly insecure, fearing inadvertent entanglement in this scandal. Is there any news from noble consort Shu and Prince Chen? Su Jingning inquired, furrowing his brows. The situation within the palace remains uncertain. However, early this morning, Eunuch Xing took the emperor's decree to Prince Chen's residence, and since then, no one has emerged from there. Su Jingning took a sip of tea, a smile gracing her lips, yet a chilling glint resided in her eyes. I see. The crown prince reported this matter last night, and the foremost patrons behind the gambling den are none other than noble consort Shu and Prince Chen. How could the crown prince allow them to escape unscathed? Let the tigers fight. The show has only just begun. In the Grand Zhou Palace, Emperor Zhou stood in noble consort Shu's chamber, his expression dark as storm clouds, emanating a terrifying aura as he gazed at the prostrate figure of noble consort Shu, whose pallid face betrayed her fear, trembling uncontrollably. Shenrui, I cannot believe you possess such audacity after all these years. Establishing illegal gambling dens, purchasing the lives of innocent citizens, conducting such trades right under my nose, and bribing and threatening court officials while peddling contraband in the capital. You and your son have displayed tremendous boldness. The emperor, overwhelmed with rage, hurled the items before him towards the kneeling noble consort Shu. Your Majesty, please allow me to explain, she implored. Your Majesty, I had no knowledge of how the silver illusion powder came to be at the gambling den. Furthermore, that gambling den is not mine. I merely manage it on behalf of the Empress Dowager, compelled by her. Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with Heng. Ignoring the shards of porcelain scattered on the ground, Noble Consort Shu lunged forward, grasping the emperor's feet. The emperor looked down at the disheveled noble Consort Shu, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. You dare even to implicate the Empress Dowager. If it were not for the Crown Prince, I would remain blissfully unaware of the depths of your deception. In the capital, the illicit trade of silver illusions is a grave threat to the Great Zhou. You must explain to the citizens of the capital, to those afflicted by the poison of silver illusions. The Emperor of Zhou abruptly kicked the imperial concubine Shagifei aside, his expression cold and resolute as he strode out of her palace. Shagifei fell to the ground, her arm pierced by shards of porcelain, blood gushing forth. Her once graceful visage, now marred by disarray. From outside the palace, the emperor's indifferent voice reached her ears. Imperial concubine Shagifei has committed grave offenses against the laws of the Great Zhou. Henceforth, she shall be stripped of her rank and confined to the Xiefeng Hall, under strict surveillance. No one is permitted to visit or enter. Shagifei collapsed to the ground, murmuring in disbelief. How could this happen? How could I be discovered? What to do?
Ada.
Someone, where is Eunuch? Quickly, summon him to see me. A sudden thought seemed to strike her, her expression turning frantic as she called towards the door. A young palace maid hurriedly entered, attempting to assist Shagifei. Your Highness, you are injured. Allow me to help you. Shagifei forcefully pushed the maid away, shouting, Where is Ada? Why has he not returned? I demand to see him. The maid, startled, recoiled. Your Highness, I do not know. Eunuch has been missing for several days, and I have no knowledge of his whereabouts. Suddenly, Shagifei recalled that Ada had indeed been absent for several days. Get out! Get out! She shouted, causing the young maid to stumble in fear as she fled the room. Consort Sue gradually rose from the ground, wiping the blood from her hands. She could not afford to panic or succumb. The emperor had yet to disclose her transgressions or dispatch the imperial guards to seal off Heng's residence. This matter was of great consequence. A scandal for the Great Zhou, involving the illicit trade of silver illusions. Should the populace discover that she and Henger were implicated, it would surely invite scorn upon the Zhou royal family. The emperor would never allow the sordid affairs of the Wu Xiao gambling den, entwined with Henger and herself, to come to light. In the wake of such a calamity, she was acutely aware that the officials involved were all loyalists of the Shen family. If they were to fall from grace, the Shen family status in the court would undoubtedly plummet, and Henga's aspirations for the exalted throne would be dashed. If her mother were to learn of her clandestine dealings at the Wu Xiao gambling den, it would spell her doom. Once the news spread, Qingzhou would inevitably catch wind of it, and before her mother returned to the capital, she must resolve the matter of her secret trade in silver illusions. Otherwise, she could expect no salvation from her mother. Curse Mu Feng, when did he begin his investigation into this affair? She had received no inkling of it, and his meticulous approach had clearly belied her earlier underestimation of him over the years. Chapter 69. Departure from the capital. The Duke of Qing's residence, the only individual uninvolved in this matter, the Minister of Revenue, arrived early at the Duke of Qing's residence. My lord, we must urgently send someone to Qingzhou to summon the Empress Dowager back to the capital. There should be no hesitation. If she does not return now, all our painstaking efforts in the court will be in vain. The minister implored the Duke of Qing, who had remained silent. Even if the Empress Dowager returns, it will not save those individuals. Do you comprehend that the charges presented by the Crown Prince are severe enough to cost them their positions? The Duke's expression grew solemn. I have long advised them to exercise restraint, yet they failed to conceal their misdeeds. Now, I find myself at a loss to rescue them. It is truly regrettable, given the years the Empress Dowager has devoted to their upbringing. The minister, noticing the Duke's calm demeanor, grew more anxious. Will you truly do nothing? Will you allow the Crown Prince to gain the upper hand? Certainly not. While I cannot assist those individuals, the concubine Xu and Prince Chen must not be implicated. I will summon the Empress Dowager back to the palace. As long as she is present, and I am by her side, we shall not succumb to the Crown Prince and Prime Minister Liu. A glint of calculation flashed in the Duke's eyes. He turned to the Minister of Revenue, reminding him, do not forget that the Empress Dowager holds command over the entire Eastern Sea Navy and the Underworld Guards. That is the true source of the court officials' apprehension towards the Shen family. The minister's anxious expression eased slightly upon hearing this. However, he then inquired, but what of the silver illusion powder discovered at the gambling den? Why have I not heard of this? Its emergence in the imperial capital could undermine the very foundation of the great Zhou, who is secretly selling silver illusion powder in the imperial capital. Could it possibly be the Empress? A flicker of shadow crossed the eyes of Duke Qing. Do not be anxious. I am equally uninformed about this matter. The Empress and Prince Chun are undoubtedly as oblivious as we are. I shall thoroughly investigate how such a vile substance has infiltrated the imperial capital. The Minister of Revenue nodded. This substance is a calamity for the nation and its people. It must not be allowed to circulate in the Great Zhou. After a lengthy pause, the Minister of Revenue finally emerged from the Duke Qing's residence. He entered his carriage and, lifting a corner of the curtain, gestured toward a distant corner before slowly departing from the Duke's estate. Following the revelation of the Wuzhou gambling den incident, numerous officials found themselves entangled in its consequences. Within a mere 4 days, various official residences were raided and sealed, with waves of officials being demoted and penalized out of the capital. The most severe case involved the Minister of War, who was executed by direct decree from Emperor Zhou after a cache of silver illusion powder was discovered in his household. In an instant, the officials of the imperial capital underwent a significant reshuffling, evoking a sense of lamentation. At the Duke of Zhen's residence, although the public was in a state of unease, the members of the household remained unaffected. In Manhwa courtyard, due to the unrest in the southern borders, the general originally designated to quell the banditry became embroiled in the Wuzhou case. Consequently, Emperor Zhou issued an abrupt decree commanding the heir of the Duke of Shen to depart for the southern borders immediately. The Duke instructed Su Jingma and Su Jingyi to accompany Su Jingchen on this journey. Today, everyone gathered in Manhwa courtyard to keep the matriarch company. Su Jingning remained silent, observing her 3 elder brothers who were to embark on their journey to the southern borders the following day, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. The southern borders harbored dangers. The abilities of her brothers should not necessitate all 3 of them going. Their mission was surely more complex than merely traveling to the southern borders. She remained silent, for what was meant to come would inevitably arrive. This must have been the reason her father spoke those words to her that day. Their journey ahead was fraught with peril. Upon exiting Manhwa courtyard, Su Jingning called out to Su Jingchen, "Elder brother." Su Jingchen turned to look at Su Jingning. "Ningning? What is it?" he inquired gently. Su Jingning furrowed her brow slightly and took a few steps closer to Su Jingchen. "Is there danger in your expedition to the southern frontier?" Su Jingchen was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the concern in his sister's eyes, he ruffled her hair and chuckled. "It's merely a matter of subduing a few bandits. What danger could there possibly be? You needn't worry. Take care and recuperate at home."
Despite Su Qing's reassuring smile, Su Jingning's anxiety remained unabated.
Lowering her gaze, she retrieved a jet-black jade tablet from the pouch at her waist, intricately carved with ancient, complex patterns that exuded an air of mysterious authority. She handed the tablet to Su Jingchen. "What is this?" he asked, puzzled. "This is a token given to me by my master. Elder brother, remember to carry it once you leave the imperial capital. It will spare you some trouble along the way," Su Jingning softly explained as she placed the jade tablet in his hand. Su Jingchen examined the jade tablet. Aware that among the 7 disciples of the enigmatic Lord Mo Lin, the sole closed-door disciple was shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing their gender or identity. The other disciples were all renowned figures, formidable in their own right, inspiring both awe and trepidation. "Understood." Su Jingchen tightened his grip on the jade tablet and spoke gently to Su Jingning. "Yes, elder brother, remember to take it with you once you leave the imperial capital. Do not forget," Su Jingning urged, her concern palpable. "Understood, understood. Take good care of yourself at home, and when elder brother returns, he will take you to the enchanting Biyun Lake." Su Jingchen gently ruffled Su Jingning's hair, his expression tender. Having said that, he turned and left. Thus, Jingning watched as he caught up with a few other brothers, their figures gradually fading into the distance, while her brows remained tightly furrowed. Burdened with thoughts, Su Jingning led Yunya back to her courtyard. Upon entering, Yunya instinctively shielded her behind, her gaze alertly fixed on the man standing beneath the ancient magnolia tree in the courtyard, with barely concealed fury in her eyes. The heir of Beiyang Wang had displayed a rather egregious lack of decorum, despite being betrothed to her lady. His presence in her chamber at such an hour was undeniably improper. Su Jingning had not anticipated his sudden appearance and hesitated momentarily. She shook her head at Yunya, who then stepped aside to grant passage, casting a wary glance at Gu Yenin before entering the house. "What brings you here?" Su Jingning approached Gu Yenin and inquired softly. He had been preoccupied with a thorough investigation of the Wuxiao gambling den alongside the crown prince, so what had prompted him to visit her after several days? Upon seeing Su Jingning, the cold aura surrounding Gu Yenin softened considerably. Have your injuries improved? Su Jingning settled on a stone table beneath the magnolia tree, propping her chin in her hand as she regarded him. Much better. The wound hardly pains me now. Gu Yenin retrieved 2 porcelain vials from his sleeve and placed them on the stone table. These are the medicines I previously gave you. Once you have finished them, I shall return.
Su vinkning furrolet herbror. Return?
Where are you going? Gu Yenin remained silent for a moment before speaking candidly. I must travel to the Eastern Territory. Departing tomorrow. The Eastern Territory? Why the sudden urgency? Su Jingning inquired, her brow furrowed in concern as she gazed at Gu Yenin. Observing Su Jingning's anxious expression, Gu Yenin smiled gently, warmth radiating from his eyes. A secret informant has reported unusual movements within the Eastern Sea Navy. His Majesty has commanded me to investigate, to prevent any potential unrest. Unusual movements in the Eastern Sea Navy? I haven't heard a whisper of this, Su Jingning replied, her brow knitting tighter. The news was discreetly conveyed to the imperial capital. Few are privy to it. Given the urgency, I must set out tomorrow. Please take care of yourself while you travel. Su Jingning urged, nodding in agreement. Gu Yenin crouched down to meet her gaze, gently ruffling her hair with a tender and affectionate tone. You must rest and recuperate here in the capital, awaiting my return. A sense of unease stirred within Su Jingning. Her brothers were also departing the capital tomorrow. And with Gu Yenin heading to the Eastern Territory, she sensed that the matter was far from simple. Very well. Please be safe on your journey, she whispered softly as she nodded in acknowledgement. As Gu Yenin prepared to leave, he realized he had only come to check on her amidst his many responsibilities awaiting him at home. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, he suddenly turned back, grasping Su Jingning's wrist and pulling her into his embrace. His large hand cradled the back of her head, his voice slightly hoarse. Wait for my return. I have something to tell you. All right, Su Jingning replied, closing her eyes briefly as she softly acquiesced. After a considerable time, Gu Yenin finally released Su Jingning and strode out of her courtyard. The gentle breeze stirred, leaving only the image of the slender, robust youth retreating into the distance. The following morning, Su Jingchen and his companions marched out of the city with soldiers in tow. The incident surrounding the Wuxiao gambling house had reached its conclusion, entangling a significant portion of officials within the court. The noble consort had been demoted to a mere talent and confined within the palace, while even Prince Chen was kept under guard at his residence. Whispers circulated throughout the capital, alleging that the Wuxiao gambling house was orchestrated by Prince Chen and the noble consort, which explained the punishment they faced from His Majesty. In addition to this scandal, another matter had captured the public's attention, the arrival of the young master of Millennium, who transcended the 4 nations. It was rumored that he had come to the capital of the Great Zhou to recruit new disciples. The prominent families and dignitaries in the capital were eager to catch the young master Si for being accepted into Millennium, even as an outer disciple, would grant them considerable influence across the 4 nations. However, the young master of Millennium, the renowned physician Song Qian, was a figure deserving of reverence, even from the emperor of Great Zhou himself. Su Jingning observed the casually seated man before her, adorned in elegant moon-white attire, his ink-black hair cascading down. His demeanor exuded an air of nonchalance, and his elongated, cool eyes scrutinized her as she poured tea. A glint of mischief and indifference flickered within them. A mere handful of shadow guards have bested you. Have you grown complacent during your 2 years away from the abyss? Su Jingning cast a discontented glance at Song Qian, fully aware that her senior brother was incapable of uttering a single kind word. The world speaks of Mo Linyuan, the aloof lord, and of the elegant and refined medical sage, Song Qian, who stands apart from the mundane. Yet, which immortal recluse possesses such a lack of decorum as he? Is my senior brother here today solely to witness my misfortune? Su Jingning feigned anger as she coldly addressed Song Qian. Only then did Song Qian suppress the smirk of schadenfreude from his lips, clearing his throat and straightening up as he softly remarked to Su Jingning, "You little brat. It has been 2 years since you last returned to the abyss. If it weren't for Master S' reluctance to leave Mo Linyuan, he would have personally come to the imperial capital to see you. He has been incessantly mentioning you. My ears are nearly callous from it." Su Jingning let out an awkward laugh, acknowledging that indeed, she had not returned to Mo Linyuan for 2 years. Once matters in the imperial capital were resolved, she intended to return to see her master. Observing her slightly pale complexion, Song Qian inquired, "Let me see your hand. How is your cold affliction faring?" Su Jingning obediently extended her hand toward him. Gently, Song Qian placed his elongated fingers on her wrist, falling into silence. After a moment, his brow furrowed increasingly. Su Jingning, noticing the deepening crease on his forehead, felt a twinge of anxiety. Eventually, Song Qian released her hand. His gaze filled with concern as he said, "How is it that after 2 years, your cold remains unabated, even showing signs of exacerbation? It appears the prescription I provided you is nearing its efficacy. Have you experienced any discomfort lately?" Su Jingning, however, did not perceive her condition as worsening. With the arrival of spring, she felt invigorated and free of any ailments. She shook her head, replying, "No. I shall draft a new prescription for you. Do not continue with the previous medication," Song Qian remarked, his expression serious. He must swiftly locate the Reisher herb to alleviate her cold affliction. Otherwise, should the chill within her be drawn out one day, Shao Qi would be in peril. With Song Qian present, Su Jingning never fretted over her ailment. "By the way, Master Brother, there is a matter I wish to trouble you with," Su Jingning said gently. Song Qian found a piece of paper and, without lifting his head, began to scribble a prescription for her. "Speak what you will. Have you not troubled me enough already?" he replied. Su Jingning shyly stuck out her tongue. "Master Brother, are you aware of the poison known as Lu Shang?" Song Qian paused momentarily in his writing, raising his gaze to meet hers. "Lu Shang? Is that not a poison originating from the southern Jiao royal family?" "Indeed. Can you decipher this poison?" "A friend of my father has been afflicted," she explained. "However, the southern Jiao royal family has long since perished, and this poison no longer has an antidote." Song Qian frowned, knowing of the Lu Shang poison but having never encountered a true victim of it. "I have seen the antidote in Master S chamber, but I have never administered it myself. I must examine the afflicted to ascertain whether the poison can be cured." "That is splendid. Master Brother, please stay at our residence. When my father returns, I shall have him bring his friend to meet you," Su Jingning exclaimed with delight. With a resigned shake of his head, Song Qian replied, "No. I shall return to the Xian Biyuan. It suffices for that person to seek me there. I'll be in the capital for a while." Reluctantly, Su Jingning acquiesced, understanding that her master brother wished to avoid adding to his burdens. "Take good care of your injuries. I must warn you now, you must not overexert yourself. There are signs that your cold condition has worsened. If you wish to live a few more years, it is imperative that you rest. Otherwise, I shall take you back to the depths and have the master keep a watchful eye on you." I understand. Please do not worry, senior brother. I have heard that new disciples are to be recruited in the depths. Do you have any candidates in mind?" "There are indeed 1 or 2 individuals who qualify to join our Mo Linyuan, but for the martial candidates, we must observe further. You, senior brother, possess the keenest and most discerning eye in Mo Linyuan. To catch your attention is a testament to one's genuine talent. Now, rest well. I will be in the imperial capital for a while longer. Should any trouble arise, send someone to the Shi Yun courtyard to find me. Rest assured, with your senior brother here, the disciples of Mo Linyuan shall not suffer indignities outside." A fierce glint flashed in Song Qian's eyes as he coldly addressed Su Jingning. She knew that her injury could not escape her senior brother's notice. He had likely investigated the matter thoroughly. Su Jingning met Song Qian's gaze with a glimmer of intelligence in her eyes. "Do I strike you as someone who enjoys suffering in silence? Though I am injured, those who harmed me shall not escape unscathed." Song Qian chuckled. "Shao Qi is the last person to allow herself to be wronged. That is not a concern. Indeed, your cleverness is commendable." Chapter 70. Just 1 year the following day, at the Xian courtyard, a horse-drawn carriage came to a gentle halt at the entrance. The Duke of Jinghua, accompanied by the Prince of Beiyang, stealthily arrived at the Xian courtyard. A guard stepped forward to knock on the door. After a considerable time, a young lad hurriedly opened it. "Whom do you seek?" the lad inquired, gazing curiously at the visitors. "We have heard that the divine physician resides here, and we have come to pay a visit," the Duke of Jinghua replied kindly, his eyes fixed on the boy. The lad glanced at the Duke and then at the Prince of Beiyang, recalling the instructions given by the young master the previous day. He stepped aside respectfully and said, "Please enter, esteemed sirs.
My master has been awaiting you for some time."
The Prince of Beiyang raised an eyebrow at the lad's demeanor, pondering how Su Bo had managed to be acquainted with the divine physician. The two followed the lad through the enchanting Xian courtyard, where every step revealed breathtaking scenery. It was no wonder that a minister had once coveted this place but could never procure it. It turned out to be the private estate of Mo Lin Yuan. Please be mindful to follow closely and avoid stepping incorrectly, for this courtyard is fraught with intricate mechanisms and mazes. Exercise caution, esteemed sirs, the lad cautioned softly, glancing back at the Duke and the Prince. The Duke nodded, casting a glance at the Prince, urging him to adopt a more composed demeanor. The Prince of Beiyang smiled nonchalantly, yet his steps became more measured, for he was aware of Mo Lin Yuan's reputation and chose to tread carefully. As they continued following the lad, they arrived at the rear garden of the courtyard, which was adorned with a profusion of magnolias in full bloom, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Beneath a tree sat a young gentleman clad in flowing white robes, his bearing ethereal, as if he were a celestial being. Upon seeing the two individuals behind the young child, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, though it was swiftly concealed. The Duke of Zhenghua and Prince Beiyang were indeed somewhat unexpected. This must be the renowned son of the medical immortal. I am Su Bo, and I have had the privilege of meeting the son of the medical immortal. The Duke of Zhenghua, with a grave expression, offered a slight bow to Song Xian, who promptly stepped forward to assist the Duke, who was inclined to pay his respects. Uncle Su need not be so formal. It is the younger generation that ought to bow to you, he said. The Duke smiled at him, acknowledging, this is the young master of Mo Lin Yuan. Had it not been for Ning Ning, even with my esteemed title, it would have been difficult to see him. The son of the medical immortal is renowned for saving countless lives, and I have always held great admiration for him. With a polite smile tinged with detachment, Song Xian invited the two to take their seats. Your medical skills are unparalleled, and I believe you are aware of the purpose of my visit. This gentleman is my friend. He has been afflicted by the lethal poison of Nanji, and I beseech you to provide your expertise in his treatment. The Duke of Zhenghua said, looking at Song Xian with hopeful anticipation. Song Xian glanced at the silent Prince Beiyang, who exhibited little will to survive. Your Highness has always been a protector of the common folk, virtuous and benevolent. I shall exert my utmost efforts, so you need not worry, uncle, he spoke gently. The prince regarded Song Xian with piercing eyes, having never encountered the son of the medical immortal before. He was taken aback that this young man recognized him at a glance. Mo Lin Yuan's reputation was indeed well-deserved. He seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of worldly affairs from beyond the heavens. This young master of Mo Lin Yuan, appearing scarcely older than Yan'an, bore an inscrutable depth of skill. Please extend your hand, your highness, and allow me to take your pulse. Song Qian appeared utterly oblivious to the probing and fierce gaze of Prince Beiyang, maintaining a demeanor that was both gentle and aloof. Prince Beiyang, having relinquished all hope and desiring no cure for his ailment, had only succumbed to Su Bo's insistence that he accompany him. Song Qian lightly placed his hand upon the prince's, his thick brows knitting together in concern, as Duke Xingguo watched him with trepidation. How is it? He inquired anxiously, observing as Song Qian finally withdrew his hand. A flicker of hesitation crossed Song Qian's eyes as he began to speak. The poison of Lushang is a specialty of the Nanjiao royal family. The Nanjiao dynasty has long since perished, and thus the antidote has been lost to time. Your Highness has been afflicted for too long. The toxin has deeply penetrated your system. I can only offer a mere 40% chance of success. The poison of Lushang quietly claims lives, as its victims, driven by insatiable thirst, become gradually paralyzed within their internal organs. Over time, even as their viscera decay, they remain unaware of their suffering, ultimately succumbing to their own deterioration. Upon hearing that Song Qian possessed merely a 40% chance, Prince Beiyang's expression remained largely unchanged. He understood that life and death are predestined. He had never sought to defy fate. His sole wish was to complete his endeavors before his inevitable demise. 40%? How can it be so low? Duke Xingguo interjected, disbelief flickering in his eyes. How can this be? Your Highness's poisoning is too severe. Even if the toxin is purged, you would, at most, gain another year. Song Qian adjusted his stance before continuing. What? A year? Young master, renowned for your healing prowess. Is there truly no other means to extend his life for a few more years? In the eyes of the Duke of the State, a flicker of sorrow and indignation passed through as he clenched his fists slightly, suppressing the emotions swirling within, and turned to Song Qian to inquire. Life and death are predetermined. Why must you insist? The Prince of Bayong lightly patted the Duke's shoulder, wearing a nonchalant smile. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for me that Master